Lu Li had stayed up for 3 consecutive nights with a half-eaten bowl of instant noodles on the desk and server logs from an MC server on the monitor. Just as he was about to finish work and go to bed, he stood up and his vision went black. His ears were filled with noise, people crying, shouting and murmuring in an incomprehensible language. Lu Li's consciousness returned, the taste of instant noodles still in his mouth. He opened his eyes to a vast hall with incomprehensible medieval frescoes on the dome, his back pressed against the hard ground, cold seeping through his t-shirt, the stone floor chilling the back of his head. Lu Li sat up, revealing a huge magic circle beneath him. The floor glowed blue light pillars shooting upward, illuminating the entire hall. Around stood people in robes, and at the front an old man wearing a crown holding a scepter with a kind expression. A strange metallic smell hung in the air like burnt wires mixed with sulfur. Magic smell? Who knows? He blinked. Am I dreaming? He pinched his thigh. It hurt. It was real. He looked down at himself. A white singlet, sleep t-shirt and shorts, flip-flops on his feet. Around him there were over 20 people lying on the ground, all wearing the same white clothes. They were slowly getting up. Some sat on the ground wiping tears, saying, "Where is this? I was cooking at home." Others shouted at the surroundings, "Kidnapping. Do you know who my father is?" Some sat blankly on the ground staring at the ceiling. Next to them someone was on all fours vomiting. He had been staying up late in his rented room running a server, then blacked out and came here. So this is transmigration, he muttered to himself. A voice came from beside him, "You. Were you also suddenly pulled here?" Lu Li turned. A young man, thin, pale-faced, sitting with hunched shoulders like a frightened quail. "What else?" Lu Li said. "It's not like I came here for a vacation." The young man was taken aback and lowered his head. At the front of the hall an old man in red robes raised his staff and struck the ground. A thud sounded and everyone fell silent. Silence. The red-robed old man looked around at the people on the ground, his expression calmly indifferent. The staff's tip held a dark red gem refracting strange light under the blue glow of the magic circle. "Honored heroes from another world, welcome to the kingdom of Acerland. You are warriors chosen by the gods. Your mission is to defeat the demon king in the north and save this kingdom." Someone raised a hand. "Can we go back?" The red-robed old man glanced at him. "After defeating the demon king, the gods will send you back. What if we don't want to fight? Then you can try to find your own way back." The one who raised his hand fell silent. Lu Li listened, thinking the old man spoke sharply without any nonsense. However, his gaze never left the staff. The red gem gave him an uncomfortable feeling. "Now please come forward one by one to receive the awakening ceremony." The red-robed old man stepped aside, revealing a stone platform behind him. "Step onto it, place your hand on the center and you will receive a weapon bound to your soul." The crowd stirred. "Do you think any of this batch of heroes will get a shield?" Lu Li noticed a tall man in the corner wearing heavy medieval armor that couldn't hide his muscular build. The person next to him asked why he said that, and he lowered his voice. "Remember that guy from the last batch who got a shield? I heard he was later kicked out as a worthless weapon." Lu Li raised an eyebrow. "A hierarchy among heroes. Line up one by one," the red-robed old man said. The first to step up was a scholarly-looking guy with glasses. He stepped onto the stone platform, placed his hand on it, and a faint light flashed. A short iron spear, dark with a sharp edge. Common grade weapon. The red-robed old man glanced at it, his tone flat. The cheers from the crowd were sparse. The scholarly young man took the iron spear, his expression neither happy nor unhappy, and silently stood aside. Second. A burly man in his 30s stepped onto the platform. The moment his hand touched it, light burst forth. When the light faded, he held a long sword, its blade shimmering silver with a blue sapphire set in the hilt. The hall erupted in gasps. Even the king, who had been expressionless, nodded slightly. The red-robed old man smiled. "Legendary grade weapon, sword hero. Congratulations." The burly man raised the sword, grinning from ear to ear. As he came down, he smiled and scanned the crowd of those yet to awaken, his gaze like appraising unworthy opponents. Especially when his gaze swept over those who looked weaker than him, he lifted his chin higher. When his eyes passed over Lu Li's face, they paused for a moment, his lips moved silently, saying something. Something like, "Next," or "Your turn." With a hint of provocation. Lu Li ignored him. Next. It was Lu Li's turn. The stone platform was a bit higher than it looked, and he stumbled as he stepped onto it, drawing a few chuckles from below. The red-robed old man frowned but said nothing. Lu Li stood on it, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on the rune stone. The stone was cold. A rough texture came through his palm, the carved patterns pressing into his skin like ancient symbols worn smooth by repeated touch. Light burst forth. Very bright. Brighter than the sword hero's moment. A golden pillar of light shot up, illuminating the entire hall like daylight. The frescoes on the dome were illuminated clearly, even dust particles danced in the light. Gasps from the crowd. The redrobed old man's eyes went wide. The king, who had been half closing his eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Lu Li himself was startled. Then the light faded. Everyone looked at what he held in his hand. A yellow cube. Palm-sized with strange patterns on its surface, lying quietly in his palm. No power fluctuation. Just like an ordinary cube. The hall was silent for a few seconds. This is my weapon. It looks kind of familiar. Lu Li turned the cube over and over. The redrobed old man quickly stepped up and took the cube. He first infused it with mana, but there was no reaction. He tried a different attribute of mana, still no reaction. He frowned, turned the cube over to examine it against the light, tapped the surface with his finger and scraped his nail across the patterns. He used an identification spell, no feedback. He tried again with a different spell, chanted an incantation, the red gem on his staff glowed, and he scanned the cube. No reaction. People below began to murmur. What's going on? Why is the archmage studying it so long? That light pillar was so bright, it must be something good, right? The redrobed old man's frown deepened. He infused mana a third time, and this time even the king leaned forward slightly, his fingers tightened on the scepter, his gaze fixed on the old man's hand, waiting for several seconds. No reaction. Unidentifiable weapon, he finally spoke, his voice filled with confusion. The identification spell gives no feedback. A commotion below. What does that mean? The redrobed old man was silent for a few seconds. He returned the cube to Lu Li, his gaze lingering on Lu Li's face for a moment, a look that seemed to say, I really can't understand this thing. He paused. Unable to grade. Judged as worthless weapon. The hall was silent for a second, then burst into laughter. Worthless weapon. Ha 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 ha. Such a big light pillar, and it's a worthless weapon. A big light pillar doesn't mean anything, maybe it's just bluffing. The sword hero stood in front of the crowd, a smile on his lips, glanced at the cube in Lu Li's hand, shook his head slightly and turned away. The redrobed old man didn't laugh. He was still looking at the cube, his lips moving as if to say something, but in the end he said nothing. Among the guards someone whispered, worthless weapon. In my 20 years in the palace I've only seen it once. What happened that time? That person was expelled from the capital the next day. Lu Li stood on the platform listening to the laughter and whispers below. Worthless weapon. He took the cube, examined the yellow texture, carefully square with shallow patterns on all 6 sides. It looked like some kind of symbol. Wait. This pattern. Lu Li's eyelid twitched. How does this look so much like a command block for Minecraft? His heart suddenly raced. But before he could think more, the redrobed old man waved his hand. Next. Lu Li was ushered off the platform. He returned to the crowd with the cube, people around him still laughing, but he didn't care. He turned the cube over and over. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Command block. In Minecraft this thing can change game rules with commands. Give items, summon creatures, change weather, teleport, even change game modes. But this is reality, not a game. Wait. No. He closed his eyes, silently recited a word in his mind. Help. A flash of light crossed his mind. A line of text appeared in his consciousness, clear as if printed on his retina. Administrator privileges activated. Welcome back, Administrator. The stage continued, calling out names one after another. Lu Li stood in a corner, clutching the block in his palm, his mind still churning. Admin privileges, command blocks, GM. These 3 words swirled in his mind like a looping code. The laughter beside him hadn't stopped. Next. A young woman stepped forward. The moment she placed her hand on the stone, a light flashed and a longbow appeared in her hand. Its body was emerald green with no string. She placed her hand on the bow and a glowing green string appeared out of thin air. Legendary grade weapon, archer hero. The redrobed old man announced loudly. Another cheer erupted in the hall. The woman came down without a word and stood in a corner not far from Lu Li without glancing at him. She fiddled with the bowstring, her face dark as if uninterested in everything around her. The following people all received ordinary weapons, daggers, whips, iron axes. The atmosphere in the hall rose and fell. Those who got good weapons smiled while those with ordinary ones retreated expressionlessly. Then a tall, thin man stepped up. He yawned, placed his hand on the stone, and a faint light glowed. A book appeared in his hand, its cover shimmering with dark gold. Sacred book, legendary grade weapon. The tall man took the book, flipped through a couple of pages expressionlessly, then closed it. He leaned against the wall, looking coldly at the remaining people as if none of them had anything to do with him. After 2 or 3 ordinary weapons, a young man excitedly jumped onto the stone platform. The moment he placed his hand, light flared and a staff appeared with a glowing crystal at its head. Legendary grade weapon, staff hero. The young man hopped a couple of times holding the staff until someone pulled him back. The 4th legendary one. Someone in the audience whispered, "Not bad, the last batch only had 2. Luli silently watched the 4, the sword hero arrogant, the archer hero silent, the sacred book hero cold, and the staff hero excited. The 4 stood far apart as if they were never meant to be together. But he also noticed that none of them had glanced at Lin Bei or himself even once. As if the very air in their corner was tainted. A few more people went all ordinary. Next. At the end of the line, the thin boy finally moved. Lin Bei. As he walked up, his whole body trembled like a chicken being brought to the chopping block. The moment his hand touched the stone, a dim light flickered. In his hand appeared a shield. Dull gray with chipped edges. Laughter erupted from the audience. Ha 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 ha, a shield. What use is a shield for a hero? A turtle. Another junk weapon. Lin Bai's face turned white, his lips trembled and his eyes reddened. He walked off the stage holding the shield, head low, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into. As he passed Luli, Luli said softly, "A shield is a good thing." In his mind he thought, "I wonder if there's a little raccoon girl to be his teammate in this world." Lin Bei froze, looked up at him, his lips moved but said nothing, then lowered his head. The remaining people completed their awakenings one after another. Of the 20 plus 4 had legendary weapons, sword, bow, staff and sacred book. The rest were mostly common grade, usable but not impressive. Luli and Lin Bei were the 2 junk weapons. After the ceremony, the person sitting on the luxurious golden throne at the highest point finally stood up. It was the king. Advanced in years, he walked unsteadily but still retained his majesty. He swept his gaze over the summoned heroes, pausing on the 4 with legendary weapons, nodding with satisfaction. Then his gaze passed over Luli and Lin Bei without lingering. The king cleared his throat. "For legendary heroes, follow me. The rest." He paused, scanning the remaining people. "Follow the archmage." With that he turned and left. The 4 legendary heroes followed him, disappearing through a side door into the depths of the corridor. The sword hero looked back as he walked, a triumphant grin on his face. The hall fell silent for a few seconds. The redrobed old man clapped his hands. "All right, the rest of you follow me." He turned and walked in another direction, toward a side corridor. Luli stood still, watching the people follow, a thought crossing his mind, this direction is wrong. Lin Bei had somehow come to stand beside him. "Let's go," Lin Bai's voice trembled. Luli glanced at him. Ahem. More than 20 people followed the redrobed man through the side corridor to a side hall. The door closed. Only 2 candlesticks were lit, casting dim light. On the long table lay a bulging bag, coins. The redrobed old man stood before the table and turned around. "Let's not waste words." His tone was flat. "I've seen your weapons. Mostly common stuff. His Majesty's meaning is that the hero team only needs elites." Someone didn't get it. "What does that mean?" "It means," the redrobed man tapped the table, "you are not fit to stay in the capital. Each of you will take a severance package and leave the capital. Find a place to live. Don't cause trouble, don't impersonate heroes. After the heroes defeat the Demon King, you can return." The hall fell silent for 2 seconds. Then it exploded. "What do you mean unfit? We were summoned." "Why? We're also heroes. We were summoned just to be sent away with a bit of money." A cacophony of voices surged, some slammed the table, some pushed forward. The redrobed man stood unmoved, his expression unchanged, as if expecting this. Silence. The voice was not loud, but the room suddenly turned cold. Luli noticed that a short staff had appeared in the old man's hand, seemingly from nowhere. Dark black with a dark red gem at the tip. "I'm not here to negotiate," said the redrobed old man. "This is the king's order. Those who want to take the money take it and leave. Those who don't." Before he finished, someone rushed out of the crowd. A burly man in his 30s who had received an iron axe. An ordinary weapon, but better than bare hands. He was flushed, veins bulging on his neck. "I wasn't pulled from Earth just to collect severance pay." He kicked a chair aside. "I want to see the king." He lunged forward 2 steps. The redrobed old man moved his fingers. A white light shot from the tip of the staff, piercing the burly man's chest. Too fast. Lu Li's heart raced. If he faced that, could he dodge? The burly man looked down at the hole in his chest. Fist-sized edges blackened, still smoking. His mouth opened and closed, making guttural sounds. His knees buckled. He fell face first to the ground. Blood slowly seeped from beneath him. The hall fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke, no one moved. Those who had been shouting moments ago still had their mouths agape, but their voices were trapped in their throats. The old man in the red robe withdrew the short staff into his sleeve. Anyone else wish to see the king? No one answered. Good. He pointed at the money pouch on the table. 1 bag per person. Collect it and leave through the back door. Do not return to the Great Hall. Do not attempt to stay in the royal capital. There are post roads leading to all directions outside the city. Choose your own path. In silence, more than 20 people lined up to receive their money. Lu Li stood in the queue. Beside him, Lin Bei trembled like a sieve. When he reached for the money, his hands shook so badly that several gold coins clattered to the ground. He bent down to pick them up, his fingers quivering, fumbling 2 or 3 times before he managed to gather them. Lu Li helped him retrieve 1 coin. Let's go. Lin Bei nodded, his eyes still redrimmed, but he did not cry. They exited the side hall through the back door, crossed a narrow alley and emerged onto the street outside the palace. The sky had already darkened and the street was nearly deserted. A cold wind gusted into their collars. More than 20 people stood at the mouth of the alley, exchanging helpless glances. What do we do now? What else can we do? Just go. Which way? No one had the answer. They had been summoned here as heroes, and none of them had ever imagined being driven away. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some walked toward the city gate, others crouched by the roadside, lost in thought. Lu Li remained standing, hands thrust into his pockets, gripping the yellow cube. What about you? He turned to Lin Bei. Lin Bei summoned his dull gray shield and shrank his neck. I don't know. Lu Li glanced at the sun, already half sunk in the west. Then stick with me for now. Let's find a hotel first, or an inn, whatever they call it here. Whatever they call it, we need a place to crash. Lin Bei was taken aback for a moment. Okay. The two of them set off along the street toward the city gate. The royal capital was far quieter at night than during the day. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed on the stone slabs. The street lamps were made of a glowing stone set in iron frames, casting a dim yellow light. As he walked, Lu Li kept alert to his surroundings. He couldn't pinpoint what was off, but he felt as if someone was watching them. Ever since they left the side hall, that sensation had persisted. It felt like being stalked by a hunter, continuous, clinging to his back like a shadow, sending a chill down his spine. He paused for a moment. He looked around. What's wrong? Lin Bei asked. Nothing. Lu Li continued walking. But as he pulled his hand out of his pocket, he also clenched the yellow cube in his palm. When they reached a fork in the road, Lu Li finally caught the abnormality. In the shadows of the left alley, something moved. It was a human silhouette pressed against the base of the wall. 1, 2, 3. He averted his gaze and kept walking, his heartbeat quickening. Lin Bei, he said in a low voice. Ha! Pull out your shield. No matter what happens, stay behind me. What? Before the words trailed off, footsteps sounded behind them. Lu Li turned around and saw 6 figures emerging from the alley they had just come from. They wore black leather armor, their faces expressionless, each armed with a weapon. Short swords and daggers, they were no ordinary men, every move was clean and sharp. Lu Li tightened his grip on the cube. The leader curled the corner of his mouth. Hero, why the hurry? The Grand Mage said you forgot something. What thing? Lu Li asked. The man smiled without answering, and his hand had already grasped the hilt of his blade. In that instant Lu Li understood. They were sent by the king to silence them. The heroes who had been driven away would never leave the royal capital alive. Run! Lu Li shouted, spinning around and dashing off. Lin Bei followed behind him, panting heavily. But how could their speed compare to the black-clad men? The footsteps on the stone slabs grew closer and closer, quicker and denser. Lu Li heard the sound of something slicing through the air behind him, something flying toward him at high speed. A throwing knife. He sidestepped and the blade grazed past his shoulder, tearing his clothes and scraping his flesh. Blood oozed out, staining his clothes. They turned into a narrow alley, a dead end. A wall. A stone wall 3 meters high. Lu Li cursed. The 6 men blocked the alley entrance. The leader strolled forward twirling a short sword in his hand. You heroes are a nuisance alive. Death is the best arrangement. Lu Li took a step back, his back pressed against the wall. He clenched the yellow cube. There was no time to figure out exactly how to use it. Commands flashed through his mind in rapid succession. Game mode 1S. System hint: host spiritual energy insufficient. Damn it. His mind raced. Give, to create items, but what could he create right now to take down so many men? No time to think. TP, teleportation, simple enough, but he hadn't tried it and didn't know the exact usage. Kill. He knew how to use that one. Lu Li looked at Lin Bei, who was standing in front of him. That thin trembling boy holding a battered shield. He was shielding Lu Li with his body, his hands shaking like branches in the wind, yet he didn't retreat a single step. You go, Lin Bei's voice quivered. I'll hold them off. That shield was dusty gray, its edges chipped. Lu Li watched the silhouette standing guard before him. He closed his eyes and estimated the distance. The enemies were all within 6 meters and Lin Bei was closer to him within 2 meters. Confirmed the distance, entered the command. Kill AR6RM2. Zhang Shaosan died. Li Desai died. A violent pain exploded from the depths of his head. The world spun. At the same time 6 dull thuds sounded in the alley. The 6 assassins pitched forward without a sound, motionless. Then came silence. Interesting. On a chimney of a distant house a figure with cat ears and a cat tail quietly watched Lu Li. I need to report this to my master. With a flicker the cat-eared girl vanished into the night. Lin Bei was dumbfounded, watching the 6 black-clad men collapse all at once. No wounds, no blood, just 6 hollow shells with their souls ripped out, eyes still open, pupils already dilated. Holy. Then he turned and saw Lu Li. Lu Li stood leaning against the wall, blood dripping from his nose drop by drop onto the stone floor. His eyes were unfocused, his pupils trembling slightly. Lu Li. Lu Li. Lu Li's body could no longer hold him upright. His consciousness faded and he slid down the wall. His mind went blank. After an unknown span of time Lu Li's consciousness slowly emerged from a hazy fog, his thoughts yet unable to coalesce. He tried to think but found his head aching unbearably. It was no ordinary pain, his entire skull felt swollen and heavy. He attempted to raise a hand to rub his temples but his limbs refused to obey. What was happening? Lu Li sensed something hard pressing against him, then a jostling motion, rhythmic and bumpy. Someone was carrying him on their back. He forced his eyelids open. The morning sunlight streamed through the back of a familiar head, stabbing into his eyes. Lin Bei. He tried to speak but his throat was too dry to produce a sound. With effort he managed a muffled groan. The person carrying him stopped abruptly. Holy shit. You're awake. Lu Li wanted to ask what was going on but couldn't speak, so he merely grunted again. Lin Bei quickly knelt down, clumsily lowering him to the ground and propping him against a tree trunk. Lu Li saw Lin Bei crouching before him, his face streaked with sweat and dust, breathing heavily. You're finally awake. I almost thought you'd. Lu Li parted his lips. Water. Water, yes, got some. Lin Bei fumbled at his waist, untying a water skin and handing it over. Refilled it from a stream we passed earlier. Lu Li took it. His hands still trembled slightly but he could manage to drink on his own. The cool water slid down his throat, bringing some relief to his entire being. He took several gulps before setting it down, letting out a long breath. Where are we? Outside the city, Lin Bei said. Can't tell you exactly which area, we just ran in this direction after leaving. Lu Li nodded, glancing around. The sky had not yet fully brightened. Surrounding them were dark fields and trees. On the distant horizon the faint silhouette of the city wall was visible. The royal capital was still there, untouched by the morning light. He pushed himself up using the tree trunk. His legs felt weak but he could stand. Let's go. Don't you want to rest a bit longer? I've rested enough, Lu Li said. This area isn't safe. They might send more people to kill us. Lin Bei fell silent, then nodded. The two continued walking. As they moved Lu Li flexed his neck and wrists. His head still ached but it was better than when he had first woken. He made a mental note: using kill would leave him unconscious for at least several hours. The cost was too great, he couldn't afford to do that again. A thought suddenly struck him. Lin Bei. Those men. Are they all dead? Lin Bei's steps faltered for a moment before he nodded. All dead. 6 men all down. Did you see it with your own eyes? They fell and never moved again. I checked, Lin Bei said, his voice tight. No wounds, no blood, like something had just sucked the soul out of them. Lu Li said nothing. 6 people. He had erased 6 lives with a single kill. What was he feeling? Fear. Disgust. Guilt. A bit of each perhaps, but he couldn't quite name it. Those men had come to kill him. If he hadn't acted, he and Lin Bei would be the ones dead. Besides, the thugs sent by nobles were hardly good people. Before his transmigration he had played plenty of games. He never hesitated to kill monsters, so there was no need to agonize over killing those who wanted to kill him. Yeah, that was fine. He felt a little better. After walking a while longer, another thought occurred to him. By the way, did you search their bodies? Huh. Loot. Lu Li turned to look at him, an eagerness in his eyes. 6 assassins, they must have carried some money, right? Weapons, coin purses, something. You didn't check? Lin Bei was stunned. No, I didn't. You were in that state, I wasn't thinking about looting. 6 people, they must have had at least a few coins. Lu Li clutched his forehead. Big loss. A really big loss. Lin Bei couldn't help staring at him. And this is your biggest concern right now? What else? Lu Li sighed. Are the gold coins that old man gave us still there? Lin Bei was silent for a few seconds, then pulled a money pouch from his pocket and handed it over. Lu Li took it and squeezed. It felt light. Empty. He pulled open the mouth of the pouch and peered inside in the dim morning light. It contained nothing but a layer of grayish-yellow powder. What's this? Money, Lin Bei said. Or rather, what used to be the gold coins that redrobed old man gave us. Lu Li stared at the powder for several seconds. What do you mean? I mean, all those gold coins were fake. After we left the city I wanted to buy something, so I opened it, and everything had turned to dust. Lu Li turned the pouch upside down. The powder drifted out, mostly scattered by the morning breeze. He watched the dissipating dust, his expression calm. But inwardly he was cursing. An old fox. From the very start he had never intended for them to leave alive. Even the money he gave was fake. If not for the command block he happened to possess, he and Lin Bei would have ended up dead in the streets tonight. He crumpled the empty pouch and shoved it into his pocket. All right. Just all right. What else? I can't go back to the capital to settle scores with him right now, Lu Li said. He'll remember this. Well, deal with it later. His tone was flat. The two found an abandoned shack. The roof had partially collapsed, but the walls still stood. The door panel lay askew. Lin Bei set it upright to block the entrance. The floor was covered with dry grass, and in the corners were traces left by some unknown animals. Lu Li picked a relatively clean spot, sat down, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. The headache had subsided somewhat, but it hadn't completely vanished. He took a deep breath and tried to summon the block. With a thought, a warm sensation appeared in his palm. The yellow block emerged from beneath his skin, settling firmly into his hand. He turned it over in his hands, confirming it was undamaged. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Good. This was the only thing of value he had now. No, this was his trump card to turn things around. He withdrew the block into his body, watching it dissolve into a wisp of light that merged into his palm. Then he closed his eyes again, running through the Minecraft command list in his mind. Kill was no longer an option, the cost was too high. Effect could buff him before a fight. Absorption, resistance, strength, speed, stack them all and he'd be nearly invincible, letting the enemy hack away without effect. Or conversely, he could debuff enemies with weakness and slowness, rendering them unable to even lift their blades. Set, block and fill could be used for terrain kills, place lava beneath them or dig a pit. Summon could call iron golems and wolves. Iron golems would be formidable fighters in this world, though he wasn't sure if he could actually summon them. He'd have to test it. Game mode creative was the ultimate trump card. He had tried it before without success, maybe some condition hadn't been met yet. As he mused, the corner of his mouth twitched. Others who transmigrated learned swordsmanship or magic. He became an admin. Not bad. After a brief rest they continued on their way. On both sides of the official road a few farmers could be seen bent over their work in the fields. Lu Li watched as he walked. Those farmers were emaciated, bones nearly protruding through their clothes. Their garments were patched countless times and their exposed skin was dark and coarse. No one looked up at them. Or rather, no one dared to. One farmer straightened his back, cast a distant glance their way, then quickly lowered his head again. Lu Li said nothing. This so-called human kingdom in this world didn't seem much better than any demon clan. He and Lin Bei chatted desultorily as they walked. Lin Bei was a man of few words, he answered only when asked. When asked what he used to do, he said he had been a logistics sorter. When asked what plans he had in this world, he said he didn't know. And you? Lin Bei asked. First survive, Lu Li said. Then see how things play out. See what? See who's good and who's bad. Lin Bei was taken aback. What do you mean? Lu Li didn't answer directly. He glanced again at the stooped farmers in the fields, then said, when I first transmigrated, I heard those nobles say the demons eat people. But they themselves tried to kill us just because we weren't legendary weapons. So you think both sides have problems? I don't know, Lu Li said. That's why I need to see for myself. Lin Bei was silent for a moment. Then he said, I'll stick with you. Lu Li glanced at him. Lin Bei didn't look back, just kept his head down, staring at the path beneath his feet. All right. They continued walking for less than half an hour when the sound of horse hooves came from around a bend in the official road. Lu Li's hand slipped into his pocket, clutching the cube. 6 horses emerged from behind the bend. The riders wore leather armor with the kingdom's emblem embroidered on their chests, crossed sword and shield. The leader carried a broadsword at his waist, and his gaze swept over them with a condescending scrutiny. A patrol squad. The leading officer reined in his horse and studied them for a moment. You two, what are you doing? Just passing through, Lu Li said. Where from? The capital. The officer's eyes swept over them, coarse clothes, dusty, clearly not respectable people. His gaze paused on Lin Bei. Leaving the capital at this hour. Where is your travel permit? Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. Travel permit. That old bastard had never given them any paperwork. Lost it. The officer narrowed his eyes. A soldier beside him leaned in and whispered something, and the officer's expression changed. Lost it? He sneered. The border is strictly checking for deserters lately. The higher-up said to detain anyone suspicious first. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword. Lu Li's mind raced. He couldn't outrun horses, and a fight would be unwise. The kill command was unusable, his mental energy had only just recovered. He silently recited in his mind. Execute 5 effect EC1R1 nausea 10-2. The officer was about to dismount when his movement froze. His complexion turned from livid to a strange pallor. He opened his mouth, then abruptly covered it. Captain. The officer didn't answer. He bent over, lying across the horse's neck, retching twice without bringing anything up. His face flushed, forehead beaded with sweat. Captain. What's wrong? A few soldiers gathered around. The officer waved his hand, trembling, and retched again. Damn it, he cursed weakly, what the hell? Did you eat something bad this morning? Maybe. Fall back, let me recover. He gasped on the horse's back for a few breaths. After a while he raised his head without even glancing at Lu Li, and Lin Bei waved at his men. Let's go. No more checks today. Head back. Captain, what about these two? I said let's go. The soldiers dared not say more and turned their horses around. The officer spurred his horse, and it slowly walked away. His back remained bent, occasionally trembling. The sound of hooves faded into the distance. Lin Bei stared in astonishment. What happened to him? Probably ate something bad, Lu Li said. Looks like his last meal wasn't clean. Lu Li patted Lin Bei's shoulder and continued walking. Come on while he's still recovering. Lin Bei opened his mouth to speak, then followed. After a dozen steps a low voice came from behind. That just now, did you do that? Lu Li didn't answer. But the corner of his mouth twitched. A redrobed archmage stood before a table in a secret chamber. On the table was a row of small bronze lamps, walnut-sized, arranged in a semicircle. 6 of them had gone out. He picked one up to examine it. Put it down. Picked up the next. 6 lamps. All in the same condition. He put down the last lamp, frowned, and was silent for a moment. 2 have escaped. Then he took a cloth and wiped the dust off the table. He turned and left the secret chamber. He didn't notice a stack of yellowed parchment tucked in the bottom drawer of his desk, waste weapons files. The date on the top sheet was 20 years ago. Lu Li and Lin Bei had been walking for most of the day. The sun climbed from the east to the zenith, then slid westward. Occasionally they encountered a few ox carts, the drivers keeping their heads down. Sometimes they saw fallen boundary markers, their surfaces weathered beyond legibility. Do you think those who awaken to the legendary level will also be killed? Lin Bei, who had been thinking all the way, suddenly asked. Lu Li was silent, he didn't know either. Around a bend several people sat by the roadside. A middle-aged man, a woman, and 2 children. The man's leg was wrapped in cloth stained dark brown. The woman held the 2 children sitting motionless on a stone by the road. The youngest child buried his face in her bosom, his shoulders heaving. Lu Li slowed down. The middle-aged man looked up at them briefly, then lowered his head again. There was only numbness in his eyes. What happened to you? Lu Li asked. The man and woman said nothing. Only the faint sobbing of the little girl could be heard. Lu Li stood for a while, then crouched down, took out the last half of his dried ration and placed it on the stone slab in front of the man. That's all I have. The man raised his head, his lips moving, and after a long moment managed to say, thank you. What's ahead? The man's Adam's apple bobbed. Can't go through any more, he said. The noble lords say there are villages colluding with demons at the border. They're going to purge them. Our village was burned down. His voice was flat, as if talking about someone else. Lu Li was silent for a few seconds. Where do you plan to go? I don't know. The man's gaze fell to the ground. Heading north. I heard it's less chaotic there. No, the direction of the gloomy domain. Lu Li asked no more. He stood up, glanced at the family of 4 and continued walking. After a few dozen paces, Lin Bei whispered, you're out of money. Yeah. And no food left either. Yeah. Then you gave them your food. They needed it more than I do, and I have other ways. Lin Bei fell silent. He didn't notice that as Lu Li passed a crooked tree his finger brushed the trunk. A thought stirred in his mind, and then his temples throbbed. By the tree roots an inconspicuous square wooden box appeared filled with food. Who would notice a roadside box? But someone desperate would. The sun sank a bit lower. The two found a large tree to rest under. Lu Li leaned against the trunk with eyes closed, his head still throbbing with dull pain. He rubbed his temples and opened his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a movement on the branch above. He looked up. A pair of amber eyes were staring at him. It was a cat-eared girl crouching on a branch less than 2 meters above him, leaning forward, her tail swishing gently behind her. She wore dark short clothing as if designed to hide in the shadows. Lu Li was taken aback. The cat-eared girl tilted her head. Hey. Her voice carried a hint of laziness, as if just awakened. That yellow cube of yours, what is it? Lu Li's mind raced. Who is this? A demon. A spy from the kingdom. When did she get here? Did she see the refugee incident? He didn't answer, instead asking, who are you? The cat-eared girl's lips curved, her tail tip swaying. You don't know me, but I know you. What do you mean? The night before last in the alley, how did you take down those 6 men? Lu Li's pupils contracted slightly. She saw it. She had been there that night. The cat-eared girl stood up on the branch, her movement so light it seemed weightless. She looked down at him, the smile on her lips fading a little. Your weapon artifact is quite interesting. The master should be interested. With that she leaned back and flipped off the branch. Lu Li jumped up and ran to the back of the tree. Nothing. No figure, no footprints, not even a trace of trampled grass. She had simply vanished. Lin Bei came over carrying some wild fruits he had gathered. What's wrong? Lu Li stood for a few seconds, then went back to sit under the tree. Nothing. The sky grew darker. They quickened their pace, hoping to find shelter before nightfall. But the official road grew more desolate, no villages, not even a ruined house. A wolf howled in the distance. Lu Li stopped. Did you hear that? Lin Bai's voice was tense. I heard it. Another howl closer. Then a third from another direction. In the roadside bushes a pair of green eyes emerged. Gray figures crouched low in the twilight, emitting low growls from their throats. 3, 5 and more appeared. Lin Bei raised his shield with trembling hands. Lu Li gripped the cube tightly, his mind racing. His mental energy had recovered a bit, but using a powerful command again might knock him out. He silently recited in his mind. Summon Minecraft lightning bolt 5, boom. A blinding white light descended from the sky, striking the ground in front of the wolf pack. Thunder exploded, charring a patch of earth, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The wolf pack, as if their tails had been stepped on, scattered howling and disappeared into the bushes. The air filled with the smell of scorched earth. Lin Bai's mouth hung open, his shield still raised. What was that? A thunderstorm, Lu Li said. Lin Bei looked up at the sky. Not a drop of rain, barely any clouds. How can there be a thunderstorm on a clear day? Then we got lucky. Let's go. Lin Bei was silent for a moment. Are you okay? Your face. I'm fine. His mind felt like it was pricked by a needle, much milder than the time he used kill. He rubbed his temples, waiting for the sting to pass. Better than last time. He noted it mentally. It seemed he was gradually getting used to it. When the moon rose, the two climbed a hillside. Then Lu Li stopped. He looked back. The capital was far, far away. A faint silhouette floated on the horizon, walls no longer clear, buildings reduced to patches of varying shades. He stood there gazing for a long while. Lin Bei stood beside him, following his gaze, saying nothing. The night wind blew from behind them across the empty official road toward the distant border still hidden in darkness. Lu Li said nothing. He simply committed that direction to memory like a coordinate marked in a game. Then he turned. Let's go. The road ahead was still long. But at least he was alive. The cube was still there, and beside him was a teammate willing to follow. Not long after dawn, Lu Li's stomach growled. After giving away the half-piece of dry food to a refugee family yesterday, the two of them had relied on a few wild fruits picked by Lin Bei to sustain themselves. The wild fruits were terribly sour, causing bile to rise in his stomach. Lu Li leaned against a tree, glancing around. No one was in sight. He reached into his pocket and felt a block silently reciting in his heart. Give S Minecraft potato 3. He obtained 3 gray potatoes. They were raw and still covered in dirt. Lin Bai's eyes widened in shock. Where did you get those? I dug them up on the way, Lu Li replied nonchalantly. You didn't notice when we passed that plot of land. Lin Bei looked at the potatoes in his hand and then at the barren ground around them. I didn't see any fields nearby. They're wild. Lu Li did not wait for him to ask further, getting up to collect a pile of dry branches and fallen leaves. Obtained flint 1. He then pulled out a pair of flints from his pocket. He crouched down and struck the flints together a few times. Sparks flew onto the dry leaves, producing a wisp of blue smoke. He leaned closer and blew a couple of breaths, and the flames leaped up. Lin Bei watched from the side, his expression somewhat complicated. You even brought flints when you went out. Basic survival skills in the wild. You call pulling flints out of your pocket basic survival skills? If I weren't worried about how abrupt it would seem to you, I could have brought along a perfectly cooked steak, Lu Li thought to himself, then buried the 3 potatoes in the hot ashes by the fire. After a while, a fragrant smell wafted out from the ashes. He used a branch to poke the potatoes out. The skins were slightly charred with steam escaping from the cracks. All right. He picked one up, tossed it in his hand and handed it to Lin Bei. Lin Bei took it, feeling the heat, and after blowing on it several times he finally took a bite. After chewing a couple of times his eyes lit up. It's actually quite delicious. Lu Li took one for himself, breaking it open, steam rising. He took a bite and the charred aroma of the baked potato mixed with the sweetness of the starch spread in his mouth. The two of them leaned against the tree, munching on the potatoes with only the sounds of chewing and the crackling embers from the fire. A branch overhead moved slightly. Lu Li looked up. The pair of amber eyes appeared again. The cat-eared girl crouched on the branch in the same position as the last time they met, leaning slightly forward, her tail gently swaying behind her. She looked down at the roasted potatoes in their hands, her nose twitching. She stared at the potato Lu Li had broken open. It smells good. Lin Bei suddenly stood up, raising his shield to block in front of Lu Li. Don't be nervous, Lu Li pressed down on Lin Bai's arm. If she wanted to attack, she would have done it earlier. He looked up, gazing into those amber eyes. What is your name? The cat-eared girl's tail flicked. Shiyu. Lu Li nodded. Shiyu, right. Have you eaten? Shiyu tilted her head, gently jumping down from the branch, landing almost silently. She took a couple of steps closer, stopping about 5 or 6 steps away from them. Her gaze never left the roasted potato. Lu Li pulled out the last one from his pocket and handed it over. Shiyu glanced at it, took it and took a bite. Then her tail shot straight up. Hot. She juggled the potato between her hands, then took another bite. After chewing and swallowing, her tail slowly lowered. Delicious, she said. Lin Bei lowered his shield slightly. He glanced at Shiyu, then at Lu Li, his face full of confusion about the situation. Lu Li took another bite of the potato, chewed and swallowed. You're the one from last time. You said your master was interested in my block. Shiyu nodded and took another bite of the potato. So why are you here again? Shiyu swallowed what she had in her mouth and sat on a nearby stone. Her manner of eating didn't seem overly particular, but it wasn't rude either, it was just how someone hungry would eat. I told my master about you. She licked a bit of potato residue from the corner of her mouth. My master said it was quite interesting. He wants to observe you more. If there are no issues, he will take you back. Luli paused in his chewing. Back where? To the dark territory. Lin Bei raised his shield again. Shiyu glanced at him unconcerned. Don't worry, it's not to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, I would have acted while you were asleep last night. Lin Bei held his shield firm. Then why take him back? My master wants to meet him, Shiyu said. When I reported back last time, I mentioned that this brave one is different from the previous ones. My master became interested. Luli asked, you have met the previous brave ones? Shiyu's expression became a bit subdued. She stuffed the last piece of potato into her mouth, chewed, and then clapped her hands. Yes, I've met them. On the battlefield, she said, but always from a distance. You are the first brave one to speak to me. She paused, also the first to offer me potatoes. Luli smiled slightly. Lin Bei hesitated for a moment, finally lowering his shield. He didn't speak but furrowed his brow, clearly processing the fact that the demon tribe actively invited a human to meet their leader. Shiyu stood up and brushed off the dirt from her behind. All right, I've delivered the message. Do you want to come? Her cat ears suddenly stiffened. Don't move. Her voice dropped to a low whisper. Someone is coming. Luli heard it too. The sound of hooves approached from the other end of the road. Not hurried but steady. They had long been locked onto. Lin Bei tightened his grip on the shield. Shiyu's tail stiffened. It's not ordinary pursuers, there's a strong killing intent. The sound of hooves stopped at the road's intersection. A figure dismounted. Clad in a deep blue robe, its collar embroidered with silver thread insignias. It wasn't the same kind of court mage as that red-robed old man, but it was even more unsettling. Luli didn't recognize the insignia, but when Shiyu saw it, her pupils constricted. People from the kingdom's demon hunting court, she whispered. High-level mage. Not comparable to that last patrol team. The blue-robed mage did not rush to take action. He stood at the intersection, his gaze sweeping over the three of them, finally settling on Luli. Waste weapon, brave Luli Lin Bei. His tone was neither warm nor cold, as if reciting a document. By the order of the Grand Mage, I am to bring your weapons back for reporting. If you resist, you'll be killed without mercy. Shiyu glanced at Luli. He sounds quite polite. Whether you go back or not, he won't let you go. Lin Bei stepped forward, raising his shield to his chest. The blue-robed mage's gaze swept over him as if looking at an ant blocking the way. Iron shield. Waste weapon. There was a hint of pity in his tone. You brave ones really have it rough. Lin Bei's knuckles turned white as he gripped his shield, but he did not retreat. The mage raised one hand. Without chanting, a fireball the size of a fist appeared out of thin air in front of him and flew out. The fireball was small, but where it passed the air twisted. Shiyu moved first. She sidestepped and threw a short blade at the mage from the side. The mage didn't even turn his head. The fireball curved midair, directly melting the short blade into molten iron. Shiyu landed, her expression changed. Luli had no time to hesitate. He silently recited in his heart. Execute 10 effect EC1R2 weakness 5-3 stun effect. P.S. I won't write out commands that appear repeatedly in the future. Nothing happened. The mage didn't even flinch. Ha! Luli's mind went blank. The mage looked at him, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Was that some sort of magical interference you just released? Unfortunately, those from the demon hunting court bear anti-magic marks. Low-level interference is ineffective. Luli felt a chill run down his back. Anti-magic marks. Can they immunize against effect commands? The mage raised his hand. 3 wind blades simultaneously formed, shrieking as they flew towards him. Luli clenched his right hand. An iron sword materialized from his palm. With a flip of his left hand, a block of obsidian appeared out of thin air between his fingers. He placed the obsidian block in front of him. The block landed, expanded, and a pitch-black stone wall rose from the ground. The 3 wind blades collided with the obsidian. Bang! 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 The obsidian remained motionless. The mage was momentarily stunned. Lin Bei had already raised his shield, and another gust of wind from the residual wave hit him, sending him crashing against a tree, softly exclaiming, "Damn!" Shiyu sidestepped and slipped through the gaps between the wind blades, landing with her front paws digging into the ground. The mage didn't wait for her to stabilize. With a flick of his fingers, the ground erupted and a circular wind field rose from beneath Shiyu's feet. As she pressed closer, the airflow burst upwards like a fountain. She was swept into the air, flipping several times before falling. From that height she would either die or be severely injured. Lu Li's mind throbbed painfully, but he grit his teeth and silently recited the command. She gained slow fall 1 for 10 seconds. She used falling figure suddenly paused as if being held up by something, and she slowly descended. Ha! She was a bit dazed herself. Lu Li had no time to care about her. The pain in his mind was intensifying. But his right hand had already touched something else. Obtained Ender Pearl 1. A dark green pearl appeared in his palm. Lu Li raised his hand and smashed it towards the mage. The mage turned his head, dodging casually. The pearl flew past his ears, shattering on the ground behind him. Is that all? The mage's words were not finished. Lu Li disappeared. The mage's pupils contracted, but he was a wind mage. The wind informed him of every shift in the surrounding airflow from behind. A powerful gust of wind struck down from above. The mage reacted without a moment's thought, his body moving on pure instinct. Great wind. A violent gust erupted from him, hurling him backward a full 4 or 5 meters. The iron sword's blade grazed his back, slicing through his robe but missing flesh. Lu Li landed his sword strike, finding only empty air. The mage steadied himself, a thin sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. Spatial leap. He stared at Lu Li, his expression shifting. Lu Li gave him no time to think. His left hand produced another ender pearl and he flung it without hesitation. This time the mage did not dodge. He traced a line with his fingers and a blade of wind shot forth, piercing the pearl precisely in midair. The ender pearl exploded. Lu Li's figure materialized at the point where the pearl had shattered. 7 or 8 paces away, still a distance from the mage. The mage exhaled in relief, a smirk curling at his lips. I see. Using that pearl as an anchor for a spatial jump. But unfortunately it's so easily seen through. Lu Li said nothing. His body vanished on the spot, reappearing less than 2 paces to the mage's right. The landing was slightly off. He had intended to appear directly in front but ended up half a body length to the side. Still, it was enough. Close enough to strike. The iron sword swung horizontally. The mage's smile froze on his face. No time to cast a spell. Instinctively he raised his staff to block. Clang. The iron sword struck the staff's middle. The staff cracked and snapped in two. The sword's momentum was checked and the mage seized the chance to trigger another gust, blasting himself backward. He landed staring down at the broken staff in his hands, his breathing ragged. You. He lifted his head, his eyes once again filled with appraisal. Footsteps sounded behind him. You. She burst from the wood's short blade drawn, charging at the mage from behind. The mage did not turn. Annoying fly. He clapped his hands together. Wind elements erupted from him in a spinning vortex. A tornado rose from the ground, centered on him. The wind wall spun at high speed, its edges gleaming with blade-like cold light. Shiyu was swept in before she could stop. She tumbled several times within the gale, her clothes slashed open in multiple places, droplets of blood spraying. She was flung out, crashing into a large tree by the roadside. A crack, the trunk snapped. She lay behind the fallen tree and Lu Li could not see her condition. Behind Lu Li, Lin Bei struggled to rise only to collapse again. Just me left now, Lu Li thought. How is this old bastard so monstrous? Little did he know that in the old man's eyes Lu Li was the even greater monster, summoned only a few days ago and already nearly wounding him, the chief demon hunter. Lu Li stood facing the tornado. The high-speed wind blades were still as dense as a meat grinder. He had already charged forward. No stopping now. The mage stood at the tornado's heart, watching him approach, a corner of his mouth twitching. Seeking death. Lu Li gripped the iron sword in his right hand and with a thought flipped his left hand. A yellow-green totem appeared in his palm. He pulled it out and clutched it tightly. He collided with the wind wall. His clothes were torn by the wind blades, a dozen cuts opening on his skin in an instant. Blood mist exploded in the gale. He felt the wind blades slicing through his flesh, shredding his garments, about to grind him to pieces. Then a burst of green particles erupted from his body. The totem cracked in his hand with a faint snap. Glowing green light seeped from the fractured lines and drilled into his wounds. The torn flesh healed at a visible pace, fresh skin covering the still bleeding gashes. He broke through the wind wall, iron sword raised above his head. The mage's eyes widened. He had just watched this man get shredded into a bloody mess by the wind wall, and in the next second the man emerged completely unharmed, an iron sword swinging down at his head. His mind went blank. The staff was already broken. No time to cast another spell. He could only lunge aside. The blade bit into his left shoulder. Blood sprayed. The mage cried out in pain, driven to one knee by the blow. The sword lodged in bone. Gritting his teeth, he raised his right hand and slammed it against his own chest. Wind flash. The gust ripped him free from the blade. He staggered backward, blood from his left shoulder streaming down his arm, trailing a line of red on the ground. Luli stood still, blood dripping from the iron sword's edge. He wanted to pursue. But everything went black before his eyes. A searing pain stabbed into his brain. Agony spread from his temples to the back of his skull. His vision shrank violently and his ears rang. He propped himself on the sword, sinking to one knee. The mage clutched his shoulder, staring at the kneeling Luli. He was drenched in blood, his expression twisted with disbelief and fury. "How dare you?" His voice trembled. His staff was broken, his shoulder cleaved, a high-ranking mage of the Hunter Court reduced to this by a discarded warrior hero. He raised his uninjured hand, wind elements coalescing in his palm. Luli knelt, his vision fading. He saw the wind element glowing in the mage's hand. But he had no strength left to dodge. Just before his eyes closed, at the edge of his vision, a strand of silver-white hair swayed gently. How much time passed he did not know. When Luli awoke, he found himself leaning against a tree trunk. An old cloak was draped over him and the wound on his shoulder had been roughly bandaged. The cloth was tied tightly but with no professional touch, more like someone had torn a strip from their clothing and wound it around. Shiyu sat beside him, tearing strips to bind her own shoulder. Her face was pale but her movements were still nimble. Seeing him awake, she nodded, "Awake." "Who bandaged me?" Luli's throat felt like sandpaper. "I did," Shiyu said. "Who else would it be?" "That mage." "Don't know." Shiyu's expression was subtle. "When I woke up he was already gone." Luli fell silent. He remembered the silver-white hair, not an illusion. Did that person save us? But why? Who was it? No one could give him the answer. "Where's Lin Bei?" Shiyu lifted her chin. Lin Bei lay under a nearby tree, face up. He was awake, eyes open, staring at the sky, motionless. Luli called out to him. It took several seconds for him to respond. Are you okay?" Lin Bei did not answer. After a long while he slowly sat up. He looked down at his hands, the blood from his torn palms had dried into dark scabs. He stared for a long time. "Luli." "Yeah. You almost died," Lin Bei said. "I almost died too." He clenched his fists. Silence. Lin Bei stood up, his legs still unsteady, but he straightened himself. He paused. "I've been thinking. I can't keep following you." Luli looked up at him. Lin Bei quickly added, "I don't want to be the one holding you back anymore. Being a hero wasn't my choice. Wielding a shield wasn't my choice either. But now I want to make a choice for myself. I want to grow stronger. If I keep following you and being protected, I'll never become strong." After saying this, he himself was stunned. He had never spoken such words of backbone in his life. Luli looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. "All right." Lin Bei let out a breath. Shiyu had listened quietly through it all, not interrupting. When they finished, she stood up and brushed the dirt off her pants. "All right, let's go." She looked at Luli. "In your state you won't get far. I'll take you there." "Where?" "The gloomy domain," Shiyu said. "The master wants to see you." "Anne." She glanced at the cube in his pocket. "By now you're probably wanted in the kingdom. Running anywhere else isn't as safe as coming with me." Luli paused for a few seconds. "All right." Shiyu bent down and helped him up. Luli's steps were unsteady. After 2 steps he nearly fell and Shiyu grabbed him. "Your stamina is terrible." "I just fainted." Fine, not your fault." They walked a distance and Luli looked back. Lin Bei was still standing there. He held the shield in his hand, standing on the other side of the road. The sunlight stretched his shadow long. "You're really not coming?" Luli called out. Lin Bei shook his head. "I'll meet you on the road." He gripped his shield tighter. "When that time comes I won't be standing behind you any." Luli watched him. He suddenly felt that this man who always raised his shield to protect him was far stronger than he had imagined. Shiyu waited quietly beside him, not urging. "Let's go," Luli said. The two turned and walked toward the border. Lin Bei stood where he was, watching their figures grow smaller and smaller. When they vanished completely, he lowered his gaze to the shield in his hands. The scratch left by the wind blade still marked the shield's face. He took a deep breath, turned and walked down another path. As they walked, Luli couldn't hold back any longer. That master you mentioned, who exactly is it? Shiyu glanced back at him, the tip of her tail twitching. The Wrath. What? Wrath Lei, Shiyu said. One of the 7 deadly sins. Lu Li's steps faltered. The 7 deadly sins. He had heard of them back in the royal capital. In the sermons of the Church of Light, the 7 deadly sins were 7 horned monsters that ate children and crawled out from under beds in the middle of the night. Every mention of them was accompanied by prayers of holy water and flame. The 7 deadly sins. Aren't they the ultimate villains around here? Lu Li asked. Shiyu snorted. That's what they say in the kingdom. What else? You'll see when you meet them. Shiyu said, it's not what you think anyway. Lu Li didn't respond. One thought kept echoing in his mind, I'm about to go meet some 7 deadly sins. A living 7 deadly sin. And the Wrath no less. Just from the name it was clear he wasn't someone with a good temper. Does he eat people? Shiyu was taken aback, then burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Shiyu waved her hand. You'll know when you get there. If he really ate people, I wouldn't take you there. That doesn't sound reassuring either. But Lu Li had no other choice. Follow along then. Before long, Shiyu turned and ducked into a side path. Behind the bushes was a small cave entrance, the vines at its mouth showing clear signs of frequent movement. Here we are, Shiyu said. Lu Li followed her, bending down into the cave. The cave was deeper than he imagined. After a short walk, a stone chamber appeared before them. On the ground, circular patterns were carved, glowing faintly in the dim light. A teleportation magic circle. Shiyu took out a black stone and embedded it into a groove at the edge of the circle. The circle lit up. Stand in the middle. Lu Li walked over and stood beside her. The circle flared brightly, light spilling from the patterns, engulfing the entire stone chamber in a blinding white. Lu Li instinctively closed his eyes. The ground beneath his feet vanished. It was brief, maybe 1 or 2 breaths. When Lu Li opened his eyes, his legs gave way and he nearly fell to his knees. Shiyu grabbed him. This feeling, Lu Li gasped, it's a bit like when I was summoned over. What? The summoning ritual, Lu Li said. It felt the same when I was pulled here. Shiyu tilted her head. I've never been summoned, so I wouldn't know. Then she added, what was it like on your side? Lu Li was taken aback. What? Your original world. Shiyu said, the tip of her tail swaying slightly. You said you were pulled here, is your world the same as this one? With swords and magic and all that? Lu Li thought for a moment. No, he said. We don't have magic, demons or heroes. We have electricity, the internet, cars and airplanes. Shiyu blinked. What is electricity? It's a kind of energy that makes lights shine and machines run. Isn't that just magic? If you want to see it that way. Shiyu seemed more intrigued. Do you have elves on your side? No. How boring. Lu Li didn't respond. Standing at the edge of the teleportation circle, he watched the fading patterns on the ground, another thought occurring to him. The summoning ritual had brought him to this world. Could this world send him back? The teleportation circles here, can they send me back to my original world? Shiyu was taken aback. Your original world? Yeah. Shiyu thought for a moment, then shook her head. Never heard of teleportation circles, can only do point-to-point on the continent. Cross-world. That's something only the divine summoning ritual can do. The divine summoning ritual. That was the ritual that had pulled him here as cannon fodder. Lu Li was silent for a few seconds. Let's go, he said. Shiyu glanced at him, asked no further questions, and turned to head upward. The exit was on the mountainside, hidden among a pile of rocks. As they stepped out, sunlight poured down. Lu Li squinted as he looked out. In the valley lay a mountain pass. A gray-black stone wall wedged between 2 cliffs with banners atop fluttering slowly in the wind. Soldiers moved on the watchtowers, the gleam of weapons flickering. No black mist. No bones. None of the sinister, terrifying demon lair he had imagined. Just an ordinary pass. It looked much like the garrison fortresses on the kingdom's border. Shiyu led him downward. At the gate of the pass stood a gray-skinned demon soldier, large in build, carrying a spear. Seeing Shiyu, he nodded, Sister Shiyu. The soldier glanced at Lu Li behind her, his gaze pausing. Who's this? A guest of the master. The soldier gave Lu Li another look, didn't ask further, and stepped aside. Got it. Lu Li followed Shiyu inside. On the open ground between the barracks, a few soldiers were sitting around a campfire roasting food. A large gray-skinned guy was chewing on dark bread. Spotting Lu Li, he mumbled through his mouthful, "Newcomer." A thinner soldier next to him slapped his buddy. "He's still wrapped in bandages, don't scare him." Then he grinned at Lu Li. "Don't mind him, he's a bit slow." The big guy frowned. "You're the slow one." The two started bickering. Lu Li watched them, taken aback. This is a demon soldier. They looked no different from the kingdom's army. They cracked lame jokes, sighed while working, and fought over jerky at mealtime. Shiyu paid no attention to the soldiers, leading him through the camp to a larger stone building behind the pass. A sentry stood at the door. Seeing Shiyu, he pushed the door open to announce them. After a moment, the door opened. A person walked out. Not particularly tall, but with a compact, solid build. Grayish-black skin, short hair, an old scar running diagonally from his brow to his cheekbone. He wore worn leather armor, a broadsword at his waist with its hilt wrapped in old cloth strips. He leaned against the doorframe, saying nothing. Just stared at Lu Li. That gaze was completely different from before. Not fierce, but heavy, so heavy it made it hard to breathe. Like a mountain pressing on the chest, the air turning thick. Lu Li's feet were rooted to the spot. Not that he didn't want to move, his body instinctively dared not. That oppressive feeling wasn't deliberately released killing intent, it was more like a beast that just opened its eyes and looked, and you knew if you moved it would pounce. Lu Li clenched his fists. Fear. Of course he was afraid. He was just an ordinary person who had graduated not long ago. Standing before him was a ruthless figure who had truly killed with real blades. But fear aside, he lifted his head and looked into the big guy's eyes. They were eyes full of murderous intent. So after all, it was because I'm a hero, they tricked me here to kill me. His mind had already input the kill command. The extreme of fear is anger. This unprecedented pressure had clouded Lu Li's mind. If the person before him made any move that threatened him, he would execute the kill command without hesitation. Kill, eliminate target. After a few seconds, Lu Li felt the pressure in his chest suddenly release. The big guy laughed twice. Not bad, young man, come on in. He turned and entered the house. The room was simply furnished. A wooden table, maps on the wall, and a scroll of parchment spread on the table depicting the border terrain. Lei Yan sat down behind the table, leaning back in his chair. Hello, little hero. I'm Lei Yan. That was just a joke earlier, hope you don't take it to heart. Lu Li said nothing, the command sequence still not deleted from his mind, fearing that Lei Yan might suddenly attack. Seeing Lu Li's silence, Lei Yan had no choice but to look at Shiyu. Shiyu sensed the tense atmosphere and stood to the side, not daring to breathe. Shiyu had taken him to the empty room in the back to rest. Get him some food. Shiyu was startled and quickly nodded, yes. Lu Li was also taken aback. That's it. He had thought he would be interrogated or locked up for questioning. Just a few words. Lei Yan glanced at him. First heal your wounds here. Once you're better, it's up to you, stay or leave. Lu Li was stunned, finally managing a okay. The first meeting didn't seem pleasant, but it really didn't feel hostile. Lei Yan nodded and said no more. Shiyu led Lu Li out of the stone house. As the door closed, Lei Yan leaned back in his chair motionless. He looked down at his own hand. His palm was covered in sweat. He had clearly seen the young man's eyes just now, fear mixed with a trace of determination. He could casually crush 100 or 80 humans of that physique. But his battlefield-honed instinct told him that if he had pushed the joke any further, he might have ended up dead here. Lei Yan leaned back in his chair, letting out a breath. This young man, just a joke, was it really that serious? This senior who had lived for who knows how many centuries seemed to lack skill in dealing with younger people. Early the next morning, the door was pushed open from outside. Lu Li sprang up from the bed, his first instinct being an enemy attack. What entered instead was a flickering oil lamp, and behind it that scarred face. Lei Yan. He tossed a piece of paper onto Lu Li's chest. Take a look. Lu Li picked it up and rubbed his eyes. On the paper was his face drawn quite accurately. A line of text was printed above it. Wanted Lu Li, the brave of discarded arms, traitor to the kingdom, colluding with demons, murdering multiple kingdom soldiers. Dead or alive, reward 1,000 gold coins. Below that was a smaller line of text. When Lu Li's gaze swept over it, his fingers paused. Accomplice Lin Bei, the shield hero, reward 500 gold coins. Lin Bei was also wanted. 1,000 gold. Lei Yan leaned against the doorframe. Lower than I expected. You're worth at least 2,000. Lu Li folded the wanted poster. Is that supposed to comfort me? No, Lei En said. You can't go back to the kingdom. But here with me you're safe. He paused. Stay with me. Lu Li looked up at him. Lei En's expression was blank. But Lu Li could tell, this was Lei En's way of showing kindness. So he's at Sundra, uncle. Thanks, Lu Li said. Lei En nodded. Then he pulled a wooden sword from his waist. You're mostly healed, right? Let's spar. Lu Li froze for a moment. Lei En was already standing at the door, wooden sword in hand, his posture casual but his eyes deadly serious. Let me see what you're capable of, he said. Well, a battle maniac it is, very demon-like. Lu Li sat on the edge of the bed unmoving. It wasn't that he didn't want to move. Last night after lying down he had been studying the command block. He conjured a golden apple. Trying to use the golden apple to relieve the headache caused by spiritual energy depletion. Aside from fully healing his physical wounds, there was no other effect. His temples throbbed for nearly an hour before calming down. His head still felt murky, thinking was like viewing through a haze. Not today, Lu Li said. Lei En glanced at him. There was no anger in that look but a faint trace of disappointment. Without a word he sheathed the wooden sword. Just then rapid footsteps sounded from outside. A soldier rushed to the doorway gasping for breath. General. The outer wall collapsed. Lei En frowned. Collapsed. Then repair it. What's the panic? It crushed 2 people. One with a broken leg, the soldier's voice lowered. Bones sticking out. Lei En cursed and strode outside. Lu Li followed. Seeing his urgency, he must care deeply for his men. Such a person. Probably isn't that bad. By the way, was he human? The northern section of the pass wall had indeed collapsed. Gray rubble piled everywhere. A crowd gathered at the base. The crowd parted to make way. When Lu Li saw the situation on the ground, his stomach churned. A soldier lay on the ground, his right calf bent at an impossible angle. A white splinter of bone protruded through his pant leg, blood already staining the surrounding soil a dark brown. Another soldier sat nearby, clutching his arm, face pale. The field medic crouched beside them, sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced at Lei En and shook his head. The leg can't be saved. Lei En said nothing. The soldier on the ground, hearing this, his already bloodless face turned even whiter. General, his voice trembled. Without a leg. What can I still do? Lei En crouched down and pressed his shoulder. He said nothing. Lu Li stood behind the crowd, staring at that protruding bone. In his mind the image of last night's golden apple surfaced. Would a golden apple work? But his head was still dulled, making another might actually knock him out. The golden apple wouldn't do. What else? Purely for healing, there it was, healing potion. Should he use regeneration or instant health? Regeneration was slow repair, instant healing was stronger but cost more. Conjuring a potion of instant healing would probably finish him right there. Hell, go with regeneration. Lu Li silently murmured the command and a pink potion materialized in his hand. Let me try. Everyone around turned to look at him. Their eyes held distrust, wariness. Who is this guy? The general's guest. So young, can he treat such a wound? Lu Li felt his scalp prickle under the stairs. Let him try, Lei En said. Only then did the crowd make way. Lu Li half-crouched beside the medic. The medic eyed the pink potion, frowning. What is this? Something that heals. The medic looked at Lei En. Lei En stared at the potion bottle and nodded. Lu Li brought the bottle's mouth to the soldier's lips. The soldier swallowed. Nothing happened. After a dozen seconds the bleeding stopped. The flesh around the wound began to slowly heal. But the bone splinter still stuck out. The soldier tried to move his leg, gasping in pain, sweat instantly drenching his forehead. Though the wound no longer bled, the bone was still broken, still bent at the wrong angle. The medic reached out, felt around the wound, manipulated it to push the bone back into place, the wound healing slowly under the potion's effect. It's fine now, the leg is saved, but he might not be able to do strenuous activity in the future. When Lu Li stood up, he swayed. His head felt as heavy as lead. There was a metallic taste in his nose. He wiped it roughly with his sleeve, smearing half his face with blood. Lei En frowned at him. I'm fine, Lu Li said. Just a bit tired. I'll go lie down. Lei En stared at him for a few seconds. His expression clearly said, you call that fine? But Lu Li's face was resolute, though he stood unsteadily. Fine. Lei En said. Go rest. Shiyu, take him back. Shiyu emerged from the crowd, her tail flicking. Let's go. Lu Li said nothing more, turned and walked back. His steps were unsteady. Shiyu followed beside him, glancing back every 2 steps, afraid he might collapse on the ground. Fortunately he didn't fall. He pushed open the door, entered and collapsed onto the bed. The moment his head hit the pillow it felt as if something dragged him into darkness. He slept extremely soundly. After an unknown amount of time he slowly woke. His eyelids were heavy, his head still a bit foggy, but much better than before. The nosebleed had dried, forming a hard crust on his face. He moved his fingers. Then he sensed someone by the bed. Lu Li froze for an instant. He slowly turned his head. A woman sat in a chair beside the bed. He had no idea when she entered, she made not a sound. She just sat there quietly, hands on her knees, watching him. Silver gray hair cascaded over her shoulder, her face cold with an indescribable aloofness in her brows and eyes. She wore a dark long skirt covered by an old shawl, clean and neat but clearly well worn. Lu Li felt a chill down his back under her gaze. Who are you? The woman didn't answer right away. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds before speaking. Vera. Her voice was low, steady, devoid of emotion. Lei Yan sent me to see if you were dead. Lu Li. Have you finished reading then? I'm curious, why are you still alive? Lu Li was taken aback. What did that mean? Shouldn't I be dead? I can sense that you haven't cultivated your spiritual power and you've overdrawn it many times. Anyone else would have died long ago. So I'm thinking, she said, whether a brave's body structure is different from an ordinary person's. She reached inside her shawl and pulled out something. A metallic glint flashed under the lamplight. Lu Li saw what it was. A scalpel. Very small and delicate, with a slender blade that gleamed coldly in the oil lamp's glow. Lu Li's back tensed. You. Don't be nervous, Wei La said. I just want to confirm something. She held the scalpel in her hand, rotated the blade and took a step closer to Lu Li. Lu Li shrank back against the bed. What do you want to confirm? To confirm whether your recovery ability is truly stronger than an ordinary person, Wei La said. Cut into a bit of flesh and see the healing speed. What the hell kind of examination method is that? A very direct method. Wei La took another step forward, the scalpel held between her fingers. Lu Li's back was already pressed against the wall. Wait. Don't be afraid. Wei La lowered her head, raised the scalpel to her eyes and examined the angle of the blade under the light. I am a doctor. She lifted her head, her expression calm. It won't hurt. Lu Li stared at the knife, his mind racing wildly. Could he silently chant a command in his current state? No, his head was still groggy. Run. Where to? Shout for help. Who would come to save him? Brother Lu Li. A voice came from the doorway. Wei La's hand paused. Then. Boom. The entire door flew off its frame, slammed into the opposite wall, shattered into several wooden planks and clattered to the ground. A tall figure stood in the doorway. The oil lamp's light shone from behind, casting a large shadow over him. Lei Yan. He maintained a kicking pose, one leg still suspended in midair. He glanced at the wreckage of the door, then surveyed the scene inside. This door isn't very good quality. Wei La turned around, the scalpel still in her hand. Lei Yan looked at Lu Li, who had been cornered by Wei La against the bed. What are you doing? Am I interrupting? Examination, Wei La said. With a knife. Medical examination. Lei Yan stared at her for 2 seconds, then looked at Lu Li, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, his face pale. He was silent for a moment. Then he strode in, completely ignoring the pile of door fragments on the floor. Brother Lu Li. His voice was loud and he slapped Lu Li on the shoulder, almost knocking him off the bed. I heard you woke up, so I came to see you. Lu Li's shoulder tilted from the slap, his mind filled with the previous words. Brother. Since when did I become your brother? Big brother, save me. She wants to cut me. Well, talk some other time. Seeing this, Wei La put the scalpel back inside her shawl. Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. However, I will continue to monitor your condition. Wei La added. Lu Li's relief evaporated. Lei Yan looked at the two of them, not understanding what was going on. He sat down on the edge of the bed, the whole bed letting out a creak. All right, kid, don't be afraid. Wei La is the best doctor here, she won't really do anything to you. She was about to cut me with a knife just now, Lu Li said. She was just scaring you, Lei Yan said. I wasn't scaring, Wayla said. Lei Yan paused. Wayla didn't say anything more. She moved the oil lamp to the corner of the table, turned around and walked out. At the doorway she paused and looked back at Lu Li. Get some rest. I'll come see you tomorrow. With that she left. The sound of footsteps faded into the distance, soon becoming inaudible. Lei Yan turned back, sat down heavily on the bed's edge, and the bedboard creaked. Little brother, have you made up your mind? His voice was so loud it made Lu Li's ears ring. If you join us you can't stay in the human kingdom anyway. We just caught a few assassins today, all targeting you. Lu Li was stunned. Assassins. Targeting him. His mind raced. He was just a useless brave with a broken artifact who would bother sending people to kill him. The kingdom probably didn't want him alive to tell the story of how they abandoned him. More assassins? Lu Li asked. 3 all taken care of. Lei Yan waved his hand. Think about it, if you go back now how many days could you survive? Lu Li didn't respond. He leaned against the wall staring at the crack in the ceiling for a long time. By the way, he began, as one of the 7 deadly sins are you human? Why do you have soldiers of all kinds of species here? And you're not quite what the rumors say. Lei Yan was stunned for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed heartily, the laughter making the oil lamp flame tremble. Ha 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 ha. Well. Figure it out yourself. He patted Lu Li on the shoulder. Some things lose their flavor if I just tell you. See for yourself, ponder. Lu Li didn't press further. Lei Yan stopped laughing. By the way, my scouts have confirmed. Among your batch of braves 4 are undergoing brainwashing training in the kingdom. The shield brave who was with you vanished after entering the Adventurers Guild. Even my scouts couldn't find him. But it's not a big problem, his aura is still alive, so he's probably hidden himself with some method. He paused, his voice deepening. The only one left alive is you. The others were all killed by the kingdom's shadow guards. Lu Li's hands clenched. All dead. Those who were summoned together with him, just gone like that. He hadn't even fully recognized their faces. After a long silence, Lu Li looked up. I want to become stronger. If I join you, can you teach me cultivation? Lei Yan stared at him for 2 seconds, then grinned. Ha 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 ha. Of course. He stood up and extended his hand to Lu Li. I'm already starting to look forward to seeing the expression on the kingdom's faces when they see you. Lu Li looked at the large hand extended toward him, covered in calluses. He reached out and grasped it. Lei Yan had a strong grip and his finger bones made a cracking sound. Good. Lei Yan pulled him up. From now on you're a member of my demon lord's army. But don't expect me to teach you step by step, I don't have the patience. I'll find you a teacher and training starts tomorrow. Lu Li flexed his wrist, which was sore from the grip. What teacher? A crazy woman. Lei Yan smiled meaningfully. The one you just met. Lu Li's expression froze. You mean? Wei La. Yes, her. Lei Yan slapped the back of his head, nearly knocking him over. Don't let her scalpel scare you, she survived this long relying on more than just medical skills. Having her teach you, you're in for a treat. Lu Li opened his mouth but said nothing. The image of that scalpel gleaming under the oil lamp was still etched in his mind. The training to come would probably be tough. It wasn't yet dawn. To be precise, Lu Li felt as though he had just closed his eyes for a moment when someone kicked him in the shoulder blade. The kick landed perfectly in the bone joint, causing both pain and numbness. He bolted up from the bed. Get dressed and come out, a voice floated in from the doorway. Vela hadn't even closed the door before walking away. Lu Li covered his face and sat for 5 seconds. It was still dark outside. A set of coarse cloth clothes lay neatly folded by the bedside, the fabric feeling like sandpaper to the touch. He sighed. There was someone standing on the playground. Vela. Her silver-gray hair was tied up at the back of her head and a slender whip hung at her waist, swaying like a serpent in the morning breeze. Run. Ha. The playground, she tilted her chin, run until I say stop. Lu Li glanced at the playground, it was about 200 meters around. He looked back at Vela. No warm-up. Your muscles lack even the basic endurance, warming up will only make you slower. Run. The first lap was manageable. By the second lap he was a bit out of breath. In the third lap his legs began to weaken. By the fourth lap it felt as if someone had stuffed cotton in his lungs, and the sound of his gasping was particularly clear on the playground. Vela stood in the center of the playground watching him. By the sixth lap he was out of breath. Luli bent over holding his left rib. Continue. I can't breathe. You can slow down. You cannot stop. Gritting his teeth he straightened up and dragged his feet to continue. Crack. His back felt a burn. The whip struck just below his shoulder blade leaving a fiery mark even through the coarse cloth. Run, Vela's voice came from behind him, don't dawdle. Luli gritted his teeth and sped up. By the 23rd lap he could no longer run. His legs felt leaden and his vision blurred. With a softening of his knees he toppled forward pressing his palms against the muddy ground, the gravel digging into his flesh. He heard Vela's footsteps stop beside him. 32 minutes. 2 minutes slower than I expected. Luli lay on the ground lacking even the strength to lift his head. Get up. Let me lie down for a moment. Get up. Vela squatted down and looked into Luli's eyes. I checked your body last night. Your mental capacity exceeds that of an ordinary person by more than 3 times. It's not due to your talent but rather because your vessel is inherently larger than others. Mental capacity is like water and the body is the container that holds it. Your container is large enough to hold more water but the walls of your container are too thin to withstand the pressure. Every time you use your weapon you are compressing the internal space forcing the water out of the container. If the walls of the container cannot withstand it they will crack. Dizziness, nosebleeds, fainting, these are all signs of the container walls fracturing. Luli remained silent. If you want to grow stronger, Vela stood up, you must first reinforce the walls of your container. So today's running is a warm-up. Tomorrow will be the real training. Tomorrow. Don't think about sleeping in unless you want to feel the whip. She paused and turned her head. By the way, you cheated while running, didn't you? Luli was taken aback. During the 8th lap your pace suddenly quickened, Vela said. Luli opened his mouth. He had indeed secretly used a command block to give himself a speed buff thinking no one would notice. During the 8th lap your muscles didn't exert much effort yet your running speed was even faster. Luli's expression stiffened. Was it that obvious? She paused for a second. Didn't Ryan introduce me to you? He said you were a doctor, a very good doctor. No wonder you dared to cheat in front of me. Let me introduce myself, my name is Vela. One of the 7 deadly sins of the Demon King, pride. Although I work part-time as a doctor, in terms of strength Ryan might not even be able to defeat me. So put away your little tricks of cheating. I don't care how you cheat but your methods are too naive. Luli wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Vela turned and took 3 steps before stopping. Run another lap before breakfast tomorrow. Today you ran 23 laps, tomorrow the goal is 25 laps. 25 laps tomorrow. That's quite a leap. If you can't do it I'll use the whip to help you achieve it. Vela walked away without looking back. Luli sat on the playground, the whip mark on his back burning, his legs trembling wildly. He sat for a while before standing up and dragging his legs toward the well. There was already some commotion in the camp. A few demon soldiers emerged from the tents, glanced at him and said nothing more. One soldier carrying a basin passed by him, the basin filled with hot water steaming white. Do you remember me? The person asked. Luli looked at him. It was the soldier whose leg had been broken yesterday, now lively and well. The soldier glanced at the whip mark on his back, scratched his head and said, well. Vela treats everyone like this. You should wash your face first, the dining hall will open soon. Thank you for yesterday, he said, placing the basin of hot water on a nearby stone table before walking away. Luli approached the basin, leaned down to look at his reflection in the water, his lips cracked and his eyes darkened. He stared at that face for 2 seconds. It didn't resemble a hero. Instead it looked like a hapless fellow who had just been beaten up. Breakfast was served in the camp's dining hall. In the large tent several rows of long tables and benches were set up. Many people were already seated inside, including demon soldiers, human soldiers and civilians. Luli held a wooden bowl standing at the entrance, dazed for a moment. What he saw was not the harmonious picture of humans and demons living together. What he saw was a demon soldier gesturing with a middle-aged man, almost spilling the porridge without caring. The middle-aged man laughed, patting the soldier's shoulder. At another table a demon girl was distributing bread to several children. Those children were human, wearing tattered clothes, their faces dirty yet their eyes sparkled. The air was filled with a mixed sense of burning firewood, the aroma of boiled porridge and a hint of leather and rust brought in by the soldiers. It was noisy. Chaotic. People were everywhere. Big brother. A voice called from beside him. Luli looked down. A 7 or 8-year-old girl stood by his leg looking up at him. She wore an obviously ill-fitting old dress, the sleeves rolled up several times exposing her thin wrists. Did you escape too? Yes. The little girl handed him half a piece of bread. Here, eat it, I have more. No, I have. Take it. She stuffed the bread into his hand. Sapphira said that new people are always shy to eat on their first day. Luli looked down at the bread. It was rye bread, slightly burnt and still warm. Thank you. What's your name? Xiaohua. She said, I arrived the day before yesterday. Our village was robbed of land by the nobles and they set fire to our houses, so I ran away with the villagers. She spoke calmly. Xiaohua. Come here. A demon girl at another table waved, holding a bowl of porridge. Coming. Xiaohua ran off, then turned back after 2 steps. Big brother, eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. She ran to that table where the demon girl placed the porridge in front of her and casually tidied her hair. Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. This must be the Sapphira sister the girl mentioned. Luli stood in place holding the bowl. His mind was still spinning with her earlier words. My father was robbed of land by the nobles and our house was burned down. He recalled the family of 4 he had seen on the road escaping. He thought of those gaunt farmers. He thought of the tenants kneeling in the mud outside the royal city to pay their taxes. And here a demon girl was wiping the mouth of a human girl. What are you standing there for? Sit down and eat. Sapphira walked over to Luli. A large hand patted his back, nearly pushing him into the bowl. Sapphira. She wore simple linen clothes and apron, and her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing her sturdy forearms. Sapphira sister. Just call me sister, Sapphira said. Come on, sit down and eat. Standing at the door is blocking the way. She pushed Luli inside, and as they passed the soup pot she casually scooped a ladle of meat soup into his bowl. Eat, look how thin you are. A gust of wind could blow you away. Luli looked down and saw that his bowl, which had only contained plain porridge, now had a ladle of meat soup floating on top, the aroma wafting up. Thank you. What's with the thanks? Just eat. Sapphira pressed him down onto the bench and turned to continue her work. Luli sat on the bench surrounded by the noisy sounds of conversation, the clatter of bowls and spoons and laughter. He lifted the bowl and took a sip. The rice was soft, the salty flavor of the meat soup seeping into the porridge with a hint of peppery spice. It couldn't be called a gourmet dish, but after a morning of turmoil and running 23 laps, this bowl of hot porridge revitalized him. He took another sip. A third sip. Then he buried his head and finished the entire bowl of porridge. When he set the bowl down, he glanced outside. The number of people in the camp was increasing. Some squatted outside the tent eating bowls, others walked while gnawing on bread, and a few children were running between the tables. As Luli just set down his bowl, Sapphira stood before him. Are you full? Yes, I am. Then let's go. Vela asked me to take you. This afternoon's training involves some fieldwork. Luli opened his mouth. He had just completed 23 laps and his legs were still weak. Sapphira didn't give him a chance to speak and turned to walk outside. He sighed and followed her. The field was not far from the camp, it was just a small patch of woods away. The morning light illuminated the wheat fields, casting a pale golden hue. The wheat ears had sprouted and the wind swept through, creating waves across the field. On the ridges beans and vines grew, adorned with tiny yellow flowers. Sapphira squatted by the field and reached out to touch the soil. She didn't rush to stand up, she remained squatting looking up at Luli. Rain said your weapon is quite magical and can transform into many things. Luli was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to bring this up suddenly. It can be considered so. Can it change into water? Water. Yes, water. There's a piece of land to the north that needs water for planting potatoes. Luli thought for a moment, was about to squat down to reach out. Not yet. Sapphira stopped him. Vela said you are not allowed to use that today. Huh. Vela mentioned your mental energy hasn't fully recovered and it's better not to exhaust it for now. You will do physical work today, honestly. Sapphira stood up and brushed off the dirt from her knees. Alright, follow me. She led him to the other end of the ridge where a few bundles of wooden stakes and a hoe were piled up. First, let's clear the stones from this piece of land. The newly opened field is covered with rubble, if it's not cleared nothing can be planted. Luli looked at the piece of land. It was roughly the size of half a playground, and indeed there were stones of various sizes embedded in the soil. Me alone? Yes. This piece of land? Yes. After saying that, Sapphira turned and went to her own ridge to squat down and pull weeds. Luli stood at the edge of the field bending down to pick up the first stone. At first he thought this task was quite simple. Isn't it just picking up stones? After 20 minutes of picking he realized he was mistaken. These stones were embedded in the soil. The small ones were like fists, the large ones like heads, some half buried in the ground, requiring him to loosen the surrounding dirt with his fingers before pulling them out with force. The soil was hard and mud filled the gaps under his nails. His finger joints quickly began to turn red. He bent over, picking one by one and piling them up at the edge of the ridge. Having picked less than a third, his back began to ache and it was hard to stand up straight. He straightened up, gasping for breath, and glanced back at the remaining land. There was still a lot left. He bent down and continued picking. The sun slowly moved from above his head to the west. Luli had lost track of how many stones he had picked. There were 2 piles at the edge of the ridge, one large and one small. His fingers had gone numb, the gaps under his nails were filled with black dirt, and the tender skin of his palms was reddened from the stone edges, with a few places already broken. Sapphira came over to take a look midway. After a while she brought over a bowl of water and placed it on the ridge. "Drink this and continue." Luli straightened up, walked over and took a sip. It was salted and slightly briny. He sat on the edge of the ridge, catching his breath. His fingers were trembling. Sapphira squatted down beside him, plucking a weed and rubbing it in her hands. After a while she spoke up. "There was a little girl once." Luli paused with the bowl in hand. "Her family was farming. Her father died young and her mother brought her and her brother. The village was filled with tenant farmers and they had to give 7/10 of their harvest to the nobles. The remaining 3/10 were not enough to eat." She spoke while pulling weeds, not looking at Luli. "That year the weather was poor and there were hardly any grains harvested. The nobles still demanded 7/10. Her mother knelt and pleaded for a lesser amount. The noble's steward kicked her, saying if she didn't bring enough she should roll away." Sapphira tossed the weeds onto the ridge. Her brother was 5 at the time, skin and bones. She gave him all her porridge, yet he was still hungry. She paused. One day when she went out to forage for wild vegetables she found her brother was gone. Luli held the bowl without moving. Her mother cried for 2 days. On the 3rd morning she got up and continued farming. Sapphira patted the dirt off her hands. Later she began to steal. She stole from the noble's granary. The first time she was so scared that her hands trembled and nearly got caught. By the 2nd time she was accustomed to it. The 3rd and 4th times. The food she stole was shared with the villagers, who called her a little benefactor while the nobles referred to her as a thief. She stood up. Eventually she stole the account books. She discovered that the grain stored by the nobles was enough to feed the entire county for 3 years, yet people still starved every year. She set fire to the nobles' courtyard and then opened the granary doors. Luli looked at her. Then she ran away. She came here where someone told her she could farm here without paying rent. Sapphira turned around and looked at the wheat in the field. One of the 7 deadly sins. In the cafeteria she served everyone an extra ladle of meat soup, not because she was a cook, but because she had seen what it was like for people to starve. "What are you staring at?" Sapphira turned back. "The stones aren't picked up yet." Luli set down the bowl, stood up and bent down to pick up stones again. By the time it was dark he had finished the last pile. He straightened up, his back muscles aching and swollen. The whip mark from Vela's earlier punishment had been marinated in sweat all day and it was now throbbing. 9 of his 10 fingers were raw and the black dirt under his nails wouldn't wash off no matter how hard he tried. He dragged his legs back to the small house, sat on the edge of the bed and took a long while to finally take off his boots. Blisters had formed on the soles of his feet. Turning his head he noticed a bottle of medicine and a note on the bedside. "Pour it on the wound, continue training tomorrow, Vela." It seemed this person also had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. After tending to his injuries for a while he collapsed onto the bed. The wound quickly began to tingle with a numb itch. This medicine was probably quite valuable. The wooden bed was hard but he didn't care anymore. The whip mark on his back was still burning. His waist and knees were aching. The places where his fingers were raw brushed against the blanket, causing a slight sting. He closed his eyes. Today had been overwhelming. Yet it was clear he had not come to the wrong place. The people here were simple and honest, completely opposite to what he had been told about those in the kingdom. He processed his thoughts for a few seconds and then decided not to think any further. He was too tired, his mind couldn't function. Drowsiness washed over him and his consciousness grew heavier. Swish. A shadow passed by outside the window. Luli's eyes snapped open. He didn't turn over but maintained his lying position, slightly tilting his head to glance towards the window. There was nothing outside the window, only the flickering light of the torches from the distant camp. He waited for a moment, slowly sat up barefooted on the ground and leaned out of the window. The night breeze was cool. A long black feather lay on the windowsill. It was longer than his palm, jet black with dark red stains along the edges. It was blood not yet dried. Luli stared at the feather for a few seconds without reaching out to touch it. He turned and stepped out of the door. The night wind rushed against his face, lifting the hair on Luli's forehead. The torches from the camp stretched and shortened the shadows of the trees. He walked toward the stone building where Lei En lived. The matter of the feather couldn't wait until dawn. He hadn't taken that black feather, it still lay on the windowsill. The bloodstain was still wet, meaning the one who left the feather had just departed. Whether they were still nearby he didn't know. He quickened his pace. From the hut to the pass he had to cross a thin grove of trees. During the day this path was nothing, but at night it was different. The tree's shadows swayed and flickered in the faint torchlight. He was halfway there. The sound of the wind changed. It wasn't the wind. Luli didn't have time to think, his body moved first. He threw himself to the left, his shoulder hitting the ground, rolling half a turn. A gleam of cold light brushed past his right ear and struck the trunk of the tree behind him. A dagger. Its blade buried in the bark, only the hilt exposed, wrapped in black cloth at the end. Luli lay on the ground, his heart slamming against his chest. He didn't get up. A second gleam of cold light was already upon him. He rolled to the side, the dagger grazing the fabric of his back, cutting the cloth, leaving a thin red line on the skin of his waist. He rolled to the base of a tree, scrambled up on all fours and pressed his back against the trunk. Assassin! Attack! He shouted at the top of his lungs. From the camp came commotion. Someone was yelling. Torchlight swayed. But the dark figure was already before him. The figure rose from the shadows on the ground like a black mist seeping out of the earth, coalescing into human form. Clad in tight-fitting night clothes, face masked with black cloth, only a pair of eyes visible. Those eyes stared at him. They were filled with murderous intent, rage and resentment. The dark figure twisted his wrist and a third dagger slid out from his sleeve into his palm. Luli pressed his back against the tree. With a thought, a square shield materialized in front of him. The dark figure didn't rush him, he sidestepped. A slender sword thrust through where he had stood, missing. The sword tip withdrew, traced an arc in the air and steadied itself, pointing at the ground. The dark figure retreated 2 steps. Luli followed the direction of the sword. Wayla stood to his left front. She wore a long dark shirt, no armor, her hair loose falling over her shoulders. Her feet were bare, no boots, standing on the muddy ground. But the sword in her hand was steady. Step back, she said. Her voice was low and she didn't turn to look at him. Luli slid 2 steps sideways along the tree trunk, then another 2 until he was behind a larger tree. The dark figure stared at Wayla, adjusting his grip on the dagger. He changed from a standard grip to a reverse grip. Wayla didn't move. Crow shadow guards of the demon hunting court, killing on my turf. She said. You've crossed the line. The dark figure said nothing. Silence is fine too. Wayla raised her sword, the tip aimed at the figure's throat. Then he'll take that as an admission. The dark figure sank toward the ground, his whole body beginning to melt into the earth. He tried to escape through the shadows. Wayla's sword was faster. The tip didn't thrust at the figure, it struck at the shadow on the ground. The sword point touched the shadow beneath the figure's feet. An invisible force radiated from the blade and the ground trembled. The figure's descent was interrupted. Half of his body had already merged into the shadow, but the sword's force violently shook him out, staggering 2 steps before he steadied himself. An unusual emotion flickered in his eyes. Surprise. Void swordsmanship. He said, his voice low like sandpaper on stone. You are. Who I am doesn't matter, Wayla said. What matters is that you won't leave tonight. She took a step forward. Just 1 step. The dark figure retreated 3 steps. Not out of fear. In that instant he judged the distance. Those 3 steps placed him just outside the range of her sword strike. Wayla's step was a feint. She didn't actually thrust. She stopped. The dark figure's gaze shifted from her face toward the camp. Torchlight was drawing closer, footsteps, clamor, someone shouting over here. He made a decision. He turned and ran. His speed was absurd, like a wisp of smoke skimming the ground. In an instant he was 10 meters away. Wayla didn't chase. She thrust her sword into the ground. The blade sank into the soil, leaving only the hilt exposed. She gripped the hilt with 1 hand and closed her eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the distance came a muffled thud, like something hitting an invisible wall. The dark figure fell from midair, crashed to the ground, rolled twice before stopping. He struggled to rise but his knees gave way and he fell to his knees again. Wei La pulled out her sword and walked over. Lei Yan and his men arrived just then. 7 or 8 soldiers held torches illuminating the area brightly. Lei Yan wore a coat buttons not fully fastened revealing an old cloth shirt underneath. He surveyed the scene, the dark figure kneeling unable to rise, the dagger stuck in the tree trunk, the marks of rolling on the ground. Finally his gaze fell on Lu Li. "Are you all right?" Lu Li leaned against the tree, nodded, then shook his head. "Almost wasn't." Lei Yan walked over, crouched down and tore off the black cloth from the figure's face. A young face. Under 30. A few old scars across his cheeks, high cheekbones, cracked bleeding lips. He was badly shaken by Wei La's strike, bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained hard, staring at Lei Yan without flinching. "Crow Shadow Guard," Lei Yan said. "From the demon hunting court." Without waiting for an answer he turned to the soldiers behind him. "Tie him up. Lock him in the stone prison. Gag him so he won't bite his tongue." 2 soldiers stepped forward, one pinned the figure's arms behind his back, the other stuffed a cloth into his mouth. The movements were swift and clean. The dark figure was dragged away. Lei Yan stood up, brushed the dirt off his knees and looked at Lu Li. "How did you get on the wrong side of the Crow Shadow Guard?" "I don't know," Lu Li said. "I was sleeping when a feather flew in through the window. I came out to find you and halfway there he showed up." Lei Yan was silent for a few seconds. "Is the feather still in your room?" "On the windowsill. I'll have someone fetch it later," Lei Yan said. "Tonight don't go back to that hut." He turned to the adjutant beside him. "Put him in the soldiers' dormitory in the western camp. Find him a bunk near the inner wall. And get a few more men to stand night watch." The adjutant acknowledged and beckoned to Lu Li. "Follow me." "Wait." Lu Li glanced at Wei La. Wei La had already sheathed her sword and was wiping the mud off the blade with a cloth. She felt Lu Li's gaze and looked up. "Training as usual tomorrow morning," she said. "Oh. Go on." Lu Li followed the adjutant. The soldiers' dormitory in the western camp was a long wooden building with 2 rows of bunks housing over a dozen men. The adjutant led Lu Li to the innermost bunk against the wall and tossed him a blanket. "The latrine is behind the building. Don't wander around at night." "Okay." Lu Li sat on the bunk and looked around. Some of the soldiers were already asleep, others were awake, gave him a glance without asking questions, then turned over and continued sleeping. He lay down staring at the ceiling, his mind in chaos. The image of the dark figure rising from the ground. The whistling sound of the dagger brushing past his ear. Wei La's sword striking the shadow on the ground and that man being shaken out. He turned over. Since coming to this world one thing after another had happened. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The next morning before dawn had fully broken, the sound of horns jolted him awake. The soldiers around him were already dressing. Lu Li sat up, blinking twice before remembering where he was. The whip marks on his back still throbbed and the wound on his side had scabbed over, pulling painfully when he moved. He followed the crowd out of the dormitory. On the training ground the morning mist had yet to dissipate. The soldiers were jogging in formation, their footsteps pounding the muddy ground, making the earth tremble. Vera stood at the edge of the field, still in that dark shirt, her hair now tied up. She saw Lu Li approaching and nodded. "Keep up." Lu Li ran 25 laps. Today he wasn't out of breath. After finishing he rested his hands on his knees for a moment, then straightened up. Vera handed him a bowl of water. "The interrogation is over." Lu Li's hand holding the bowl paused. "That Crow Shadow Guard from last night confessed." Vera's tone was flat. "He was indeed sent by the demon hunting court. But do you know why he came to kill you?" Lu Li shook his head. "It wasn't on orders from the demon hunting court," Vera said. "He came on his own." "On his own?" "He was from Grey Stone Village." Lu Li was taken aback. Grey Stone Village. Had never heard of it. A village near the northern border of the kingdom. It was massacred 3 days ago. Vera looked at him. The entire village, 73 people. Witnesses said the scene was covered in neat square blocks. Lu Li's mind buzzed. Wait. There were no signs of struggle, no blood splatter, no traces of a magical beast attack. Every single person died the same way as those 6 shadow guards you killed, no wounds, sudden death. But I didn't do it. I know, Vera said. But others don't. When he returned home he found his house half burned, his wife and children lying in the yard. She paused. He went to the demon hunting court to ask who did it. They told him it was a disgraced weapon-possessing brave who had defected from the capital and allied with the demons. That brave's weapon could kill without a trace. Lu Li's hand shook as he held the bowl. He believed it, Vera said. So he came. He wanted to kill me for revenge. Yes. Lu Li remained silent for a long time. And now? He's locked up, Vera said. Rain didn't kill him. Set his matter aside for now. Vera pulled a folded piece of parchment from her pocket and handed it to Lu Li. He took it and unfolded it. It was covered in writing, characters he didn't recognize, but the script was neat as if copied by hand. The edges of the paper were worn. What is this? A meditation method. Lu Li looked up. I wrote it for you over the past 2 days, Vera said. It's for training your spiritual power. I adapted this meditation method based on your condition. It's not too complicated, just practice it for a quarter of an hour each morning and evening. Lu Li looked at the parchment in his hands, then at Vera. You wrote this specifically for me. Why? Vera glanced at him, thought for a moment, then said, because you are kind. Lu Li was stunned. Kind? Kind. Vera nodded, turned and headed toward the mess hall. Get your own breakfast. After you eat, continue training. She took a few steps, then added, after today's meditation practice I'll teach you swordsmanship. Wait, no. Lu Li hurried after her, clutching the parchment. Sister Vera, what do you mean by kind? Vera didn't look back, speaking as she walked. Just kind. Are you giving me a good person card? If you think so, then it is. Lu Li stood on the training ground, parchment in hand, watching Vera's figure disappear through the mess hall door. The morning mist had thinned. Sunlight filtered through the mountain ridge, bathing the training ground soil in a layer of golden sheen. He looked down at the parchment in his hand. A meditation method. Written specially for him by Vera. Because you are kind. He clicked his tongue. What kind of answer was that? As he pondered, a soldier ran up to him. Lu Li. General Rain wants you. Lu Li folded the parchment carefully, put it in his pocket and followed the soldier. The general's residence was the stone building where Rain lived. In daylight it looked much simpler than at night, no decorations, no banners, just a 2-story stone structure with a few withered potted plants on the windowsills. Lu Li ascended to the 2nd floor and entered Rain's room. Rain sat behind a table, a bowl of porridge and a piece of dark bread before him. He was breaking the bread and dipping it into the porridge. Seeing Lu Li enter, he gestured with his chin toward the stool opposite. Sit. Have you eaten? Not yet. Rain pushed the remaining half of the bread toward him. Eat first. Well, talk business after. Lu Li sat down and took the bread. It was hard, but after dipping it in the porridge it became chewable. He ate a few bites, waiting for Rain to speak. Rain finished the last of his porridge, pushed the bowl aside. Vera told you about the assassin. Then you know that 3 villages were massacred and your mark was left at the scene. Rain leaned back. This is likely an internal job by the kingdom's people trying to frame you. We don't believe you did it. I've come to know your character, you wouldn't massacre a village. But the problem is the kingdom needs a reason to start a war. Rain looked at him. This is an open scheme. They massacre the villages, leave your mark and blow the matter up. The more you explain, the more they say you're guilty. If you don't explain, they say you've tacitly admitted it. Then what do we do? Nothing. Just face the move. Rain stood up and walked to the window. The kingdom has already assembled its army. The pretext is that the Cube Brave massacred villages and defected to the demons, and that the demons are sheltering the demonic Brave. Perfectly justified. They'll send the Braves to the battlefield. Lu Li was stunned. Braves? Rain said, 4 Braves. They should have been indoctrinated by now. In a few days they'll receive the blessing of the Goddess of Light, then be deployed to the front lines. The Goddess blessing. Rain corrected him, they'll be taken into the temple and undergo a ritual within the Goddess of Light's blessing formation. After the ritual they'll gain an ability, kill enemies, grow stronger. He turned and looked at Lu Li. The kingdom calls this ability leveling up. Lu Li frowned. Leveling up? Yes. Kill an enemy and you become a bit stronger. The more you kill, the stronger you become. This has always been the way for the kingdom's braves to grow stronger, no need for a decade of hard training, just have a good enough weapon, kill fast enough, keep killing, and you grow stronger. That's why the kingdom can always cultivate a batch of powerful braves in a short time, Rain said. Because they have the blessing of leveling up. Lu Li was silent for a moment. A blessing that lets you grow stronger by indiscriminate killing. He said. This goddess of light's blessing sure is light. Rain glanced at him but didn't take the bait. Anyway, you're on our side now. The battlefield is too dangerous, I can't let you go to the front line. When the time comes you'll retreat with the civilians to a safe zone. Lu Li clenched his fists. I want to grow stronger too. Rain looked at him. Braves have always grown stronger through leveling up, he said. You don't have the goddess blessing now, so you can't level up. Then. Unless. Rain's expression shifted. Unless what? Unless you can enter the blessing formation during the public blessing ceremony. Lu Li was stunned. Wait, you mean? The kingdom's blessing ceremony is public. Every year when a new batch of braves receives the blessing, the formation is open. Nobles, commoners, merchants, all can stand around the formation to watch. Rain walked back to the table, placed his hands on the surface and lowered his voice. What if, just what if, you mingled with the crowd watching the ceremony, and when the blessing was activated you stepped into the formation's range? Lu Li's breath caught. Then your weapon might also receive the blessing. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Lu Li's heartbeat thundered in his ears. Are you serious? Rain looked at him without a smile. I never waste words. As long as you're confident you can pull it off. By the time Lu Li emerged from the stone building, the sun had already risen high. Soldiers were drilling in formation on the training ground, their boots thudded against the muddy earth, making the ground tremble. He crossed the field and plopped down onto a wooden stump at its edge. He pulled out the parchment Vera had given him, unfolded it. A meditation technique. The page was covered in neat, concise handwriting with simple diagrams sketched here and there. A small figure sat cross-legged, and at the chest area a void was drawn with a note beside it: spiritual chi-si. Every stroke was purposeful, just like Vera herself. But he couldn't focus on it right now. Infiltrating the capital, slipping into the blessing ceremony and stepping into the formation before everyone's eyes. One misstep in any part of the plan and death would be certain. Heard you're going on a suicide mission. A voice came from above. Lu Li looked up. Shiyu was crouched on the branch above his head. Today she wore a fitted short tunic with 2 short blades tucked at her waist. Her tail hung down, flicking back and forth. How did you know? Nothing stays secret around here. Shiyu leaped down from the branch, landing soundlessly just like a cat. Well, she was a cat after all. General Layan's adjutant told me. Said you're planning to go to the capital and get yourself killed. I didn't say, get killed. Close enough. She crouched beside him, hands resting on her knees. Are you really going? Lu Li didn't answer. He folded the parchment and tucked it into his pocket. I haven't decided yet. Haven't decided. She tilted her head, staring at him. You've been sitting on this stupid stump staring into space all morning, and now you say you haven't decided. How long have you been watching me? Not long. From when you sat down. Lu Li didn't reply. It's just, it feels too fast. I've only been in this world a few days. Yesterday I was picking up stones, and today I'm discussing a suicide mission to the capital. The world won't wait until you're ready to throw its challenges at you. Shiyu said. Lu Li glanced at her. Who taught you that? The master did. He said, the world doesn't ask if you're ready, it only asks if you're alive or dead. Lu Li pondered. That did sound like something Layan would say. You don't want to go? Shiyu asked. I do, he said. But I'm also afraid. He hadn't expected to admit that. Shiyu didn't mock him. She paused and said, being afraid is right. People who aren't afraid are either fools or the dead. She stood up, dusted off the back of her pants. If you really go, I can guide you. I know the terrain around the capital, the shift changes at the gates, the patrol routes on the walls, which alleys to slip through, which buildings to scale. If you want to enter alive and leave alive, you have to take the paths that aren't paths. Lu Li looked at her. Why are you helping me? Shiyu tilted her head. Because your baked potatoes are amazing. If you die, no one will bake them for me anymore. Lu Li stared at her, speechless for a long moment. All right. Thanks. You're welcome. When are you leaving? Not sure yet. I need to prepare first. Fine. When you're ready, just find me. I usually sleep on the tree on the east side of the camp during the day. In a tree. It's cooler up there. Shiyu turned, took 2 steps, then leapt onto the wall, glancing back at him. I'm off. Before you leave, roast me some potatoes again. Last time I only got 2 bites before that wind mage ruined everything. With that she vaulted over the wall and was gone. Lu Li sat on the stump for a while longer. Then he stood and walked back to the barracks. The dormitory was empty. At this hour everyone was either training on the field or working in the fields. He went to the farthest bunk, sat down against the wall, pulled out the parchment and began to follow the steps. Close his eyes. Breathe. Sink his consciousness downward. First try nothing. Second try still no reaction. Third try he slowed the rhythm, stopped forcing and simply relaxed into the sensation. Wind rustled and distant commands reached his ears. Those sounds slid across the surface of his awareness, he ignored them and kept sinking. In the depths of his mind a space emerged, inside it faint blue threads of energy drifted. They were weak like candle flames flickering in the breeze. His consciousness probed along the edges of the energy streams. The surface of that space was shattered, riddled with cracks, the fragments barely held together by sheer mental force. No wonder even a simple command had nearly killed him. He withdrew his consciousness and opened his eyes. The sunlight had shifted from the left side of the windowsill to the right, his forehead was soaked with sweat. In the evening he went to find Vera. Vera wasn't in her dorm or on the training ground. He asked a few soldiers, one said they'd seen her at the medical tent. He followed the directions and found the gray-white tent on the east side of the camp. The tent was thick with the smell of her. Vera sat behind a simple wooden desk cluttered with jars and bottles, grinding something in a small stone mortar. She heard his footsteps but didn't look up. What is it? Luli stood at the tent entrance and spoke. General Lei En mentioned a plan to me. About the blessing ceremony in the capital. Vera's grinding didn't stop. The pestle circled in the mortar, making a soft scraping sound. He told me. Do you think it's feasible? Vera paused, set the pestle down on the table and looked up at him. What do you think? I think it's feasible. But the risk is enormous, Luli said. And you still want to go? I do. Vera was silent. She looked at him, her gaze duller than usual. You aren't even sure whether the blessing ceremony is good or bad, and you're willing to wade into that murky water. Luli didn't rush to answer. If I don't go, I'll still be the deadweight on the battlefield, he said. If you hadn't shown up today, I might already be dead. Next time I might not be so lucky. I don't want to rely on others to save me every time danger comes. Vera said nothing. She stood up, walked to the wooden shelf on the other side of the tent, picked up a clean clay pot, poured the ground powder into it, sealed the lid and dusted off her hands. Then she turned around. Before you leave, use your mental energy to fully repair your spiritual chi. Luli stood there blinking. Is that a yes? I didn't say yes, Vera said. I'm just setting a standard. If you can meet it, it means you're qualified for this. If not, stay put in camp and wait until the war is over to step out. And if I do meet it? Vera looked at him. We'll talk when you do. She turned back and began tidying the bottles and jars on another table. Luli stood at the entrance, then turned to leave. By the way. Vera's voice came from behind. Luli stopped and looked back. Vera's back was to him, her tone flat. The plan General Lei En mentioned, it really is an opportunity. After nightfall the camp grew quiet. Luli returned to the dormitory alone, sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. This time he entered the meditative state much faster than in the afternoon. Soon after, his consciousness sank, that shattered spiritual chi emerged. The fragmented space was still broken, but his mental energy no longer scattered so wildly. He tried to turn his consciousness into threads, weaving them slowly into the cracks like muddy water seeping into parched earth. The fissures didn't fully heal, but the edges of the fragments began to draw together and mental energy congealed in the gaps like a scab forming. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. He didn't stop pushing his mental energy deeper into the cracks. Every fissure had to be filled, every fragment redhaired. It was painstaking work, like stitching a torn garment, impossible to rush. After an unknown span of time, the precarious quaking sensation in his spiritual chi steadied. The fractured space no longer threatened to fall apart, mental energy had rebonded the pieces. The scars remained, but the structure no longer tottered. He opened his eyes. A fullness settled in his chest, as if some part of his body had been filled. His mind no longer felt hollow, instead it swelled with a satisfying density like a dry riverbed finally receiving water. He had repaired his spiritual chi with mental energy, the standard Vera set. He had met it. He lay down, pulled the blanket up to his chin and stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow he would find Vera. Then prepare for the capital. He turned over. The last thought before closing his eyes, the capital was full of people who wanted to capture him. The blessing ceremony was public. How many eyes would be in the crowd? Was this reckless venture a blessing or a curse? The campfires gradually died out. Early the next morning, Luli went to find Vera. The medical tent still carried that scent of herbs. Vera was arranging jars on the shelves, not turning around when she heard footsteps. Sit. Luli took a seat on the wooden stool nearby. I practiced once last night, he said. I used my spiritual power to mend the rift in my spiritual sea, it's already fused together. Vera paused her movements, walked over and placed her hand on Luli's shoulder. He could see a faint blue thread from her palm silently burrowing into his shoulder. Vera withdrew her hand. It is indeed steadier than before. The crack in your spiritual sea has sealed, though the scar remains, it's no longer fragmented. Then does that mean? Don't get your hopes up too soon, Vera interrupted. This is just the beginning. You can still only use it at low intensity use will still rupture your spiritual sea. She finished speaking, walked to the corner of the tent, pulled out a cloth bundle from under a wooden chest and tossed it to him. Take it. Luli caught it and opened it. Inside was a set of drab civilian clothes, a worn black cloth cap and a small pottery jar. What's this? Hair dye. Vera said, that yellow hair of yours is too conspicuous. Apply it, it will wash off after 3 rinses, don't get it in your eyes. Also a magical mask, it will slightly alter your appearance. Luli looked at the items in his hands. She then took a small cloth pouch from her pocket and placed it on the table. Inside is 1 bottle of hemostatic and 1 bottle of antidote. Use them sparingly on the road. Luli picked up the pouch and weighed it. Thanks. Don't thank me, Vera said. If you die in the capital, all these things would be wasted. She paused, then added, Rain is waiting for you at the stone tower. Dye your hair before you go. Luli returned to his dormitory and opened the small pottery jar. Inside was a blackish paste with a pungent smell. He dabbed some on his hair and rubbed it a few times. His hair began to darken. A grayish black, like unwashed, dirty hair. He put on the civilian clothes, snapped on the mask and hat, and looked at himself in the tarnished bronze mirror. At a glance one could not recognize the yellow-haired fugitive at all. The face in the mirror appeared thinner with faint shadows under the eyes. Like someone who hadn't slept well for days. He walked out of the dormitory toward the stone tower. Just as he reached the edge of the training ground, Shiyu jumped down from a tree and landed before him. Oh, she circled around him. Unrecognizable. When did you get here? Just now, Shiyu said. Vera told me to wait for you. Come on, let's go find Rain. She turned and walked off, her tail swishing behind her. Rain's room was as usual, a wooden table, a few chairs and an old sword hanging on the wall. Rain sat behind the table, a parchment map spread before him. Seeing Luli enter, he gestured with his chin toward the chair opposite. Sit. Luli sat down. Shiyu crouched beside him on the ground, her tail coiled at her feet. Rain pushed the map forward. This is the terrain of the capital. He traced a line on the map with his finger. Take this route. Avoid the official road and cut through the woods. You'll arrive in 2 days. Luli studied the map. The line curves several times all through mountain paths. The blessing ceremony is the day after tomorrow in the morning. Rain said, you two reach the outskirts of the city tomorrow night, find a place to rest. At dawn blend into the crowd of onlookers. Will there be many onlookers? Many, Shiyu chimed in. Every blessing ceremony the entire capital floods to watch. Nobles, merchants, commoners, even people from nearby villages. Just blend into the throng, no one will notice a grimy commoner. Luli nodded. What about the city gates? I'll lead the way. Shiyu said, I know which sections of the city wall are unguarded, you can climb over. No need to use the gates. Rain glanced at her. Be careful yourself. Got it, got it. Shiyu waved her hand. Rain turned his gaze back to Luli. Your weapon. Stowed away. Luli patted the spot over his chest. Carried close to me. Can you use it? Luli nodded. Are you sure that method you mentioned last time, teleporting into the blessing range during the ceremony and then teleporting out, is feasible? Short distances, yes, Luli said. It will definitely cause chaos and I can slip into the crowd. Rain leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin. That's enough. He paused, picked up a small slip of paper from the table, wrote a few lines, blew on the ink to dry it, folded it and handed it to Luli. In the slums west of the city there's a shoe repair shop with an old boot hanging at the entrance. Once you reach the capital, go there first and find someone. Who? Old Tai. He used to be an information dealer on our side, but after he injured his leg and couldn't run anymore, he settled in the capital and opened a shoe repair shop. On the surface he fixes shoes, in reality he keeps an eye on the big movements in the city for us. Give him this note and he'll know you're one of ours. What can he do? Not much, Rain said. But he knows the city streets. If something goes wrong he can guide you to escape. Behind his shop is a hidden passage that leads straight to a drainage outlet at the city wall. Shiyu will take you in, he knows how to meet you and get you out. Luli pocketed the note. Rain then pulled a palm-sized copper token from under the table and tossed it over. This is a pass token for checkpoint. If you run into our people, use this to prove your identity. Don't use it casually, only pull it out as a last resort. Luli caught the copper token. The token was old with a beast head pattern carved on the front and a smooth worn back. Thanks. Don't thank me, Rain said, picking up a bowl of cold congee, taking a sip, frowning and setting it down. Just coming back alive is worth more than anything. He paused. Shiyu is going with you, you already know that. Once in the capital, follow her lead in everything. She's sharper than you and knows the environment better. Don't be stubborn. Understood. Good. Rain waved his hand. Go. Prepare your things. Luli stood and walked to the door. When he reached the threshold, Rain's voice came from behind. Brother. He stopped and turned. Rain wasn't looking at him, he was poking at the kanji with his finger, his voice low, don't die. Luli stood at the door for a second. I'll try. He descended the stairs and walked out of the stone building. The sunlight made him squint. Soldiers training on the drill ground were taking a break, a few sitting on the ground drinking water. He headed toward the dormitory. When he reached the entrance he found someone standing there. A young soldier in ordinary leather armor clutching a cap in his hand, his expression slightly awkward. The soldier instinctively straightened up as he saw Luli approaching, uncertain whether to speak. Luli paused for a moment, then recognized him. It was the soldier who had been injured when the outer wall collapsed, his leg broken, bone protruding, the one Luli had saved with a healing potion. Now he was standing, though his right leg bore an unnatural stance, leaning slightly to the left. Mr. Luli, he called out, his voice tight. Don't call me mister. Luli replied. Is your leg healed? It's healed, the soldier said, instinctively touching his right leg. The military doctor said the bone has mended, but I can't run too fast for now. Walking is fine. He stood there clutching his cap even tighter. I heard. You're leaving for a while. News travels fast. Yes. The young soldier opened his mouth as if he had many things to say but didn't know where to begin. He glanced down at the cap in his hands, then back up at Luli. That day. When the outer wall collapsed, I thought I'd lose this leg, he said, his voice dropping. The military doctor said amputation. I didn't want it amputated. If I lost this leg I wouldn't be able to stand guard or train, I'd just drag one leg behind me sweeping the campgrounds for the rest of my life. He paused. Luli remained silent. He remembered the scene from that day, bone fragments protruding white, painful to even look at. I don't know what you're leaving for, the soldier said. But I wanted to come and tell you something. He took a deep breath. Thank you. After speaking he put his cap back on, bowed deeply to Luli and straightened up. The young soldier's eyes were slightly red but his lips curved into a smile, not a polite one but a genuine one. He turned and walked away. After a few steps he looked back at Luli as if wanting to say more, but in the end he just waved and walked away quickly. Luli watched his figure disappear at the edge of the drill ground. His right leg was indeed still a little limp. But he was walking. Standing. Training. Luli pushed open the dormitory door and began packing his things. The backpack was given to him by Shiyu, an ordinary linen bag that looked no different from those used by other soldiers in the camp. He conjured some bread and roasted potatoes, watching as a faint blue stream of energy spiraled from his body into his palm, materializing into these items. So that's how it works. After packing he sat on the edge of the bed gazing out the window. The sun was slanting westward. He felt a pang of hunger. He remembered he hadn't eaten lunch yet. He stood up and headed toward the mess hall. Before he reached the entrance a rich aroma of braised meat drifted over, mingling with the scent of herbs and baked bread. Beside the mess hall stood a small cabin which served as Safla's storage and prep kitchen. The door was half open and from inside came the rhythmic sound of a knife chopping vegetables, da-da-da like light rain. Luli was about to pass by when Safla stepped out of the cabin. She wore a dark worn apron, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, flour dusted on her hands. She glanced at Luli, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. Leaving? Yes. Wait a moment. Safla turned and went back into the cabin. Luli stood at the doorway. The small cabin was filled with ingredients, Rows of clay jars on wooden shelves, sacks of flour and dried beans in the corner. Strings of cured meat hung on the walls and a bamboo basket on the floor held freshly picked vegetables. Safala took down a small cloth pouch from the shelf, already prepared, bulging full. She came out and handed the pouch to Luli. "Take it." Luli accepted it. "What's inside?" "Jerky," Safala said. "Eat it on the road. Don't just gnaw on bread, you won't have enough energy. There's also a pack of herbal powder, brew it with hot water if you catch a chill. Don't fall ill before you even reach the capital with that constitution of yours." Luli looked at the pouch in his hands. "Thank you." Even though he could conjure meat himself if he wanted in this unfamiliar world, having someone prepare these things specifically for him warmed his heart. Safala didn't respond to that. She reached out and patted his shoulder, leaving a few traces of flour on his coat. "Go ahead," she said. "But don't travel on an empty stomach." She paused. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." "Then come in and eat first." Safala turned back into the cabin. "The porridge is in the pot. Help yourself." Luli walked and ladled a bowl of porridge from the stove. It was thick with bits of meat and vegetables. He sat on a low stool in the corner, sipping the porridge mouthful by mouthful. Safala kept busy continuing to chop vegetables. The knife fell on the chopping board, da-da-da, the rhythm unchanged. "Sister Safala." "Thank you." Safala didn't turn around. "Thank me after you've eaten your fill." Luli finished the porridge, washed the bowl and put it back on the stove. Safala didn't even look up, only saying, "Travel safely." He walked out of the cabin and stuffed the cloth pouch into his backpack. The setting sun had fallen behind the city wall, the horizon blazing with orangerd. He clutched the backpack strap in his hand, feeling its weight. It wasn't because of the things inside. It was the care, the sincerity. Shiyu was crouched on the windowsill nearby, her tail dangling and swaying. "What's the holdup?" she said. "Let's go." Luli swung the backpack over his shoulder and headed toward the fortress gate. Shiyu jumped off the windowsill and followed behind him. At the fortress gate, the setting sun dyed the city wall a dark crimson. A few soldiers stood atop the wall watching. No waving, no shouting, just standing there. Luli stopped and looked back once. Smoke from the camp's cooking fires was rising, and from the distance came the clanging of pots from the mess hall. A few children were running around on the drill ground while Safala shouted something loudly from the kitchen door. Everything was ordinary. He turned back and strode into the forest. Shiyu walked ahead, her steps light. "Stay close to me," she said. "Follow the path I tell you, and there's a 70% chance we won't be discovered." 70%. Not bad, Shiyu said, glancing back at him. "What more do you expect from a fugitive?" She turned and headed deeper into the woods, her tail swaying behind her. The forest grew dim, the path beneath their feet was barely visible. Shiyu walked briskly ahead, almost soundless. "Can you keep up?" she asked without turning back. "I can." "Then hurry up. We need to cross that mountain before dark." Luli quickened his pace, heading into the woods without looking back. When the moon hid behind the clouds, Shiyu came to a halt. She placed her hand directly on the hilt of her sword, her tail instantly stiffening into a straight line. Luli immediately stopped, his fingers gripping the sword hilt. "There's an ambush ahead." "How many?" "I don't know." Shiyu sniffed, her ears twitching, "but the scent is off. There's the smell of iron armor and also horse manure. It's the regular army of the kingdom. And they have beast-repelling powder." She glanced down at the ground beneath her feet. Under the moonlight, a nearly invisible fine powder was scattered across the road. Specifically designed for beast men. Shiyu's voice turned cold. "Inhaling it will cause numbness in the limbs." Luli crouched down, his fingers pinching a bit of the powder. The powder emitted a faint red glow at his fingertips, carrying a pungent medicinal scent. Shiyu's face turned slightly pale, her knees visibly trembling. "This route is a shortcut to the royal capital, but it's not on the official post road. Why would a legitimate army come here?" Luli glanced at her, realizing she must have been affected by the beast-repelling powder. "You chose the path. If you ask me, who should I ask?" Luli patted the sword hilt. "So how many?" Just as he finished speaking, torches lit up in the ruins ahead. A total of 8. The light from the torches illuminated a small magical formation in the center of the ruins. Surrounding the formation stood 5 figures clad in dark leather armor, crossbows in hand. In the center was a man in a gray robe holding a glowing compass. The needle of the compass was slowly spinning, pointing towards Shiyu. "Someone is approaching." The man in the gray robe lifted his eyelids. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. Oh. He squinted looking at the shadow beside Luli, not just one. He fixed his gaze on Luli in the shadow. Come out. Luli stepped out from the shadow raising his hands. Just passing through, he said, excuse me gentlemen, may I borrow the way? The man in the grey robe stared at him for 2 seconds then scoffed. Borrow the way. Traveling this secluded path in the dead of night. He gestured, no matter who it is first, take them down. Crossbowmen prepare. 4 crossbowmen simultaneously drew their crossbows aiming at the two. Oh, and there's a half-beast girl too, tonight my brothers are in for a treat. Shiyu's hands trembled slightly. The beast-repelling powder was beginning to take effect, her legs had started to go numb. Luli, she whispered, these people are tough to deal with. Luli lowered his hands. His gaze changed. These soldiers of the kingdom were lying in wait at a small path in the middle of the night doing what bandits do. A surge of anger welled up from within. He raised his right hand focusing his thoughts. Target Shiyue effect strength 2 duration 10 seconds. A faint blue light leaped from his fingertips precisely entering Shiyu's shoulder. Shiyu. Shiyu heard Lu Li's voice. Then she felt a scorching heat burst from her shoulder instantly engulfing her body. The numbness caused by the beast-repelling powder melted away like snow meeting boiling water. In its place was an indescribable feeling of fullness. Her muscles rejoiced, her blood boiled, and even her breathing became light as if she were flying. She felt as if she could shatter a stone with a single punch fast enough that even the wind couldn't catch up. Go have some fun, Lu Li said. Shiyu's eyes lit up, her pupils dilating for a moment. Her body moved before her mind did. It was not the usual stealth but a direct explosion of speed. Strength 2 activated, remaining 9 seconds. She dashed forward like a grey flash of lightning. Just as the bolts left the crossbows she had already breached the first line of defense. The short blade was drawn. By the time the first scream rang out the second crossbowman had only just turned his head. Shiyu herself was stunned. Her previous fastest speed was to strike twice in a breath. But this time her blade was so fast that even the afterimage was indistinct, each swing producing a spray of blood mist. Strength 2 remaining 6 seconds. Lu Li stood still, not moving. He focused his thoughts. Area effect weakened 2 duration 5 seconds, range 10 meters. He snapped his fingers. An invisible force field spread from him. The remaining crossbowmen suddenly found their crossbows feeling as heavy as lead. Their arms trembled, lacking the strength to draw the string, staring in horror at their spasming fingers. What the hell? Shiyu's strength 2 remaining 3 seconds. Shiyu didn't give them time to react. She jumped, rolled and harvested like a frenzied cat among the ruins. Every strike was accompanied by the sound of bones cracking and screams. The man in the grey robe's face changed drastically. He raised the compass quickly, chanting a spell. Magical barrier. A transparent ripple rose up before him. Strength 2 effect ended. Lu Li moved. He focused his thoughts. Teleportation to the eyes of others. His figure blurred for a moment, then he appeared out of thin air inside the barrier. Space seemed non-existent before him. The iron sword spun in his hand, firmly resting against the neck of the man in the grey robe. The man's incantation choked in his throat. You. How did you get in here? Guess, Lu Li smiled. He glanced at the remaining struggling crossbowmen, focusing his thoughts. Group teleportation, target enemy units, distance upwards 10 meters. A wave of spatial distortion flashed by. The remaining 3 crossbowmen suddenly felt the ground drop out from beneath them. Before they could scream, they were teleported 10 meters into the air. Then they fell heavily onto the pile of rubble in the ruins. The sound of bones breaking was particularly clear in the night, accompanied by a few short screams, after which several people fell silent. The man in the grey robe watched this scene, the compass in his hand clattering to the ground. He finally understood. This was not magic. It was an overwhelming force at the level of rules. Don't kill me. He fell to his knees with a thud, his knees hitting the rubble. Don't kill me. I'm the captain of the kingdom's patrol team. Killing me won't end well for you. Shiyu paused her actions. She looked at her hands, then at Lu Li, her tail standing upright, still trembling slightly. What did you just infuse into me? A bit of strength. Lu Li walked over, picked up the compass from the ground and tossed it to Shiyue. Here, play with it. Shiyu caught the compass, blinking as her tail swayed behind her. Good stuff. She licked her lips, her eyes sparkling. I feel like I could punch a cow to death just now. Lu Li squatted down, looking at the man in the grey robe. So tell me. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? The man trembled all over, his pants already wet. It's Just that patrolling is too boring, so I came out to find some fun and make some drinking money. This road is a secluded path to the royal capital I never expected to run into. You. Lu Li and Shiyu exchanged glances. It was just a chance encounter, not a deliberate ambush against him. How much do you know about the blessing ceremony? Blessing ceremony. The man paused for a moment. I know it's to bless the heroes who have already received the teachings of the holy light. I'm just a small captain, I don't know the specifics. Lu Li stared at him for 2 seconds. What else? That's all. Really? I'm just a patroller. The man desperately knocked his head against the ground. Lu Li stood up. Teleportation target patrol team captain, distance upwards 100 meters. After running for a mile, Shiyu came to a Lu Li. She looked up, her eyes sparkling. That move just now. How long can that power last? About 10 breaths. Lu Li sat beside her, wiping the blood off his sword. 10 breaths. Shiyu licked her lips. If I could do that a few more times. Don't think about it. Lu Li interrupted her. Mental energy isn't infinite. Overuse will cause headaches. Save it for critical moments to save your life. Shiyu pouted, but the light in her eyes did not fade. But. She looked at Lu Li. You've changed. Changed for the stronger. Changed for the harsher, Shiyu said. The old you fought to escape. The one just now was different. Lu Li froze for a moment. He looked down at his hands. In the months spent at the pass, Varus whip had not only struck his body but also his heart. He was no longer the one who was chased and ran for his life. Lu Li understood that he held something capable of changing the world, but he still couldn't fully control it. He needed to grow stronger. Let's go. Lu Li stood up, brushing off the dirt from his pants. It's almost dawn. The gray-white colossal wall emerged in the morning light. Lu Li crouched behind the thicket, gazing at the city wall from afar. He had returned once more. That is Bright City. Shiyu crouched beside him, her voice low. The blessing ceremony will be held at the temple square. How do we get? Follow me. Shiyu led him along the base of the wall for a distance, then halted before a patch of shrubs. She parted the bushes, revealing a waist-high opening in the wall. A drainage outlet, Shiyu said. This section of the western wall has long been neglected and no one cares. We can crawl through. Lu Li stared into the pitch-dark hole. The cobbler's shop in the western district, the old man Lei En mentioned. How far is it? Not far. Once we exit the drain, we'll be in the slums. The cobbler's is on the third alley to the east. Lu Li nodded. Let's go in first. Shiyu entered first. Lu Li's chest heaved once, then he bent down and crawled in after her. The drain was narrow with shallow sewage underfoot. A rancid fishy stench hung in the air, stinging the eyes. After about 50 paces a faint light appeared ahead. We're here. Lu Li crawled out of the drain and found himself standing in a narrow alley. A strange odor filled the alley and garbage piled against the wall. From a distance the faint sound of a bell tolled once. Shiyu stood up, brushed the mud off her clothes. This is the western slums. Lu Li looked around. He was back in the royal capital. Find a place to rest first, Shiyu said. Before the midday blessing ceremony, we'll go to the cobbler's shop to meet the contact. She turned and walked deeper into the alley. Lu Li followed behind her. Footsteps echoed in the narrow alley. Shiyu stopped and looked back at him. Afraid. Lu Li gazed at the blur of light at the end of the alley. It was the direction of the city center, the direction of the temple. He recalled the bow of the leg-wounded soldier at the pass, the bag of dried meat Sapphira had thrust into his hands, and Shiyu's words, "It'll be fun." He remembered that moment just now, the sensation of power flowing from his fingertips, of rules taking shape in his palm. I am afraid, Lu Li said with a smile, his hand unconsciously touching his chest. But my hands are itching. Shiyu stared at him for 2 seconds, then her tail flicked. Then let's go. After daybreak, Shiyu led Lu Li through 3 alleys and stopped before a dilapidated cobbler's shop. A wooden sign hung on the door, "Closed today." Shiyu knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked twice. The door cracked open, revealing a murky eye. Lei En. Shiyu handed over the copper piece. The eye stared at the copper for 2 seconds, then the door creaked open. The room was dark. A lame old man sat behind a workbench, clutching a half-finished leather boot. He glanced at Lu Li, his gaze pausing momentarily on his dyed black hair, but he asked nothing. The blessing ceremony starts at noon, the old man's voice grated like sandpaper. At the temple square. All the braves will be present. The blessing array is in the center of the square with a radius of 10 paces. Guards. 200 soldiers on the periphery of the square, 20 mages on the temple steps. The old man lowered his head and resumed working on the boot. Anything else? The high priest will preside in person. The old man raised his eyelids, his murky eyes flickering. That old man is formidable. Luli nodded. Thanks. The old man didn't look up, he just waved his hand. She pulled Luli out of the cobbler's shop, her tail swaying behind her. Let's find a place to wait until noon, she said in a low voice. I know an abandoned warehouse, no one goes there. Noon. Temple Square. A sea of people. Luli squeezed into the back of the crowd, his hat pulled low, his gaze piercing through layers of heads to settle on the center of the square. The array was larger than he had imagined. On the gray-white stone ground, intricate runes were carved, golden light flowing between them, pulsing like breath. At the edge of the array stood 4 stone pillars, each embedded with a glowing gem. Tall platforms were erected on both sides of the square. To the left was the noble district. Men and women in silks and satins sat on velvet cushions, goblets in hand, chatting and laughing. To the right was the commoner district, packed so tightly that some had even climbed onto the rooftops nearby, while children perched on their fathers' shoulders, craning their necks to see. On the temple steps to the north sat a golden throne. The old king sat there in his resplendent royal robe, a benevolent smile fixed on his face. But Luli could see that his eyes were vacant, like a statue placed there. His hands rested on his knees, motionless, his breathing so shallow it was almost invisible. Behind the king stood an old man in a white robe. The robe was embroidered with golden thread and he had a long white beard. In his hand was a staff set with a ruby. He stood there speaking not a word, not moving, yet those around him instinctively looked his way as if drawn by some force. The high priest. Further back Luli spotted a familiar figure. A red robe, a silver thread emblem on the collar, a short staff in hand. The red-robed archmage. Luli's fingers tightened around his sleeve. He remembered that face. Remembered it clearly. That face had lightly said, "Dismiss them," in a side hall, and when a burly man protested he was killed on the spot. Blood splattered on the floor, staining those silver-embroidered boots. Later he sent 6 assassins to silence him. Later still the wanted poster was plastered all over the city. Luli averted his gaze, his chest heaving once. Trumpets sounded in the square. The crowd fell silent. The high priest stepped forward, stood at the edge of the array and raised his staff. May the light god bless Aslan. His voice, amplified by magic, spread throughout the square, making eardrums buzz. Today we gather here to bestow the light god's blessing upon 4 braves. They are the kingdom's protectors, the hope of humanity. The crowd cheered. Luli stood among them, silent. His eyes were fixed on the magic array, his mind already calculating the distance. 50 paces. He could teleport to the center of the array within 50 paces. But he waited. Please welcome the 4 braves. As the high priest's voice died down, 4 figures emerged from the passage on the east side of the square. The first was the sword brave. A silver gleaming longsword rested on his shoulder, the sapphire on its hilt sparkling in the sunlight. He strode forward briskly, chin lifted, a smile on his lips. The loudest cheers erupted from the crowd, some shouted his name, others threw flowers at him. He didn't even blink. He merely turned his head slightly, letting the flowers graze his shoulder and fall without bothering to bend and pick them up. The second was the bow brave. In his hand was an emerald green longbow. Though stringless, it glistened in the sunlight. He walked slowly, his eyes indifferent, as if nothing around him mattered. The cheers dimmed a note for him, but more from the screams of young girls. The aloof image was too appealing. The third was the sacred book brave. A dark gold sacred book was cradled in his arms, runes on its spine flickering faintly. As he stepped forward he yawned without even covering his mouth, his eyes full of drowsiness. The crowd hesitated for a moment, then whispers arose. So mysterious. A legendary rank is different. He must disdain such occasions. The fourth was the staff brave. His staff tapped the ground with crisp sounds. He bounced forward, his face alight with excitement like a child on a spring outing. Some laughed and called out, so lively, some shook their heads muttering, "Can this one be a brave?" But more people applauded. The 4 braves stood in a row facing the temple steps. The king rose shakily to his feet, raising his hand. May the light god bless you. The crowd cheered again. Luli stood at the back of the crowd, his fingers clutching his sleeve. He watched those 4 chosen ones being cheered on both sides. He mentally input the command. TPS 50. The command flashed through his mind. He could activate it at any moment. But he was in no hurry. He waited for the perfect opportunity. The archbishop turned, raising his staff. The blessing ceremony begins now. 4 heroes stepped forward one by one toward the edge of the magic array. The light of the array began to flow, golden rays moving along the runes. Radiance surged from the cracks between the stone slabs, weaving into intricate patterns in the air. The runes were ancient and Lu Li could not decipher them, yet he sensed they were breathing, pulsing with a rhythmic glow. The archbishop began chanting. The language was unfamiliar to Lu Li. The syllables were harsh, the tones strange, each word uttered from the mouth made the air tremble slightly. But he could feel the magic power in the air gathering, surging, converging toward the center of the array. A prickling sensation crawled over his skin as if countless tiny things were creeping. That was caused by the extreme concentration of magic. He had experienced it once before in the Red Robe Archmage's secret chamber. His fingers twitched. Not yet. The archbishop's chanting grew faster, the array's light brighter. The 4 heroes closed their eyes. The sword hero's smile deepened, he was too confident, as if the blessing was already his. The bow hero remained expressionless, his body taut as a bowstring. The holy scripture hero peeked open one eye, then quickly shut it. The staff hero trembled all over, whether from nervousness or excitement. The crowd held its breath. The nobles set down their wine glasses, the commoners stood on tiptoes, the people on the rooftop stopped swaying. All eyes were fixed on the center of the array, awaiting the descent of a miracle. Lu Li also stared at the center of the array. It was empty. Where the light blazed brightest there was nothing. He would fill that spot with his own position. The archbishop's chant ceased. He lowered his staff, his gaze sweeping over the 4 heroes, finally resting on the center of the array. Blessing. B. His hand pressed downward. Jin. The final syllable had not yet fallen. Lu Li's expression shifted. Now. With a thought. TPS 50 boom. In the center of the array the air twisted abruptly. A figure materialized out of thin air. Lu Li stood in the heart of the array, his feet on the runes, surrounded by radiance. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The archbishop's hand froze midair, his words caught in his throat. The 4 heroes opened their eyes simultaneously. On the temple steps the Red Robe Archmage's pupils constricted sharply. That face. He recognized it. It was the disarmed hero he had dismissed, the one he had sent countless assassins to kill, whose wanted poster still hung on the wall of his secret chamber. It's you. The Red Robe Archmage exclaimed involuntarily. The crowd erupted in uproar. Who is that? How did he suddenly appear? What kind of magic is this? His clothes. He's a commoner. Guards. Where are the guards? On the temple steps the king frowned, leaning forward. What is going on? No one answered him. The archbishop's face darkened. His gaze swept over Lu Li. A disarmed hero. Daring to crash the blessing ceremony. He let out a cold laugh, about to speak. When the light of the array suddenly surged. Golden radiance rushed toward Lu Li, enveloping him entirely. The runes flickered wildly, blazing so bright they hurt the eyes. Lu Li felt a power surge into his body, utterly different from the command block. Warm. Flowing. Seeping into every cell. His spiritual energy container trembled, his spiritual sea vibrated, and something was forcing its way out. It was a strange sensation, his body felt like a vessel being forcibly filled with something. Then a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Heroes system activated. Lu Li was stunned. What the hell? A system. And activated in this world's blessing array. Before he could ponder further, the light of the array began to recede. The golden power rapidly withdrew from his body, dissipating into the air. It came and went swiftly. Then everything returned to calm. Lu Li stood still, looking down at his own hands. Nothing had changed. Seize him. The archbishop's roar thundered. The Red Robe Archmage raised his short staff, magical fluctuations surging wildly. The 4 heroes moved simultaneously. The sword hero drew his long sword, a silver flash and sword chi slashed toward the center of the array. The bow hero pulled back his longbow, the light arrow materialized instantly, its tip aimed straight at Lu Li's chest. The holy scripture hero opened his sacred tome, golden pages flew out, transforming into chains that coiled around. The staff hero tapped his staff, flames gathered at its tip and a fireball hurtled forward. From all directions lethal strikes converged. The crowd screamed and nobles panicked, soldiers charged toward the array. The entire square turned into a chaotic mess. Lu Li stood in the center of the array, watching the incoming sword chi, the flying light arrow, the approaching chains, and the roaring fireball. He smiled. Boom. The center of the array was empty. The sword chi struck the ground, blasting a crack. The light arrow pierced through the air, embedding itself into the floor. The chains grasped at nothing, falling to the ground. The fireball slammed into the stone slab, leaving a charred crater. The four heroes all halted their attacks. The sword hero's face flushed crimson, the bow hero's hand remained frozen in the drawing position, the holy scripture hero rolled his eyes, the staff hero's fireball still blazed in his palm, forgotten to throw. The archbishop's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The red robe archmage gnashed his teeth, gripping his short staff so hard it creaked. His voice squeezed through clenched teeth, murderous intent nearly tangible. Lock down the entire city. Scour every inch to find him. Soldiers charged into the crowd, beginning searches. Mages raised their staffs, activating detection arrays. Nobles roared, commoners screamed, and the entire temple square descended into chaos. The archbishop stood grim-faced at the edge of the array, staring at the empty spot in the center. Traces of Lu Li's presence lingered, footprints and a few damp marks from sweat. He said nothing. But his eyes could devour a man. West of the city, in the drainage channel, Lu Li's figure appeared in the darkness, leaning against the damp wall to catch his breath. The power of the blessing array still flowed within him, the warm sensation not yet faded. Hero system. He murmured. What was this? He couldn't quite comprehend. But now was not the time to think about it. He wiped the mud off his clothes, bent down and walked toward the drain outlet. Ahead, Shiyu crouched at the entrance, her tail twitching anxiously. Her ears were pricked, listening to the commotion from the square. Finally, you're back, she said, her eyes brightening as she saw Lu Li. How was it? Exciting. Lu Li walked over and crouched down. Not bad. What do you mean, not bad? Shiyu leaned, in eyes sparkling, tail standing straight up. I heard an explosion over there. The whole square is in chaos. Did you succeed? Lu Li smiled. Done. Let's go back. Shiyu was stunned, her tail shooting even higher. Your expression looks off. What happened? I'll explain on the way. Lu Li bent down and ducked into the drain. They'll search this area soon. Behind him, the city's bells tolled. 1, 2, 3 rings, the signal for a citywide lockdown. Lu Li glanced back, a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. He turned, his inner turmoil not mirroring his calm exterior. In his heart he screamed. System. Silence. What's happening? The panel. The golden-fingered grandpa. No, that couldn't be. Lu Li was certain he hadn't misheard. The voice still echoed in his mind. Ding. The hero system has been activated. He looked down at his hands, clenched them into fists, but felt nothing unusual. Yet that voice lingered stubbornly in his mind. He tried again, still no response. But he sensed something new within him, a subtle change, as if he had become different. If it weren't for how distinct the voice had been, he'd have suspected his nerves were conjuring illusions. Lu Li followed Shiyu northward along a wild path. The tolling bells of the capital had faded into silence, the city's lights shrank to a dim halo on the horizon. They had abandoned the main road for narrow trails only Shiyu could recognize. Sometimes a dry streambed, sometimes a beast's path, sometimes simply threading through the woods. Shiyu led the way. The cat race's night vision made such rough terrain feel like level ground. Her tail swished behind her as she occasionally glanced back to ensure Lu Li was keeping up. Each time she looked back, Lu Li seemed lost in thought. Hey! Her voice pulled him back to reality. He looked up to find her stopped beneath a crooked tree, her head tilted toward him. You've been off since earlier, her ears twitched. Not a single word the whole way. What's wrong? Lu Li opened his mouth, searching for the right words. Thinking about the blessing. I feel like there's something extra inside me. What kind of something? Hard to explain, he frowned. Shiyu stared at him for a few seconds, the tip of her tail swaying lightly, but she didn't press further. She turned and continued walking. Let's find a place to rest first. We need to leave this area before dawn. Can your teleport still work? Yes. Good. If they catch up, just run, don't worry about me. No way. Am I the kind of person who abandons someone? You know how fast I am. Why would you need to worry about me? Shiyu replied without looking back. In the dead of night they stopped by a dried-up stream. Shiyu leaned against a large boulder, placing her short blade within easy reach. Her cattail curled around her legs and she fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. She slept quickly, her breathing steady. Her ears occasionally twitched as if some part of her vigilance remained awake even in slumber. Lu Li sat on the opposite side of the campfire leaning against a tree trunk utterly unable to sleep. He closed his eyes, quieted his mind and concentrated on looking inward. He had practiced this before, meditation sinking awareness into the spiritual sea. Only previously he had used it to examine those cracks, if this time he sought something else. The spiritual sea looked the same as before, the cracks he had mended last time hadn't reopened but their scars remained like veins on porcelain. Deep within those golden currents. He saw it. A number. Golden tiny floating in the darkness, the only source of light. LV. 1 inch. Lu Li froze. It was real. He stared at the number for a long while. It didn't move nor did it vanish. It just stayed there quietly as if it had always been part of him. Beside the number was a thin golden line running horizontally at the bottom like the mercury column in a thermometer. Beneath the line was an even smaller number. 100. Lu Li pondered for a moment. 100. What does 100 mean? What happens when it reaches 100? He tried focusing more attention on the number but it gave no response. He tried thinking the words, level up, experience, next level, in his mind. Nothing happened. Did this thing not even come with an instruction manual? Frustrated, he opened his eyes and looked at Shiyu across the fire. She was still asleep, her breathing even. Lu Li closed his eyes again, returning his gaze to the number and the experience bar. After some contemplation he began to piece things together. This hero system had been activated by the goddess blessing array. Its logic must be fight, gain experience, level up, grow stronger. Fight to become stronger. That was the goddess cheat for the hero. But there was one problem. Lu Li looked down at his hand holding a piece of dried food. In games, leveling up required killing monsters or demonic creatures to gain experience. But in this world, where would he find such things to slay? Did animals count as wild monsters? Then, did beastmen count? Lu Li turned his head toward the sleeping Shiyu. No, 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 no way. He shook his head violently, banishing a very bad thought that had just surfaced. Wait. Another idea flashed through his mind. In Minecraft there was a command. XP. A command to give experience to players. This system was now bound to him. He could see his level and experience bar. Would that command work on it? His palms began to sweat. Should he try? He glanced at Shiyu to confirm she was still asleep. Then he closed his eyes, concentrated and silently recited in his mind. XP 100s. Nothing happened. No golden light, no sound, no system notification. Lu Li's heart sank. It really didn't work. He subconsciously looked at his experience bar. 100. No. 100,100. Lu Li's breath caught for a beat. Then, the spiritual sea trembled violently. A warm power surged from deep within his body as if someone had ignited a fire inside him. Golden light flowed through his veins, spreading from his chest to his limbs. The sensation wasn't painful, in fact it was rather pleasant, like soaking in warm water. The number in his mind flashed. LV. 1 LV. 2. Success. Lu Li opened his eyes, staring blankly at his hands. He had leveled up. He had done nothing but sit there and mutter a command. And he had leveled up. He opened his mouth to say something but no words came. Finally 2 syllables squeezed through his throat. Heck. It actually worked. It took Lu Li about 10 seconds to calm his racing heart. He sensed the changes in his body. There was indeed something different. Not the obvious kind of increased strength, but a subtler sensation. His body felt smoother, like gears freshly oiled turning without friction. But the change wasn't drastic. He glanced at the experience bar again. 200. The required experience had doubled. He thought for a moment, then recited another command. XP 300s. The experience bar filled instantly. The spiritual sea trembled again, a more intense heat than before erupted from his chest. The muscles in his arms tightened, his breathing deepened. He could feel the path of air from his nostrils into his lungs more clearly than ever. LV. 3. One more. XP 500s. This level up hit harder. A buzz filled his ears. Suddenly the surrounding chirps of insects seemed amplified, flooding in. He heard the sound of a leaf falling in the distance, the rustle of wind through grass tips, the last droplets of water seeping into stone crevices. The world had become too loud all at once. He needed a few seconds to adapt. LV. 4. Lu Li clenched his fists. He felt strong. Not the bulging muscle kind of strong, but a tautness throughout his body. Like a slack rope pulled taut, every fiber strained with tension. He felt he could punch through that wall from earlier. Not really, but his body radiated that kind of confidence. One more level. XP 800s. Heat spread from his chest into his limbs, tingling even his fingertips. His vision grew sharper. In the small area illuminated by the fire, every vein on every leaf was crystal clear. He could see an ant crawling on the tree trunk, its antennae trembling faintly in the firelight. LV. 5. Amazing. Absolutely freaking amazing. Luli drew a deep breath, ready to attempt another round, aiming for level 6. But just as he was focusing his mind to chant the command, his head began to feel dizzy. A floating sensation akin to staying up all night until dawn. His temples throbbed twice and his eyelids grew heavy. His spiritual energy was depleted. He hesitated for a moment but still held back. That's about enough, he murmured. If I push any further I might pass out. Level 5. 5 levels in a row, that was enough. He stood up and stretched his limbs. His joints cracked twice, but not the stiff kind of crack, rather a crisper sound as if something had been smoothed out. He clenched his fist, then released it, repeating several times, feeling the power flowing from his arm to his fingertips. Then he began to test what changes these 5 levels had brought. He walked up to a tree as thick as a bull, raised a hand and pushed it. The trunk shook violently and leaves rained down. He froze for a moment, then looked down at his palm. He hadn't used much force, just a casual push. Before this would have only made the trunk tremble, not shake like this. He bent down and picked up a stone as big as a human head. Before this weight would have required both hands and some back strength. Now he lifted it with one hand as easily as picking up a cabbage. He tossed it lightly, adjusted his grip and held it with one hand, again gauging the weight. It was steady. He set the stone down, took 2 steps back, took a deep breath and jumped straight up. His knees drove, his feet sprang and his body shot upward half a foot higher than he had anticipated. Upon landing he steadied himself without bending his knees much, his feet planted firmly with no extra wobble. He picked up a fist-sized stone, aimed at a tree trunk in the distance and threw it with a swing of his arm. The stone traced a low flat arc and smacked into the trunk with a crack, chipping off a piece of bark. He walked over, picked up the stone, returned to his original position and tried again. It hit near the same spot. Luli stood still, staring at his hand. At level 5 it was already like this. Strength, jumping, accuracy, all improved. What about a few more levels? He could level up without killing anyone while other heroes fought and struggled for experience. He could sit here and just utter a command. He leaned back against the tree trunk, closed his eyes and couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Leveling up truly felt good. Just as dawn was breaking, Shiyu's ears twitched first, then the tip of her tail trembled and finally she opened her eyes. Seeing Luli sitting across from her, his eyes bright and his spirits high, he looked nothing like someone who had stayed up all night. She squinted, not rushing to stand, studying him from where she leaned against a rock. Why do you look so good? Didn't you keep watch? Keeping watch fills me with joy. You fell asleep during the night, didn't you? I really didn't sleep. Shiyu stared at him for 2 seconds, then flicked the tip of her tail behind her. You're lying to a cat. You definitely didn't sleep. Luli stood up and patted the dirt off his pants. Let's go, let's go. Shiyu didn't move, still sitting on the ground looking up at him, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. You're different. How different? I can't quite put it into words, she said, standing up and brushing the dust off her back. It's just. You feel more dangerous now. Luli's heart jolted. The feline race's intuition was indeed sharp. He hadn't said a word yet, she sensed the change just by feeling. Let's go back to the pass first, he said. The journey back was easier than the one there. It wasn't that the road had improved, it was Luli himself who had changed. The same uphill slope that had left him breathless before now allowed him to breathe steadily, his steps light. Shiyu occasionally glanced back at him, saying nothing, but her gaze carried a hint of pondering. Around noon they reached the pass. From afar they could see the gray stone city wall with flags fluttering slowly in the wind. Smoke from the campfires rose, mingling with the breeze and carrying the aroma of food. 2 soldiers were changing shifts at the gate. One of them spotted them, turned around and ran inside. Not long after, Lei En strode out of the camp. He stood at the gate, arms crossed, sizing up Luli from head to toe. Not dead. Almost. How close? Luli thought for a moment, as close as 4 legendary heroes attacking simultaneously. The corner of Lei En's mouth twitched, probably wanting to smile, but he held it back. He turned and walked into the camp. Let's talk inside. Luli followed, passing through the camp and spotting a few familiar faces. The young soldier whose leg he had saved was chopping firewood. He looked up, saw Luli, froze, then stood up and grinned at him, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Luli nodded at him and followed Lei Yan into the room. Lei Yan poured a glass of water, pushed it to the edge of the table, then sat down and leaned back in his chair. Spill it. Luli sat down and briefly recounted the blessing ceremony, how he had sneaked and how he had stepped into the magic array ahead of the four heroes, the power that surged in from the array and the voice that echoed in his mind. I activated a system, he said. It shows a number representing the level. The higher the stronger. I'm now level 5. Lei Yan raised an eyebrow. Oh. So you were already level 5 when you just activated it. I used some other methods, Luli said without elaborating, and Lei Yan didn't press further. Leveling up fast is a good thing, Lei Yan said, taking a sip from his cup. This trip wasn't a waste. Luli noticed a letter on the table, the handwriting on the envelope crooked and messy. He picked it up, glanced at it, and asked Lei Yan, a letter from Sapphira. Lei Yan nodded. Yeah, there's some commotion near her hometown. Strange people have been hanging around the village. Hanging around. Her family wrote that recently people have been poking around outside the village. They're not locals. When did this happen? Last night. She rushed back early this morning. Luli thought for a moment and asked, want me to go take a look? No need, Lei Yan waved a hand. I've already sent people to keep an eye on it. They'll report back if anything happens. Luli nodded and said no more. You just got back, Lei Yan said, standing up and walking over to him, patting him on the shoulder. How much spiritual energy do you have left? You know that yourself. Luli didn't reply. Indeed. After jumping 5 levels in a row, his spiritual energy was now drained, his mind still floating. If a fight broke out, he couldn't even release a single command of weakness. Go eat then sleep, Lei Yan said. Don't overthink it. Luli didn't argue. He stood up, nodded, and walked out the door. In the evening, Luli returned to his small hut. On the table sat a bowl of porridge and 2 pieces of black bread with a note tucked beside them. He picked it up and read it. Crooked, childlike handwriting. Sister Sapphira asked me to give this to you. She said you'd be hungry when you got back. Luli stared at the note for a long while. He ate the bread and drank the porridge. Then he lay down on the bed, stared at the ceiling, and sank his consciousness into his spiritual sea. The golden number floated there. Level 5. His spiritual energy was still at rock bottom, with a thin layer of golden chi at the bottom of his spiritual sea, like a nearly dried up puddle. He closed his eyes. He needed to restore his spiritual energy. Tomorrow. He turned over and his breathing gradually grew heavy. The night had deepened. In the camp at the pass, the bonfire still burned. Some were still awake. Clang, clang, clang. The alarm bell rang through the entire pass. Short, urgent, the iron plate was struck with a deafening clamor, the sound traveling far into the night. Luli bounced off the bed, his mind still groggy. The spiritual energy in his spiritual sea had only recovered to 1/3 and his temples were tight. The exhaustion from leveling up 5 times last night was too great, a single night's sleep couldn't replenish it. But he couldn't afford to care about that now. Footsteps sounded everywhere outside. Chaotic, dense, they rushed from all directions toward the center of the camp. Someone was shouting orders, someone was leading horses, the clang of iron mingled with heavy panting, exploding into a cacophony in the darkness. Could it be a night raid by the enemy? Luli grabbed his clothes, pulled them on, pushed open the door and rushed out. The camp was filled with torches. Dozens of torches blazed simultaneously, illuminating the open ground as bright as day. Soldiers ran out from every tent, some fastening their armor, some heading for the stables, some distributing quivers. Everyone's expression was grim. Lei Yan stood in the center of the camp talking to 2 people. One was a scarred veteran of the demon race, Lei Yan's adjutant. The other was a young man in dark gray light armor, travel-worn, his trousers and boots caked with mud. A horn hung from his waist, the mark of a scout. The gray-armored scout was speaking rapidly, gesturing as he talked. Lei Yan listened with his head bowed, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Luli strode quickly over. Are you certain it's them? Certain, said the gray-armored scout. That sword hero's blade is too conspicuous, the sapphire glow on the hilt was visible from half a li away. He led 40 or 50 men, all heavy cavalry, traveling along the western road. And he's not the only one leading them. No, the gray-armored scout swallowed. There's also a man in a white robe with gold embroidery on his collar and flame patterns on his cuffs, a member of the Church of Light. I didn't dare get too close. I was hiding in the bushes, and when he glanced in my direction I lay flat on the ground, not daring to move, my heart nearly stopping. Lei Yan was silent for 2 seconds, then turned to his adjutant. "How many villages are in that direction?" "3," the adjutant replied. "The nearest is Lady Safila's hometown, about 20 li away." The grey-armored scout continued at their marching speed. "They'll reach Lady Safila's place by dawn." Lei Yan cursed under his breath. Then he looked up and saw Lu Li running over. "You heard everything." "I did," said Lu Li. "I want to go." Lei Yan didn't waste words, he turned and walked toward the stables. "I'll dispatch a squad." "My lord." The adjutant's voice cut in abruptly with unusual urgency. Lei Yan stopped and looked back at him. The scarred demon veteran frowned, his gaze heavy. "You cannot go." The adjutant continued. "The pass must be guarded by you. At this hour, a deep night surprise attack, the enemy knows our weak point too well. Lady Safila's village is 20 li from here. The news arrives just when we are most relaxed." He paused, lowering his voice. "It could be a diversionary tactic. If we send out our main force and leave the pass empty, the enemy will take advantage of the opportunity, then the loss will be more than just one village." Lei Yan's expression froze. Lu Li opened his mouth to say something, but his throat felt blocked. He understood the logic of the adjutant's words. Intellectually he understood completely. But emotionally, that was Safila's village. Safila could never abandon it. The one attacking the village was the hero. Although the current hero was insignificant, the guards assigned to him were undoubtedly the kingdom's top combat power. The adjutant looked at him, a complex emotion in his eyes. "So I suggest sending only a small squad. Lightly equipped, quick to go and quick to return." Lei Yan was silent for 2 seconds. Then he took a deep breath and turned to Lu Li. "Werewolves, 12 of them. We can reach there before dawn." His voice had regained its calm, but there was a barely perceptible tension in his eyes. "You go with them." A figure slid silently from the side. "I heard someone's going on a mission." It was Shiyu. She was already fully armed, short blades hung at her waist, her hair tied into a neat ponytail, the laces on her boots pulled tight. "I'm going too." "Shiyu, you follow him," Lei Yan pointed at Lu Li. "Be careful on the road." "Got it." Shiyu glanced at the war wolves being saddled inside the pen. "Oh, the wolf cavalry is mobilized. Looks like I won't be sleeping tonight." Lu Li didn't reply. He swung onto the war wolf. 12 war wolves charged out of the pass gate in the darkness, their claws shattering the pre-dawn stillness. The wind howled past his ears. Lu Li crouched on the wolf's back, the cold air pouring into his collar, blowing away the last vestiges of drowsiness. In the night the war wolves' claws scraped sparks from the frozen hard ground, each push propelling them several zhang forward. This mount was nearly twice as fast as a horse, but he still found it too slow. Only one thought filled his mind: faster, faster. 20 li. The war wolves were twice as fast as horses, but it still took time to get there. He could only pray that Safila could hold out until they arrived. Meanwhile, 20 li away, Safila's village. The sky had not yet fully brightened, a pale gray line just appeared on the eastern horizon. Safila stood under the big locust tree at the village entrance, sleeves rolled up, arms crossed, staring at the dark mass of troops before her. 40 or 50 fully armed soldiers formed ranks in front of the village. The torchlight flickered on their armor, bright and dim by turns. At the front stood a tall man in silver-white armor, a sapphire embedded in the hilt of his sword. Even without drawing, the oppressive pressure was already weighing on everyone's chest like a tangible force. The sword hero. And not far behind him, under a large tree, stood a figure in a white robe, an old man. White robe, gold flame emblem on the collar, fire patterns on the cuffs, an inquisitor of the Church of Light. He had his hands tucked into his sleeves, watching quietly from a distance, not stepping forward, but his gaze was even more unsettling than the sword hero's. Safila's eyes swept over the inquisitor and then returned to the sword hero. "Blocking someone's doorstep before dawn isn't very polite, is it?" Her voice was unhurried, even carrying a tone of casual chat. Behind her in the village, warm yellow light shone from the windows of a few houses. Some people had woken up, some were watching. A few orc children were peeking out from the windowsills, curious, until an adult pulled them back inside. The sword hero didn't respond to her words. He took a step forward, his gaze shifting from Safila to scan the village behind her, the low wooden houses, the mixed human and demon residents, and the children who had just been pulled back inside. The corner of his mouth curved. It wasn't a smile, but a condescending, scrutinizing arc. "I've long heard about a mixed village on the border, humans living with demons, even intermingling with orcs." His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it carried far in the empty night. "I used to think it was just a rumor." I never imagined it was true, so what? Said Sapphila. So. The sword hero's voice turned cold. Your kind of village, humans, beasts and demons cohabiting, violates human ethics and defile bloodlines. The doctrines of the Temple of Light are crystal clear. Humans must not coexist with demons nor intermarry with beast clans. Every person in this village is a heretic. Sapphila said nothing. The sword hero's gaze grew even colder, carrying an arrogance that took everything for granted. I've come today to purge you heretics. But come to think of it, purging heretics isn't a thankless job. You trash are just perfect for me to practice on and gain some experience points. He paused, his gaze passing over Sapphila to land on a cat-eared little girl under the eaves. His expression turned playful. And incidentally, I'll grab a few beast-eared girls to play with. That'll make the trip worthwhile. The knights behind him let out low jeering laughter. Sapphila's eyes narrowed. She did not flare up. Her expression barely changed. But her finger twitched imperceptibly. In the next instant the ground exploded with a deafening roar. A vine thicker than a man's waist burst forth from beneath the sword hero's feet, shooting upward with a force that seemed to tear everything apart straight for his heart. The speed was too fast, so fast that the sword hero's smile hadn't even faded, so fast that his sword was only half drawn. When the vine had already pierced the armor on his chest. The sword hero's pupils constricted sharply. He felt it, that power enough to penetrate his armor, to pierce his chest and to drive his heart out through his back. He had no time to react. Just as the vine was about to bore through his chest, a golden beam shot from the side, striking the tip of the vine with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The golden light collided with the vine, sending a shockwave rippling outward. The vine was deflected, grazing the sword hero's armor as it flew past. With a tearing sound. A deep scratch was left on the silver-white armor, sparks flying. The sword hero was thrown off balance by the shockwave, stumbling several steps before falling on his rear, his sword clattering at his feet. The scratch on his armor was still smoking. He looked up, his face as pale as paper. In that moment, he had almost died. Sapphila stood a few paces away, her right hand still in a downward pressing gesture, the crack in the ground still glowing with green light. Who did you say you were going to capture? Her voice was still calm, terrifyingly calm. The sword hero's lips trembled. He tried to speak but found his throat tight, unable to utter a single word. Enough. A voice came from the side. The white-robed old inquisitor stepped out from beneath the tree. His pace was steady, the hem of his white robe dragged across the ground, gathering dust and grass clippings, but he paid no heed. His expression remained calm, as if that strike had been no more than brushing away a speck of dust. He walked over to the sword hero, tilted his head slightly and glanced. Hero, you had better keep a low profile. The sword hero's face flushed crimson, shame, rage and lingering fear churned together, making his chest heave violently, but he could not utter a rebuttal. The old man did not wait for his reply, he turned his gaze to Sapphila. This is one of the Demon King's 7 deadly sins. Gluttony. Sapphila. Those who are granted a title of sin are all combat forces personally acknowledged by the Demon King. His tone was as flat as if he were describing the weather. With your current strength you are no match for her. Leave this matter to me. The sword hero's face grew even darker, but he gritted his teeth and did not argue. The old man no longer looked at him, he stepped forward a few paces and stood face to face with Sapphila. Sapphila's expression finally turned serious. Church of Light Inquisition, 4th Seat Inquisitor. Alphonse. She enunciated the name slowly, word by word. You know of me. I've heard of you, Sapphila said. You single-handedly massacred an entire demon stronghold, and some say you once burned away all the rebels on a mountain with a single move. I thought you were living out your days in the royal capital, but I didn't expect you to come all the way here. Rumors are always exaggerated, Alphonse said, his tone still flat. But not entirely false. He raised his right hand. In that instant an invisible pressure spread out, the air seemed to grow heavy, the wind stopped and the temperature around them suddenly rose several degrees. The grass blades on the ground began to yellow and curl, and even the soil started to emit a dry, scorched smell. A ball of golden light pulsed in his palm, and with each pulse the surrounding air trembled. The light was not blinding, but it carried an undeniable sense of oppression, as if an invisible hand were pressing down on everyone's chest. Sapphila's pupils contracted slightly. You want to fight me? She asked. If possible, I would rather not fight. Alphonse said. Unfortunately, your file is marked as extremely dangerous and you are not eligible for surrender. He paused, his gaze shifting past Sapphila to the village behind her. Hero. Yais. The sword hero had just picked up his sword and responded instinctively. This gluttony Safla will be held by me, Alphonse said, his tone as flat as if he were planning a dinner. Your task is to lead the men into the village and clear out what needs to be cleared. Villagers, houses, everyone, leave none alive. The sword hero's eyes lit up. He tightened his grip on his sword and a smile crept back onto his lips. Understood. Safala's face finally changed. You dare. She slammed both hands onto the ground, the earth trembled violently and countless vines surged forth from underground. A massive carnivorous flower grew rapidly, opening its gaping maw and lunging toward the sword hero. But Alphonse was faster. He waved his hand and a golden curtain descended from the sky like an invisible wall, blocking all the vines midair. The enormous carnivorous flower collided with the golden curtain, producing sharp crackling sounds and splintering wood, but it could not penetrate the golden barrier at all. Your opponent is me, Alphonse said as the golden curtain slowly unfolded before him. Don't get distracted. Safala gritted her teeth and pressed her hands again. More roots burst from the ground, encircling Alphonse from all directions. But the golden light moved like a living thing, precisely intercepting each of her attacks and locking down her offensive. She was held back. The sword hero watched the scene, grinned, then turned and raised his sword toward the village. Brothers, follow me. He broke into a run. But as soon as he reached the village entrance, he ran straight into someone, a young man. His hair was disheveled, his face still pale from travel, and his chest heaved violently. Clearly he had run a long distance to get here. Yet he stood at the very center of the village entrance, rooted like a nail, blocking the sword hero's path. Luli. He had jumped down ahead of time and rushed over, arriving just a moment before the wolf cavalry. The sword hero was startled, then recognized him. It's you. It's me, Luli said, taking a deep breath to calm his panting. I heard you're up to no good, so I came all this way just to stop you. With just you. Are you here to die? That's not certain. Luli's voice was calm, but those words struck the sword hero like a slap to the face. The sword hero stared at him for 2 seconds, then laughed. His face was full of even greater contempt for the person before him. Waste armament hero, you really are a persistent ghost. Likewise. You know, the sword hero said, hoisting his sword on his shoulder and taking a step forward, his chin lifted, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. The first time I saw you, I knew you were trash. Luli raised an eyebrow. Oh. In my past life I was born into a wealthy family, the sword hero said with a tone of natural superiority. My family had money and power. From childhood I could get whatever I wanted. People like you from the lower class aren't even fit to polish my shoes. He sneered, pointing his sword tip at Luli. I transmigrated into this world and awakened a legendary armament. He brushed his hand over the luxurious longsword in his grip. That was only natural because I was never comparable to trash like you. Even if you transmigrate, you just become trash in a different place. He paused, sweeping his gaze over Luli. A waste armament hero dares to block my path. Who do you think you are? Do you think that transmigrating puts you on the same level as me? Dream on. Trash like you is trash no matter which world you go to. Luli listened, fell silent for 2 seconds, then let out a laugh. It was not a bitter smile. It was a laugh of genuine amusement. Are you done? The sword hero frowned. You're done, Luli said. Then it's my turn. He raised his right hand. A faint blue light flew from his palm and merged into his own body. Strength 2, resistance 2. Then another dark gray light silently fell upon the sword brave. Weakness 2. The sword brave's pupils contracted sharply. He felt it, something was draining the strength from his body. His arms grew heavy, the sword hilt in his hand suddenly felt weak, and even his breathing became labored and stifled. You. What did you do? Luli didn't answer him. He walked over. The sword brave instinctively raised his sword. But when his legendary longsword swept out, its speed and power were greatly diminished. The blade traced a feeble arc through the air. Luli sidestepped, casually grabbing the sword blade. The sword brave's eyes widened. His sword was caught barehanded by a scriparmament wield. Luli twisted his wrist, pressing the sword blade down hard. The sword brave couldn't hold the hilt. The long sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Then Luli punched him in the face. Just an ordinary punch. Thud. The sword brave reeled backward, blood streaming from his nose in an arc, then crashed heavily to the ground. He held his nose, his hands covered in blood, staring at Luli with disbelief. You. Me what? Luli walked over, looking down at him. Didn't you call me trash? The sword brave gritted his teeth, his hands fumbling on the ground, trying to grab the fallen sword. Luli kicked the sword away. If trash can beat you down like this, then what are you? He punched the sword brave in the face again. You. The sword brave's face flushed with humiliation. He opened his mouth, his voice barely squeezed through his clenched teeth. Before the sword brave could finish, Luli delivered a flying kick. The sword brave rolled 2 or 3 times on the ground, his silver-white armor smeared with mud and grass, as wretched as a mudfish. The knights and soldiers who had been watching from behind could no longer stand idly. Their leader was being beaten like a dead dog. It would be inexcusable not to intervene. Some tightened their grips on their swords, others took half a step forward. The soldiers exchanged glances, emboldening each other, then charged forward with shouts. Luli didn't even turn his head. He simply flung his hand back, a silver-gray light shot from his palm and exploded in the air. Then the ground shook with a boom and something appeared. 3 meters tall. Square and solid, the silver-gray metal body gleamed coldly in the morning light. 4 thick pillar-like legs planted firmly on the ground. Its square head slowly turned and 2 faint blue lights lit up in its hollow eye sockets. An iron golem. The moment it landed, the ground trembled. The soldiers who had just started to move froze. One brave man gripped his sword, charged forward, and slashed at the golem's leg with a shout. Clang! Sparks flew. A chip broke off the sword blade, but not even a faint white mark appeared on the golem's metal leg. The soldier's arm went numb from the shock. Blood oozed from his tiger's mouth, and he stood frozen in place. The iron golem looked down at him. Then it raised a massive iron palm and swept it lightly. The soldier flew back as if hit by a carriage, tumbling twice in the air, landing 7 meters away, rolling several more times before stopping motionless. The iron golem withdrew its hand and took a step forward. Boom! The ground shook. The remaining soldiers' faces turned as white as paper. Someone shouted first, and then everyone dropped their weapons and fled, scrambling and rolling, wishing they had more legs. In an instant not a single one remained. The iron golem stood silently at the village entrance, turning around like an iron tower, unmoving. Luli never looked back even once. He withdrew his hand and looked down at the sword brave, now covered in mud and blood, lying at his feet. The sword brave curled up on the ground, mumbling indistinct words. Sorry. I was wrong. Let me go. His voice was very small, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. Luli tilted his head. What did you say? I didn't catch that. I said, I'm sorry. The sword brave's voice trembled and he lowered his head. I was wrong. Let me go. I won't come again. Luli stepped on his stomach, bent down, and looked at his blood-smeared, pathetic face. Oh, now you say sorry. Weren't you just talking big? Calling me trash, a rich kid, a useless transmigrator. What happened to that? The sword brave bit his lip and said nothing. Luli stood up, brushed the dust off his hands. I've seen plenty of your kind. In your past life you had a bit of money and thought you were above everyone. After transmigrating you got a good sword and thought you were invincible. Then you get beaten and you kneel. He looked around. The soldiers had all fled. The iron golem stood silently a few steps away like a metal wall. In the village many villagers peeked out from behind doors and windows. The sword brave lay on the ground, listening to the dead silence around him, feeling more miserable than if he had been mocked. His face turned purple. He suddenly scrambled up from the ground, grabbed a convenient rock and screamed, "Ah!" He swung the rock at Luli. This blow used all his strength. He was like a madman, reckless and desperate, his eyes bloodshot. The earlier begging and submission had been burned away by the silence, leaving only one thought: kill him. Luli sidestepped the blow. He raised his hand and punched again. This punch was heavier than before, landing directly on the sword brave's chin. With a crack, the sword brave's body flipped in the air, crashed to the ground, and 2 of his teeth were loosened. A mouthful of blood mixed with saliva sprayed onto the ground along with a broken tooth. The sword brave fell again, rolling several steps away. Luli walked over and stepped on his chest. Fight to the death. You think you're worthy? The sword brave's hands weakly clawed at the ground, his nails scratching trails in the dirt. Tears, snot and blood mingled on his face. He finally understood what despair meant. The scarparmament wielder he had looked down upon had with a flick of his fingers beaten him like a dog. But for someone as proud as him, fear and despair never manifested as retreat. They only burned into fiercer rage. I'll kill you. Oh, so you said it. Luli chuckled lightly. Then we've made a mortal enemy. I won't hold back anymore. He raised his right hand. An iron sword appeared in his grasp. A fierce downward slash slashed toward the sword brave. The blade cut through the morning mist. But before it struck, a dazzling white light suddenly burst from the chest of the sword brave. The final resort of the Temple of Light for its legendary heroes. A life-saving teleportation array that triggers automatically when life is in peril. The white light swallowed everything. The blade slashed into the radiance and Lu Li's hand trembled from the impact. The blade sliced through something. The white light exploded, flinging his arm away. The sword brave's body grew ethereal within the glow. He cast one last venomous glance at Lu Li. A bloodied gash stretched from his left shoulder to his right rib, seeping crimson that stained the edge of his silver-white breastplate. "I will kill you," the sword brave growled. A flash of white light. Only a few sparks and a pool of blood remained. The sword brave vanished. Along with him the legendary longsword on the ground. He can do that. Lu Li withdrew his hand, stood up and dusted off the dirt from his clothes. Weapons are bound to the soul of a hero. When the hero leaves, the sword naturally follows. He looked down. The iron sword was still in his hand, its blade dripping with blood drop by drop. He actually escaped. The teleportation had already activated when the sword struck. The blade cut in and the teleport took effect simultaneously. He wondered how deep the wound was, whether it would be fatal. He flicked the blood off the sword and sheathed it. In the distance, Alphen's golden barrier had already retracted. The old man stood in the morning mist 100 paces away, watching Lu Li with an expressionless face. He turned, his white robe shifting in the fog, and disappeared into the deeper shades of dawn. The knights and soldiers, seeing their leader and the Inquisitor flee, dared not linger. Someone shouted and they all dropped their weapons and fled, stumbling and scrambling until none remained. The village entrance fell silent. The iron golem stood by the roadside like a metal tower. The ground was scarred with signs of battle, upturned soil, scorched grass. Cough. Sapphira leaned against the large locust tree at the village entrance, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were torn in several places, revealing skin burned by golden light. She saw Lu Li looking at her and smiled. "What are you staring at? I'm not dead yet." Lu Li walked over and sized her up. "Are you badly hurt?" "Just superficial wounds." Sapphira waved her hand and leaned back against the tree. "That old man is indeed skilled. If you hadn't taken down the sword brave, he wouldn't have retreated so readily." Lu Li watched Sapphira's wounds slowly healing at a speed comparable to the life recovery potions used on the soldiers. Sapphira caught her breath, glanced at the pool of blood mixed with broken teeth on the ground, then looked at Lu Li. "By the way, when did you become so strong?" "Not bad," Lu Li said. "Maybe he's just too weak." Sapphira stared at him for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but laugh, which pulled at her wounds, making her wince and suck in a sharp breath. "Not bad, kid. Did you come alone?" Lu Li jerked his chin toward the woods. "There are more behind me, but they're not as fast." In the distance the low growls of war wolves echoed from the edge of the forest. Dugo and his wolf cavalry had arrived. 12 war wolves padded out of the woods, their breath forming white mist in the cold air. The battle was over. The village fell silent again. Slowly faces emerged from behind doors and windows. First a pair of eyes peered out, confirming that the armored villains had all fled. Then someone pushed open the wooden door and stood on their doorstep. The first to step out was an old hunter with graying hair, still clutching a rusty cleaver, ready to fight for his life. He saw Lu Li and Sapphira at the village entrance, then looked at the three-turtle iron giant. He stood frozen for a long moment, then the cleaver slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "They're gone. They're gone." Sapphira nodded to him. "Uncle Marcus, it's all right." More villagers poured out. A young woman carrying a child rushed up to Sapphira, looked her over, and her eyes instantly reddened. "Sapphira. You scared me to death. Did those bastards hurt you?" "No, no," Sapphira patted her hand. "See? I'm fine." But the woman saw the tears and blood on Sapphira's clothes and started crying. She turned and shouted into the house, "Husband! Bring out the jar of honey I hid. And the smoked meat in the cabinet." Several other villagers also reacted. "I have some chickens at home, they'll kill one and stew it. There's half a sack of flour in the cellar, I'll fetch it. I'll boil some water." Sapphira quickly waved her hands. Hey, no, we won't be staying long." But no one listened. The villagers turned and ran back into their houses, and the sounds of rummaging and clattering echoed from all sides. The old hunter Marcus recovered his composure. He stood up, walked over to Lu Li and looked at him seriously. "Young man, who are you?" "He's from the pass," Sapphira said beside him. "He came specially to help." The old hunter nodded and asked no more. He extended his calloused hand, grasped Luli's and shook it firmly twice. Thank you. A woman rushed over with a bowl of hot water and pressed it into Luli's hands. Drink some hot water, it's cold and your lips look dry. Another old man handed him a clean cloth. Wipe your face, young man, you've got dust all over. Luli held the bowl of hot water momentarily at a loss for words. He looked down at the steam rising from the bowl, then looked around. People were mending the trampled fence while others were herding the scattered chickens back into their coops. He took a sip. It was hot, warming his stomach. The children grew bolder. The cat-eared girl peeked out from behind the courtyard wall, curiously examining the square metallic creature. The iron golem lowered its head. A faint blue light flickered in its hollow eye sockets. It took heavy steps, boom boom boom, walked to the roadside and stopped before a clump of dew-covered wildflowers. It bent down its massive iron hands, clumsily coming together to pluck a small red flower from the cluster. The iron golem turned and walked to the cat-eared girl squatting down. When the three-metertal iron giant squatted, it was like a small mountain descending. It extended its huge iron hand, offering the little red flower to the girl. The cat-eared girl was stunned. Luli was also stunned. Can this trigger a Minecraft feature too? The girl looked up at the iron golem's pale blue eyes, then down at the flower. Hesitating for a moment, she reached out her small hand and took the little flower. Dew still clung to the petals. The blue light in the iron golem's eye sockets flickered. It stood up and silently returned to its original spot. The cat-eared girl looked at the flower in her hand, then up at the iron golem, and broke into a grin. Seeing this, a few other children grew bold and surrounded the golem, running in circles around its legs with giggles. The iron golem stood motionless like a metal mountain occupied by children. The sun emerged from behind the eastern ridge. Golden light enveloped the village, fell upon the silent metal body of the iron golem, and shone upon the small red flower in the cat-eared girl's hand. The clattering sounds in the village grew louder and smoke began to rise from several chimneys. Luli watched the scene and smiled. Sapphira stood beside him, also looking in that direction, and said, "It really doesn't seem like a discarded armament, able to summon a giant Iron Man. Such an unfathomable weapon. You can call it an iron golem." He was about to turn away when he paused. On the eastern edge of the mist, a strand of silver was retreating into the thicker fog. The corner of his eye caught a flash of silver-white hair disappearing into the grayish mist. The wind continued to blow. Dewdrops dripped from the treetops. The sounds of the village gradually returned. But Luli didn't move. He stared at the mist for a long time. That color, he had seen it before. On the night the demon hunting court mage disappeared in the last glance before he lost consciousness. What's wrong? Sapphira followed his gaze but saw nothing. Luli withdrew his gaze. Nothing. The wind still blew and the village's cooking smoke rose. The morning mist had mostly dissipated and the silver-white figure was no longer visible. He suppressed the doubt in his heart and turned back to look at the village entrance. Dugo had arrived with the wolf cavalry. 12 werewolves emerged from the forest, their warm breath condensing into white mist in the cold air. The wolf riders dismounted and began to take over the village entrance guard. In pairs they dispersed toward the forest edge. The villagers gradually came out of their houses, tidying up the trampled vegetable patches and the scorched fences. Someone repaired a door panel, someone chased after chickens, someone drew water from the well to wash away the bloodstains on the ground. Everything was recovering. Uncle Marcus sat under the big locust tree at the village entrance, his back against the trunk, staring at the muddied vegetable field. That plot was his. Luli walked over and crouched beside the old man. Marcus lifted his eyelids to glance at him, then lowered his head, clutching a handful of crushed vegetable leaves. "I don't understand." His voice was very low, as if talking to himself. "We pay taxes on time, give grain when they ask for grain, give money when they ask for money. When they conscript, we send our young men. We never dared to say no." He paused through the rotten leaves on the ground and his voice turned hoarse. "We did nothing wrong. Why do they treat us like this?" Luli said nothing. Marcus looked up, his murky eyes fixed on him. "Young man, tell me. What did we do wrong?" The question was too heavy. Luli was silent for a few seconds. "You did nothing wrong." Marcus gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "I know. But what good does knowing do?" At that moment Sapphira walked over and stood before Marcus. "Village chief," her voice was soft but earnest, "come with us." Marcus looked up at her. "Go. Where?" "To the demon territory," Sapphira said. "There is a pass over there with a camp. You can settle there and no longer live in fear." Marcus was stunned, his lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. Several nearby villagers gathered around. Upon hearing this, some eyes flickered with hope while others lowered their heads. But Marcus' voice trembled. The kingdom's people say demons eat people. Sapphira said nothing, simply stepped aside to clear a path. Luli followed her gaze. The iron golem was crouching before an old woman, carefully helping her lift a heavy wooden cabinet. Not far away, several wolf riders were helping villagers repair the broken fence. Marcus saw it too. He watched the silent iron giant watch the gray-skinned demon soldiers for a long time. Then he pushed himself up on his knees, patted the dirt off his pants, and turned to Sapphira. "I'm sorry for the trouble." His voice was soft, but Luli could hear the weight in it. Luli watched this scene, a lump in his chest. Sapphira and Dugo discussed for a while and decided to temporarily evacuate the villagers toward the pass. "Take what you can. If you can't carry it, let me move it." As she spoke, several vines shot up from the earth, slithering like snakes into the houses, helping to lift heavy grain sacks and wooden boxes. The villagers began to pack. No crying, no complaints, only silent busyness. Young mothers tied their children to their backs, old men carried half sacks of grain, young men shouldered tools. Someone put chickens into cages, someone stuffed pots and pans into sacks. The cat-eared little girl still clutched the small red flower the iron golem had given her, following her mother, occasionally glancing back at the silent iron giant. The iron golem stood still, head lowered, a faint blue light flickering in its hollow eye sockets. Then it took a step, boom boom boom, and walked before an old woman. The old woman was struggling to lift a heavy wooden cabinet onto a handcart. Her hands were trembling. The iron golem crouched down, its massive iron palms gently closing around the bottom of the cabinet. Then it lifted it with ease and placed it onto the cart. The old woman was stunned. The iron golem stood up and walked to another household, helping a young man lift a bundle of firewood. The villagers gradually understood what this big iron man meant. Someone whispered among themselves, and someone began to nod in gratitude toward it. A bold little boy ran up to the iron golem's leg, curiously touching its cold metal ankle. The iron golem stood motionless, letting the child explore to his heart's content. Luli watched this scene, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The evacuation set out at noon. Sapphira stayed behind to cover the rear, planning to return to the pass after escorting the villagers to safety. She pressed a piece of dried meat into Luli's hand. "Eat this on the road. Send someone to fetch me when you arrive." Luli nodded and tucked the meat into his pocket. "Take care then." "I know," Sapphira waved a hand. "Worried about me?" Luli smiled slightly and turned to walk toward Dugo. Dugo had already prepared a wolf for Luli to ride. He himself mounted another, leading 3 wolf riders ahead. The wolf strode out of the village, running along the mountain path toward the pass. Luli sat on the wolf's back, his mind still occupied with Marcus' words. What did we do wrong? The answer was nothing. They were simply born in a place that the nobility deemed inferior. It was only a matter of birth, lacking the protection of silk and finery. He recalled the refugees he had seen before, families whose villages were burned by nobles, peasants squeezed to skin and bone, and now this mixed village that the kingdom had cleansed. The Light Temple sermons declared that demons were evil and heroes were righteous. But what he witnessed was demons helping humans farm, cook and protect villages, while the kingdom's people burned houses, killed and trampled others' vegetable patches. Good heavens, he thought. This was entirely the opposite of the game's setting. By afternoon the gray-black stone walls of the pass appeared on the horizon. The wolf riders stopped at the gate and exchanged words with the guards. Luli jumped off the wolf's back and entered the camp. Familiar cooking smoke drifted from the mess hall, and the clanging of blacksmithing rang out from the forge. Everything was as usual. He walked to the stone building's entrance and saw Rain leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching him. "You're back." "Ahem." Luli briefly reported the situation in the village. The sword brave had been slashed and teleported away. Alphonse had withdrawn. The villagers were evacuating with Sapphira covering the rear. Rain listened and nodded. "I've sent someone to pick up Sapphira. You should go." He paused, studying Luli's complexion. "Go eat something first. You've used too much mental energy. Your face is as pale as paper." Luli was about to agree when Rain spoke again. "There's one more thing." Rain looked at him and said, "The Demon King wants to see you." Luli was startled. So soon he was to meet the final boss, though now he was on the same side as the boss. Rain added, "Don't be nervous. She just wants to see you." He paused for a moment. "When should I go?" "As soon as possible." Rain straightened up. "I'll arrange the teleportation. Depart tomorrow morning. At dawn." Luli stepped out of the cabin with his backpack. The camp was already bustling. Smoke rose from the direction of the mess hall. A few soldiers drew water at the well, and in the distance came the shouts of drills. He walked along the path toward the teleportation array. Passing the training ground, his footsteps paused. Vera was drilling the soldiers. She wore light leather armor, her silver-gray hair tied back, holding a wooden staff, sparring with a demon soldier who loomed 2 heads taller. The soldier raised a wooden shield, tentatively pressing forward. Vera sidestepped, flicked her staff, and lightly tapped his wrist. The wooden shield clattered to the ground. Too slow. She withdrew the staff, her tone flat. Again. The soldier picked up the shield, grimacing as he reset his stance. General, couldn't you go a little easier? Would the enemy go easy on you? Vera retorted. The soldier fell silent, setting his stance with a grim face. Luli stood by the roadside, watching for a moment. As he turned to leave, Vera's gaze swept over and paused on him for an instant. She merely gave a slight nod, then turned back to continue the training. In that simple nod, Luli read several layers of meaning: take care, safe journey, and a trace of barely perceptible concern. Luli nodded back at her, then turned and left. The teleportation array was in a stone chamber deep within the camp. At the entrance stood 2 demon soldiers, tall and stalwart, clad in dark light armor with short swords at their waists. Their stance was immaculate, lacking the lazy air of ordinary sentries, exuding an elite aura. As Luli approached, they both straightened. Mr. Lu. The soldier on the left spoke, his voice low. Lord Siya is already waiting inside. Thank you. Luli nodded. As he was about to step in, the soldier on the right suddenly stepped back, stood at attention, raised his right hand, and delivered a crisp military salute. The movement was clean and precise, carrying a heartfelt respect. Mr. Lu, safe travels. The other soldier also saluted, his eyes bearing the same reverence. Luli was taken aback, returned a nod uncomfortably, then entered the stone chamber. Inside, Siya was already waiting by the teleportation array, squatting at its edge, drawing something on the ground with her finger. She had drawn a crooked cat with a fish beside it, bubbles coming from the fish's mouth. When she saw Luli approaching, she stood up, dusted off her hands, and scuffed the drawing away with her foot. Let's go. What were you drawing? Nothing, meow. Siya hopped onto the teleportation platform, her tail flicking. You're seeing things. Luli didn't press further, stepping onto the center of the array. Siya took out a black stone and set it into a groove. Light blazed up. The familiar sensation of weightlessness came, and Luli closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, before him was a wide-open plaza paved with bluestone. In the distance rose high black stone walls with watchtowers, but there was none of the oppressive military atmosphere. Instead, it was almost lively. Luli followed Siya forward, looking around. By the plaza, vendors were hawking, people pushed carts loaded with goods, children chased and played. An old man sat basking in the sun against a wall with a dog lying at his feet. Demons, humans, beast men mingled together without disturbance. No soldiers patrolled, no heavily guarded checkpoints. Nor was it as dark and terrifying as he had imagined the demon lair to be. Just an ordinary town. Even more peaceful than the civilian quarters in the capital. Is this the Demon King's city? Luli couldn't help asking. Humph. Siya walked ahead, tail swaying. Many people live in the city. Although it's called the Demon King's city, not everyone here is a demon. As long as you don't cause trouble, anyone can live here. She pointed to the street on the left. That's the market over there, they sell all kinds of things. That's the residential area. She pointed to the right. If you want to stroll around, it'll take you another day, meow. Luli said nothing, continuing to observe his surroundings. A human woman walked past, carrying a basket filled with vegetables and bread. She saw Siya and nodded with a smile. Siya waved back at her. Hello, Auntly, meow. Lord Siya back today? The woman asked with a smile. Humph, sending a friend over. The woman glanced at Luli, her gaze friendly without a hint of hostility. Young man, you're quite handsome. Are you new here? Yes, Luli nodded. Feel free to drop by my home sometime. My red bean cakes are delicious. Having said that, the woman went on with her basket. Luli watched her retreating figure, momentarily dazed. He had originally thought the Demon King's city would be a dark, terrifying place, and that demons would be hostile toward humans. But the reality was the complete opposite. The people here were kind to him, as if he were an ordinary neighbor. Crossing the plaza and walking along the stone path for a short while, a castle came into view. Black stone walls and towering spires, it did have the aura of a Demon King's castle. But there were no guards at the gate, only 2 stone lions. Isn't this too casual? There are dedicated guards, you just can't see them, Siya said with a sly grin. How do you think this town stays so peaceful? She led him through the castle gates. The interior was surprisingly simple. No lavish decorations, no eerie atmosphere, just an ordinary castle hall. Several paintings hung on the walls, a dark red carpet covered the floor, and a staircase led to the second floor. Wait here, Sia said. I'll go announce you. She ran to the stairs, then suddenly stopped, turning back to look at Luli. Hey. Sia stood on the steps 2 levels higher than Luli, looking down at him. Her tail swayed slowly behind her. First time meeting the Demon King. Don't be nervous, she said, her voice a little softer than usual. Luli was taken aback. You can comfort people too. Who comforted you, meow? Sia's ears perked up. I'm afraid you'll get weak-kneed and embarrass me. You're the one I brought. She then ran upstairs, her footsteps fading. But Luli noticed that as she rounded the corner, the tip of her tail curled slightly. He stood in the hall, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Silence. Only the chirping of birds came from outside. He looked around, his mind starting to churn. From the pass all the way to the Demon King's city, everything he had witnessed along the way shattered the preconceptions he had before arriving. Demons were not monsters, the Demon King's city was not hell, and even titles like 7 Deadly Sins had been imposed on them by others. This world was completely different from what the Temple of Light preached. If the Temple of Light was lying, then why were they lying? To maintain their own rule? Or was there some deeper reason? He hadn't figured it out yet when footsteps sounded from the stairs. But the footsteps did not come down immediately, they seemed to pause upstairs. Luli withdrew his thoughts, his gaze falling on the simple chair at the front of the hall. That must be the throne of the Demon King. What kind of person was the Demon King exactly? From what he had seen and heard upon entering the city, the ruler of this Demon King's city was by no means the cruel and bloodthirsty demon described by the Temple of Light. To allow humans and demons to coexist peacefully, to let the common people live in comfort, to arrange guards so invisibly that no one dared misbehave. This was more like a clear-headed ruler, not a madman. On the other hand, the Demon King kept the 7 deadly sin generals as subordinates, waged war in this world, and was indeed in a hostile state with the human kingdoms. Luli found himself intensely curious about this person. Was he a grim and cold overlord? Or a hidden wise man? Or else? He recalled the games he played before his transmigration. Could the Demon King be a Chinibu patient? He couldn't help imagining a few scenes, the corners of his mouth twitching up again. At that moment the footsteps upstairs finally became clear, coming down the steps. The footsteps were light, the rhythm composed, revealing no hint of urgency in the journey. Luli turned his head. A woman was descending from upstairs, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, the light golden strands draping over her shoulders, with slightly pointed ears resembling a classic race from a game in his world. An elf. Her features were exquisitely delicate, almost unreal, like someone stepping out from a painting. A smile graced her lips and the corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward as if she were admiring some interesting trinket. She wore a light-colored long dress, a braided thin string tied around her waist with a small silver bell hanging from it, producing a delicate sound as she walked. Goodness. Luli's first thought was, are all the people in this world so beautiful? His second thought was, no, elves are inherently beautiful, they are so in games as well. Oh my, she approached Luli, tilting her head slightly as she appraised him from head to toe. Her gaze felt non-intrusive, more like an older sister inspecting a friend's little brother. So you are Luli. You are slimmer than I imagined. Her voice was gentle, imbued with a natural sense of intimacy. My name is Ai Lin. She pointed at herself. I am the secretary of the Demon Lord. Some people prefer to call me the Lord of Lust. Luli was momentarily taken aback. Lust. The lust of the 7 deadly sins. This seemingly gentle and harmless older sister before him. Images flashed in his mind of the descriptions from the sermons of the Temple of the Light. Lust, which entices the heart with lewdness, corrupts the will of men, its touch drives one mad, and its sight induces frenzy. He glanced again at the elf before him. Absurd. Hello, Luli nodded. I am Luli. Ai Lin observed him, her gaze lingering on him for a moment as if reading something. She nodded, appearing satisfied. You came from the border. It must have been a tiring journey. It's all right. Come sit and wait. She turned and walked to a long table nearby, elegantly pouring a cup of water. Let me pour you a drink. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? The kitchen still has some pastries left over from breakfast. Her enthusiasm felt genuine, not just polite. Luli accepted the water and thanked her. I'm fine, not hungry. Even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. Ai Lin pressed a piece of pastry into his hand. You haven't been eating well these past few days. Looking at your complexion, you're as pale as paper. Luli wanted to ask, how do you know, but the words caught in his throat. The lust of the 7 deadly sins. Perhaps she had some ability to see through people's hearts. He took a bite of the pastry. It was quite delicious. Just then footsteps came from the stairs again. Xiyu dashed down from upstairs, paused briefly upon seeing Ai Lin, then continued down as if nothing had happened. The announcement is ready, meow. She said to Luli, the demon lord will be coming down shortly. Then she glanced at Ai Lin and then at Luli. Sister Ai Lin, you haven't bullied him, have you? Oh my, how could I bully anyone? Ai Lin replied with a smile, I only asked him to have a pastry. Xiyu huffed and turned to Luli. I'm leaving, meow. There are still matters to attend to at the border. She paused. Just don't run around here. Understood. Don't touch the things on the walls indiscriminately, some are magical traps. Understood. Also. Shiyu's tail flicked as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just waved her hand. Forget it, it's nothing. I'm off. She turned and walked towards the door. After taking a few steps she stopped and looked back. Xiyu stood at the doorway backlit, making it hard to see her expression. But her ears were perked up and her tail was still. Her lips moved slightly as if she had something to say, but in the end she merely pressed them together. She ran out of the hall, her figure disappearing beyond the door. Luli stood still staring at the empty doorway, not moving for a long time. How did the atmosphere become so heavy? Ai Lin quietly watched this scene, suppressing a light chuckle, and spoke up. Something's going on. Oh, Luli snapped back to reality. What? It's nothing. Ai Lin rested her chin on her hand, eyeing him with interest as if reading an open book. I just find you quite interesting. Her gaze lingered on Luli for a moment, and in that instant he felt as if something had brushed against him. Not a physical touch. It was more like a fluctuation of emotion. Very subtle, fleeting. Ai Lin withdrew her gaze, looking down to adjust her sleeves as if nothing had happened. Speaking of which, she lifted her head, her tone becoming lively. Do you two have something going on? Luli nearly choked on his own saliva. What? Oh, come on, don't be nervous. Ai Lin waved her hand, her tone light as if discussing the nice weather today. Just asking casually. Look, she took the initiative to approach you. She actively sent you off and even reminded you specifically before leaving. Do you think that's the attitude of a regular friend? We're just regular friends. Is that so? Ai Lin elongated her tone, her expression clearly displaying, I don't believe you. It really is. She nodded, her tone soft and gentle. What you say is what it is. Luli. He felt that this older sister was even harder to deal with than Wei La. Wei La was overtly sharp-tongued. You knew she was insulting you. This person was smiling while peeling away your layers, and you felt embarrassed to get angry. He was about to explain something. Ai Lin. A cool voice echoed from deep within the hall. Cold, calm and unyielding. But the moment that voice sounded, the atmosphere in the entire hall dropped. Ai Lin's smile instantly vanished. She turned around, slightly lowering her head, her hands clasped in front of her, her posture respectful. Luli looked in the direction of the voice. The door at the end of the hall opened. A figure stepped out. Silvery white hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering faintly in the light. That silvery lock. His heart skipped a beat. The silver-white shadow he had seen by the village. At the moment the demon-hunting mage was about to strike, a flash of silver appeared at the edge of his vision. Demon Lord. Ai Lin slightly bowed. Luli looked at the figure. And then froze. The Demon Lord is a woman. No, that wasn't the main point. The key was that this silver-haired girl looked only about 12 or 13. Her silver-white hair draped over her shoulders, and she had a pair of light blue little horns on her head, small in curvature like newly sprouted antlers. Dressed in a simple black long dress, the hem was a bit long, nearly dragging on the ground. Her face was youthful, features delicate, and her skin was as pale as if she had never seen the sun. But those eyes. Deep blue, calm like a still pond. Not the innocence of a child nor the sharpness of a youth. It was the tranquility formed after witnessing too much. White hair. Lowly. Little horns. The legendary demon lord capable of ruling the world. Why was she a white-haired lowly? Goodness. Luli stood in place, unable to speak for a long time. His mind raced. Aren't the demon lords in games supposed to be super bosses, skilled in myriad arts, standing atop mountains of corpses and seas of blood? How did she transform into a delicate little girl in this world? And this being more powerful than the 7 deadly sins. He couldn't dare to think further, envisioning the scene of the towering muscular rain bowing to this little lowly. The silver-haired girl walked up to him and paused in her steps. She looked up at Luli, her height only reaching his chest. Are you Luli? Her voice was soft, yet each word was as clear as if carved into the air. Luli regained his senses and nodded. Yes. The silver-haired girl gazed at him, her eyes scanning his figure as if she were looking at someone she had long wished to meet. Welcome to the Demon King City. Her expression remained unchanged. However, Luli felt as if her gaze lingered on him for a moment longer. I have reviewed your file. You possess a special weapon capable of creating objects from nothing. She paused, the small horns atop her head glimmering slightly under the light. I find you quite intriguing. Luli. Intriguing. Such a straightforward remark can easily lead to misunderstandings. Follow me. The silver-haired girl turned and walked deeper into the hall. Aileen made a gesture for him to follow, her smile returning to a gentle demeanor. Let's go, we don't want to keep the Demon King waiting too long. Luli matched the pace of the silver-haired girl as they traversed a long corridor. On either side of the corridor hung various portraits, some depicting landscapes, others featuring people. He noticed one painting illustrated a war. Flames burned in the sky and the ground was strewn with countless corpses. Yet the artwork was not gruesome, rather it exuded a sense of tragic beauty. He couldn't help but look a little longer. That was a war 300 years ago, the silver-haired girl said from ahead without turning back, the first large-scale conflict between humans and demons. Who won? There were no winners, she replied, many lives were lost on both sides. Luli did not ask further and continued to follow. The silver-haired girl walked slowly, each step deliberate, her skirt dragging on the ground and making a soft rustling sound. Have you seen the sermons of the Temple of Light? She suddenly spoke. Luli was taken aback. I've seen some. What did they say? After some thought, Luli decided to speak the truth. They said the demon race are monsters and the Demon King City is hell, with the 7 deadly sins being synonymous with evil. The silver-haired girl did not look back, but he heard her softly respond with an "Hmm." Not surprising, she said in a bland tone as if discussing something insignificant. The Temple of Light controls information and shapes perceptions. In their eyes we are the embodiment of evil while they are the representatives of justice. And the truth. Even though he had already witnessed the disparity firsthand, Luli still wanted to hear her say it. The truth. She halted, turning her head to glance at him. A fleeting glimmer of something he could not comprehend flashed in her deep blue eyes. The truth is, in the territories ruled by the Temple of Light, the average lifespan of commoners is 45 years. Peasants' children are born peasants, nobles' children are born nobles. Yet here the average lifespan of commoners is 62 years. Anyone can change their status through hard work. She paused for a moment. We are not heaven, but we are not hell either. Just a place that functions normally. Luli fell silent. He recalled the scenes he had seen on the way here, the peaceful atmosphere in the square, the sight of humans and demons coexisting, children playing and laughing. And those soldiers who saluted him. The respect in their eyes was genuine, not feigned. We have arrived. The silver-haired girl stopped and pushed open a door. Inside was a study, 3 walls lined with bookshelves filled with various books. In the center stood a large table piled with documents and maps. Next to a chair was a small stool with a thick cushion on top. Luli glanced at the stool, then at the height of the silver-haired girl. Does she usually stand on this to reach the bookshelves? Sit. She walked behind the table and sat down first, then gestured to the chair across from her. Once seated, she was mostly obscured by the documents on the table, revealing only her face and the small horns on her head. Luli almost laughed but managed to hold it in. The silver-haired girl seemed unaware of his expression, picking up a document from the table and handing it to him. This is your file. Inside it recorded all his actions from the moment he appeared in this world until now, including what he had done in the village, the mages he had killed from the demon hunting court, and the special items he had used. There were even details about his conversations with Vera and Sia, precise to the date and location. You have investigated thoroughly. Not an investigation, the silver-haired girl said, just observation. She looked at him, her gaze serious. I know that heroes are summoned from other worlds. Her tone was calm, as if stating an obvious fact. Every 20 years the kingdom holds a divine summoning ceremony to bring people from other worlds. I am well aware of that. Luli nodded. He hesitated for a moment but decided to voice his doubts. Demon King. Ilea. She interrupted him, her tone as flat as correcting an unimportant term. My name is Ilea. You can just call me Ilea. Luli was taken aback. Ilea. He collected himself. Previously in the forest on the border I was pursued by the mages of the demon hunting court. After exhausting all my strength I couldn't hold on anymore, and before I fainted I saw a flash of silver white. He paused. Was that you? The silver-haired girl did not answer immediately. She looked at him, her deep blue eyes devoid of ripples like a still pond. Silence lingered for a few seconds. What did you see? She asked. A strand of silver-white hair exactly like yours, Luli said. The silver-haired girl neither nodded nor shook her head. She simply withdrew her gaze, her tone as indifferent as discussing something trivial. Silver-white hair is not unique to me. Neither an affirmation nor a denial. Luli was taken aback and wanted to press further. But her gaze had already shifted, her fingertips gently tapping the documents on the table. Let's return to the topic at hand. Your weapon. She looked at him, her gaze serious. The cube you received upon awakening, it is unlike any known weapon. Luli's heart skipped a beat. She was right. The command cube was indeed completely different from the weapons of other heroes. What was your original world like? The silver-haired girl asked. I want to know where your abilities come from. Luli was silent for a few seconds, recalling his hometown. It was a world without magic. He said, it was very peaceful. No wars, no demon races, no temple of light. People went to work, came home, ate and slept every day. Life was regular and quite mundane. The silver-haired girl did not respond immediately. She lowered her gaze as if something stirred gently in her deep blue eyes. A world without war. Her voice was soft, almost as if she were murmuring to herself. She was silent for a moment. What does that feel like? She asked, lifting her head to look at him. A world where you don't have to be awakened by alarms in the dead of night, where you don't have to tally casualties before dawn. What is that kind of life like? Luli was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to ask this. Very ordinary, he thought for a moment and said, ordinary enough that most people wouldn't realize how fortunate they are. The silver-haired girl gently nodded. She did not speak further, but in her deep blue eyes it seemed something was quietly flickering. Like yearning. Almost a subtle, barely perceptible regret. Luli lowered his head, looking at the quiet cube in his palm. The yellow surface reflected a soft sheen under the light. He recalled the times he had huddled in front of the screen using this item to build houses, set server rules, and being blown up by creepers countless times. He pulled back his thoughts. That world was indeed very ordinary. No magic, no earth-shattering legends. But it was his, and now he could never return. The study fell silent for a few seconds. AI Leah did not press further. She lowered her eyes as if lost in thought. After a moment she lifted her head. Do you want to go back? Luli lowered his head, gazing at the command block in his palm. I do, he said, but I can't. He paused. Were you asking me all that just now because you wanted to help me? His tone was hesitant. Uncertain. She had asked about his world, about whether he wanted to return. But he couldn't fathom what she really meant. Maybe she was just curious. Maybe she was just gathering intelligence. He didn't want to flatter himself. AI Leah glanced at him. Those deep blue eyes were calm and unreadable. Because you helped my people. Luli was taken aback. The soldier with the broken leg at the border. Those refugees in Safala village. And the others you've helped along the way, she said. I know all of it. Her tone was flat, as if stating an obvious fact. You helped them, so I help you. Luli was stunned. She said it so naturally, as if it required no explanation at all. But when he had done those things he never expected anything in return. Yet she remembered every single one. Anne. She paused, her gaze dropping for a moment. I also want to see the world you talked about. Her voice was a little softer than before. A world without war. No need to be woken by alarms in the dead of night. No need to count the casualties before dawn. What kind of life is that? After speaking she looked up at him. Luli met her gaze momentarily, at a loss for words. He recalled how attentively she had listened when he described that world earlier, not interrupting once. At the time he hadn't thought much of it. Now he realized. She wasn't just casually listening. She was genuinely interested in his world. He was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. All right. If that day ever comes. AI Leah didn't answer. But she softly hummed and him. The study fell silent again for a while. Then AI Leah spoke. Let's get down to business. She raised her head and looked at Luli. I've been keeping an eye on you. Luli was taken aback. From the moment you fled the kingdom and reached the pass, I know everything, AI Leah said. You've done quite a lot at the border. You healed soldiers, helped refugees. And just a few days ago in the old Safla village you trampled the sword hero underfoot. Her tone was flat as if reading a report. But Luli felt a chill creep down his spine. You know all that. After all I am the Demon King in name. I'm not that out of touch. She lowered her head and tapped the table with her fingertip. The sword hero being disarmed and forced to kneel in public by you, the Temple of Light won't pretend they didn't see it. She raised her eyes and looked at him. Do you know what this means? Luli was silent for a few seconds. They'll take me seriously now. Exactly, AI Leah said. Before they only saw you as an escaped discarded weapon, catch you if they could and if not it didn't matter. But now it's different. You've escaped their pursuit multiple times and this time you even defeated a legendary hero Hedon. The Demon Hunting Tribunal will send higher-ranked mages. They might even dispatch Inquisitor-level personnel. He paused. And you were at the border before too close to the kingdom. Her finger traced across the map on the table, from the border to a spot north of center. So I transferred you to the Demon King's castle. Luli opened his mouth then closed it. After a moment's thought he had to admit she made sense. The border was indeed unsafe. He himself knew that the commotion he caused in Safla's old village was too great. The kingdom wouldn't let it go easily. Anne. He glanced at AI Leah. She was small sitting behind the desk, her face mostly hidden by documents, only her deep blue eyes visible. But her tone was neither negotiation nor command. It was an arrangement. As if she had already thought it through thoroughly and was simply informing him now. Then what can I do in the Demon King's castle? Be my advisor. Luli thought he misheard. Advisor. AI Leah nodded, her expression showing no hint of jest. Help me with state affairs. Wait. Luli gestured with his hand. I'm someone who just arrived in this world not long ago. I can't even fully read your script and you want me to handle state affairs. I'm not asking you to approve documents, AI Leah said. I'm asking for your advice. Your abilities, your way of thinking, some things from your world, they all have reference value for me. You are not a native of this world. Your perspective on issues is different from the people here. She looked at him with earnest eyes. Sometimes looking at problems from a different angle allows you to see more. Luli was silent for a moment. Her reasoning did make sense. He pondered inwardly. Advisor. That meant he could be consulted on matters. No need to do the actual work himself, just speak his mind. Sounded quite easy. Then where do I stay? There are empty rooms in the castle. What about meals? The canteen, or we can have the kitchen prepare separately. Is there pay? AI Leah glanced at him. Room and board included monthly salary of 30 silver coins. Bonuses for good performance. Luli did a quick mental calculation. 30 silver coins. He didn't know the prices in this world, but at the pass earlier he heard a soldier say 1 copper coin could buy 2 rye breads. By that measure 30 silver coins wasn't a small amount. After thinking he asked another question, what if I don't want to do it anymore? AI Leah didn't hesitate. You can leave any time. The answer came quickly, her tone light. Luli looked at her. Her expression didn't change, not like she was being polite. She was serious. Anytime he could leave. He was silent for a few seconds then nodded. All right. I'll do it. He paused. Anyway, I can't go back now. I'll do it for now. AI Leah didn't say much, just softly hummed She lowered her head, pulled out a blank sheet of paper from the documents on the table and wrote a few words with a pen. Then she looked up, glanced toward the door. AI Lin. Her voice was not loud, but a cheerful response came immediately from outside. Here, the door opened a crack and AI Lin's head poked in, smiling cheerfully. Your Majesty called for me. Go prepare a room, AI Leah said, handing her the paper. This is his identity document. Take him to get familiar with the way. AI Lin took the paper, glanced at it, and the corners of her mouth curved up. Oh, my lord advisor, she drew out the title, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Luli felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Not because she was good-looking. Although she indeed was an elf, and elves in this world all seemed to look like, rather it was that smile. A smile that said, I know many things you don't. Plus her title. Lust. He knew what that title meant. The sermons of the Temple of Light spoke of it in harsh terms. But AI Lin herself was completely different from those descriptions. She was all smiles and gentleness, like a kind older sister. Yet the more she was like that, the more uneasy Luli felt. Because you never knew how much she had seen through. Don't call me that. Alright, let's go. I'll show you the room and the way. Luli stood up and nodded to AI Leah. I'll go ahead then. He turned and walked out. When he reached the door he paused. AI Leah. When he called her name he still felt a bit strange. The Demon King's name. He called it directly without adding, Your Majesty, or any honorific. But she had told him to call her that. So he did. Yet every time he said it he still thought. Wow, him calling the Demon King by her name. I'm actually quite curious. That surveillance you mentioned, did you send someone to follow me or did you come yourself? There was a moment of silence behind him. Then a calm voice came. In that forest many things can appear. Besides, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? The corridor was slightly brighter than before. The light from the window shifted from a gray-blue to a pale gold. Eileen walked ahead clutching the identity document in her hand, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Luli followed behind, keeping a two-step distance. He watched her silhouette, golden hair cascading to her waist, her white dress unable to conceal her voluptuous figure, the tips of her ears slightly pointed. The unmistakable traits of an elf. She walked at an unhurried pace as if she knew the place by heart. The Lord of Lust. He repeated the title in his mind. To be honest, he still found it hard to associate the word lust with the person before him. The sermons of the Holy Light Temple depicted the 7 deadly sins as monstrous beings. But Eileen gave him more the impression of a gentle housekeeper. One who liked to tease. Advisor, here we go again. Luli flinched. I told you not to call me that. She didn't turn around, but he was certain she was smiling. Eileen led him on a tour around the place. The cafeteria was open for breakfast, lunch and dinner, and leftovers were available after hours. The archive room was open for anyone to browse. The meeting hall was rarely used. She spoke as she walked, as if introducing her own home. Luli followed behind, listening. When they reached the end of the second-floor corridor, Eileen pushed open a door. Here, your room. Luli glanced inside. The room was small but clean, a bed, a desk, a chair and a wardrobe. The window faced south, letting in plenty of light. The bedding on the bed was new and neatly folded. In the wardrobe several sets of folded clothes were laid out. He stood at the doorway, stunned. Was this room prepared in advance? Eileen leaned against the doorframe, smiling at him, saying nothing. Luli understood. Whether he accepted the job or not, the room was meant for him. Ilea had never intended to let him go back. In the kingdom he didn't even have a place to stay. When he was cast out, the pouch of gold coins he received was nothing but a handful of ash. Here, on the other hand, even the room had been prepared ahead of time. When did she prepare it? Guess Eileen turned and headed downstairs. Get settled first. If you need anything, come find me. Oh, by the way. Her Majesty the Demon Lord said your first task is to familiarize yourself with the city. She smiled. On your own you'll see things more clearly than with me tagging along. Luli stayed in the room for a short while. He put his things down, sat on the edge of the bed and took a moment to rest. From the past to the Demon Lord's castle he hadn't had a proper rest the entire journey. Now that he was still, Luli assessed the state of his body. His spiritual energy had almost fully recovered. He thought for a moment, since he had nothing to do anyway, he might as well use this time to boost his level. Luli closed his eyes and murmured a command in his mind. XP 1300s. His spiritual energy trembled and a surge of heat spread from his chest. The number in his mind flickered and changed to LV. 6. Not bad. He murmured another command. XP 2000s. The heat was more intense, his body feeling as if it were being tightened. The number flickered again, settling at LV. 7. He checked his spiritual energy. The blue current still had more than half left. Enough. He left some leeway just in case he needed to use a command later and didn't want to fall short at a critical moment. He stood up, rolled his shoulders and his joints cracked twice. Ah, comfort. He walked to the window and looked outside. The view revealed a main street of the Demon Lord's city. Blue stone pavement, shops on both sides. Plenty of people, their voices drifting through the window, hawking haggling children's laughter. He watched for a while, then turned and left the room. The corridor was empty. He walked along it, and when he passed a corner his steps faltered. Not far ahead was Ilea's study. The door was ajar, light spilling out. Eileen stood at the entrance, her posture upright as if waiting. Luli, afraid she might make that strange noise again, kept walking without looking at her. Eileen turned her head, her gaze falling on Luli. Her eyes lingered on him for a moment, a flash of gold flickering at the corners. She sensed something. The hero truly is a hero, astonishing speed at improving his strength. Her voice was so low only she could hear. Eileen withdrew her gaze and looked forward again. Luli descended the stairs and pushed open the castle's main door. The sunlight poured in all at once. The streets of the Demon Lord city were more lively than he had imagined. All kinds of people filled the streets, demons, humans, beastmen, all jostling along the same road without any deliberate segregation. There was no humans on this side, demons on that side boundary. Luli stood at the roadside watching for a brief moment. He recalled the streets of the royal capital, that dark damp alley. The woman who was splashed with mud by a noble's carriage and had to bow her head in apology. The gaunt starving farmers. Those images overlapped with the scene before him. Luli withdrew his gaze and continued walking. A demon uncle by the roadside was selling skewers with a few human workers lined up in front of his stall chatting while they waited. Did you hear? Big news at the border, the hero from the kingdom got beaten up. Really? True. He was stomped into the ground begging on his knees. Ha ha ha. Such good news. Luli walked past the stall pulling down the brim of his hat, a grin spreading uncontrollably across his face. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. He headed west. After crossing 2 streets he spotted a building. A wooden sign hung above the entrance painted with a shield and a crossed longsword. Below the sign a line of text was carved into the doorframe. Adventurers Guild, 3rd branch of the Erda continent. Luli stopped and stared at the wooden sign. The Adventurers Guild. Images from the games he played in his past life flashed through his mind, taking quests, collecting rewards, handling all sorts of miscellaneous affairs. It was much like this place. He stood at the entrance and glanced inside. It was bigger than he expected. Several tables were scattered in the hall and the walls were plastered with parchment, quest notices. Behind the counter sat a registrar talking to a few adventurer-looking individuals. Luli hesitated for 2 seconds, then pushed the door open and walked in. After all, Ilea had said his first task was to familiarize himself with the city. The Adventurers Guild was part of the city, right? He rationalized to himself. The hall wasn't crowded. 2 dwarves sat at a table by the wall drinking. By the window a one-eyed human man was polishing his sword. A few young people stood in front of the counter flipping through quest sheets. Luli walked over to the wall and scanned the parchments. The quests were diverse. Hunting wild boars, escorting caravans, gathering herbs, helping repair roofs. He read each one, finding it quite interesting. Just then a voice came from the counter. Another missing person quest. Luli turned. At the counter a middle-aged registrar was straightening a newly pasted parchment. A young adventurer beside him leaned in for a look inside. Another missing child. How many times has this been now? 3rd time. The registrar's tone was weary. Half a month ago a foxkin child went missing, last week a catkin child. And now this time a wolfkin child only 7 years old. Why are all the missing ones half-beast? Were the first 2 found? No. Not a single clue. Luli's gaze fell on the parchment that had just been pasted onto the wall. Missing person notice. Name Taya. Race wolfkin, half-beast. Age 7 years old. Location last seen Western Residential District, went out to play 3 days ago and never returned. Features gray short hair, a small notch on the left ear, wearing a brown linen tunic. Reward for information 5 silver coins. Reward for safe return 20 silver coins. Issuer Old Grim Blacksmith Shop, West City. Luli stared at the notice, his brow furrowed. The young adventurer shook his head and walked away. The registrar finished posting the notice, returned to the counter and picked up his pen to continue writing. Luli remained by the wall. He stared at the words on the parchment. Images surfaced in his mind, missing person notices in the news posts shared on social media. Lost children, abducted children, shattered families. He stood there silent for a long moment. Every world has its traffickers. His voice was so soft only he could hear it. He took a breath and walked to the counter. Hello. The registrar looked up, put down his pen and smiled. Hello. Taking a quest or turning one in? I'd like to ask about the missing person quest. The registrar followed his gaze to the notice on the wall and understood. You're new here, aren't you? I haven't seen you before. Yeah, I just arrived in the Demon Lord city today. No wonder. The registrar nodded. There have been countless disappearances recently. 2 people took on similar missing child quests before, but neither turned up anything. The children just vanished without a trace. The city guard also investigated, but it was useless. That's why it came to us, hoping some talented person might be able to help find them. Luli was silent for a few seconds. I want to take this quest. The registrar glanced at him, didn't dissuade but only warned, this is a tough one. The two before you were experienced adventurers and they dug up nothing after days of searching. But if you want to give it a shot, I won't stop you. I want to try. All right. The registrar nodded and pulled out a registration form from the drawer. Register first. 1 silver coin for the fee, valid for a year. Luli fished out a silver coin and placed it on the counter. The registrar took the money and slid the form over. Luli looked down at it. Name, race, age, area of expertise. He hesitated for a moment over the area of expertise column, then wrote 2 characters, finding people. The registrar took a glance and smiled. All right, straightforward enough. He copied the registration information, stamped it in the corner of the missing person notice, peeled it off and handed it to Luli. This task is yours now. If you need any help, feel free to ask at the guild, we will also keep an eye out for you. Luli took the parchment, folded it neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Thanks. No need to be polite. Stay safe. Stepping out of the Adventurers Guild, the sun outside was still warm. He stood at the door looking up. The sky over Demon King City was a clear blue with a few white clouds hanging above. This city was indeed nice. Humans and demons lived together without any discrimination or oppression. The streets were clean, prices were cheap, and the baked goods smelled delicious. No matter how bright the sun was, there were still corners that remained shaded. In his previous world he couldn't help those lost children. This world was different. He had command blocks and a hero system capable of doing something. Before he was just an ordinary person. At work he would scroll through his phone, occasionally coming across missing person notices, liking them and moving on. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, separated by a screen and thousands of miles, even sharing wouldn't have made a difference. But here it was different. Here people would genuinely change their fate by getting involved in someone else's business. The lines in the drawing on the parchment were steady, indicating that the artist was quite skilled. He rubbed his thumb along the edge of the drawing, folded it neatly and tucked it back into his pocket. Let's go. The market in the west of the city was even livelier than in front of the guild. On both sides of the stone-paved road stood various stalls selling vegetables, fabrics and ironware. The air was mixed with the aroma of baked goods, the smell of fish and an indescribable scent of spices. He walked forward through the crowd. As he passed a fabric stall his pace slowed. A little girl from the wolf tribe was squatting on the ground beside the stall, around 4 or 5 years old, with her gray-white hair tied into 2 little tufts. She was focused on arranging scraps of cloth and twigs into some kind of pattern on the ground. Behind the stall a wolf woman was greeting customers while glancing over here. "Nyo nyo, don't block the way. I'm making flowers." The little girl didn't even look up. "What kind of flower is that?" "It's so ugly," teased a middle-aged man who was watching the stall. The little girl got anxious, picked up a twig from the ground and held it up. "This is a rose." "A rose? Can't you see?" Her cheeks were puffy, ears perked up and her eyes were wide open. The man laughed and the wolf woman also chuckled, scolding her playfully for being rude, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. The little girl huffed and continued to arrange her roses, muttering to herself. Luli stood a few steps away. The little girl tilted her head to adjust the angle of the twig, and after her mother finished her task she squatted down to praise her, saying, "You did such a good job," causing the little one to smile, revealing a tiny canine tooth. The sunlight shone on this small patch of land with bits of fabric sticking to her hair, and her mother reached out to help her remove them. A rather ordinary scene. But Luli watched for several seconds. He thought of that missing person notice. The child named Taya was 7 years old. Did his mother often do the same, squatting down to help him brush off the dust from his clothes? Now she had prepared dinner, sitting at the table waiting for a person who would never return. He took out the parchment to glance at it again, folded it back and continued walking forward. I have to find him. The blacksmith shop was deep in an alley. As Luli approached he could hear the sound of clanging from afar. It was intermittent, the hammer would fall and then pause for a long time before being lifted again. The blacksmith was clearly not in a good state. A few bundles of iron bars and a pile of scrap were stacked at the entrance of the shop, and a half-grown apprentice was squatting by the bellows poking at an ant on the ground with a stick. Luli walked over and paused at the entrance. The shop was small, with the walls covered in various crafted tools. Scythes, hoes, kitchen knives, horseshoes and some iron pieces whose purpose was unrecognizable. In the corner a bucket soaked a freshly tempered iron bar still sizzling with steam. A wolf man stood inside the shop. He had short gray-brown hair. His apron was full of tiny holes burned by sparks, revealing arms covered in scars. They were big and small remnants of a lifetime spent as a blacksmith. He raised a hammer to strike a glowing red iron piece, his gaze unfocused. When the hammer fell, it struck slightly off, leaving an unintended dent on the iron piece. He stared at the dent for 2 seconds before tossing the iron piece back into the fire, tearing off his apron to wipe his face as he turned around. "Are you forging something or repairing something?" "Looking for someone." Luli took out the parchment from his pocket and spread it out on the counter. Old Grim looked down at it. He said nothing. He put down the hammer, wiped his hands with a cloth draped over his shoulder, and picked up the parchment again, studying it for a long time. "Have you been sent by the guild?" Old Grim folded the parchment and returned it to Luli. "2 people have taken on this task before, but they both withdrew. They couldn't find anything." "I know. The security team also searched for 2 days but found nothing." "I know." Old Grim looked at Luli. Luli stood still. Old Grim's gaze fell on the parchment again, then drifted away, unsure where it went. His facial muscles were slack, as if something had drained all the energy out of him. In his previous world, did his parents ever show such expressions? He had disappeared from that world without saying goodbye. Would his parents be waiting for him at home with dinner prepared, waiting night after night while he couldn't return? Would they be like Old Grim? Staring at an unintended dent for a long time, the hammer fell slightly off target and he was completely out of it. Stiff. His fists were clenched. "We will find him." Old Grim lifted his head. Luli looked intently into his eyes. "I will find him." Old Grim's lips moved but no words came out. After a few seconds he hung the hammer back on the wall and walked out from behind the counter. "Let's go. I'll take you to the last place he played." The last place Taya was seen was not far from the blacksmith shop. At the corner of the alley under an old tree, the roots had pushed up the ground, revealing several slabs of bluestone. On the ground were several squares drawn by kids with stones for hopscotch. Old Grim stood beside the tree, pointing at that corner. He played here every evening with a few kids from next door. He squatted down, picked up a stone used for drawing squares, clenched it for a moment, then set it down. He was here that day too. Someone saw him still here when it was almost dark, but later when night fell he didn't come back. His mother went to look for him and he had vanished. "Did you hear any noises?" "No." Old Grim's voice dropped. "The kids next door said Taya was the last to leave. He was still sitting under the tree when they went home for dinner. His mother cooked dinner, waited a long time without seeing him, came out to look, and there was nobody under the tree." "What time was it then?" "Just after sunset. It wasn't fully dark yet." "It was probably around dinner time." Luli squatted down, looking at the ground. The surface was trampled beyond recognition. Footprints layered upon footprints. The security team had searched several times but no traces were left behind. Old Grim stood nearby, his wolf tail drooping, completely still. "The hunting dogs have been here too." Luli did not look up. The security team's dogs couldn't scent anything. They said the scent had been wiped away by someone. Luli stood up, looking at Old Grim. A wolf's nose shouldn't be less sensitive than a dog's, right? "Wait a moment," Luli said. "You mentioned the hunting dogs have been here. You're a werewolf, why not scent it yourself? Why rely on the dogs?" Old Grim did not reply. "Beastmen's noses are not as keen as purebred beasts." He said softly, "That's common knowledge around here. I am a werewolf, half human, so my sense of smell is just slightly better than an average person's. Purebred canines have a much more sensitive nose than us half human, half beasts. If it comes to scenting, I can't compare to those hunting dogs." No wonder they needed the dogs. The half-beasts in this world weren't as capable as he thought. If the hunting dogs can't scent anything. He pondered. The scent was wiped away. This wasn't something an ordinary thief could do. Professionals. Or was it done with magic? Regardless of which, it couldn't be solved by scent alone. He went through the commands in his mind. Locate could pinpoint structures, TP could teleport. But the premise was that there had to be a target. A question occurred to him. Is Taya his full name or just a nickname? He is just called Taya. There are no other names. Are there any others around here named Taya? No. Old Grim shook his head. There's only our family with the surname Tai in the entire Demon King city. It's a rare surname and there won't be duplicates. So he is the only one in the whole city with that name. Yes. That's good to know. Luli closed his eyes and murmured in his mind. TPSP name, Taya, teleport target, self-target player, the nearest player named Taya. The command took effect. The air twisted. Old Golimu stood frozen in place. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. The yard was empty. The young man who had been right before his eyes vanished into thin air. No hand gestures, no incantations, no teleportation array. Of all the high-level magic he had heard of, which one didn't require these? Gone just like that. Like water evaporating. Old Golimu's eyelid twitched violently. He had lived most of his life and seen some things. Activating the teleportation array at the Adventurers Guild required 3 or 4 mages casting together. It took half a day just to send someone away. This young man didn't even blink. Old Golimu's breathing quickened. He turned and ran toward the house, then stopped after 2 steps, looking back at the spot where Luli had stood. He wanted to confirm he wasn't mistaken. No one. He muttered, "That boy Taya. There's hope." He rubbed his face vigorously and turned back into the house. Luli opened his eyes. His body still felt dizzy. The sensation of being pulled out and stuffed into another place was unpleasant. The soles of his feet stepped on damp wooden planks. Moisture, moldy smell, and a faint fishy odor. He stood still and looked down. Before him was a werewolf child. Short gray hair, a notch on the left ear, a brown linen shirt, and 2 patches on the knees. Exactly like the wanted poster. Taya. The child was crouching in the corner, back arched, body tense. Suddenly seeing a figure appear out of nowhere, he recoiled sharply. His back hit the stone wall with a dull thud. He stared at Luli, eyes wide, pupils shrinking to 2 tiny points in the dim light. A low growl rumbled in his throat. Baring his teeth, both hands pressed to the ground, he issued the most primal warning, "Don't come closer." Behind Taya, a boy with fox ears was holding a girl with cat ears. The cat-eared girl buried her face in the boy's chest, ears pressed against her scalp, trembling violently. The fox-eared boy had one arm around her, the other hand also braced on the ground. He was scared too, but didn't pull back. 3 children all locked in this cell. Taya stared fixedly at Luli, his teeth bared even more fiercely, the growl turning shrill. How did this person appear out of nowhere? What magic is this? Who is he? Countless thoughts flashed through the child's mind, each one making him more afraid. Luli saw Taya's reaction. He crouched down, lowering his posture to appear less threatening. "Don't be afraid." He lowered his voice to almost a whisper. "Old Golimu sent me to find you. You're safe now." Taya's ear twitched. The growl stopped, but his teeth were still bared and there was hesitation in his eyes. Old Golimu. That man really sent someone to rescue him. He was trying to discern the truth of the words. Luli didn't rush to speak, he stayed crouched, giving the child time to observe him. The cell was very quiet, with only the candle burning in the corner, a small puddle of wax gathered. Taya's gaze swept over Luli, examining his clothes, his face noting that he hadn't drawn any weapon. Slowly he retracted his bared teeth. But his body remained tense, ready to pounce or flee. Luli saw the child's reaction and understood. This child was highly alert and wouldn't trust easily. He didn't explain further, shifting his gaze to the cell wall. He stopped. There were words on the wall. Many words. Scratched out with fingernails. Some deep, some shallow, crooked and dense, covering the entire wall. "Go home. Dad. So cold. Mom. Go home. So painful. So hungry. I'm sorry. Go home, go home, go home, go home, go home." Some characters were so crooked they were almost illegible, the later ones just a few chaotic scratches. The writer must have lost strength, yet still kept scraping. With the last bit of strength he carved the words "go home" into the stone. Luli looked at the characters. His throat moved. He remembered some things from his original world. Lost children, abducted children never found for over a decade. Parents holding signs on the streets under sun and wind, waiting for news that would never come. Back then he could do nothing. Now it was different. He withdrew his gaze and stood up. Outside the cell was a narrow corridor. Stone walls with blackened moss stuffed into the cracks. The floor was covered with broken planks that creaked underfoot, some rotted through, revealing muddy water beneath. On both sides of the corridor were rows of wooden doors, very low, each nailed with iron bars and hung with rusty padlocks. At the end of the corridor was an oil lamp, and 2 figures stood in its dim circle of light. They had their backs to him and were talking. Their voices were low, but in this confined space every word was clear. 3 this time, all beastkin children. Someone in the capital has ordered them, well, deliver them the night after tomorrow. Price settled. Settled. 2 gold coins total for 3 half up front. Fine. I'll arrange the cart, we leave tonight. Luli stood in the shadows, silent. 3 people. This batch of goods. Capital buyer. It seemed it wasn't just Taya. This group was professional. From capture to transport to sale, the entire chain was running. He had originally planned to take the child away first. Rescue them, then report to the authorities and let the city guard handle it. These bandits were organized, had a hideout, might have accomplices. He alone might not be able to trace the entire network. Safer to hand it over to the city guard. But the two were still talking. We made a good profit this time. Another batch next month. We can. But we need to switch locations. Someone has started investigating in the west side. City guard. Not just that, I heard someone posted a quest at the Adventurers Guild. Even though we cleaned that place thoroughly, it would be troublesome if a high-level mage takes the quest. What's there to fear? Our boss is a mage too. Luli listened. Clean thoroughly. Indeed. The scent erased, traces removed, not even hounds could pick it up. But they forgot one thing. In this world some things cannot be erased. Like names. The two at the end of the corridor were still talking. Last time when we sent that batch to the capital, the buyer asked if we had any bigger ones, said price was negotiable. Too bad the heat's on in the west side, otherwise we could have done another job this month. After this batch is sold, let's rest a while. Rest for what? Strike while the iron is hot. Lu Li's hand clenched. He remembered the words on the wall. Those crooked strokes towards the end, already illegible, just nail scratches on stone. He had originally wanted to rescue the children first, then find the city warden. But now he changed his mind. These people should not have the chance to rest a while. He would not let them have the chance to do another batch. He raised his hand, his fingertip tracing a trajectory in the air. The outline of a diamond sword materialized in his hand. The blade emerged inch by inch. First a pale blue light, then it condensed into solid form. The ice blue edge reflected a faint glow in the dim corridor, a cold flame suddenly blazing in the darkness. The light flashed and it was complete. Lu Li gripped the hilt. With his current level of strength, the weight of the diamond sword was just right. He took a step forward. The planks creaked faintly underfoot. At the end of the corridor, the grey-robed man's words stopped mid-sentence. He heard a sound. The sound of metal slicing through air. He whirled around. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a flash of ice-blue cold light arcing through the dim corridor. Heading straight for his brow. The diamond sword traced an arc through the air. The grey-robed man leaned backward, his foot slipping as he narrowly evaded the blade's edge. In the next instant, Lu Li was already between the two of them. The diamond sword swept horizontally, slashing toward the burly man who had just reacted. The burly man drew his blade to block. Crack. The blade snapped. The broken blade spun through the air, struck the wall and clattered to the ground. The burly man stood stunned, staring at the stump of a hilt in his hand, then at the diamond sword in Lu Li's grip. His face turned pale. No. Impossible. This fine iron blade was forged by a dwarf master, its hardness unmatched in the world. Even a knight's sword dared not clash with it directly. Yet this blue sword didn't even leave a white scratch. Lu Li looked at him, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Effect as strength 1-3. Effect gain strength 3 1 second. Then he lifted his foot and kicked the burly man square in the chest. Boom. The burly man flew backward, crashing into the iron door at the far end of the dungeon. It was an empty cell. The iron bars were as thick as a wrist, normally requiring the combined strength of several strong men to budge. But with this one kick. Crack. The iron door tore from its frame, along with half the stone wall cracking apart. The burly man's body, wrapped in the shattered iron door, flew into the darkness beyond. Thud. A dull sound echoed from the depths. Then came a few coughs and groans, gradually fading. Lu Li withdrew his foot and let out a breath. It felt good. The anger that had been building along the way finally found some release. He turned and looked at the grey-robed man. The grey-robed man had already retreated to the wall, his hand reaching into his robe, fumbling for something. Lu Li's eyes turned cold. Almost forgot about the other one. TPSPRM1. Teleport yourself to the nearest player. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing the next moment right in front of the grey-robed man. The grey-robed man's pupils contracted sharply. The object he had just pulled out hadn't even been raised. Bang! Lu Li delivered a side kick, knocking him flat to the ground. The grey-robed man crashed to the floor, the back of his head smacking against the stone slab. His vision darkened and the object in his hand slipped away. It was a black crystal, its surface faintly glowing with blue light. Luli glanced at it but didn't bother. He pressed the diamond sword against the grey-robed man's neck, the blade cold against his skin. Don't move. The grey-robed man froze, his face pressed against the cold ground, his throat against the icy blade. He dared not move a muscle. I ask you answer. Luli looked down at him. Say one false word and you die. He'll talk. The grey-robed man's voice trembled. Don't kill me, you'll tell you everything. How many people are in your gang? 5. The grey-robed man stammered. Including the boss, 6 total. How many have you captured? Thai's hideout only holds 3 people, but there are other places. Where are the other places? North District and East District, 1 hideout each. The grey-robed man's voice grew shakier. The north one is for holding people, the east one is the boss residence. Who is your boss? B. Black Snake. The grey-robed man swallowed. He's the one who liaises with the buyers in the capital. Who are the buyers? I don't know, I really don't know. The grey-robed man's voice turned tearful. Only the boss knows, we underlings never get near that level. Luli stared into his eyes for a few seconds. Caught under that gaze, the grey-robed man trembled all over, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. You. Luli was about to continue questioning when suddenly a surge of icy aura rushed from behind him. He spun around, diamond sword held before him. A blue beam of light slammed into the blade, emitting a harsh cracking sound. Luli was knocked back 2 steps. Oh, not bad reflexes. At the end of the corridor, a man in a deep blue robe emerged from the shadows. His hair was grey-white, his eyes glowing faintly blue, and in his hand he held a staff embedded with a sapphire. So you managed to block my sneak attack. He glanced at the grey-robed man on the ground, then at the burly man who had been kicked deep into the dungeon, and smiled. Looks like you took care of them both. Not bad. Luli stared at him. Are you Black Snake? Oh. Heard of me. The man chuckled. So that fellow confessed. No matter, you're not leaving this basement anyway. He raised his staff and the sapphire flashed. Can you tell me your name? I usually don't bother with names for the dead, but you've piqued my interest. Luli didn't answer. Not talking. Fine. Black Snake shrugged. Then let's make this clear for your demise. I'm Black Snake. You can call me. He paused, a grin spreading across his face. You're Undertaker. As the words fell, he pointed the staff forward. A jet of water erupted from the tip, shooting straight at Luli. Luli sidestepped the water bolt, grazing his shoulder and slamming into the wall, blasting a large hole in the stone. Quick reflexes. Black Snake swung his staff again and 3 water arrows flew simultaneously, cutting off Luli's escape routes. Luli swung the diamond sword in rapid succession, slashing the water arrows apart one by one. Splashes of water struck the wall, leaving deep gouges. That sword of yours is interesting. Black Snake's gaze darkened. You can block water arrows. Then what about this? He gripped the staff with both hands and began chanting. The basement air grew damp. Moss on the walls began to glow and the accumulated water on the floor started to surge. Luli felt a pressure closing in from all directions. Black Snake's eyes snapped open and he thrust the staff downward. Water prison. In an instant, the basement standing water coalesced into a massive sphere, surging toward Luli from every side. Luli had no room to dodge. The sphere engulfed him in an instant. Translucent blue walls of water surrounded him from all directions, cutting off all air. His feet stood in water, water above his head, water everywhere. Black Snake stood outside the sphere, a satisfied smile on his face. Water magic. The drowning prison. He looked at Luli inside the sphere and grinned. This is my proudest spell. You know I love watching people struggle in water. He crossed his arms, admiring the scene within the sphere. That expression of desperately trying to breathe but getting no air, that frantic flailing of limbs grasping at nothing. Every time I see it I feel a thrill. The grey-robed man scrambled up, saw this, and his face lit up with excitement. Boss is awesome. Boss is incredible. Too strong, boss. This punk couldn't last a single round against the boss. Boss, water prison is absolute. He's dead for sure. Black Snake listened to his underling's flattery, his smile growing even wider. He looked at Luli inside the sphere. Come on, let me see your struggle. Let me see your despair. But Luli inside the sphere wasn't struggling. He simply stood in the water, one hand in his pocket, head tilted back, calmly watching Black Snake. No desperate gasping for air. No frantic flailing of limbs in despair. In fact, his expression was perfectly calm. Black Snake frowned. Not struggling. Luli silently murmured to himself inside the water sphere. Effect S water breathing 301. Effect water breathing 5 minutes. A faint glimmer flashed through his body. He could breathe now. Black Snake stared at Luli inside the water sphere frowning. Let's see how long you can hold out. He raised his staff and the sapphire at its tip glowed. Water prison pressurize. The water sphere began to shrink. The pressure surged wildly, the water walls pressing inward. If it were anyone else their body would have been crushed, their organs ruptured. But Luli merely moved a finger. Effect S resistance 303. Effect resistance 5 minutes. A layer of golden light surfaced on his body. The water pressure slammed against that light like hitting a rock, utterly useless. Black Snake narrowed his eyes. Still holding out. He swung his staff again. The water sphere continued to contract, the pressure spiking so high that the basement walls began to crack and chunks of stone fell from the ceiling. Inside the water sphere, Luli still stood just as before. One hand in his pocket. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Luli yawned. Something's not right. Black Snake's expression changed. 4 minutes. Luli raised his hand in the water sphere and waved at him. 5 minutes. Damn. The water prison's effect was already fading. But this kid should have suffocated ages ago. How was he still alive? And with a face so nonchalant. Boss. The gray-robed man whispered beside him, why isn't he dead yet? Shut up. Black Snake gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. He pressed the staff again, but the water sphere had reached its limit, any more pressure and it would burst. Yet Luli still stood there. Watching him, that gaze was like looking at a clown. Black Snake's composure shattered. Who the hell are you? Luli ignored him. Effect S strength 62. Effect strength 2 1 minute. His muscles bulged, veins protruding beneath the skin. He raised the diamond sword and slashed at the inner wall of the water sphere. The water walls split from the middle like cutting paper. The entire water sphere burst into a shower of droplets. Luli stood amidst the spray, staring straight at Black Snake. Black Snake's face turned pale. No. He turned and ran. He whipped his staff backward and a water shield formed behind him. Water escape. His body transformed into a streak of watery light shooting toward the exit. But just as he reached the staircase. TP. Teleport. Luli vanished from his spot. The next second Black Snake felt a gust of wind slam from the side. Bang. A kick landed on his face. His entire body flew slammed into the wall and crashed to the floor. His vision went dark, his head buzzing. Wah. Dazed, he lifted his head looking for his staff. But when he came to, a diamond sword was already pressed against his neck. The blade touched his skin cold. You. Luli stood before him. Running where? The gray-robed man beside him, seeing this, turned pale with fear. The boss got taken down in one shot. He turned to run. Luli waved his hand. Execute distance 2 set block cobweb. Replaces the block beneath the nearest player within 2 meters with cobweb. A white cobweb materialized under the gray-robed man's feet, instantly wrapping his legs like a dumpling. Ah. What the hell? He took a step forward, but his ankles were yanked back. His body leaned forward while his feet stayed rooted, inertia sending him straight down. Thud. His face hit the ground, his nose aching. He tried to get up, but the cobweb tightened, binding his feet together. The more he struggled, the tighter it got. Luli turned his gaze away and looked down at Black Snake. A few questions. The diamond sword still pressed against his neck. Black Snake's Adam's apple bobbed, but he said nothing. How long have you been in this trade? Black Snake kept his mouth shut and glanced at him. Luli was in no hurry. He moved the sword away from Black Snake's neck, turned the tip and pointed it from a distance at the gray-robed man wrapped on the ground. The gray-robed man saw the sword tip coming toward him and his face went white. No, no, no. How long have you been in this trade? 2 years. Over 2 years. And him? Luli jerked his chin toward Black Snake. 3 years. The boss has been at it for 3 years. The diamond sword was placed back on Black Snake's neck. 3 years. How many children did you take? Black Snake said nothing. 40 or 50. The gray-robed man shouted from behind, fast and urgent, afraid to be slow. The boss started in his first year at least 40 or 50 in 3 years. In the 2 years I've been with him I've handled 37. Luli didn't turn around. 37. Where were those children taken? Black Snake's lips tightened, staring at Luli, silent. Outside the city, the gray-robed man answered eagerly again. The boss always delivered them outside the city. Before Luli could speak, hasty footsteps came from the entrance of the basement. Who's in there? Nobody move. The security patrol. The commotion had drawn the nearby patrol. Luli didn't move, the diamond sword still at Black Snake's neck. The footsteps drew closer. Torchlight shone down from the stairway, shadows flickering on the walls. Armor clanking, blades unsheathing, breaths rapid and heavy. A goat-head man was the first to rush down. A goat's head perched on a human neck, 2 curved horns curling back from the temple's gray-white fur covering the entire face. Dull yellow eyes with horizontal rectangular pupils. His body was humanoid, clad in thick leather armor with an iron sword at his waist. The uniform of the security patrol. Behind him followed 7 or 8 people, some carrying torches, others holding spears. The goat-head man's gaze swept across the basement, his brow furrowing. A gray-robed man was curled up in the corner like a ball. A burly man lay motionless in the cell, alive or dead, unknown. Another man in deep blue robes lay face down, his staff rolled to the side. Luli stood in the middle of the corridor, dressed in black, holding a blue sword. The goat-head man's eyes turned cold. Drop your weapon. 7 or 8 spears simultaneously pointed at Luli. Luli glanced at them and, out of goodwill toward this city, decided to cooperate first. The diamond sword vanished into thin air. Luli had stored it in his inventory. The goat-head man waved his hand and the others spread out to search the basement. A patrolman walked to the cell door, peered inside, and his face changed dramatically. Captain. There are people locked in here. Who? Children. 3 children. The goat-head man's pupils contracted. He strode over quickly. Pushing open the door, 3 children were huddled in the corner. Iron Fong stood in front, behind him a fox-eared boy tightly holding a cat-eared little girl. When the children saw the patrolman, they shrank back. Take them back. The goat-head captain's voice lowered. Be careful, don't scare the children. The patrolman crouched down, spoke to the children in gentle tones, slowly helped them up and led them out of the cell. The goat-head captain stood at the door, watching, his fists clenched, knuckles white. He glanced at the fallen Black Snake, then at the gray-robed man wrapped in cobweb, his brow furrowing deeper. He turned and looked at Luli. His gaze was like looking at a damned man. Who are you? What happened here? My name is Luli, he said calmly. These 3 children were kidnapped by them. I came to rescue them. The goat-head captain stared at him for 2 seconds, then waved his hand. Tie them all up. Take them back to the station for questioning. What? Luli was taken aback. 2 patrolmen rushed forward, grabbing his arms from both sides. Wait. Save your words for the security bureau. The goat-head captain's voice was like sandpaper on iron. Now shut up. Luli ultimately didn't argue further. Forget it. If they really investigated, those 3 children would tell the truth. The Demon King should be able to testify as well. No need to get into a conflict with the security patrol here. Take them to the security bureau. The interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau. A metal table, 2 chairs, and an oil lamp on the wall, its flame flickering unsteadily. The air carried the stale odor of mold mingled with the metallic scent of rust and dried blood. Water stains seeped from the brick crevices in the corner, glistening darkly under the dim yellow light. The window was small and set high, letting in little light, as if the entire room was crushed beneath some unseen weight. Luli was bound to the chair, his hands tied behind his back. The ropes were tight, cutting into his skin, and it stung. He tested the range of motion of his wrists and realized that if he truly wished to leave, he could vanish in a second. But he didn't move. On his very first day in the Demon King city, causing trouble wasn't wise. And besides, his gaze fell upon the goat-head figure across from him. The goat-head captain sat opposite, his hands pressed on the table, his goat eyes fixed intently on Luli. Those eyes were murky, tinged with a dim grayish yellow. Fine wrinkles crowded the corners of his eyes, and his eye bags were heavy, as if he hadn't slept well for many days. One of his goat horns was chipped, the broken surface rough, severed by some sharp tool. It wasn't a fresh wound if the injury had already healed, but the missing piece made him appear even more weary. On the corner of the table lay a small worn hair clip, old-fashioned in style yet polished clean. Luli's gaze paused on that hair clip for a second. It was silver, shaped like a petal, very small, likely meant for a child. Its placement was conspicuously at the edge, suggesting it was taken out and wiped clean every day. As he looked at the clip, the goat-head captain coughed. Name: Luli. Gender: male. Age: 22. Occupation: adventurer. The goat-head captain's lips twitched as if hearing a joke. He leaned back in his chair, his goat eyes narrowing. You've already registered with the Adventurers Guild? Yes. When did you register? This afternoon. What quest did you take? Searching for someone. A werewolf child named Taya. Did you find him? The 3 you brought back, the werewolf child among them is him. The goat-head captain gave a slight nod and then asked again. Name. You already asked that once. Answer what you're asked. Please cooperate. Luli. Luli considered whether to just teleport away. He observed the goat-head before him. This captain was off. Not the kind of determination to uncover the truth, but an almost pathological obsession. His gaze drifted back to the hair clip. When did you arrive in the Demon King's city? Yesterday. You arrived yesterday, registered as an adventurer today, took a quest today, and found the trafficker's hideout today. The goat-head captain's voice slowed, laden with scrutiny. He stood up, walked around the table, and came behind Luli. His footsteps were heavy. Do you think that's reasonable? Luli frowned. What's unreasonable? You've only been in this city for a day. The goat-head captain's voice came from behind, carrying pressure. He stood at Luli's back, his breathing clearly audible. What's the matter? In just one day you've become familiar with the terrain and found the trafficker's hidden basement. I have a special method for finding people. What method? Not convenient to explain. The goat-head captain's goat eyes narrowed to slits. He walked to Luli's side, bent down, and stared straight at Luli. Not convenient to explain. Do you think this is a joke? His voice was low, oppressive. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, casting wavering shadows on the wall. Luli could smell on him a mix of tobacco, sweat, and some cheap liquor. If you don't believe me, ask those 3 children. They can testify that I came to rescue them. Testify. The goat-head captain gave a cold laugh. Can they testify how you found them? Or can they only testify that you showed up at that place? He stood up and walked a full circle around the table. His footsteps echoed in the interrogation room like a countdown. And you alone took down 3 men. One of them was a mage. Yet you came out unscathed. So you mean I was wrong for beating them? Ridiculous. The goat-head captain walked back to the table, leaned on the edge with both hands, and looked down at Luli. 3 against 1, and you don't even have a scratch. What rank adventurer are you? I haven't registered a rank. Not registered. The goat-head captain stared at him. An unranked adventurer single-handedly defeats 3 traffickers without a scratch. Do you expect me to believe that? Luli looked at him without speaking. The flame of the oil lamp danced, casting flickering shadows across the goat-head captain's face. His shadow stretched long, enveloping the entire room. Name. You've asked 3 times already. Luli leaned back in his chair. Is your memory failing you? The goat-head captain's pupils contracted. You say you're an adventurer. But you arrived in the Demon King's city just 1 day ago, registered as an adventurer less than a day ago, accepted a quest less than a day ago, and then you found the trafficker's hideout, defeated 3 criminals, and rescued 3 children. His voice was low, suppressed anger simmering. His fingers tapped on the tabletop, the rhythm quickening. Such a coincidence, how can you expect me to believe it? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Believe it or not. The goat-head captain's voice suddenly rose. Do you think this is buying vegetables at a market? I've already told you the truth. If you don't believe it, I can't help it. Truth. The goat-head captain slammed the table, making the oil lamp shake. Every word you've said is full of holes. Silence filled the interrogation room for 2 seconds. Luli watched the goat-head before him, noticing his hands trembling slightly. It looked like a nervous tic from prolonged fatigue. He probably hadn't slept well in a long time. Luli's gaze swept over the hair clip on the corner of the table, then moved to the goat-head captain's face. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were tiny cracks at the corners of his mouth, as if he often bit his lips. His stance was unsteady, his body leaning slightly forward, forcing himself to stay awake. The interrogation room door opened, and a young security officer walked in, holding a piece of parchment. His steps were light, as if afraid to disturb something. Captain, this is the certification from the Adventurers Guild. He handed the parchment over. The goat-head captain took it, scanned it, and his face darkened. Luli. Specialty: finding people. Registration time this afternoon. He tossed the parchment back onto the table, it slid across the surface and bumped into the hair clip. The clip was nudged slightly out of place. The goat-head captain's gaze immediately snapped to it, confirming it hadn't fallen. Then he gently pushed it back to its original spot. The movement was quick, but Luli saw it. Registered for only a few hours and he's already completed a search quest. Do you think that's reasonable? The young security officer hesitated, glanced at Luli, then lowered his head. Captain, the guild confirmed his registration information is genuine. I didn't say the registration was fake. The goat-head captain's eyes fixed on Luli, who remained motionless. His gaze seemed to want to dissect Luli's entire being to see what lay hidden inside. What I'm saying is his motive for registering as an adventurer is impure. Captain, the young officer whispered, could it really be a coincidence? He did save those children. Coincidence? The goat-head captain sneered, his voice squeezed through clenched teeth. He's only been in this city for a day and he knows where the trafficker's hideout is. He just registered as an adventurer and he just happened to take a search quest. He just happened to find someone our entire team searched 3 days for, just happened to knock down all the traffickers, just happened to come out unscathed. He turned, staring at Luli. The oil lamp's glow flickered in his murky goat eyes like 2 burning wildfire. With so many coincidences, you still think it's a coincidence? No one spoke in the interrogation room. The young officer lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Luli lifted his head and met the goat-head captain's eyes. Then what do you think it is? The goat-head captain sat back down in his chair, pressing his hands on the table. His knuckles were white as if suppressing some. You're one of the gang, you already knew where the victims were. You had an internal dispute, uneven division of spoils, so you decided to double-cross them, knock them all out, pretended to be an adventurer, pretended to rescue people. Silence filled the interrogation room. The flame of the oil lamp steadied, casting still shadows on the wall. Luli looked at the goat-head before him, at his trembling hands. At his murky eyes. At the cleanly polished little hair clip on the corner of his table. He understood. You're sick. The ramhead captain's pupils contracted. What did you say? I said you are sick. Luli's voice was not loud, but every word was clear, reverberating in the cramped interrogation room. I caught the human trafficker and rescued the children. Instead of investigating the trafficker, you interrogate me like a criminal. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the captain's trembling fingers. Are you conducting an investigation or venting your frustrations? The young constable's face paled and he instinctively stepped back half a pace. You. How dare you speak to the captain like that? Is there something wrong with what I said? Luli's voice turned cold. I've told you everything I have to say. The Adventurers Guild can verify my identity, the 3 children can confirm I rescued them, and the traffickers I tied up are still in the cell. He stared at the ramhead captain, at those murky yellowish-gray eyes. Now tell me, what more do you want? The captain was silent for a second. Then he rose, the chair scraping across the floor with a harsh screech. His shadow stretched long in the lamplight, looming over Luli. I want you to confess honestly. Confess what? Where the other children were sold. Luli was taken aback. What? Don't play dumb. The captain's voice was low, simmering with anger. His hands pressed against the table's edge, knuckles white. I'm not a trafficker. You still deny it. Luli's chest heaved. Should he beat him up? This man was completely unreasonable. He calculated for 2 seconds in his mind. No had just arrived, and getting into a fight with the captain on the first day would be hard to explain to Alia. He suppressed the impulse. I want to see your superior. The captain sneered. See my superior? Yes. Let someone who can talk come and speak with me. Do you even deserve that? The captain's goat-like eyes narrowed, his voice like sandpaper on iron. Who do you think you are? An outsider of unknown origin, a newly registered adventurer someone found at a trafficker's hideout. You expect me to believe you're innocent? He leaned in, his face inches from Luli, breath reeking of cheap opium. The evidence is already laid out in plain sight. Still don't believe it? Evidence. The captain slammed the table, making the oil lamp's flames sway violently, nearly extinguishing it. What does that evidence prove? Does it prove you weren't putting on an act? The flame cast wildly dancing shadows on the wall like something struggling. Captain. The young constable spoke up from the corner, his voice tinged with hesitation. He stood by the wall, hands fidgeting uncomfortably. Captain, the evidence does point to him. He's innocent. He rescued the children, subdued the criminals. Shut up. The captain's voice was harsh, leaving no room for negotiation. You're young. You don't know how cunning these people can be. They talk about innocence, but who knows what filth they're involved in behind the scenes. He turned and paced the interrogation room. His footsteps echoed in the confined space, each one treading on someone's nerves. I've seen too many of these types. Playing the good guy, playing innocent, but in truth. He stopped, his voice quivering. The young constable glanced at him as if wanting to speak but holding back. No one spoke in the interrogation room. The oil lamp's flame gradually steadied, casting flickering shadows on the wall. The air was thick with the smell of mold and rust mingling with the cheap opium on the captain's clothes. Luli watched the captain's back. That back was slightly hunched, shoulders drooping as if weighed down by something for a long time. Did you lose a child? The captain stopped in his tracks. What did you say? That beret on your desk, it's your daughter's, isn't it? Luli's voice was calm, like stating a fact. That's why you're so paranoid. You treat everyone as a criminal, thinking that way you won't miss the real ones. The captain's shoulders stiffened. He turned, a flash of rage in his goat-like eyes, something burning in the murky depths. Shut up. Am I wrong? I said shut up. The captain slammed the table, making the whole interrogation room shudder. The oil lamp swayed, the flame stretching and shrinking, casting twisted shadows on the wall. You think you understand? You think you know what those children went through? Do you know what it feels like to lose a child? His voice grew louder, nearly a roar by the end. I've been searching for 3 years. My 3 years. He stopped, swallowing the rest of his words, his chest heaving violently. You know nothing. The young constable stepped forward, reaching out to steady the captain. Captain. Calm down, your hands are shaking. I can't calm down. The captain shook him off, pointing at Luli, his goat-like eyes, bloodshot wrinkles around them tightening, his face twisted. These traffickers. They kidnap children, sell them, treat living people like goods. His voice trembled, chest heaving, fingers shaking in the air. They took her away. I don't even know where she ended up. No one spoke in the interrogation room. The oil lamp's flame flickered, casting shifting lights and shadows across the captain's face, bright then dim like his emotions at that moment. The young constable lowered his head and said softly to Luli, the captain. He did lose his daughter 3 years ago and still hasn't found her. Luli looked at the ramhead man before him, at his trembling shoulders, his bloodshot eyes, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, marks of chronic insomnia. A pitiful man after all. Let it go. Be lenient with him. He fell silent. The captain took several deep breaths, forcing his emotions down. His hands pressed against the table's edge, knuckles white. It took a while before he steadied himself. His voice turned rigid again. Again. Name. Luli didn't speak. Name. Maybe he shouldn't go easy on him if this man was never going to stop. He still felt like beating him first. Luli thought, and the strength enhancement command was already typed in his mind. I'm talking to you. The captain slammed his hand on the table again, this time even harder, the oil lamp's flame nearly extinguishing. The interrogation room door was pushed open. Oh my, is this an interrogation? The captain turned, startled. In the doorway stood an elven woman. Her golden hair glimmered faintly in the dim corridor, her light purple eyes like 2 jewels, a gentle smile gracing her face. She wore a pale white dress, the hem swaying gently. She stood there utterly out of place in this dark, damp interrogation room. Looks like I won't have to do it myself after all. Luli silently closed the command block interface. Who are you? This is the Security Bureau interrogation room. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to. Before he could finish, his body froze. An invisible force emanated from the elven woman, like a giant hand crushing his breath. The captain's knees buckled and he fell to the ground, hand supporting himself, cold sweat beading on his forehead. You are. Shh. The elven woman raised a finger to her lips. I'm here to pick someone up. She gazed at the goat-head captain kneeling on the ground with a gentle smile, yet within that warmth lay a chilling pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. This Mr. Luli is the Demon King's newly appointed advisor. You're being quite discourteous to him. The goat-head captain's face turned deathly pale. The young constable was also stunned, standing frozen in place, daring not to move, holding his breath. The elven woman stepped into the interrogation room, her high heels clicked crisply against the floor, each footfall feeling as though it pressed against someone's chest. She approached Luli and waved her hand gently. The rope binding his wrists untied, automatically falling to the ground with a soft thud. Luli rose, rubbing his wrists and flexing his shoulders stiff from being bound. Irene. There. Irene reached up and patted his head as if comforting a bullied child. Then she turned to face the kneeling goat-head captain. "Captain, it seems you're a bit tense." She let out a gentle sigh. "Losing a child is indeed painful. I understand how you feel." The goat-head captain's forehead beaded with sweat, his lips pale. He propped himself on the floor with trembling hands, his body quivering. I didn't know he was. Didn't know he was an advisor, so that gives you the right to treat him like a criminal." Irene's voice remained gentle, but when the goat-head captain met her gaze he felt as though he had been doused with ice water from head to toe. Those pale violet eyes were beautiful yet devoid of any warmth. "Losing your child brings you pain, and I sympathize. But taking out your anger on an innocent person, not even giving him a chance to explain, repeatedly harassing him." She smiled a tender smile. "With such conduct I doubt you can enforce the law fairly." The goat-head captain's face turned ghastly white. "You. What are you trying to do?" "Nothing." Irene's tone was light and airy. "I just think that a captain who cannot control his emotions and cannot treat citizens fairly is not suitable to remain in this position." She unclipped a badge from her belt and placed it gently on the table. The metal gleamed coldly in the lamplight, etched with the emblem of the Demon King City. "This is my identification. From this moment you are suspended. The high-ranking officials of the Public Security Bureau will investigate your past enforcement records and decide on further actions." The goat-head captain's pupils dilated abruptly. "No. You can't." "Yes, I can." Irene tilted her head slightly, her smile still gentle but with an unwavering authority. "I am the court mage of the Demon King City, and I have the authority to oversee the public security system. Your case is simply the last straw that breaks the camel's back." She looked at the young constable. "You will serve as acting captain until higher authorities arrive." The young constable was startled for a moment, then nodded hastily, his voice trembling. "Yais." She turned and took Lu Li's arm. "Come on, let's go home for dinner." Lu Li followed her out of the interrogation room. Behind them the goat-head captain slumped to the floor, the badge in his hand gleaming coldly in the lamplight, the flame casting flickering shadows across his face. The corridor was dim, lit only by a few yellowish oil lamps on the walls. Their footsteps echoed along the narrow hall. As they stepped out of the Public Security Bureau's gate, the night breeze rushed in, carrying the distinctive smoky, bustling air of the Demon King City. In the distance came the aroma of roasted meat, the clamor of taverns, and a drunkard singing in the street. Lu Li took a deep breath of the cool night air. "How did you come?" "Ilea asked me to check on you." Irene linked her arm through his with a cheerful smile, like an older sister leading her younger brother. "She said you might get into trouble, so I came to see." "I didn't get into trouble." Yes, you didn't get into trouble." Irene smiled and patted his hand. "You were only tied up and interrogated like a criminal." Lu Li said nothing. Irene glanced at him sideways and said softly, "That captain. Is suspension too harsh?" "No." Her voice remained gentle, but there was little hesitation in her tone. "He carries a wound in his heart, I understand that. But when emotions spiral out of control, judgment falters. If such a captain stays in his position, sooner or later he will harm innocent people." She paused, her gaze resting on the distant lights of the Public Security Bureau. "Let him readjust his mindset, then we'll make a reassessment." Lu Li nodded and said nothing more. Irene smiled and tugged him toward the castle. "Come on, the kitchen made stew tonight. If we're late, it'll be gone. We have to give our newly appointed advisor a good celebration." His head throbbed slightly. His mind felt like a clump of paste, heavy and sluggish. Where was this? Lu Li squinted at his surroundings. The gray-blue curtains were half-drawn, dawn had just broken outside and morning light streamed through the gap, spilling onto the floor. Oh, now he remembered. He had drunk last night. The liquor in this world was fierce. It went down like water, but afterwards it felt as if someone was hammering inside his skull. Lu Li sat up, slowly moving cautiously, afraid that quick motion might make his head explode. By the bed sat a bowl of congee and some bread. The congee was still warm, the bread was a bit hard. He finished the congee, gnawed on the bread, changed clothes and pushed open the door. The corridor was quiet. Morning light slanted in through high windows, casting bright patches on the floor. A faint scent of wax lingered in the air. A servant was cleaning ahead, sweeping the floor with a long-handled brush. Upon seeing him, the servant paused and nodded a good morning. Lu Li nodded and, following his memory, located the study down the westward corridor. The study was at the end of the castle's second floor. Pushing the door open, a smell of ink and the distinctive tang of parchment rushed at him. Ilea was already seated at the desk. Her silver-white hair cascaded down her back and her deep blue eyes were fixed on the documents before her. On the table lay at least 30 sheets of parchment stacked left and right with the one she was writing on in the middle. Her pen moved across the parchment with a soft scratching sound. Luli entered and sat down on a nearby chair. "Morning." Ilea glanced up at him then quickly returned to her documents. "How was your night?" "Not bad. The liquor was strong. Drink less next time." "MHM." Ilea continued reading, her pen scratching away. Luli looked at the piles of documents on her desk, recalled yesterday's incident and asked casually. "By the way, that goat-head captain yesterday. How is he now?" Ilea didn't pause her writing. "Suspended." "I mean, how is he holding up?" "I don't know. He hasn't gone out since he went back yesterday." Ilea looked up at him, her deep blue eyes calm. "Are you worried about him? It seems he just wanted to find his daughter." Ilea lowered her head and continued writing. "I know." Luli didn't press further. He leaned back in the wooden chair, which let out a faint creak. "Forget it. Let's work first. What's the job today?" "Still familiarizing myself with the city." Ilea picked up a stack of parchment from the table and handed it to him. "These are citizen feedback. Please take a look." Luli took them and flipped through one by one. First sheet: the public toilet in the East District has been clogged for 3 days. There aren't enough cleaners if the stench has drifted to the neighboring street. Second sheet: the market wasn't cleaned after closing. Rotten vegetable leaves were piled on the roadside, stinking so badly the next day no one dared to shop. Third sheet: the sewers are full of silt, whenever it rains they flood and no one cleans them. Fourth sheet: there are too many mosquitoes in the city, people can't sleep at night. Luli finished reading and put down the parchment. "As the Demon King, do you deal with these trivial matters every day?" "The matters of my subjects are not trivial." Luli was taken aback. At that moment, watching Ilea's bowed profile with the morning light streaming in through the window and falling on her silver hair, suffusing it with a soft glow. Suddenly the white-haired Demon King before him seemed blazingly conspicuous. Ilea tucked the parchment away without looking at him. "That's why I asked you to take a look." Luli set down the parchment. "Didn't you have a municipal system before?" "We did." Ilea pulled another stack of parchment from the drawer and handed it to him. Luli took it and flipped through. Sewer route map, sedimentation tank designs, cleaning zone division charts. Everything was laid out clearly, even marked with construction dates and budgets. "This planning looks good." "It is." Ilea's voice was a little hoarse. "Drawn up 3 years ago. I personally oversaw it." Luli looked up at her. "The sewer took 3 months to dig. I personally supervised the firing of the pipes at the pottery workshop. I personally selected the site for the sedimentation tank." She gathered the blueprints one by one, moving slowly as if tidying away something she didn't want to face. "Then the pipes cracked, the joints leaked, and the sedimentation tank silted up within 3 days. Why? I don't know." Ilea's voice was low, almost inaudible. "I thought I did enough. But it just didn't work. Every single link had problems, and solving one only brought another to the surface." She pushed the papers aside, rested her forehead on her hand, and stayed still for a long while. "After that I dared not make any more changes. Afraid I'd only make things worse." Luli said nothing. He watched her profile. The hand supporting her forehead had a wrist so slender it seemed it could snap with a twist, and on the back of her hand were a few pale marks, indentations from holding a pen too long. He picked up the quill and made a few strokes on the paper. "Change the pipes to spigotan socket joints packed with hemp rope." He slid the paper over. "Try this." Ilea looked down at the paper for a long time. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Luli leaned back in his chair. "Anything else to look at?" Luli flipped through sheet after sheet, pointing out problems as he saw them. Ilea took notes, occasionally asking for details. Time passed quickly. The door swung open. "You two have worked hard, time to eat. Eileen walked in carrying 2 plates, setting them on the table with a smile. On the plates were stewed meat and bread still steaming, and the air filled with the aroma of meat mingled with rosemary. Luli looked up at the window. The sun had climbed to its zenith, its rays streaming straight through the window, casting a patch of bright warm yellow on the floor. Noon already. Almost 1 o'clock. Eileen smiled at him, her pale violet eyes curving into crescents. "So busy you forgot the time." Luli rubbed his head and picked up the spoon to eat. But he caught sight of Ilea still reading documents, her pen never stopping, her head not even raised. Luli glanced at the pile of papers on her desk, at least 20 more. "Aren't you having lunch?" Ilea didn't look up. I'll eat when I'm done. How long will that take? Ilea didn't answer, just kept writing the nib, scratching softly. Luli set down his spoon. The spoon clinked lightly against the edge of the plate. He stood up, walked over and pressed down on her pen. Eat first. Ilea looked up at him, her deep blue eyes a little dazed. The documents won't run away, but the food will get cold. Ilea stared at him. If you collapse from exhaustion, who will manage this city? Luli pushed the plate in front of her. Eat. Ilea looked down at the plate, paused for a few seconds, then set down her pen and picked up the spoon. Thank you. Luli sat back down and picked up his own plate. Don't mention it. A consultant's job includes monitoring the boss' health. Ilea's lips twitched as if she wanted to smile but couldn't. They began to eat. Luli ate quickly, finishing the meat in a few bites and devouring the bread. Ilea ate slowly, spoonful by spoonful, as if counting each grain. Luli watched her for a moment. You eat that slowly. I'm used to it. A habit of eating slowly. A habit of eating alone, no one hurrying me. So he had been subtly mocked by the demon lord. He watched Ilea finish the last spoonful of soup, set down the spoon with a movement so light it made no sound. How long have you been the demon lord? Ilea paused. A long time. How long is a long time? 300 years. Luli's chopsticks froze in midair. 300 years. He looked at Ilea. Silver-white hair cascaded over her shoulders, deep blue eyes fixed intently on the plate, shoulders hunched, making her seem even smaller. You. 300. You were the demon lord 300 years ago. Then how old are you? I don't know. Ilea lowered her head, eating, her voice soft. I lost count. Luli stared at her for several seconds. A girl who looked 12 or 13. Though she bore the title of demon lord, she casually said, I was already the demon lord 300 years ago, and lost count of her own age. He rubbed his eyes. You look. I know. Ilea didn't lift her head. I've looked like this for 300 years. Luli set down his spoon, leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Another world. Magic. Demon lord. Okay, stay calm. So you're a long-lived species. Yes and no. Ilea finished the last mouthful of porridge. I just don't age. Don't age. I was born this way. She set down the spoon, braced her hands on the edge of the table and leaned forward slightly. My power weakened a lot after the goddess sealed it, but my body never changed. Luli looked at her slender silhouette. 300 years of workload pressed onto a girl who never grew up. No one helped you. He changed the subject. There are 7. But each has their own duties. The 7 deadly sins. Ilea nodded. In the end, everything comes to me. I am the demon lord. She stood up and picked up the pen again. Let's continue. Luli looked at her. You do this every day? More or less. He said nothing more, just picked up the sewer map again and handed it to her. First, give this to the municipal department. Have them follow it. Ilea took it, glanced at it. Okay. She put the map away, picked up the pen again and continued reading the documents. Luli sat beside her, watching her write. He sighed and said nothing more. He just sat there watching her flip through one document after another. Meanwhile, he fiddled with the command block for a while, crafting a few resurrection totems to carry on his person. He thought about giving one to the little girl before him, but then remembered she was a 300-year-old demon lord. Perhaps she wouldn't care for it, so he didn't bother. Ilea stole a glance at him and continued flipping through the documents. Outside the window, the sunlight gradually slanted westward, pouring through the window and moving across the floor from left to right, the patches of light stretching longer. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. A servant passing by saw the two in the study, softened their steps and continued on without disturbing them. Luli listened to the footsteps fade away, then turned back to Ilea. She hadn't looked up, still reading documents, the nib scratching softly. He didn't move. He just sat there watching her work. Time passed bit by bit. Luli didn't know how long it had been when he heard footsteps in the corridor again. This time the footsteps were hurried, accompanied by the sound of running. The door was pushed open. A young guard stood at the entrance, his face tense, breathing a little ragged. My lord demon lord, my lord consultant. Something's happened. Ilea looked up, her pen pausing midair. What happened? The human trafficker in the cell. One is missing. Luli froze. One missing. During the midday inspection the grey-robed figure was gone. Is Black Snake still there? Black Snake and the burly man are both present, only the grey-robed one. Ilea stood up, her chair scraping lightly against the floor. How did he disappear? Not sure. The cell lock wasn't broken. Luli and Ilea exchanged a glance. Luli stood up. I'll go take a look. The air in the cell had a stagnant smell of mold mingled with the sourness of rust and something fermented. Moss on the corners of the walls gleamed a dark green under the oil lamp wetly clinging to the stone surface. 2 security officers stood at the door. The younger one's hand gripped the doorframe, his knuckles white. The older one pressed his lips into a thin line, eyes fixed on the ground, afraid to look inside the cell. Luli walked over. His footsteps on the stone floor produced a faint echo which bounced off the corridor walls a few times before returning. He swept his gaze across the interior of the cell block. 3 cells lined up in a row. Each contained only a broken wooden bed and a dim oil lamp. In the left cell a burly man lay face down on the ground, sleeping like a dead pig. His breathing was heavy, each inhalation producing a thunderous snore. Heishi curled up in the corner, his hands still bound, eyes closed, breathing steadily, huddled into a ball. The right cell was empty. Luli's brow furrowed slightly. He walked into that empty cell, his eyes examining every detail. The lock was intact. The bronze lock gleamed dully under the oil lamp, its smooth surface bearing a thin layer of fingerprint grease. Someone had touched it recently. The iron door was closed. There were no pry marks in the door crack, the rust patterns on the iron were complete without any scratches. The walls were built of thick stone blocks, the gaps filled with mortar showing no cracks. The window was only the size of a palm, sealed with iron bars. The rust on the bars was old, layered one upon another, too narrow for even a cat to slip through. The entire cell was like a sealed iron coffin. Yet the person was gone. Luli stepped into the cell, crouched down and ran his fingers along the gaps between the stone slabs. The floor was paved with bluish-gray stone slabs, the crevices holding a thin layer of dust. Among the dust were a few grains of fine sand, as if someone had stepped them and mixed with the surrounding dirt, barely discernible without close inspection. How could I possibly deduce anything from an empty room? Though I couldn't see anything. But as the leader I still had to put on a show. His fingertip stopped at one spot. Has anyone come to this cell today? The young officer stood at the door, gripping the frame, his voice tight. No one. Except the person who brought meals. Luli's finger remained still on the edge of the stone slab. No one. No. The young officer paused. His face changed color, turning a bit pale. Wait. This morning. Captain Golomu came. Golomu. That goat-head man. Wasn't he suspended? Yes. He was suspended. The young officer's voice began to falter. But he came in the morning saying he wanted to ask about the grey-robed man, to see if anything new had been extracted. You let him in. The young officer's lips moved but no sound came out. He'd worked here for over a decade, everyone knew him. He looked. Dark circles under his eyes, a bad complexion, said he couldn't sleep and wanted to check on the case progress. He paused, his voice growing softer. So we let him in. Luli said nothing. How long did he stay in the cell block? About half an hour. He said he wanted to see the grey-robed man alone, ask some questions. We figured he was the old captain, so we waited outside. The young officer's hand tightened on the doorframe, peeling a splinter of wood with bits stuck under his fingernails. When he came out he said he was done and left. We didn't think much of it. Until the shift change at noon, when we found the grey-robed man gone. Luli looked at the loose ceiling stone slab. Which direction did he go when he left? Towards the west. He said he was going home. West. The abandoned warehouse district was to the west. Guluamu's daughter was kidnapped by human traffickers 3 years ago. Luli's voice was calm, but when his gaze fell on the young officer's face it carried a weight, pressing down heavily. The grey-robed man was part of the trafficker gang and knew the exchange location. Guluamu came to interrogate him, and after the interrogation the grey-robed man vanished. The young officer's face turned white. You mean the captain? He didn't come to interrogate. Luli stood up, his gaze passing through the iron door of the cell, settling on the darkness at the end of the corridor. He came to take the grey-robed man away. He forced the grey-robed man to lead him to the exchange location to find his daughter's whereabouts. The young officer was stunned. His mouth opened and then closed as if he wanted to say something but didn't know what. But But we watched him leave. He left alone. I don't know what method he used. He worked here so long he's very familiar with the place. The young officer's legs began to tremble. He remembered Golomu's appearance in recent years. The deepening crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, the hairpin on his desk that had never been moved, sometimes staring at it for a long time, mumbling something inaudible. Then. Should we? You let him in out of old friendship. Lu Li's voice held no reproach. But he exploited your goodwill. The young officer's hand gripped the doorframe even tighter. Then. Should we go find him? Go back first and handle the cell situation. Keep He and that burly man locked up, don't let them escape either. Okay. Okay. The young officer's voice was weak. As he turned, his foot slipped and he nearly hit the doorframe. Lu Li walked out of the cell. In the corridor, Ai Leah stood at the corner. Her silver-white hair hung down her back, her deep blue eyes fixed on him. The light from the oil lamp cast a warm tint on her face. You want to get involved in this? Lu Li stopped. How did you get here? I guessed. Ai Leah's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something. That goat-head captain. He was suspended, but he wouldn't give up looking for his daughter. He came to the security bureau, his colleagues let him in out of old feelings, and he took the chance to take the grey-robed man. Lu Li looked at her. Your guess is pretty accurate. Are you going? Lu Li paused for a second. In his mind flashed Golomu's face. The crow's feet, the hairpin on his desk, the way he sat collapsed on the ground. The light in those goat eyes seemed burned by something, leaving only the last ember in the ashes. Since I've already gotten involved, I might as well see it through. Ai Leah said nothing. A glimmer of light flickered in her deep blue eyes. The abandoned warehouse district, right? I'll take you. No need, I'll go alone. Lu Li closed his eyes. The light of the command block glowed deep in his mind. TPS name, Golomu, teleport target, self-target, nearest player named Golomu. Space began to warp. A pale yellow light rippled through the air, spreading outward like water waves from a center. The corridor walls began to blur, the oil lamp light flickered, and Ai Leah's figure in his vision started to distort. Lu Li's vision went dark, then bright, and countless green particles exploded from the center of his field of view, bursting outward like fireworks. What the hell? My resurrection totem just exploded. From morning till dusk, Grom's legs had grown somewhat sore. The grey-robed man deliberately circled around several times, trying to stall for time. But the blade remained pressed against his side, hidden beneath the robe, and he dared not try any tricks. Now night shrouded the abandoned warehouse district. This area had once been the storage quarter of the Demon King city, abandoned decades ago, and no one had set foot here since. Most of the buildings were mere skeletons now, roofs half-collapsed, walls cracked, windows gaping hollow. The air reeked of decay, mingled with the scent of rust and damp mold. The night wind whistled through the shattered windows, producing a mournful moan. Occasional squeaks of rats pierced the silence, then all fell into dead stillness. The grey-robed man led the way, his steps short, but each one landing so softly as if afraid to disturb something. Grom followed 3 paces behind. How much farther? Almost there, the grey-robed man replied without turning. Through this alley, then 2 more blocks. Grom's hand pressed on the hilt of his sword, producing a faint click. He stared at the grey-robed man's back, his goat-like eyes glowing a dim yellow in the darkness. This grey-robed man was the one who had been locked in the cell for 3 days. The security squad had interrogated him again and again but got nothing. Yet this morning Grom came to the cell to question him. His old colleagues let him in out of past loyalty. He had the grey-robed man crawl out through the drainage ditch in the corner of the cell, while he himself walked out the main gate, then picked up the grey-robed man in the alley on the west side of the city. The drainage ditch was narrow and foul, but it led to the sewer outlet outside the city. The blade pressed against his side. Take me to the rendezvous. The grey-robed man did not resist. He knew the meaning of that look. It was the look of someone who had abandoned everything with only one obsession left. As if the soul had been burned to ashes, leaving only a single thought drifting in the wind. Grom had seen that expression before. Every morning when he faced the mirror, he wore a similar face. The alley grew narrower, the buildings on both sides changing from brick and stone to wood planks, windows shrinking, some even boarded up. The stench of decay grew heavier, mixed with the metallic tang of rust. It's ahead. The grey-robed man stopped in front of a shabby wooden door. Cracks ran through the door panel, and from the gap seeped a dim yellow light, as if something was waiting behind the door. Grom tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his thumb pressing on the buckle. Get inside. The grey-robed man didn't move. Captain, the person you're looking for is behind that door. But think it over. Some truths once known may not be for the better. Let me know the truth first. Grom kicked the door open. The door hinge let out a piercing screech like the grinding of an old man's bones. The room was dark save for an oil lamp in the corner, its flame dancing within the glass shade. Two people sat by the table. One wore a black robe, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood, only a dark scar visible on his chin. The other wore a deep brown leather armor, a short sword hanging at his waist, his hand resting on the hilt. Both of them looked up simultaneously. The black-robed man's gaze fell on the gray-robed man, then shifted to Grom, and his brow furrowed. Who is this? The gray-robed man stood rigid in the doorway. Help. His voice trembled as if someone was choking him. This man forced me to lead the way. He's from the security squad. The black-robed man's expression changed. The eyes beneath the hood narrowed, staring at the gray-robed man. You brought a security squad man here. I had no choice. He had a knife. What about the 3 children you promised? The black-robed man stood up, his voice cold as ice. You promised to bring 3 children for the trade. Instead you brought a dog from the security squad. The gray-robed man's legs shook. I was caught. He forced me. So you sold me out. The black-robed man let out a cold laugh. Fine. I understand. He looked at Grom, his gaze like that of a man appraising livestock for slaughter. Security squad. Investigating the case. Grom didn't speak. His eyes fell on the black-robed man, the yellow light in his goat-like eyes flickering like 2 flames burning in the darkness. I have a question. Grom's voice was calm, but beneath the calm lay something heavy like magma pressing beneath a volcano. 3 years ago, did you ever abduct a sheep girl? The black-robed man paused. Then he laughed. 3 years ago. He spread his hands. I handle so many people every year, and you ask me about 3 years ago. How am I supposed to remember? Grom's hand tightened on the sword hilt. I don't know her name. But she was 7 then. A sheep girl. With a small notch in her left ear. 7. Sheep girl. The black-robed man thought for a moment. Oh. I think I recall something. Grom's breath quickened. Where is she? Which one? The black-robed man walked to the table, picked up the oil lamp, the flame casting dancing shadows across his face. The scar on his chin crawled like a centipede from his jaw to his neck. Are you talking about the one who cried the loudest? Or the one her father chased for 3 blocks? Grom's pupils contracted. You remember. A bit, the black-robed man laughed. Sheep girl children don't fetch a good price. Their horns are too conspicuous, hard to hide. And they're stubborn, prone to causing trouble. He paused as if sifting through memories. The one with the notch in her left ear. I remember now. Cried terribly. Cried all the way to the capital until her voice went hoarse. Grom's hands began to tremble. She. Where is she now? Where? The black-robed man shrugged. Who knows? Sold already. Probably a maid in some noble's household. Or maybe she's dead. Things like that I can't be bothered with. Dead. Grom's voice seemed squeezed from his throat. Possible, the black-robed man said casually, as if commenting on the weather. Some nobles have bad tempers and beat them to death. Some die from overwork. Some from illness. Who knows? He looked at Grom and laughed. What? Is she your daughter? Grom was silent. His hand gripped the sword hilt until his knuckles turned white. Is she still alive? How would I know? The black-robed man waved his hand. I've sold so many people, how can I remember who's alive and who's dead? If you want to know, go to the capital and investigate yourself. Oh right, you won't find anything. No records of such transactions. He laughed, the sound echoing in the empty room. 3 years and you're still searching. Interesting. Very interesting. Grom's shoulders shook. The light in his goat-like eyes shifted from yellow to red like 2 blazing fires. You. His voice was forced through clenched teeth. What do you take people for? Commodities, the black-robed man said matter-of-factly. Children are commodities, women are commodities, men are commodities. Anything that can be sold is a commodity. He walked up to Grom, looking down at him. Your daughter is also a commodity. 7 years old, sheep girl, notch in her left ear. I forget how much she sold for. Seemed like a decent price. Grom's blade was drawn. The steel glinted coldly in the lamplight. Grom's roar exploded in the empty room. I'll kill you. He charged at the black-robed man, his blade slashing straight down, carrying 3 years of fury, 3 years of despair, 3 years of relentless bitterness. But the black-robed man simply shifted his form. He vanished from the spot. Grom's blade cut through empty air. A moment later, a tremendous force slammed into his chest. His body flew backward, crashing against the wall, his bones cracking audibly. He slid down, a mouthful of blood staining the stone floor. The sword fell to the ground with a harsh metallic clang. The man in leather armor walked over and kicked the grey-robed man in the stomach, sending him sprawling. The grey-robed man curled up, groaning and clutching his belly. The black-robed man approached Grom, looking down at him. Is that all you've got? Grom tried to push himself up against the wall, his fingers scraping into the stone crevices, breaking a nail. But his legs gave way and he collapsed to his knees again. He spat out another mouthful of blood mixed with saliva. Where is she? The words were forced from his throat. Still asking. The black-robed man crouched, the shadow of his hood obscuring his face. I told you I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. He stood up, raised his hand, and a dark light coalesced in his palm. I normally wouldn't bother with meddlesome fools like you. Selecting goods isn't my concern, I only collect. But now that you've delivered yourself. He laughed. Let's end this. The dark light condensed into a blade aimed at Grom's throat. Grom closed his eyes. The light in his goat-like eyes finally extinguished. It was over. The dark blade thrust down. The air suddenly twisted. A pale yellow light exploded from the void, as if something was forcibly tearing open a rift in space. The dark blade struck into that twisted light as if hitting something solid. Clang. A crisp explosion. Countless green particles burst from the impact point, spraying outward like fireworks, illuminating the entire room. The black-robed man retreated 2 steps, his dark blade shaken from his hand. He stared at the twisted light, and for the first time the eyes beneath the hood showed surprise. What is that? The light faded. Before anyone could see who was within the glowing figure, a voice shouted, "What the hell?" My resurrection totem exploded. Green particles still floated in his vision. Luli looked down. The pile of green residue at his feet was smoking. The totem cracked in two, its patterns extinguished, no different from a random stone picked up by the roadside. The totem of undying was gone. His mind was still a bit dazed, but his will had already input a command in an instant. Effect S Minecraft resistance 10-5 obtained, buff resistance V duration 10 seconds. A golden light flashed across his body. Resistance V. 10 seconds. Immune to 100 damage. Give S Minecraft Totemo funding 2 obtain totem of undying 2. He pulled out 2 more totems of undying and equipped them. Then the diamond sword was unsheathed, the shield raised, and he was fully armed in an instant. His gaze swept across the scene. Jellimu lay on the ground, blood foam at the corner of his mouth, his goat eyes wide open, staring blankly at him. The black-robed man stood 5 steps away, his eyes narrowed into slits beneath the hood, holding a dark blade in his hand. The leather-armored man circled around from the side, short sword drawn, his footsteps light as if afraid to disturb something. The grey-robed man lay on the side, clutching his stomach, trembling like a sieve. The broken house had a half-collapsed roof, and the oil lamp was dim as if about to expire. The stench of decay mixed with the smell of blood filled the air. Luli roughly understood the situation. He had been teleported here and must have just blocked the strike. What a coincidence. The black-robed man stared at him, looking him up and down. Then he laughed. The laughter echoed in the empty house. Oh. The disabled hero Luli. Luli was taken aback. You know me. Your bounty is 5,000 gold. The black-robed man's tone was playful, as if commenting on the nice weather. Your head is worth that much. 5,000 gold. Luli blinked. It went up. The leather-armored man sidled up to the black-robed man, lowering his voice. Maybe. We should retreat. After all, he's a hero not to be trifled with. The black-robed man shot him a glance. What's a hero? Just a hero who hasn't grown yet, and a disabled one at that. He stepped forward, the dark blade glinting coldly in the lamplight. I'll take that 5,000 gold today. Luli ignored him. He looked down at Jellimu. What's the situation now? Jellimu tried to sit up, propping himself on the ground, but a sharp pain in his chest forced him back down. The other side. The trafficker's contact. He coughed up blood, his voice hoarse. Luli glanced at the black-robed man. How much bounty for capturing him? Child trafficking. A serious crime. Jellimu gasped. Capture bounty. 50 silver. 50 silver. Luli blinked. The black-robed man had just said his head was worth 5,000 gold. The disparity was somewhat large. He's a dark mage. Jellimus' voice grew fainter. You run first. Don't worry about me. Luli nodded. All right. Then he turned and ran. The black-robed man was stunned. The leather-armored man was stunned. Jellimus' goat eyes shifted from shock to confusion. He actually ran. Luli's figure rushed toward the door. The next second he appeared behind the black-robed man. The diamond sword slashed straight down at the black-robed man. A solid impact told Luli he had hit. The black-robed man's form dissipated into black mist. What a treacherous hero. The black-robed man's voice came from the side, his form reforming beside the leather-armored man. Luli turned around, raising his shield in vigilance. What a broken mechanic, not even dead. Bang! Green particles burst from Luli once again. Luli looked down. The second totem of undying was shattered. The shadow on the ground retracted like a living thing. Something had just thrust out from the shadow. Damn! So dirty. The black-robed man's voice was laced with anger. Who's the dirty one here? Not even dead from that. A flash of insight struck Luli. If you're going to play like that, it gives me a fun idea too. The corner of his mouth curled up. He revealed a very eerie smile. Seeing that smile, the black-robed man felt a chill in his heart. Something's wrong. Just as the black-robed man was about to flee. Hiss. Hiss. Redand white flickering blocks materialized out of thin air, landing at their feet. Boom. TNT detonated instantly. Fire erupted, smoke and dust billowed, a wave of heat swept over and the entire house shook. Roof tiles clattered down, cracks split the walls and the oil lamp was extinguished by the blast. The black-robed man and the leather-armored man were blown away. The black-robed man slammed into the wall, his form dissolving into black mist like smoke scattered by the wind. Luli squinted. What the hell? Blown into mist? Probably not. He must have escaped. The leather-armored man lay on the ground unconscious, his face blackened like the bottom of a pot. That trick was pretty effective. Too bad that 50 silver got away. Luli sighed. He walked over to Jellimu, took a bottle of light red potion from his pouch and poured it into his mouth. Healing potion. Warm energy spread, the sharp pain in his chest eased and the broken ribs began to knit. Jellimu coughed violently a few times, then pushed himself up to sit. The light in his goat eyes shifted from confusion to complexity. You. Who exactly are you? Luli didn't answer. He crouched down opposite Jellimu. How do you feel? Much better. Jellimu looked down at his hands. They were trembling. That black-robed man. He's the contact. He knows about my daughter. His voice quivered as if something long suppressed had finally cracked. He said. She was sold to the capital. Might already be dead. Luli said nothing. Jellimu's shoulders shook. I've been searching for 3 years. 3 years. He lifted his head, the light in his goat eyes beginning to flicker. Please. Please help me. His voice grew lower, finally becoming a tone of near desperation. I'll do anything. Just to find her. Luli looked at him. This goat-head man, yesterday when he interrogated him, his aggressive demeanor was still vivid. Unreasonable, refusing to listen, solely intent on throwing him in jail. Now he was humbly begging. Luli helped him up and looked him over. The healing potion had worked well. Jellimu's complexion was already much better. First. Luli steadied Jellimu, then delivered an uppercut to Jellimu's stomach. MMH. Jellimu clutched his stomach and collapsed again, rolling on the floor alongside the grey-robed man by the door. This punch is for the frustration you caused me during yesterday's interrogation. Luli shook his hand. Second. He looked at Jellimu, who was curled on the ground holding his stomach. I'm an adventurer. In my list of specialties there's only one entry. Finding people. Jellimu, one hand clutching his stomach and the other propping himself up, looked up at him. The light in his goat eyes was full of confusion. He didn't understand. Seeing that he didn't get it, Luli rephrased. I Luli do not want to help an unreasonable security captain. But. He paused. There is an adventurer who excels at finding people, and he is willing to help a father who has lost his daughter find his child. Jellimu was stunned. The light in his goat eyes began to tremble. Then his forehead touched the ground. Thank you. Thank you. His shoulders heaved violently, his voice choked with tears as if something long suppressed had finally burst its banks. Go back and rest. Tomorrow morning you'll go to the Adventurers Guild. And these two guys. Luli pointed to the grey-robed man and the leather-armored man. Remember to tie them up and take them back. Thank you. Luli. Jellimu pressed his forehead to the ground. When he looked up again, Luli's figure was no longer in sight. Luli stood at Ilia's study door, raised his hand and knocked twice. Come in. Ilia sat at her desk, silver-white hair falling down her back, head bowed over the documents. Luli stepped inside and stood before the desk. I would like to request leave. Ilia looked up. Request leave. There is something I must attend to. What is it? To help find someone's child. Ilia's pen froze midair. Jellimu. Yes. She set her pen down. Go. Luli nodded and turned to leave. Luli. He paused. Yes. Ilia did not look up, her gaze lingered on the papers upon the desk. Be careful. I will. The guild's door stood open, there were more people inside than yesterday. Adventurers sat in small clusters at the tables, some chatting, some studying the job board, others drinking. A faint tang of ale hung in the air, mingled with the musty smell of vellum. Luli approached the job board and cast a sweeping glance over it. Herb hunting, escorting caravans, clearing wolf packs, mending the city walls, tasks were pinned so densely to the board they resembled a forest of words. His eyes fell upon a yellowed scrap of vellum in the lower right corner. Its edges were frayed, its color was duller than the surrounding notices, as if it had hung there so long the paper itself had aged. A missing person notice. The portrait showed a girl with ash-gray short hair, small ram-like horns and brown eyes. The lines had blurred with time, yet her face remained clearly visible. A child's face with a touch of innocent naivety. In the lower right a faded line read. Sheep beastman girl. Name Mina. Missing at 7 years old. A heart-shaped birthmark behind her left ear, her right little finger slightly smaller. Anyone with information should contact Captain Jellimu of the security squad, substantial reward guaranteed. Luli peeled the vellum from the board. His fingers traced its edge, the paper felt coarse as if it had been handled countless times. He approached the reception desk. The attendant that day was a young female elf, golden-haired with pointed ears and pale green eyes like spring leaves. Her eyes brightened when she saw Luli. You are. I'm here to turn in a job. Luli produced a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. The task of finding Taya from yesterday, completed. The elf took the slip, glanced at it, then at Luli, her pale green eyes widened. Are you Mr. Luli? Yes. Taya has been returned. The elf's voice rose a pitch. His father, old Jellimu, came to offer thanks, said an adventurer named Luli found him. So it was you. A few nearby adventurers turned their heads. Luli. The newbie from yesterday. I heard he registered yesterday and took the Taya job, brought the child back last night. He even completed 2 other missing person notices on the side. That fast? How long had that task been posted? 2 days, I think. Previous adventurers said it couldn't be found. This newcomer has something about him. The elf produced a coin pouch from beneath the counter. This is the reward, 5 silver coins. Luli took the pouch and slipped it into his pocket. And this. He placed the yellowed missing person notice upon the counter. The elf glanced down. This is. I'll take this task. The elf blinked in surprise. This task. Is there something wrong with it? No, the elf hesitated, pressing a hand to the counter. This task was posted by Captain Jellimu. He is currently suspended, so the reward. The reward doesn't matter. Luli folded the vellum and tucked it into his pocket. I accept it. A few adventurers clustered around. Wait, he's going to take that missing person notice. The one no one has completed in 3 years. The one posted by that sheephead captain. This newcomer has guts taking such a job. Luli paid no mind to the remarks. He reached the doorway and halted. The murmurs swelled around him. Registered yesterday and found Taya, and now dares to take the task no one has solved in 3 years. This newcomer is something else, not ordinary. Perhaps he really can find her. After all, no one believed the Taya job could be done either. Makes sense, he finished that job far too quickly and even completed 2 other missing person tasks. Is the kid a prodigy? Luli listened to the voices, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He felt a little buoyant. He closed his eyes. The command block interface unfurled in his mind, a pale yellow light kindling, circuitry-like patterns traced the block's surface. TPS name, Mina. Teleport target self destination the nearest player named Mina. Teleport directly and show them what efficiency looks like. Teleport. The space around him began to contort. It felt as if something had stirred the air, the light blurred and rippled outward like waves upon water. The adventurers fell silent. The elf behind the counter stood with her mouth slightly open, pale green eyes wide with astonishment. Lu Li's silhouette blurred as if a reflection warped by water, its edges losing clarity. Wait! The elf cried out. But Lu Li was already gone. A gust swept through, erasing the traces of where he had stood. Only a faint residual warmth remained in the air. A dead silence descended upon the guild. No one spoke. What was that just now? A voice forced itself from trembling throats. Teleport. He teleported right out. What level of magic is that? At least 7th tier, only a 7th tier archmage can use spatial teleportation. How old is he? A rookie who registered yesterday. A hidden archmage. A prodigy of spatial arts. The chatter popped and crackled like a boiling pot as every adventurer in the guild gathered round. The elf remained behind the counter, eyes enormous. Shock filled her pale green irises. She had seen many adventurers. But she had never seen a newly registered recruit capable of spatial teleportation. And why teleport while standing in the open? Was he not afraid of misaiming? Who was he really? Meanwhile Lu Li opened his eyes. He stood in a small chamber, a narrow bed, a diminutive table, a wardrobe. The curtains were pale pink, a faint floral scent hung in the air mingled with the clean tang of laundry detergent. A girl stood beside the bed. Ash-gray short hair. She had her back to Lu Li, fingers working at the buttons of her clothes. One button had come undone, revealing a sliver of shoulder. Lu Li froze for a moment. The girl heard a sound and turned. Lu Li's hands were quicker than thought. Replace item entity PDR1 slot. Armor. Head 0 pumpkin. Within 1 meter excluding himself, the nearest target entity's headgear was replaced with a pumpkin. Aya! Her scream nearly lifted the rafters. She grabbed a pillow from the bed and hurled it at Lu Li. But the pumpkin obscured her vision as the pillow sailed askew and struck the wall. Pervert. Pervert. Who are you? How did you get in? Lu Li stepped back 2 paces, raising both hands. Wait. I'm not. You. The girl snatched up whatever she could, comb, mirror, a small cloth doll, and flung them all at Lu Li. But the pumpkin was too thick for her to see clearly. The comb struck the wardrobe, the mirror shattered on the floor, the doll thumped the bedside table. Get out. Out. Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily she probably hadn't seen his face clearly. Okay, I'm leaving. He turned and ran crashing through the door. He rammed his shoulder into the doorframe with a thud. Behind him the girl's screams still echoed. Pervert. Lu Li stood in the corridor, rubbing the shoulder that had struck the frame. He exhaled. Good thing for the pumpkin head. If the girl had seen his face, future encounters in Moang Castle would be awkward. Still. He glanced at himself. The sequence of actions had felt almost too practiced. There were not many with the surname Tai here, but people named Mina seemed rather numerous. He looked around. This was the hallway of a mansion richly adorned. The wall sconces were gilded and the white stone floor gleamed beneath the light. This appeared to be a household within Moang Castle. He had teleported to the wrong place. Lu Li massaged his temple. It seemed Nimi teleportation should be used sparingly. This was not a game world and duplicate names were surprisingly common. He needed a different approach. He required more precise information about which noble family Mina had been sold to and her location in the royal capital. Those human traffickers in prison should know. Lu Li turned and walked towards the Public Security Bureau. The cells were located underground. As he descended the stone steps, the air grew increasingly damp, mixed with a musty odor and the scent of rust. The oil lamp flickered on the wall, the flames swaying in the draft. A young constable walked ahead holding a bunch of keys. Mr. Lu Li, are you sure you want to interrogate him alone? Yes. Then. Do we need to assist? No need. Just prepare one thing for me. What? Salt. The young constable was momentarily taken aback. Salt. Yes, salt. The young constable looked a bit confused but did not ask further. He instructed Lu Li to wait at the interrogation room door and turned to head to the storeroom. The interrogation room was small. A wooden table, 2 chairs and several whips and branding irons hung on the wall. In the corner there was a bucket with a layer of dust floating on the water's surface. Luli glanced at the torture instruments. Whips, branding irons, clamps. The usual tools. These methods were far too inefficient. They were painful, but if the pain became overwhelming the person would faint and then no information could be extracted. He needed a more effective method. The young constable returned with a cloth bag in hand. This is the salt from the storeroom, about a pound. Luli took it, weighing it in his hand. The quantity was sufficient. Where are the human traffickers? In the cell next door. Black Snake and that burly man along with 2 others the former captain brought back last night. Let's interrogate Black Snake first. The young constable nodded and turned to bring the prisoners. When Black Snake was brought into the interrogation room he wore a grin. It was an infuriating smile. The corners of his mouth curled up, his eyes half squinted. He was bound to a chair, his hands tied behind his back and his ankles shackled with iron chains. Oh, isn't this the adventurer? Black Snake drawled lazily. How did you become a constable? Couldn't cut it as an adventurer. Luli sat across from him. I have a question for you. Go ahead. Black Snake leaned back in his chair. Not like I have anything to say. 3 years ago did you abduct a 7-year-old beastman girl? She had a notch in her left ear. Where was she sold? Black Snake's smile faltered. 3 years ago. How would I remember? I handle so many people every year and you ask me about something from 3 years ago. You remember? I don't remember. Luli remained silent. He stood up and walked in front of Black Snake. Take off his shoes. The young constable hesitated, clearly not understanding why, but complied. He crouched down, untied Black Snake's shoelaces and removed the worn-out leather shoes, revealing the filthy feet beneath. The soles were dirty, thick with calluses and caked with black mud in the toenails. Luli opened the cloth bag. He poured out the white salt grains, piling them on the table like a small mountain. Black Snake's expression changed. What? What do you want to do? Luli did not answer. He glanced at the young constable. Sprinkle the salt on the soles of his feet. Make it even. The young constable hesitated but reached for a handful of salt. You. Black Snake's toes curled. Are you crazy? What good is salt? The young constable sprinkled the salt on Black Snake's left foot. The salt grains landed on his skin, making a faint rustling sound. Now do the other one. The young constable took another handful and sprinkled it on the right foot. The salt covered the entire sole, a white expanse. Sweat began to bead on Black Snake's forehead. He had no idea what Luli was planning, but he knew it couldn't be anything good. What? What are you trying to do? Luli stood up and took 2 steps back. He silently chanted in his heart. Summon Minecraft goat. 1. A pale yellow light flickered in the air. A goat appeared out of nowhere in the interrogation room. Its gray-white fur, a beard dangling from its chin, and pale yellow eyes gazed blankly around. Bah! The goat bleated. The young constable's mouth dropped open. Black Snake's face turned completely pale. You! What is this? Luli ignored him. He walked over to the goat, patted its head and nudged it towards Black Snake's feet. The goat caught the scent of salt. Its nose twitched as it immediately approached. Its rough tongue began to scrape against the skin covered in salt. Ah! Black Snake's scream erupted in the interrogation room. The goat's tongue felt like sandpaper scraping against the skin repeatedly. The salt was scraped off, seeping into the flesh, stimulating the nerve endings. The soles of the feet are one of the most sensitive parts of the human body. This punishment might sound like mere tickling, but in reality. Ah! Black Snake thrashed violently in the chair, the chains rattling. His face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead and sweat poured down like a waterfall. Stop! Stop it! The goat did not cease. The sensation was not pain, it was itchiness. It was a deep itch that penetrated the bones, making one wish for death but unable to find relief. Ah! Black Snake's screams grew increasingly shrill, his voice hoarse from shouting. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Luli reached out and pulled the goat away. The goat bleated in displeasure, wanting to continue. Bah! Luli pushed the goat aside, sat back down and looked at Black Snake. Black Snake slumped in the chair, his chest heaving heavily, sweat soaking through his clothes. His gaze was unfocused and his lips trembled. Speak. 3 years ago. That beastman girl. Black Snake's voice was hoarse as if it were being squeezed out from his throat. She was sold to the royal capital. Who was she sold to? I don't know. Really don't know. Black Snake panted, "We were only in charge of delivery. The person who took over was the intermediary. We didn't know who the final buyer was." Lu Li stared at him for a moment. He stood up and pushed the goat back to Black Snake's feet. "Wait." The goat approached again, starting to scrape the salt off the right foot. "Ah!" Black Snake's screams were even sharper than before. His body thrashed violently in the chair, the chains rattling loudly and the chairs scraped against the ground with a piercing sound. "I'll tell you. I really will. You haven't told me everything." Lu Li's voice was calm. "Who is the intermediate? Who took over? Where did you deliver the people?" "I don't know. I only know that the person always wore a black robe." Black Snake's voice was almost a scream. "He was responsible for connecting with the buyers in the royal capital. We were only responsible for capturing people, delivering them to the designated location. The rest we didn't know." Lu Li pulled the goat away again. Black Snake slumped in a chair like a snake that had been skinned. His gaze was unfocused, his lips pale, and sweat soaked through his clothes, sticking to his body. "What else?" "That's all. Really all." Black Snake's voice was weak, as if he were on the verge of passing out. "I only know this. The man in the black robe never tells us who the final buyer is. We are just the delivery men." Lu Li looked at him. Black Snake did not appear to be lying. He approached the young constable. "Take him back." The young constable stared blankly at him, mouth agape. "What? What kind of punishment is this?" "It's a form of torture from my hometown long ago," Lu Li said, "called salt punishment. Salt is sprinkled on the soles and a goat is made to scrape it off. In the end the skin will be scraped off, exposing the bones." The young constable turned pale. "But I do not intend to take it that far," Lu Li said. He turned to leave. Pausing at the door, he added, "By the way, that goat." He pointed to the goat still chewing on its tongue in the corner. "It's a gift for you. You can make soup with it." In the interrogation room, the young constable looked at the goat in the corner. "What? How do we handle this?" A colleague leaned over. "Mister." Lu Li said, "We could make soup with it." "Soup?" The young constable was silent for a moment. "Then let's follow Mr. Lu Li's suggestion and make soup." "Bah." Outside the interrogation room, Lu Li slowed his pace. Black Snake had said the black-robed man was an intermediary responsible for liaising with the buyer in the royal capital. But the black-robed man had fled last night and was now missing. There were still two people in the cells. The leather-armored man and the gray-robed man. Those two brought back by the former captain last night. They were subordinates of the black-robed man, perhaps they knew more. Lu Li turned and walked toward the cells. At the end of the corridor, the cell door was slightly ajar. He paused. That door had been locked during the interrogation. Lu Li quickened his pace and pushed open the door. The air in the cell was damp and cold, mingling with the smells of mold and rust. The leather-armored man was leaning against the wall, his head drooping. "Hey!" No response. Lu Li approached and gave him a shove. The body tilted, slid to the ground and landed with a dull thud, lips purple, a black mark on the chest. Like a spider web, its veins still writhing as if alive. Dead. Someone had been here before him. The young constable caught up from behind, standing in the doorway, his face pale, fingers clutching a keyring. The metallic clatter echoed down the corridor. This. He was fine just now. He was still alive when I delivered his meal. Lu Li crouched down, staring at the black writhing fluid. It was exactly the same residue left behind when the black-robed man had used magic last night. Remote elimination. Lu Li frowned. The black-robed man had fled last night, yet could still kill from afar today. But why only kill the leather-armored man and not the gray-robed man? He recalled Black Snake's words. The black-robed man was an intermediary responsible for liaising with the buyer in the royal capital. The leather-armored man was the black-robed man's direct subordinate. He knew the contact methods, meeting points, and might even have seen the buyer's face. The gray-robed man was just a low-level courier who didn't even know the black-robed man's real name. Killing the leather-armored man was to silence him. Sparing the gray-robed man was because he knew nothing. Killing him or not made no difference. The black-robed man was cautious and ruthless. He stood up and walked to the adjacent cell. The gray-robed man was curled up in the corner, his whole body huddled. At the sound of footsteps, his shoulders trembled even more violently. Lu Li inspected him. No curse marks, no poisoning. Who is the black-robed man? How does the trafficking network operate? Who is the buyer in the royal capital? The gray-robed man lifted his head, his gaze hollow, dark circles around his eyes. I don't know. I'm just a courier. They don't tell me. His voice quivered as if someone had gripped his throat. Lu Li stared at him for a while. Not lying. Truly knew nothing. He walked out of the cell and stood in the corridor. The young constable followed behind, afraid to speak. The trail had gone cold. The leather-armored man was dead, the grey-robed man useless, and Black Snake only knew that Mina had been sold to the royal capital. But the royal capital was vast, where to even begin? Moreover, the demon hunter's court and the red-robed archmage were both there. Lu Li sighed. Keep a close watch on the grey-robed man. Don't let him die too. Yais. The young constable's voice trembled as well. Lu Li turned and left the constabulary. On the way back to the castle, the wind carried a chilling bite, stinging his face like fine needles. Lu Li kept pondering one question. How to find Mina? Grom had searched for 3 years, if the Adventurers Guild had searched for 3 years, all to no avail. Conventional methods were useless. But he had unconventional ones. Lu Li stopped in his tracks, standing by the roadside. The command block interface unfolded in his mind, glowing with a pale yellow light. He first took a tally. Scoreboard objectives: add Mina count dummy, count the number of people named Mina, create a scoreboard players set a name Mina count 1, set all players named Mina to score 1 on the scoreboard stats entity, a set affected entities as Mina count, view the score of this scoreboard. Command block executed. The pale yellow light flickered. A string of numbers appeared in Lu Li's mind. 127. In this world there were 127 people named Mina. Fewer than had imagined. But searching one by one would still take who knows how long. He stood by the roadside, his mind racing. 127 people scattered across every corner of the world, the royal capital, borderlands, villages, towns. Even with teleportation commands he couldn't possibly check each one. She might be in the demon hunter's court, the royal capital, or with the red-robed archmage. If he went into the royal capital searching, he'd be walking into a trap. What to do? Lu Li stared at the roadside weeds, various commands flashing through his mind. TP. No good. Locate. No, locate could only find structures, not people. Summon. Summon a Mina. That wouldn't work either, it would summon an entity, not the real Mina. A command flashed through his mind. Tell. Private message. Send a message to everyone named Mina, then have the real Mina perform a specific action, like looking up. Then use execute to detect that Mina and teleport her to him. That plan could work. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lu Li's mouth. Tag S, add Lu Li tag myself PS to prevent someone else in this world also named Lu Li. A golden light flashed over his body. Good. Now he was marked. That way when he teleported later he wouldn't accidentally send the wrong person. Then. Lu Li thought for a moment and murmured. Tell a name Mina, this message is only sent to people named Mina. I am looking for a goat beastman girl who went missing 3 years ago on her 7th birthday at the market gate. Her father's name is Grom and she has a birthmark behind her left ear. If you are that Mina, look up at the sky and I will take you home. If you are not, do not look up or you will suffer divine punishment and be utterly destroyed. Command block executed. The pale yellow light flickered in his mind. Message sent. Now he waited. Lu Li constructed the next command in his mind. Execute a name Mina RX90 TPS tag Lu Li, detect all players named Mina who are looking up, teleport them to Lu Li's location. PSRX detects the viewing angle 90 means looking straight up at the sky. S refers to the target's position. The pale yellow light flickered again. Detection activated. Now any Mina who was looking up would be teleported to him. At that same moment all over the world over 100 women named Mina heard the voice in their minds. Some froze, some were puzzled, some fell to their knees praying that divine punishment would not descend. A chambermaid continued mopping the floor, a farmer's wife kept feeding the chickens, a noblewoman buried her face in her pillow afraid to move. Some thought it was an illusion, some thought it was a prank, and others half believed and looked up only to quickly lower their heads again. Royal capital, bright city. In the palace garden a golden-haired girl sat on a bench holding a poetry book, sunlight spilling over her skirt. Her name was also Mina. The third princess of the Asurlan kingdom, 17 years old this year, full name Minawira Asurlan. Your Highness, the wind is getting chilly. Her handmaiden approached offering a thin shawl. Mina took the shawl, draped it over her shoulders and continued reading. She loved this garden. Far from the palace's intrigues, far from her father's sternness, her mother's nagging and her sister's covert rivalries. Only here could she quietly read poetry for a while. A voice suddenly echoed in her mind. This message is sent only to those named Mina. I am looking for a sheep-beast girl kidnapped 3 years ago on her 7th birthday at the market gate. Her father is Grom and she has a birthmark behind her left ear. If you are that Mina, look up at the sky and I will take you home. If you are not, do not look up or you will suffer divine punishment and be cast into eternal damnation. Mina froze. The voice seemed to come from afar yet whispered directly in her ear. She put down the poetry collection and blinked. A sheep-beast girl. Father named Grom. None of these conditions matched her. She was not a sheep-beast, her father was the king, not Grom. Then, just don't look up. Mina hesitated. But the voice said, I will take you home. Home. She remembered when her father would still hold her and tell her stories. But since she turned 12 her father had changed. Growing stricter and more distant. Every meeting was a scolding. You are a princess, you must be dignified. Don't waste time on those useless poems. Your sisters are far better than you. Her mother only nagged about her marriage. Her sisters openly and covertly mocked her as the useless princess who only reads poetry. This palace had long ceased to be a home. Mina lowered her head, staring at the poetry book in her hands. But that voice said if she wasn't that Mina she must never look up. She wasn't. So she shouldn't look up. Yet. Your Highness, it came the handmaiden's voice, you look pale. Have you caught a chill? I'm fine. Mina shook her head. It's just. She lifted her head toward the sky. She just wanted to see what that voice that could take someone home truly was. A pale yellow light suddenly burst from her body. Your Highness. The handmaiden screamed. The light grew brighter, blindingly intense. Mina felt her body lighten as the garden before her began to distort and blur. Outside the palace garden a patrol of royal guards, hearing the scream, rushed over. What happened? The princess, the princess. The handmaiden knelt on the ground, face pale, trembling fingers pointing at the bench. The bench was empty. The princess who had been sitting there moments ago had vanished. Has Her Highness been kidnapped? The guard captain's face changed drastically. Seal the palace. Notify the Imperial Guard. Report to His Majesty at once, the princess is missing. The entire palace instantly erupted into chaos. There was another Mina whose eyes reddened upon hearing those conditions. A farm outside Greyrock town on the western border of the kingdom. In the cellar a little girl knelt on the cold floor, clutching a rag and scrubbing the ground. Her short ash-gray hair was disheveled, covered in dust and bits of straw. One of her small horns was broken halfway, the fracture long healed, bearing an old scar. Behind her left ear a faint heart-shaped birthmark was barely visible beneath the grime. Her brown eyes held no light, like two dried-up wells. Her name was Mina. 3 years ago she was trafficked and sold as a slave to a noble's household in the capital. She escaped half a year ago and wandered thinking she was finally free, only to be captured by the people of this farm and forced into labor. Scrub it cleaner. A harsh female voice came from above. Mina's hand trembled as she scrubbed harder. Her knees were worn raw on the stone floor, blood seeping through and staining the hem of her skirt dark red. Her wrists and ankles were covered in bruises and shackle marks, some wounds festering. Can't even clean this properly, what good are you? A foot kicked her in the back. Mina pitched forward, her forehead striking the floor with a dull thud. She dared not cry out, only silently got up and continued scrubbing. The mistress stood before her, looking down at her. You eat my food and live under my roof, yet you can't even do a simple chore. Tomorrow I'll sell you to the mine, let them discipline you. Mina's hand paused. The mine. She had heard about the mine. People who went there never came out. They either died from exhaustion, were beaten to death, or were buried in collapses. She lowered her head and said nothing. The mistress snorted coldly and turned away. The cellar door closed, the lock clicking shut. Darkness descended again. Mina knelt on the ground, the rag still in her hand, but she had stopped moving. 3 years. It had been 3 years since that afternoon. She remembered the day her father took her to buy a dress. The sun was warm, the market bustling, she held her father's hand, feeling the whole world was safe. Then her father told her to wait at the entrance. Then a stranger came and said he would take her to her father. Then. Mina's eyes stung, but she didn't cry. Crying would earn a beating. She had long learned not to cry. She slowly stood up, walked to the corner and leaned against the wall, sitting down. In the darkness only her own breathing could be heard. She stared at the faint light seeping through the small window above her head, her mind holding only one thought. It would be better to die. If she died she wouldn't have to scrub the floor anymore. If she died she wouldn't be beaten anymore. If she died maybe she could see her father again. She stood up and walked beneath the window. The window was small and high above the ground, she couldn't climb up. But there was a nail on the wall, a rusty iron nail with a sharp tip exposed. She reached out and touched the nail's point. It was very sharp. If it pierced the skin it would bleed a lot, wouldn't it? Just as she was about to press, the voice suddenly sounded in her mind. This message is sent only to those named Mina. Mina froze. The voice seemed to come from far away yet whispered directly in her ear. She listened dazedly. A sheep beast girl. 7 years old 3 years ago. Kidnapped at the market gate. Father named Grom. Every detail matched. Father was looking for her. Father had waited for her for 3 years. Her eyes reddened. A god, had a god come to take her? Was she dying so a god had come to take her home? Mina lifted her head toward the small window. Beyond the window was a gray sky, the sun hidden behind thick clouds. She spread her arms as if to embrace something. Take me away. She murmured, her voice so hoarse it was barely audible. The basement door was kicked open. The mistress stood at the doorway clutching a stick in her hand, her lips pressed downward. You're supposed to be mopping the floor, what are you doing hiding here? Come here. She strode in, swinging the stick. Mina didn't move, still staring at the window, her hand reaching toward it as if trying to grasp something invisible. I said come here. A hand grabbed her hair and yanked her back. A pale yellow light exploded from Mina. The air distorted as if something was tearing open a rift in space. The mistress froze, the stick stopping midair. The light grew brighter, enveloping Mina, and then she was gone. The hair she had grabbed was gone too. Only a stick remained on the muddy basement floor, lying alone. Outside the basement door a laborer heard the commotion and approached the window. He saw the little girl enveloped in light and vanish into thin air. He rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again. What did I see? His legs gave way and he plopped onto the ground. Another laborer ran over, seeing him collapsed and pale. What's wrong with you? Light. That little girl. Light. He pointed at the window, his fingers trembling. She's gone. Taken by the light. In the basement the mistress stood dumbfounded. The stick fell to the ground with a clang. Sell you to the mine tomorrow. The little girl who had knelt and scrubbed the floor for 3 years. That look in her eyes as she looked up at the window. God. It's divine punishment. Her knees hit the ground and she knelt. The farm owner arrived, glanced at the empty basement, his face tightening. Where is she? I don't know. The mistress' voice trembled. Suddenly there was light. And she disappeared. The farm owner was silent for a few seconds. Don't let this get out. But people outside saw it. Then say she ran away, he said coldly. A slave escaped. Don't you understand? But the news had already leaked. People in Greystone Town were spreading the word. A miracle occurred at the farm, a light took a little girl away. The rumors grew more and more absurd. At the Demon King's castle, a pale yellow light exploded before Luli. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Ash-gray, short hair disheveled, stained with straw bits, a small horn broken off the broken end bearing an old scar. A goat beastman girl. Mina. The other. Golden long hair, a silk dress, the hem embroidered with complex crests. Blue eyes wide open, scanning the surroundings in panic, completely unaware of what had happened. A human girl. 17 or 18. How are there 2? The goat beastman girl looked up at Luli. Sunlight fell on his face. The air was filled with floral fragrance mingled with the scent of sun-baked stone, warm, unlike the cold of the basement. Here. Her voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping stone. Is this heaven? The corner of her mouth twitched as if trying to smile but lacking the strength to finish. Then her body lunged forward. Luli caught her. She felt impossibly light in his arms. Looking down. Her wrists and ankles were covered in bruises and ligature marks, some wounds still losing pus. The blood on her knees had stained the hem of her skirt dark red. This was the child who had been abducted for 3 years. This. Where is this? Another voice came from the side. Princess Mina sat on the ground, her skirt dusty, her blue eyes darting around in panic. Then she saw the little girl in Luli's arms. The wounds. The broken horn. The darkened bloodstains on the skirt. She seemed as if someone had choked her mouth opening and closing. She's injured. Her voice tightened. She stood up, took 2 steps closer, staring at the bruises and wounds. Her hand raised, then lowered. Afraid to touch. Then she looked at Lu Li. You. She hesitated. Are you a god? Lu Li did not respond. That voice. Speaking in my mind. Princess Mina's voice was very soft. Like an oracle. And then I arrived here. She looked at him, then at the little girl in his arms. You're saving her, aren't you? Lu Li still did not respond. Princess Mina looked around. A black castle, unfamiliar buildings. People were in the streets, humans in coarse clothes, demons with horns and tails, beastmen with pointed ears, all walking together, no one avoiding each other. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Is this the land of demons? Lu Li ignored her. He crouched down, took a bottle of healing potion from his pocket. A pale red liquid glistening in the sunlight. Pulled out the cork and fed it into the girl's mouth. The potion flowed down her throat. The wounds began to heal. Bruises faded, festering wounds scabbed over, the bloodstains on her knees lightened. But the girl did not wake. Lu Li felt her wrist. Her pulse was steady, her breathing steady, her face no longer pale. But her eyes were closed, her brow furrowed, her fingers clenched into fists, knuckles, white nails digging into her palms, as if even in dreams she was on guard. He looked at her clenched fists. Healing potion could cure wounds. It could not cure this. He remembered earlier at the pass Safla had mentioned. Some refugees arrived with no visible injuries, but they just closed their eyes, wouldn't speak, wouldn't eat or drink. Ilea personally went to see them. No one knew what she said or did, but those people later woke up. Lu Li did not know exactly how Ilea managed, but this child's condition. The wounds healed, bodily functions restored, yet she couldn't wake. Perhaps only that silver-haired demon king had a solution. Let's take her back to see the demon king. When he said this, Princess Mina was startled. Demon king. Her voice tightened. That demon king of calamity. She looked at the sleeping girl in Lu Li's arms, then looked around. In the street, a beastman vendor was handing a sugar-coated hawthorn stick to a human child. In the distance, an old demon woman was cursing loudly, her voice full of vigor. Princess Mina's expression shifted. Father said. She hesitated. Father said the demon king is evil. That he eats people. She paused, then glanced again at the utterly ordinary scenes in the street. But here. It's not as terrifying as father said. Lu Li did not answer. He looked at her. The exquisite silk dress, the crest embroidered on the hem, he had seen it in the capital on the palace gate. What is your name? Mina, she said. Mina while Yaslin. Lu Li's brow furrowed. Also named Mina. He recalled that execute command. The detection conditions were only 2, the name being Mina and looking up. So this human was also named Mina, and she had also looked up, so she was swept along too. He looked down at the sleeping goat beastman girl in his arms, then glanced at Princess Mina standing beside him. Yaslin. The kingdom's surname. She was royalty. Send her back. How could he? This was the enemy kingdom's princess, a major leverage over the kingdom. But not sending her back would escalate the war. Either decision was bad. Better let the demon king decide. This was not something he was good at. He looked down at the little girl in his arms. Save her first. The rest could wait. Lu Li turned and carried Mina toward the castle. Follow me. Princess Mina hesitated, then quickly followed. After a few steps she glanced again at the little girl in Lu Li's arms. Most of the wounds had healed under the potion's effect, but the broken horn could not grow back and the bloodstains on the skirt remained. Princess Mina's voice lowered. The one you were looking for through the message, was it her? How long has she been like this? Lu Li did not turn around. About 3 years. Princess Mina fell silent. She followed behind him, her steps slowing. Lu Li carried Mina forward. As they passed the stone steps at the castle gate, a spring breeze blew in their faces, carrying the scent of soil and grass from the courtyard. He looked down at the little girl in his arms. She was still sleeping, her brow still slightly furrowed. We're here. He stepped through the castle gate and glanced back. Princess Mina stood at the entrance, not following. Her fingers clutched the hem of her skirt, her blue eyes full of fear, her feet as if nailed to the ground. Afraid of the demon king. After all, she had grown up hearing stories of the demon king eating people. Lu Li stopped and turned his head to look at her. Don't you want to know who I really am? Princess Mina was startled and looked up at him. If you want to know, come in yourself. He finished and continued inside. Behind him Princess Mina stood at the door hesitating for a moment then stepped. Sunlight stretched their three shadows into one. One was looking for a way home. One did not know if she could still find a home. And the other had run away from home. Mina's fingers twitched. Whether it was a dream or she sensed something no one knew. She did not wake. But her brows seemed to loosen a little. Luli carried Mina through the castle gates with Princess Mina following behind him, her dress rustling against the floor. She hesitated. How is she? Luli did not look back. I've treated her external injuries but she hasn't woken up yet. Why? I don't know. That's why I'm taking her to see the Demon King. Princess Mina asked no more questions but her steps hurried to keep pace. She looked at the little girl in Luli's arms, messy gray-white hair, a broken horn, faint red marks on her wrists and ankles, the lingering traces of fading bruises. A tightness gripped her chest. The study door was ahead and Luli pushed it open with his foot. Ilea sat behind the desk, her gaze fixed on the documents in her hands. Luli gently placed Mina on the couch. Take a look at her. Ilea put down the documents, glanced at Mina then at Luli. She paid no heed to Luli's brusque manner. Finally her gaze settled on Princess Mina. Princess Mina took a step back. Ilea withdrew her gaze, rose from behind the desk and walked to the couch. She crouched down to meet Mina's eyes. Mina's eyes were closed, her brow furrowed, her fingers clenched into fists, knuckles, white nails digging into her palms. As if even in her dreams she was on guard. Ilea looked at that clenched fist. She simply reached out and held it. I know. It hurts. Her voice was as soft as a feather landing on water. I've been through it too. Tears seeped from the corners of Mina's eyes, sliding down her cheeks into her hair. Slowly her hand loosened and she gripped Ilea's fingers instead. Ilea did not move, letting her hold on. Your father searched for 3 years, Ilea's voice remained soft. Every single day he never gave up. Mina's lips quivered and a hoarse voice squeezed out of her throat, Dad. Ilea nodded. He's here. Mina's tears flowed more fiercely, like a river bursting its banks. Her eyes slowly opened, first blurry light, then silver-white hair, deep blue eyes, that pair of tiny horns. She tightened her grip on Ilea's fingers, her voice trembling. Are you the Demon King? Ilea nodded. Mina's eyes reddened again, but this time it was not fear but peace. The Demon King's castle. She was a child of the Demon King's castle. Her father was the captain of the guard and she had grown up here. 3 years ago she was abducted and for 3 years she had been homesick. She missed the streets of the Demon King's castle. She missed the candied hawthorns her father brought home after work. She missed how her mother would tug at her horns when combing her hair. She wanted to go home. Is this the Demon King's castle? Mina's tears flowed even harder, but she smiled. A crooked smile, like she was both crying and laughing. I'm home. She clutched Ilea's fingers as if holding onto something precious. I'm home. Princess Mina stood in the corner watching this scene. She saw the silver-haired Demon King holding a little girl's hand, speaking in a calm voice as if telling her own story. I know. It hurts. She saw that little girl crying and trembling but refusing to let go of the Demon King's hand, murmuring, I'm home. She was stunned. The Demon King's castle. Was this little girl's home? Her father said the Demon King's castle was hell, that demons ate people. But this little girl was a child of the Demon King's castle. When she came home she was crying with a smile. Again a tightness gripped her chest. Luli glanced at Princess Mina, then turned to Ilea. I'll go get someone. Ilea nodded briefly. Luli turned and left the study. Princess Mina wanted to follow, but he was already walking too fast to catch up. She stood there not knowing what to do. Ilea glanced at her. Sit down first. Princess Mina hesitated, then nodded and sat on a nearby chair. She watched Mina on the couch, that little girl still holding the Demon King's hand, softly saying, I'm home, tears streaming down her face. Princess Mina thought of the palace. Her father only scolded her. Her mother only nagged about marriage. Her older brothers and sisters mocked her openly and behind her back. No one had ever held her hand and spoken such gentle words. No one ever. At the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, Geliomo sat on the steps clutching a wine flask. The flask was empty, but he still held it tightly. His eyes were red and bloodshot, his dull goat's eyes devoid of light. 3 years. 3 years ago his daughter was abducted at the market entrance. 3 years later still not found. He remembered her 7th birthday. She wore a new dress and he held her hand as they walked through the market. Sunlight fell on her horns, the small ones gleaming. She smiled and said, "Dad, I want that hair clip." He smiled, patted her head and said, "Okay Dad, we'll buy it for you." Then he told her to wait at the entrance while he went to buy candy. When he came back she was gone. He searched for 3 years. The Public Security Bureau helped him post missing person notices. Adventurers took on the quest, but all led to nothing. Every day after work he'd drink facing his daughter's photo until he passed out. 2 years ago his wife left with their younger son, saying he was crazy, that he only cared about the daughter who was already dead. He didn't argue. Maybe she was dead. Maybe she had been sold to some mine, exhausted to death or beaten to death. But he still had to search. As long as he hadn't seen her body he would keep searching. "Jelluomo." A voice came from afar. He looked up and saw Luli running toward him. Luli stopped in front of him, panting as he bent over. "Your daughter has been found." The wine flask slipped from Jelluma's hand. The ceramic flask smashed on the stone slab, shattering into pieces. He stood up, his legs weak, almost falling. Luli caught him and his rough hand grabbed Luli's arm, gripping tightly. "You. What did you say?" "Your daughter," Luli looked at him, his voice clear, "has been found. At the Demon King's castle. Come quickly." Jelluma's lips trembled. He wanted to speak but no sound came from his throat. He wanted to step forward but his legs felt like lead. Luli supported him step by step toward the Demon King's castle. "Hurry. She's waiting for you." Tears welled up in Jelluma's eyes, streaming into his gray-white beard. He took a deep breath, then started running. Luli dragged along, stumbled after him. His legs were still trembling but he ran fast. The study door burst open. Jelluomo rushed in and saw Mina on the couch, gray-white short hair, a broken horn, wearing clean clothes, tear stains on her face. He knelt before the couch, his knees hitting the ground heavily. He reached out to touch her, then pulled back, afraid it was a dream. Mina looked at him, her eyes wide. Dad's hair had turned much grayer. Dad's horns were worn. Dad had lost weight. Dad. She jumped down and threw herself into his arms. Jelluomo caught her, holding her tightly as if afraid she would disappear. "Mina. Mina." His voice choked, unable to form complete words. "Dad, I'm home." Mina buried her face in his chest, crying and trembling. "I'm home. I found you." Jelluomo held her, crying silently. Luli stood by the window, turning his head to look at the sky outside. Princess Mina sat on the chair watching this scene, the goat-head father holding his daughter, trembling all over, crying like a child. That little girl said, "I'm home." The Demon King's castle was her home. Princess Mina thought of the palace. Her father had never held her like this. When she fell, her father only said, "Stand up, don't cry." When she failed exams, her father only said, "Your brother is much better than you." When she read poetry, her father only said, "Stop wasting time on useless things." She had never felt such warmth before. Perhaps that palace had never been her home. Only the sound of sobbing remained in the study. Alia rose to her feet, watching Jelluomo cradle his daughter in his arms, his shoulders shaking with silent grief. Sunlight slanted through the window, falling upon the floor where dust motes drifted lazily in the golden beam. Only when the weeping subsided did she speak. "Take a few days off to rest. When your daughter feels better you may return to duty." Jelluomo was momentarily stunned. Return to duty. The suspension was simply being brushed aside. Alia added, "Also regarding the reward Luli paid for finding your daughter. The mission from the Adventurers Guild is now complete. Not a single coin less should be given." Jelluomo knelt, still holding Mina, and pressed his forehead against the floor. The wooden planks felt cool beneath his brow, carrying the faint scent of old books. Thank you." Alia's voice came from above. "Thank me. Go thank him instead." Jelluomo raised his head and looked toward Luli. Luli rubbed his nose, a little uncomfortable. "All right, go on back." Alia waved a hand. "Your daughter is tired, let her sleep well." Jelluomo stood up, his legs still weak, and walked out step by step, his daughter in his arms. As he passed by Princess Mina he paused. He glanced at her. His throat moved as if he wanted to say something. In the end he merely nodded, turned and left with his daughter. After Jelluomo departed the study fell silent. Luli watched Alia waiting but saw only her bent head as she flipped through papers on the desk. Luli couldn't help speaking. "Aren't you going to ask how I found her?" Alia looked up, glanced at him, then lowered her head and continued scanning the documents. "No need to ask." "Huh. If you want to tell me you will. Her voice was calm. I trust you. Luli was taken aback. He had expected her to press him to be curious. He stood still gazing at the silver-haired demon king's profile as she read, feeling something gently knock against his heart, warm and soft. Alright, don't just stand there. Alia closed the file and looked at him. There are still matters to attend to. Luli snapped out of it, coughed, and turned his attention to Princess Mina. Princess Mina had been standing in the corner staring blankly in the direction Jelyomu had gone. Now she came to her senses, looking from Luli to Alia. Anne. What about me? She asked cautiously. What do you plan to do with me? Luli looked at Alia. Alia sized up Princess Mina, her gaze lingering for a moment on the hem of her dress. You must be the third princess. Princess Mina froze, her eyes widening. You know who I am. That's hardly surprising. Alia's tone was flat. I am also a demon king after all. It would be inexcusable not to understand my opponent's background. Princess Mina was momentarily at a loss. Alia looked at her directly. How would you like to be dealt with? Huh? Princess Mina blinked. You're asking me? Is it wrong to ask an enemy princess for her opinion? The princess was even more bewildered. In all her life it seemed she had never been consulted. Everything had been arranged from the moment she was born. Then, if I said I wanted to go back, would you let me? No. Alia answered without hesitation. Princess Mina. But Alia said, looking at her, if you don't wish to return you may stay. Princess Mina lowered her eyes to her own skirt. Delicate silk, intricate patterns. The royal crest was embroidered there in gold and silver threads, a small ruby catching the sunlight. At the crest's center was a sword, point downward, entwined with thorns. Father said it was the symbol of royal authority, a sharp blade to cut down the evil demon race. But along the way she had seen humans and demons mingling in the streets, vendors selling candied hawthorns, hawkers shouting, people basking in the sun. Father said demons were wicked, that they devoured people, that the demon king's castle was a hell. Yet here, it didn't look like hell at all. A girl going home, a father longing for his daughter's return, a demon king who looked younger than herself but seemed so kind. Actually, Princess Mina lifted her head, her voice trembling slightly. I don't want to go back right now either. Oh. I feel like everything here is completely different from what my father described. She bit her lip. I want to stay and see. Alia looked at her and nodded. All right. She turned toward the door. Eileen. The door opened and Eileen and Luli. Wait, I didn't see you when we came in. How did you appear the moment the demon king called? Eileen just smiled at him, saying nothing. Luli. Arrange a room for her, Alia instructed. She will stay in the castle. Princess Mina stay inside the demon king's castle. Yes, said Alia. It makes supervision easier. She must be accompanied whenever she goes out. Princess Mina nodded dumbly. Follow me. Eileen walked up to her, her voice soft. If you need anything, just tell me. Princess Mina followed Eileen toward the door, then stopped. She reached down and grasped the royal crest on her skirt. Her fingers touched the embroidery, gold thread, silver threads, and a tiny ruby. It felt cold and hard. She pulled. The sound of fabric tearing was soft but distinct in the quiet room. A few threads drifted through the air and landed with a faint rustle. The crest came off. Princess Mina turned to face Alia directly, placed one hand on her chest, lifted her skirt with the other, and gave a slight bow, a perfect noble curtsy. Thank you. Alia said nothing, merely gestured with her hand. The palace. The study door burst open and the captain of the guard strode in, his face deathly pale. His footsteps echoed on the stone floor, hurried and erratic. Your Majesty. The third princess has vanished. The king's hand froze mid-motion, the tip of his brush touched the paper, spreading a blot of ink. What? This afternoon Her Highness was reading in the garden when suddenly she disappeared. The captain knelt, forehead against the cold stone, the chills seeping through his skin. A maid saw a flash of light take the princess away. Her whereabouts are unknown. The king's expression changed. Seal the palace. Mobilize the Imperial Guard, close all city gates, send men after her. Your Majesty. A voice came from the doorway. Soft, yet it struck the king like ice water. His body stiffened. He turned. The redrobed archmage stood at the entrance, leaning on his staff. The staff's base touched the stone floor with a faint tap. His face was hidden in the shadow of his hood, expression unreadable. Archbishop. The king rose, his knees weak. The red-robed archmage stepped inside. His robe brushed across the floor, making a soft rustling sound. The captain remained kneeling, forehead pressed to the stone, not daring to lift his head. He could feel a chill creeping up from his knees. "Your Majesty wishes to mobilize the Imperial Guard." The Archmage's voice was flat, betraying no emotion. "Yes," the king stammered, "the princess is missing. I must send men to pursue. Those soldiers have their own purpose." The red-robed archmage approached the desk, staring at the ink stain on the paper. "They cannot be deployed like this." The king's throat moved. He tried to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. His hands trembled, clenched into fists behind his back, knuckles white. Sweat beaded on his forehead and trickled down his temples. "Archbishop." His voice was low, squeezed out between his teeth. "But the princess will be found." The red-robed archmage turned. In the shadow of his hood a pair of eyes could faintly be seen. Cold, devoid of warmth. Like two chips of ice fixed on the king's face. "But the soldiers cannot be moved. They have more pressing matters." The red-robed archmage spoke coldly. The king's breathing grew rapid. His legs trembled. His fists clenched, lips quivering, words trapped in his throat. "Yes." His voice was so low it was almost inaudible. "Your Eminence is correct." The red-robed archmage glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to leave. At the door he paused. Without looking back, his voice drifted from beneath the hood. "The church will handle the princess matter. Your Majesty need not worry." He paused. "As long as your Majesty cooperates fully, the princess will return safely." Having spoken, the red-robed archmage strode out of the study, his footsteps fading into the distance. The king stood motionless. The captain of the guard remained kneeling, forehead pressed against the stone floor, not daring to look up. He had heard everything but dared not speak. Silence filled the study. After a long while the king finally moved. He shuffled to the window, his back to the captain, gazing at the sky outside. The sunset dyed the clouds blood-red like blazing fire. His hand trembled. "Your Majesty." The captain ventured cautiously, "Shall we dispatch?" "No need." The king's voice was faint, as if he had aged 10 years. "His Eminence will handle it." "But leave." The captain hesitated, then slowly rose and withdrew. The study door closed, leaving the king alone in the room. He stood by the window, staring at the sky, motionless. Then he lowered his head and pulled a small object from his chest. It was a hairpin. An old hairpin set with a tiny sapphire, slightly faded. He had placed it on Mina's head with his own hands on the day she was born. When she was little, she loved this hairpin most, always saying it was her father's gift, the most beautiful thing in the world. Later, as she grew up, she began to think it too old and plain beneath a prince's station. But she never knew that every time she carelessly tossed it onto the vanity, he would secretly have the maid put it away somewhere she could find. He knew he could not show too much affection for her. The archbishop's eyes were everywhere. If he cared too deeply for any child, that child would become a pawn for the archbishop to control him. So he pretended not to care. He pretended Mina was merely the useless third princess. Pretended she could never do anything right, that she disappointed him. She never knew that after every scolding he would sit in the study until late into the night. She never knew that whenever he saw her weeping in secret, he would have the maid secretly send her pastries. She never knew that she was the one he cared for most. But now she had been taken. The king clenched the hairpin until his palm ached. "Mina." His voice was so soft that only he could hear himself. "Father will find a way." He stood at the window, watching the sunset sink lower, the sky turning from blood-red to ashen as darkness engulfed the palace. He did not light a lamp. He stood there in the dark, clutching the old hairpin, unmoving for a long time. The Demon King's castle. The study door was ajar. Luli stood at the entrance, hand raised then lowered. No sound from within. He hesitated, then pushed the door open. Leah sat behind the desk, holding a document, her eyes fixed blankly on the paper. The candlelight flickered, casting her shadow against the wall. Silver hair cascaded down, half hiding her face. The small horns on her head glowed faintly in the candlelight. Luli walked over and sat opposite her. "The princess matter." Leah looked up at him. "Does the kingdom know where the princess is?" Luli shook his head. "Only I know the coordinates and method of teleportation. The kingdom doesn't yet know her whereabouts." "Good." Leah looked at him, speaking calmly. "Confirming that puts my mind at ease." She paused. "Keep her here. Under house arrest." Luli's brows twitched. House arrest. AI Leah's voice was flat. If the kingdom still cares about this princess, she will make a good bargaining chip. Lu Li said nothing in reply. As expected of a demon king who had lived 300 years. AI Leah glanced at him without speaking. She pulled a document from the pile on the desk and pushed it toward him. Look at this. Lu Li picked it up and opened it. A report. It was about the heroes in the villages between the kingdom and the demon territory. Under the pretext of subjugating demons, they were slaughtering villages. One village scores of people, all killed. Another village hundreds, few left alive. Lu Li frowned. This is probably for leveling up, AI Leah said softly. Lu Li's head snapped up. You actually know about leveling up? AI Leah looked at him, candlelight reflected in her deep blue eyes. I've read the memories of previous heroes. Lu Li froze. A chill crept down his spine. Read the hero's memories. That meant. AI Leah saw what he was thinking and spoke calmly. You're on our side. I won't do anything to you. Her voice was steady with a hint of reassurance. Rest assured. Lu Li looked at her. Those deep blue eyes were calm, revealing no emotion. He gradually steadied himself. AI Leah gazed at him and suddenly asked, what level are you? Lu Li's brows twitched. Level 7. AI Leah nodded. On your first day here, after you entered the room and came out, your aura was different. Is there another way to level up? Lu Li's heart leaped. Damn. Even that was noticeable. He kept his composure and simply nodded. AI Leah didn't press further, just continued reading the report. Lu Li thought for a moment and said, should we do something about those heroes? Already underway, AI Leah said softly. Those villagers have been brought into demon territory. Those who could be persuaded have already entered. Lu Li stared at the report, not replying immediately. Then. Should we eliminate the heroes in advance? He made a throat-slitting gesture. AI Leah shook her head. It's useless. Why? They have the goddess blessing, AI Leah said flatly. They cannot be killed. Before they grow strong, they will be teleported back to the royal capital the moment before they are slain. Lu Li's expression froze. That must be why the sword hero wasn't killed last time. Unless using an equal divine level power. AI Leah looked at him. But the cost is too great. Lu Li leaned back into his chair, saying nothing more. The goddess. That goddess who inexplicably dragged him into this world. Come to think of it. Her actions aren't much different from a human trafficker's, are they? Lu Li leaned back in his chair, watching Ilea's profile as she flipped through documents. A sudden thought struck him. I've got an idea. Ilea looked up. Lu Li sat up straight. Since the goddess summoned me here, does she have a way to send me back? Then can I beat her into submission and force her to send me back? Ilea's hand paused in midair. The study fell silent for a few seconds. She looked at Lu Li, her deep blue eyes fixed on his face. She closed the file and placed it on the desk. This idea of yours. She paused. It's somewhat dangerous. Lu Li blinked. Dangerous. That level is beyond your current reach, Ilea said, her voice flat. But Lu Li understood. He leaned back. Can you reach it? Ilea didn't answer immediately. She smiled at him. What do you think? Lu Li looked at her face. Suddenly he understood. I think I get it. He murmured. Ilea withdrew her smile and picked up the file again. But this idea of yours, she turned a page, might just work. Lu Li was taken aback. However, Ilea looked at him. Your strength is still far too lacking. Lu Li was silent for a moment. He recalled that using the XP command to level up increased his mental strength limit each time. If he could activate creative mode, would he be able to contend with a god? He had tried creative mode before, but it had prompted insufficient mental strength. Why had it only prompted that once? Perhaps because the gap in mental strength was vast at that time, making it utterly impossible to execute. Later, even though using commands drained his mental strength, it was still within a releasable range, so no prompt appeared. Is there any way to restore mental strength? When he asked this, Ilea put down the file and looked at him. If there was a method to quickly restore mental strength, wouldn't his leveling be lightning fast? Ilea looked at him. Go to bed on time. Lu Li waited for her to continue. Ilea remained silent for a long while, then resumed writing. That's it. It's the most effective method. Luli looked at her earnest expression and found himself speechless. Well well. Was this world's mental strength recovery mechanism really this primitive? Fine. He sighed. Just then Ilea suddenly stood up. Follow me. Huh? Luli was startled. Where? What's going on? Ilea didn't answer. In a flash she appeared beside him and grabbed his arm. Before Luli could react, a flash crossed his eyes. The sensation of spatial distortion surged over him as if he had been spun around in a washing machine. When he came to, he was standing in a strange place. A roaring sound. Heat waves rushed toward him, mingling with the smell of burnt air. Luli opened his eyes. A factory. A massive plant, black smoke billowing, tongues of fire leaping from the windows. Workers were scattering in all directions. Some shouted, "Run!" Some yelled, "Fire!" And others cried, "There are still people inside." Chaos reigned. This is. At the factory entrance a short figure was directing the workers to fight the fire. With a gray-white beard, a stocky dwarf spilled a leather apron stained with coal dust and an iron rod clutched in his hand. He roared at the workers, "Where's the water? Why hasn't the water arrived? Those buckets are empty. Go fetch more water. Forget the machines. Save the people first. There are still people inside." The fire was too fierce and the buckets were far from sufficient. Workers splashed water onto the flames, but it evaporated instantly, not even making a sound. The dwarf stamped his feet in desperation, his beard trembling. Damn it! Damn it! He turned and saw Ilea approaching, freezing for a moment. "Your Majesty, the Demon King." "Jean." Ilea nodded, her gaze sweeping across the blazing workshop. "How bad is it?" Jean gritted his teeth, his voice tight. "There are still a few workers trapped on the second floor. The fire is too intense, we can't get up." Ilea said nothing, raising her hand. The air began to stir. Wind swirled, carrying moisture, pressing toward the fire. But the flames were too fierce, if the wind only fanned them higher. Jean also raised his hand and the ground trembled. A massive rock burst forth from beneath, blocking the factory entrance in an attempt to contain the blaze. The stone quickly cracked from the heat, its surface peeling away. "No good." Jean's voice was hoarse. Ilea lowered her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. Jean's ability was over earth, allowing him to control rock and soil, but he was equally helpless against the raging fire. The two exchanged a glance. Jean's eyes burned with anxiety. "Your Majesty, there are still people inside." Ilea turned to look at Luli. "Do you have a way?" Luli stared at the blazing factory, his mind racing. The fire was too big, ordinary buckets were useless. He needed massive amounts of water, and fast. He thought of the weather command in Minecraft. "Let me try." Closing his eyes, he silently recited the command. A yellow cube lit up in his mind, lines of code appearing on its surface. Weather rain. A sliver of mental strength was drained. The sky suddenly darkened. Storm clouds surged from all directions, covering the sun and looming low. Then the rain came, a torrential downpour. The sound of splashing filled the air, as if the river of heaven had overturned. Raindrops slammed into the fire, hissing and sending up white steam. The flames began to shrink. The workers stood stunned, looking up at the sky with mouths agape. This is. It's raining. How did it suddenly start raining? Jean was also dumbfounded, staring at the deluge, his gray-white beard plastered to his chin by the rain. He turned to look at Luli, eyes wide. "You. Don't just stand there," Ilea's voice cut in. "Take the chance. Save the people." Jean snapped back to reality and charged toward the factory, "Quick. While the fire is low, get everyone out." The rain continued to fall. The blaze was subdued, but workers remained trapped inside. Ilea raised her hand, exerting her will. She gathered the rain into a water column and slammed it down onto the heart of the inferno. SSSSS. White smoke rose as the fire was doused in patches. She kept controlling the water column, sweeping it back and forth across the burning area, quenching wherever the flames lingered. Jean moved as well. He manipulated the rock, causing stone slabs to erupt from the ground, creating fire breaks to prevent the flames from spreading to the adjacent warehouse. He noticed a window on the second floor. Figures were moving inside. There are still people on the second floor. He manipulated a flat stone to rise from beneath, slanting it against the windowsill to form a makeshift ramp. "Quick. Slide down the stone." A worker poked his head out the window, saw the sloping stone slab and hesitated. "Jump. Jump now." Jean shouted from below. The worker gritted his teeth, rolled out the window and slid down the stone plank. The surface was slick with rain and he landed on the ground in an instant. One more. Jean continued manipulating the stone. That east window. Luli stood in the rain watching the scene unfold. The Demon King used her will to control the water and quench the flames. Jean used his earth ability to rescue people. He couldn't just stand idle. He looked at the factory and noticed several figures on the third floor blocked by a fallen beam, unable to descend. Luli closed his eyes. Summon armor stand 50. Another sliver of mental strength was drained. 50 meters ahead in the air, an armor stand suddenly materialized out of thin air. A plain ordinary wooden frame. Execute edit armor stand C1 TPAR 30 tag Luli. Centered on the armor stand, teleport all players within a 30-meter radius to Luli's position. The figures of the three people on the third floor vanished into thin air. The next second they appeared before Luli. Covered in dust, their faces blackened by smoke, eyes wide open, completely unaware of what had happened. They looked at Luli, their lips trembling. Thank. You're safe now. Luli pointed to where the workers were gathered. Go over there. The worker nodded dumbly and staggered away. Luli felt something warm in his nasal cavity. He reached out and touched. Nosebleed. He cursed under his breath, wiping it with his sleeve. Earlier today he had teleported 2 minas over an extremely long distance, just controlled the weather and performed a mass teleport. His head was dizzy as if he had stayed up for 3 nights straight. The mental energy consumption was heavy. The rain gradually subsided. The fire was completely extinguished, leaving only smoldering ruins. The air was filled with the smell of burning wood, fabric, and an indescribable metallic scorch. The workers gathered together, some coughing until their faces were red, some crying, some embracing each other. Jean stood at the factory entrance looking at the destroyed machinery and warehouse. His face was pale and water droplets still dripped from his beard. Ilea walked over to him, her boots making soft sounds on the wet ground. She glanced at the ruins. How much loss? Jean gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed out. All the machines are destroyed. Most of the goods in the warehouse. Burnt. He clenched the iron rod, his knuckles turning white, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Damn it. Ilea said nothing, just looked at him. Jean looked up at her, his voice dropping. Demon King. What matters is that people are safe. Ilea interrupted him. Go rest first. We'll talk tomorrow. Jean nodded. Yes. Ilea turned and looked at Luli. Luli was still standing in the rain, his sleeve stained with nosebleed, his face pale. You stay. Ilea said, help Jean with the repairs here for a couple of days. Luli was stunned. Me? Ilea nodded. I believe with your help they can rebuild faster. Luli thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Ilea glanced at him, then turned to Jean. They'll go back first. If anything happens, let Eileen inform me. Jean nodded. Yes, Demon King. Ilea turned around and her figure disappeared into the distance. The rain stopped. Luli stood in front of the ruins, wiping his nose with his sleeve, still a bit dizzy. Jean came over and stood beside him, his gray-white beard still dripping. He glanced at Luli, his gaze pausing for a moment on the bloodstain on his sleeve. Your mental state. Luli waved his hand. It's nothing, just a bit tired. Jean frowned. Having lived so many years, he had seen too many spellcasters overstretch their mental energy. This young man before him had clearly reached his limit. No. Jean's voice was unyielding. In your current state you can't do anything. Rest first. Luli wanted to say something, but a dizzy spell hit him and he stumbled. Jean caught him. See, he sighed. Follow me. He led Luli toward a temporary tent near the factory. There's temporary accommodation for the workers here. Get some sleep first. We'll talk after you wake up. Luli's mind was foggy and he had no energy to argue. Supported by Jean, he entered a tent with a few simple straw mats laid out. Here you go. Jean let him lie down. Sleep well. Don't think about anything else. Luli lay down, and as soon as his head touched the mat his consciousness began to blur. After an unknown amount of time Luli opened his eyes. The tent was pitch black, only a glimmer of firelight came from outside. He sat up feeling much clearer in his head. His mental energy had mostly recovered. He closed his eyes. A yellow square appeared in his mind with a string of data surfacing on its surface. Level LV. 7 XP 750. A portion of mental energy was drained away, but this time the dizziness was not as intense as before. The numbers flickered. Level LV. 8 once more. XP 4000 mental energy was drained again, and something inside his head felt like it was pried open. Level LV. 9. He opened his eyes. The fatigue receded like a tide. Strength spread from his chest to his limbs, and even his fingers could feel the obvious power. His vision seemed clearer too. The several cracks on the tent roof, the firelight outside, all could be seen distinctly. Lu Li clenched his fist. He stood up and walked out of the tent. It was dark outside. Not far away bonfires were lit. Workers gathered around the fires, some distributing food, some inventorying the remaining supplies. Lu Li walked toward the crowd. Jean stood beside a pile of ruins talking to a few foreman-like people. His gray-white beard looked a bit messy in the firelight, but his voice was steady. First, take apart the usable machine parts. Let the blacksmith check if they can be repaired tomorrow. At the warehouse, count the remaining goods and register them. Tonight, take turns keeping watch. Report any situation immediately. The foreman nodded and dispersed to arrange things. Jean was about to continue speaking when he suddenly froze. He turned his head and looked in Lu Li's direction. Lu Li stood not far away, his face lit by the firelight. Jean walked over quickly. Awake. How's your mental energy recovery? Much better. Lu Li nodded. Jean gave him a once-over, seeing that his complexion was much better than in the afternoon, and then sighed with relief, patting Lu Li on the shoulder. That's good. Hungry, right? There's food over there. Help yourself. Lu Li patted his stomach. He was hungry. Eat something first, then rest a bit more. Jean said, don't work tonight. We'll talk tomorrow. He turned to continue directing the aftermath, but after 2 steps he looked back. Oh right, in about an hour or two we'll wrap up here. Take a look around first, get familiar with the environment, and we'll have a drink together tonight. All right. Lu Li nodded. Not having to work was good. Sure. Jean waved his hand and went back to work. Lu Li stood there looking around. The factory ruins were still smoking, but most of the fire had been extinguished. The workers were divided into groups, some clearing debris, some moving supplies, some erecting temporary tents. Orderly. Lu Li picked a direction and walked slowly. The night wind was a bit cool, blowing on him and keeping him awake. He skirted around several piles of ruins and arrived at an open area behind the factory. A few tents were set up there, apparently a temporary medical station and rest area. Several people in security team uniforms were busy there moving supplies and tending to the wounded. Lu Li took a few steps closer. His eyes scanned a silhouette. Gray hair. Horns. The security team uniform. Jeluomu. Jeluomu. The goat-head captain was crouching at the entrance of a tent, moving a crate of supplies inside. A few members of the security team were busy nearby. Lu Li stopped, squinting at the familiar figure. Shouldn't Grom be at home with his daughter? Why was he here? He walked over. Grom had just finished moving the crate, straightened up, dusted off his hands, and turned around. In that instant he froze. Lu advisor. The nearby security team members also noticed Lu Li pausing their work to look over. Before Lu Li could speak, Grom strode over and grabbed his hand. Why are you here? Grom's grip was strong. I heard you were mentally exhausted. Lord Jean said you were resting. Are you alright? I'm fine. A good sleep did wonders. Lu Li looked at Grom. And you? Shouldn't you be home with your daughter? Why come out so soon? At least wait until tomorrow. Grom scratched the back of his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It was bittersweet yet sincere. I was supposed to rest. He took off his hat, then put it back on. But at noon I heard about the big incident here, the factory fire. Many people came to help. He looked down, rubbing his hoof on the ground. I found my daughter. I know that feeling of desperation. With so many people here needing help, their families must be just as anxious. He paused. And I couldn't sit still at home. Lu Li watched him. Grom looked back, his goat eyes blinking. His gaze was different now, less piercing. Besides, Grom added, adjusting his collar, I haven't been a proper captain for a long time. Now that my daughter is back, I should start over. The vice captain walked over and saluted Lu Li. Advisor Lu, I really need to thank you for this afternoon. His tone was sincere. If you hadn't arrived in time and used that rain summoning ability, who knows how long the fire would have burned. Yes, yes. Another security team member chimed in. The workers told me you summoned that rain. Amazing. And those trapped on the third floor, I heard you rescued them too. When we arrived the fire was already out and you had saved all the workers. We're so grateful. Several people crowded around speaking over each other. Luli took half a step back raising his hands. All right, he waved them off. It's not that dramatic. I just did what I could. Grom stood nearby watching Luli. He knew who this young man was, the adventurer he had interrogated with paranoid suspicion, treating him as a suspect. The same person who had found his daughter and pulled him from despair. Advisor Lu. Grom placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. About before. He paused. I'm sorry. Luli glanced at him. Forget it. It's all in the past. He turned to look toward the tent. Your daughter is waiting for you. That's what matters. Grom straightened up and nodded firmly. Yes. He was silent for a moment, then spoke again, his voice tinged with hope. Once things here are settled, they'll treat you to a drink. Luli smiled. Sure. But only when I'm free. Grom smiled too, a relaxed smile, as if a heavy sack he had carried on his shoulders for so long had finally been set down. I'll be waiting. Grom turned and went back to moving crates. Luli stood there watching his retreating figure. The man who had once been crazed with obsession now walked with a lightness in his steps, his hooves clicking against the ground with a rhythmic beat. Advisor Lu. A worker called out nearby. Lord Jean is ready. He said to come over for dinner. Luli turned. Dinner? Yes. Lord Jean said tonight he must properly thank you. He's prepared quite a feast. The vice-captain smiled. This way, please. A large tent had been set up beside the factory. Inside were several long tables laden with food, roasted meat, stewed dishes, bread, fruit, and even a few jars of wine. Jean stood at the far end, his beard still smudged with coal dust but his face beaming with smiles. Here he comes. Jean trotted over, grabbed Luli by the sleeve and dragged him to the table. Sit. Tonight we must drink. Luli was pulled into a chair. You don't have to be so polite. Polite my foot. Jean waved a hand grandly and grabbed a wine jar. If it weren't for you today my factory would be finished. Come on, eat first. He picked up a piece of roasted meat and plopped it onto Luli's plate, grease splattering onto the tablecloth. This is wild boar from the neighboring town. Roasted for 3 hours. Try it. Luli looked at the meat on his plate, then at Jean. This dwarf was quite straightforward. He took a bite. It was indeed good, crispy on the outside, juicy inside with rich seasoning. How is it? Jean leaned in, eyes sparkling. Not bad. Not bad. Jean glared at him, his beard trembling. I grilled it myself. Luli smiled and continued eating. Several foremen gathered around, eager to speak. Advisor Lu, we owe you today. That rain came out of nowhere. How did you do it? And that teleportation. I saw several people appear out of thin air, scared me. What exactly is your profession? A space mage. Luli exchanged a few pleasantries, drank some wine and ate some meat. Jean grew more excited with each drink, pulling Luli into a long monologue about the factory, how this machine worked, how that boiler burned, pausing every few sentences to down another cup, his beard becoming increasingly stained with wine. Luli listened, then suddenly interjected. You said boiler. Yeah, the boiler. Jean hiccuped. It's for heating water, turning it into steam, and then. He stopped mid-sentence, sighed, and set his cup heavily on the table. Too bad. Today the boiler burned through. Burned through. Yeah. Jean's face darkened. He rubbed his temples. Third time. He sighed. Used the best iron, but it just couldn't hold up. Luli frowned and set down the meat. Can you take me to see it? Now. Jean rubbed his eyes. It's already dark. It's fine. Just a quick look. Jean glanced at him, then nodded and stood up. All right. The two walked out of the tent and headed to the ruins. There was a pile of charred metal debris completely unrecognizable. Jean pointed to a blackened object. That's the boiler. Luli walked over, crouched down and examined it. The side of the boiler had a large hole, its edges curled from the heat, surrounded by scorch marks. He reached out and touched it. Still warm. What material is this? He asked. Refined iron. Jean crouched beside him, picking up a shard. I paid a fortune for it, said to be the most heat-resistant iron. Still couldn't take it. Luli stared at the hole for a long time, searching his memory for Minecraft knowledge. In Minecraft, what was the most heat-resistant block? Netherrack. No, netherrack burns. Obsidian. No, obsidian is hard but not the most heat-resistant. It was. He remembered. Basalt. In Minecraft, basalt had an extremely high melting point, almost impervious to any temperature. Luli stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. Elder Jean, could you please step aside? Huh. I need a little space. Jean paused for a moment, then stepped back a few paces, stroking his beard. Luli silently recited the command in his mind. Give S basalt 1. Suddenly a small block appeared in the palm of his hand. It was about the size of a palm, black with a rough texture. Jean squinted, leaning forward. This is. Luli crouched down and placed the small block on the ground. The next second, the block instantly expanded. From palm size to a massive cubic meter, standing firmly on the ground. Jean's mouth fell open, remaining agape for a long time, his beard even trembling slightly. This. He pointed at the stone, his fingers shaking. This is basalt, Luli said, standing up and dusting off his hands. It can withstand much higher temperatures than refined iron. Jean walked over and reached out to touch the stone. The texture was rough but very hard. How did you do this? His voice trembled. That small block. Why did it grow larger? Luli smiled. You can think of it as my weapon granting me this ability. Jean stood there, his mouth still agape. A weapon. A weapon that could summon blocks out of thin air. In all his years he had seen swords, shields, staves and bows, but never a weapon that could summon blocks. So. Jean swallowed. What is your profession? Luli smiled but did not answer. He merely said, tomorrow I will help you rebuild the furnace. The next morning Luli stood in the factory's open space. Jean stood beside him, staring unblinkingly, his pen clenched tightly in his hand. A group of workers gathered around, all watching the young man with curiosity. Begin, Jean said, his voice a bit. Luli silently recited the command in his mind. Give S basalt 64. Suddenly a pile of small blocks appeared in his palm. Each one was palm-sized, black with a rough texture. He crouched down and placed the first block on the ground. It instantly expanded into a massive cubic meter. Jean's eyes widened, his beard twitching. The workers also gaped, some even forgetting to breathe. Luli continued his work. He placed them one by one on the ground, each instantly expanding into a massive basalt block. The stone pile grew higher and larger. In less than 10 minutes a huge furnace shell was assembled. Jean walked up to the furnace, reached out to touch the neatly arranged basalt, his fingertips brushing over the rough surface. How is this possible? He murmured. Luli continued, constantly giving himself basalt and laying the foundation block by block. Jean's legs weakened and he steadied himself against a nearby pillar. You. How did you do it? His voice trembled. How much mental energy does this require? Luli paused, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Not bad. In truth, his head already felt a bit heavy. The give command, though less draining than weather rain, still consumed a considerable amount of mental energy after repeated use. After reaching LV 9, the mental energy cap had increased, but it was still not unlimited. Jean looked at him and suddenly laughed. The laugh was a bit bitter but more excited. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times, slapping his thigh. With you here my factory is saved. Over the next few hours Luli used his modern knowledge to guide the workers in building the furnace's interior. An exhaust outlet needs to be left here, he pointed at a spot. A valve should be added here to control the steam flow. This pipe must be curved, not straight, otherwise the steam will rush too fast. Jean followed behind him, constantly taking notes, his quill flying across the paper. He realized that every word the young man spoke seemed to open a door to a new world. What is steam pressure? What is thermal efficiency? What is recycling? He had never heard these terms before, but each of them felt incredibly reasonable. Where did you learn all this? Jean couldn't help asking, his quill stopping on the paper. Luli thought for a moment and said, from my hometown. Jean stopped walking and looked up at him. Hometown? Where is your hometown? Luli did not answer, just continued walking forward. He stopped in a corner looking at the pipes. Lord Jean, he suddenly asked, what is this factory for? Boiling water, Jean quickly followed. Boiling water into steam, then using the steam to power machines. What kind of machines? Gene paused, then shook his head and sighed. For now. I haven't figured it out yet. What do you mean? My idea is, Gene closed his notebook, first fix the furnace, then build the steam engine. But if the furnace can't even hold up, the machine is out of the question. Luli looked at him. So you're just experimenting? Yes, Gene nodded. This is the first factory in the demon territory. I wanted to see if I could make something happen. But honestly, I only know the gist. I'm still figuring out the specifics. Luli lowered his head, looking at the pipes on the ground. He thought in his mind. Demon territory. The first factory. Boiling water steam. Wasn't this the prototype of the Industrial Revolution? He suddenly remembered what Alia had said. That she could read the memories of heroes. So the things Gene were doing now, had he learned them from some hero? Or was there another hero secretly guiding him? More importantly, if the demon territory could develop industrial power, steam engines, steel machines, then they would have more leverage in the fight against the goddess. Luli perked up. This wasn't just about helping Gene fix the factory. This was preparing for war. Lord Gene, Luli turned around, where did you learn this knowledge? Gene scratched his beard, looked around, then lowered his voice. It's fine to tell you since you're the Demon King's advisor. He paused, thinking. The Demon King arranged for me to do this. Luli narrowed his eyes. The Demon King. Yes, Gene nodded. The Demon King once told me about steam. She said she'd seen it in some hero's memories, found it amazing, and told me to give it a try. Luli stood still, frowning. So it was true. The Demon King had read the memories of heroes. The kingdom was still an agricultural society, but here they were already moving toward industrialization. Was it an experimental phase? Or was someone deliberately arranging this? A series of questions suddenly popped into Luli's mind. Why did the Demon King want to build a factory here? What exactly did she intend to do? Were these steam machines meant to fight the goddess? Or something else? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Some of Gene's words seemed strange. For instance, power machines. What machines? What could steam power? If it was for generating electricity, that would make sense. But if it was for manufacturing weapons? Luli shuddered. No, he had to go back and ask for clarification. Lord Gene, he spoke, his tone a bit urgent, do you know the purpose of the Demon King building this factory? Gene was taken aback and shook his head. This. I don't know. The Demon King only told me to work on steam. I'm not clear about anything else. Luli frowned. Didn't know. Then he would have to ask the Demon King himself. He suppressed these questions and quickened his pace. He pressed these questions deep in his heart and quickened his pace. In the afternoon, the outer shell of the boiler was basically completed. Standing before the boiler, Gene looked at the neatly arranged basalt and reached up to touch the corner of his eye. It's perfect. He reached out to touch the stones. This is exactly what I wanted. Luli stood to the side, rubbing his temple. He had created quite a few things using the give command today, draining his mental energy considerably. But more than mental energy, what concerned him now was, what exactly did the Demon King intend to do? The remaining internal structure, he said, his voice a bit hoarse, you'll have to handle it yourself. Gene snapped back to reality and turned to look at him. You're not helping anymore. Internal things, Luli shook his head with a smile, I don't really understand either. He wasn't lying. The boiler in MC and a real steam boiler were two completely different things. He only knew the general principle, the details would have to be figured out by Gene himself. Gene nodded and said nothing more. Thanks. Luli waved his hand and turned to walk out of the factory. I'm heading back first. Wait. Gene called out, taking a few steps forward. Stay tonight, he'll treat you to a drink. Some other day. Luli didn't look back, his steps quick. I'm a bit tired. Hey. Before Gene could finish, Luli had already walked out of the factory gate. His figure disappeared at the entrance and his footsteps quickly faded away. Gene stood still, scratching his beard. Why is he in such a hurry? He shook his head and turned back to examine the basalt. Luli walked along the street toward the Demon King's city, his pace quickening. His mind was filled with one question: what exactly did the Demon King intend to do by building this factory? On the way, he passed by the Adventurers Guild. The guild's doors were wide open and the sound of chatter came from inside. Luli was about to walk straight past but suddenly remembered something and stopped. He hesitated for a moment then walked in. The receptionist was a cat-eared girl flipping through a register. She looked up when she heard footsteps. "Welcome." "Ah, it's you." Her ears twitched and her eyes lit up. The rookie adventurer who completed 2 consecutive search missions. Luli blinked. Recognized so quickly. Yeah. He walked up to the counter. "I wanted to ask, have there been any missing person requests lately?" The cat-eared girl blinked, her tail swishing behind her. "Missing person requests?" She flipped through the register, her claws tracing the pages. "Thanks to you, not a single one recently." "None." "Nope." The cat-eared girl smiled, leaning forward slightly. "You found 2 people in a row. Now the whole Demon King city knows there's a rookie adventurer who's especially good at finding people. Those missing cases either got resolved by you or people heard your name and felt hopeful, so they're willing to wait a bit longer instead of filing new requests." "Luli. How could this work? And those 2 people you found," the cat-eared girl lowered her voice, leaning in with a gossipy tone, "one is the daughter of the security team captain, the other is... well, they're both very important. Now everyone in the guild is saying you're the strongest search-type adventurer in years." Luli scratched his head awkwardly. "Just... luck." "Luck is also part of strength," but the cat-eared girl laughed, her tail wagging more vigorously. "By the way, is there anything else you came for today?" "No, just asking." Luli was about to turn and leave when someone nearby suddenly called out, "Wait. You're that rookie." A grizzled old adventurer walked over, looking him up and down with sharp eyes. "I heard you completed 2 search missions on your own. And back-to-back." Yes." "Damn." The old adventurer slapped him on the shoulder a bit hard. "Search jobs are the worst, few clues, time-consuming and easy to come up empty. But you finished both. Impressive." "That's right," another person chimed in, a young halforc. "When I first started I searched for 3 months and found nothing. Your luck is incredible." "Luck? That's skill." Young man interested in teaming up. "Our squad is short on a search type." Luli took half a step back. I'm just lucky." Luli politely declined. "Luck is also a talent. I heard he can even summon rain." "What? He can summon rain?" "Yeah. This afternoon when the factory caught fire, that heavy rain was summoned by him." Wait. Someone froze, mouth slightly open. "He finds people, puts out fires and..." "Seems so." The entire guild fell silent. Then. "Damn, what kind of all-rounder is this? He can find people, put out fires, rescue people. What class are you anyway?" "A space mage." "No, can a space mage summon rain?" "Rookie adventurer. You call this a rookie?" A crowd gathered around, all asking questions at once. Luli was surrounded, sweating on his forehead. I'm just an ordinary adventurer." "Ordinary my ass. You call this ordinary? Bro, take me under your wing. I'll be your lackey. Don't push, let me see what this rookie looks like." Luli took a step back, then another. Then he looked at the crowd of onlookers, took a deep breath. I have to go, something came up." He squeezed out of the crowd and walked quickly toward the door. Hey, don't go. Leave a contact info. When are we teaming up for a mission?" Luli didn't look back, quickly walked out of the guild gate and let out a long sigh. Indeed, fame wasn't all good. Not long after he left the Adventurers Guild, a voice came from behind. "Sir, please wait." Luli stopped and turned around. A woman stood behind him. Upper body of a woman, lower body. A snake tail. She wore a tight leather armor, her figure very shapely, a smile on her face. The snake tail was emerald green with dark patterns. "You're that rookie." She smiled and stepped closer, her tail crawling slowly on the ground. "The commotion inside just now made me curious to see what kind of person it was." Her gaze swept over Luli's body and the tip of her tail stealthily coiled around his calf. "Indeed," she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of meaning. "Very special." Luli looked at her. "Who are you?" "Me." She covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Just an admirer. I've heard all about your deeds along the way. Finding people, putting out fires, even space teleportation." The tip of her tail slid gently over his calf. "I wonder if you're free tonight. I'd like to invite you for a drink and have a good chat." Her eyes were gleaming, a look of a predator eyeing its prey. Luli looked down at her snake tail. Then at her pretty face. Sorry, he took a step back, I have plans tonight. Tomorrow. The woman's smile didn't change, the tip of her tail still coiled, even wrapping a bit higher. Or the day after. Luli looked at her snake tail again. He remembered some strange videos he had seen online in his past life. Snake women, tentacles, alien species. He stood for 2 seconds, then shuddered. Sorry, I really have things to do. He stepped back, pulled his leg out of the snake tail and turned to leave. The woman didn't follow. Just stood there watching Luli's back disappear around the street corner. Her smile slowly faded. Then she said softly, Lin Bai's friend. Indeed, as he said, quite interesting. She turned and walked into the guild, making a faint rustling sound. Luli turned out from the guild street. The sunset warmed the cobblestones, casting long shadows. The clang of the blacksmith's hammer still rang from the shop, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of coal smoke and roasted meat. His pace was unhurried, yet his mind churned. The factory. Basalt boilers, steam engines. The Demon King wanted to industrialize. What exactly did she want? What could a steam engine do? Generate power. Or forge weapons. Alia had once said she could read the memories of heroes. The knowledge of steel, steam and machinery came from some hero. But who was that hero? Dead. Or Advisor Lu. A voice came from the side. Luli stopped and turned. Erin stood at the street corner, a lunchbox in her hand, the tips of her ears twitching gently. Behind her stood a golden-haired girl, Mina Weir-Yazerlan. She had changed into a cotton dress, her hair tied back, much simpler than the silk gown she wore in the palace. But those azure blue eyes still gleamed with an irrepressible light. Her Majesty the Demon King asked me to take her out for some air, Erin said with a smile, walking over. Cooped up in her room all day, the little lady is about to suffocate. Princess Mina looked at Luli, hesitating. Mr. Lu. What is it? Can you help me? Luli was a bit taken aback. Help with what? The princess' lips moved, but no sound came out. She lowered her head, shoulders trembling. I don't want to go back. Her voice seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. I want to stay here. Luli pretended to think. Honestly, even if she wanted to go back, he wouldn't let her directly. But on the surface he still needed to put on a show, making it seem difficult. All right. Luli turned. I'll talk to Alia. Leave it to me. Luli hurried away, afraid he might burst out laughing. Wait. The princess tried to chase after him, but Erin held her back. Let him go. Erin patted her shoulder. He'll handle what he promised. The princess stood still, watching Luli's figure disappear around the corner. Her fists were clenched white. In the Demon King's castle study. When Luli pushed the door open, Alia was still at her desk processing documents. The soft scratch of the quill was especially clear in the quiet room. You're back. She didn't look up. How did you know it was me? Luli walked over and sat across from her desk. In this castle you're the only one who doesn't knock before entering. Luli scratched his head. At the factory the basalt shell is finished. Gold can handle the rest. Alia nodded, not stopping her writing. Has your spiritual energy recovered? Almost. Good. Luli leaned back in his chair, watching her. Her silver-white hair draped over both shoulders, making her face look even smaller. The hand holding the quill was slender but steady. Alia. What do you actually want with that factory? Alias Quill paused. She set down the quill, folding her hands on the table. What do you think? Steam engines, steel machines. These are completely new to the demon territories. He paused. Which hero's memory did you see them from? Alia didn't answer. She just looked at him, her gaze calm. Why do you think the demons have never been able to defeat the kingdom? I don't know. Luli shook his head. Because of the goddess. Every time we push to the capital she intervenes. Luli nodded. And what if? Alias' voice was very soft. The goddess wasn't there. Luli was taken aback. You mean? The goddess is not omnipotent, Alia interrupted. She has weaknesses. Her power comes from faith. If that faith crumbles. She stopped mid-sentence. Luli leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. Faith crumbling. Luli suddenly understood. If industry developed and the people could live well, who would still believe in a god who only helped the nobility oppress them? So Alia built factories and promoted industry, not just for economic development. She was undermining the goddess roots. You want to use industry to weaken the goddess. Alia didn't answer immediately. She just picked up her quill and continued with the documents. It's still early, she said. These are matters for another day. Luli stared at her for a few seconds. This white-haired demon king looked like a child, but her mind was filled with thoughts of overthrowing the divine throne. He withdrew his gaze, thinking. By the way. Alia looked up. I ran into the princess on the street. Guess what she said to me? Alia put down her quill. What did she say? She said she doesn't want to go back and asked me to plead for her. Alia was silent. The evening breeze drifted in through the window, making the candle flame flicker. Alia set down her quill and leaned back. I was just thinking about what to do with her. Sending her back is out of the question, she knows too much. Keeping her locked up isn't a solution either. Lu Li's lips curled upward. Now she herself says she doesn't want to leave. Alia looked at him. Then she owes you a favor whether she likes it or not. Lu Li grinned. How about that? Pretty sharp, aren't I? You sure know how to calculate. Alia averted her gaze and picked up her quill again. Lu Li looked at her. Alia. When the time comes and a hero comes to defeat you, Lu Li said, are you afraid? Alia set down her quill. She looked at him. Are you worried about me? Lu Li didn't answer. I've seen many heroes. Alia said, in the end they all died. I'm still alive. Lu Li was silent for a moment. I'm a hero too. Alia looked at him. So I'm included in that day. Lu Li said. Alia didn't answer. After a few seconds. You're different, she said. She leaned back in her chair. But war isn't something I can fight alone. Soldiers need equipment, walls need reinforcement, and soldiers need to eat. She looked at Lu Li as if waiting for him to come up with an idea. Lu Li thought. Equipment. I've got some. He had forgotten about equipment earlier. He closed his eyes. Give P iron chestplate 1 and iron armor landed on the table. The plate's distinct rivets at the joints and visible gaps at the shoulders for movement. Lu Li picked it up, turning it over and over, stunned. What's wrong? Nothing. He turned it again. This thing didn't used to look like this. Now it has structure where it needs structure, it can flex where it needs to flex. He pulled at the shoulder seams. It can bend where it needs to bend. I remember the original armor in the game was one solid piece. Alia took it, hefting it. Not bad. But it's too heavy. Ordinary soldiers can't wear it. Lu Li nodded. I have lighter ones. Give P chainmail chestplate 1, give P leather chestplate 1, chainmail and leather armor landed on the table. These are lighter. Alia flipped through them, her gaze darting between the chainmail and the leather. Do you have anything harder? Lu Li thought for a moment. Give P diamond chestplate 1, a deep blue chestplate fell onto the table. Translucent crystal texture refracting fine glimmers under the candlelight. Diamond armor. After generating this, Lu Li felt a bit dizzy. Creating rare items in succession was draining his spiritual energy a bit too fast. Alia took it, tapping it with her fingertip. Much better than iron. It's made of gemstone, huh? Didn't expect it could be used for armor. Alia put down the diamond armor, her eyes sparkling. All trace of her previous dignified aloofness was gone. Do you have anything even better? Lu Li closed his eyes and murmured. Give P Nethera plate 1, a jet black chestplate landed on his palm. Not bright, not flashy, just heavy. The surface had dark patterns and a coarse texture under the touch. Netherite. Harder than diamond, heat resistant, but its weight is a whole level higher. After generating this one, Lu Li felt a bit lightheaded. Creating it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Alia took it, hefting it, then turning it over and over. Nice. Any more? Any more? She put down the netherite armor, her gaze falling on Lu Li. No more armor. Are there any other harder materials? There were indeed more. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes to steady himself. Set block 1 bedrock. His spiritual energy was abruptly drained. Bang! A black-gray block appeared on the desk. The table trembled violently, a candlestick toppled over. Bedrock. The boulder landed on the table. The tabletop shook violently, causing the candlestick to topple over, and the candle rolled to the ground, extinguishing the flame. The room plunged into darkness for a moment. Lu Li leaned against the edge of the table, his head feeling as if it were stuffed with cotton, heavy and muffled. The sensation of his mental energy being drained was more pronounced than ever before. Aaliyah stood up, her gaze fixated on the black-gray block. The candlelight flickered back to life. She flicked her fingertip and a small flame hovered in the air, illuminating the stone. This is... She extended her hand, her fingertip making contact with the surface of the boulder. Rough. Cold. Lacking any warmth. She closed her eyes, allowing her magic to probe in. In the next moment the magic was repelled. It was repelled. Not blocked. But rejected. Like a drop of water falling onto oil, it simply could not penetrate. Aaliyah opened her eyes, her pupils slightly constricting. Interesting. She retracted her hand and took half a step back. Then she raised her right hand palm facing the boulder. Magic began to gather in her palm, the air started to distort and a visible wave of energy erupted in the room. Boom. The magic struck the boulder. The table was jolted back a few inches, the candlelight swayed violently and Luli felt a buzzing in his eardrums. But the boulder remained utterly still. Not a single scratch marred its surface. Aaliyah did not pause. She gathered her magic again, this time even stronger, causing the air to scream. Boom. Another strike. The boulder was unchanged, its black-gray surface glimmering dully in the candlelight as if mocking her attacks. Aaliyah lowered her hand, her breathing slightly quickened. She stared at the stone in silence for a few seconds. Hardness cannot be measured, she said softly, or rather the rules of this world do not apply to it. Luli leaned back against the chair, rubbing his temples. In my world we call it boulder, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. It is the material of the world's lowest layer, theoretically. Nothing can destroy it. Aaliyah turned her head to look at him. What you casually brought out is a product of the rules. Her tone was calm, but her gaze held something Luli had never seen before. Not surprise. Not shock. Something deeper. Do you know what this implies? She asked. Luli pondered for a moment. It means I could build an absolutely defensive wall in the future. Aaliyah did not answer. She simply gazed at the boulder, staring for a long time. Then she spoke, her voice very soft. If this thing can be mass-produced, a barrier that even gods cannot breach would exist. Luli was taken aback. A barrier. One that even gods could not breach. Suddenly he understood what Aaliyah was thinking. But he began, his voice a bit dry, this thing consumes too much. He pointed to his head. Just this one almost drained me dry. Aaliyah looked at him, her gaze lingering on his pale complexion for a moment. What is your current mental state? I can hold on, but if I summon another one I might faint. Aaliyah was silent for a moment. Then this thing cannot be mass-produced for now. She lowered her head, looking at the boulder. Moreover, she reached out, trying to lift the boulder. It did not budge. It cannot be moved. She said, my magic cannot penetrate it and physical force cannot push it. She retracted her hand and leaned back against the chair. Cannot be forged. Cannot be moved. Cannot be mass-produced. She closed her eyes. I haven't thought of how to use it for now. The room fell silent. The candlelight flickered and shadows danced on the wall. Aaliyah stared at the boulder, frowning, lost in thought. After a while Aaliyah spoke up. You mentioned before that your method of leveling up is different from other heroes. Luli was momentarily stunned. Yes. What does that leveling method consume? Mental energy. Luli replied. Aaliyah's brow furrowed slightly. What do you mean? I mean. Luli scratched his head. Normal heroes level up by fighting monsters and gaining experience. I do not. I use commands to directly convert mental energy into experience points. So theoretically, as long as your mental energy is sufficient, you can level up infinitely. Yes. But what happens when your mental energy is exhausted? You feel dizzy, then fall asleep. Luli said, a good sleep restores it. Aaliyah was silent for a few seconds. Luli blinked. Then you can do this level up using mental energy. Aaliyah said, exhausted, then sleep, wake up and continue. Continuing this cycle will lead to rapid leveling. Luli stared at her for 2 seconds. Then the corners of his mouth twitched. Ha. This whole operation. Luli said, isn't it just like seclusion? Aaliyah looked at him. Seclusion. It's like using mental energy to level up, exhausting it, sleeping, waking up and continuing. Luli counted on his fingers. Isn't this the seclusion in cultivation novel? Cultivation novels. Novels from my world. Luli said, the protagonist finds a place to hide, frantically cultivates and emerges stronger after a few months. He paused. How did I end up as the protagonist of a cultivation novel? Aaliyah looked at him, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. Not a laugh. But something akin to it. After leveling up, your mental energy limit should also increase. She said, I could feel that your total mental energy increased after you leveled up before. It seems to be the case. Luli nodded. Luli felt uneasy inside. How could this little girl see through everything? Then you should enter seclusion. Aaliyah said, the most important thing now is to increase your strength. Luli thought for a moment. Are you sure this is feasible? Not sure. Aaliyah said, but it's worth a try. Luli looked at her. This white-haired demon king had a sharper mind than his. Okay. He said, then I will go into seclusion to increase my strength. As for the other matters, I will handle them. Aaliyah said. Luli nodded. Then I will go make preparations first. By the way. He walked to the door and suddenly remembered something, turning back to point at the boulder on the table. This boulder. Leave it here. Aaliyah said, I will study it. Luli nodded and pushed the door open to exit. Luli left the Demon King's castle, heading towards the market. Entering seclusion requires some preparations. Food, water and items that can quickly replenish mental energy. His mind was still occupied with thoughts of seclusion. Leveling up mental energy, sleeping to recover, then leveling up again and sleeping again. This sounded like grinding levels. But the question is, how long would it take to reach the level where he could summon boulders in mass? Perhaps even to the extent of entering creation mode. He did not know. But it was certainly better than doing nothing. He turned into a small alley, intending to take a shortcut to the market. Advisor Lu. A voice came from the side. Luli halted his steps and turned his head. A woman stood in the shadows of the alley. The upper half was a woman while the lower half was a serpent's tail. The emerald green serpent tail bore dark patterns glimmering faintly in the dim light. She wore tight leather armor, her figure beautifully curved, a smile adorning her face. We meet again, she said with a smile, her tail slowly writhing on the ground, producing a faint rustling sound. Luli gazed at her. It's you. Bai Lin. You ran away so quickly last time at the Adventurers Guild entrance, she remarked. Luli recalled the previous encounter, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, I had something urgent to attend to. I know, Bai Lin said with a smile, that's why I waited for you here this time. She took a few steps forward, her serpent tail gliding softly on the ground. Lin Bei asked me to pass on a message to you. Luli paused, his foot retracting. Lin Bei. The shield hero. Is he still alive? Yes, he is, Bai Lin replied, and he's quite busy. She leaned in a bit closer, lowering her voice. He wanted me to tell you that the Bao hero has recently experienced a surge in levels. And she plans to launch a surprise attack on the border. A surprise attack? Yes, she intends to keep it hidden from the kingdom. Bai Lin said, to catch you all off guard. Luli's mind raced. Bao hero. Level surge. Surprise attack. Why would she do that? I don't know, Bai Lin shook her head. Lin Bei is investigating. He also told me to warn you. To be cautious. She paused briefly and added, the Bao hero is not an ordinary hero. She is silent and cold, but her obsession runs deeper than anyone else's. Luli looked at her. Where is Lin Bei? He has his own matters to attend to, Bai Lin replied. He will come looking for you once he's done. She took a step back, her tail sliding on the ground, creating a rustling sound. Message delivered. I must take my leave now. She turned and glided away through the alley, quickly disappearing around the corner. Luli stood still, his brows knitted together. This news. He needed to inform AI Leia. He turned and quickly walked in the direction of the Demon King city. After just a few steps, a voice came from the side. Mr. Lu. Luli halted and turned around. Princess Mina stood at the mouth of the alley, her golden hair shimmering faintly in the dim light, her azure eyes filled with urgency. She walked over quickly, her skirt trailing on the ground. Mr. Lu, I have something to discuss with you. Luli looked at her. What is it? The princess bit her lip. I just heard something. You heard something? What that person just said? The princess' voice was a bit frantic. The Bao hero plans to attack the border. Is this true? Luli did not respond. The princess looked at him, her gaze filled with a certain urgency. If this is true, she said, I must return. Return. Trouble, she just said she didn't want to go back, but now she had to. What to do? Luli scratched his head. Return to the capital, the princess said. I must inform my father to stop the Bao hero. Her voice trembled. This war should never have happened. The demon race is not a monster, and the Demon King city is not an evil place. I have seen it with my own eyes. You are not what my father claims. She clenched her fists. I must go back, tell my father the truth, and make him stop the war. Are you sure he will listen? A voice came from the side. The princess turned her head. Ai Lin stood in the shadows at the alley's mouth, her pointed ears gently twitching, a faint smile on her face. Sister Ai Lin. Mina. Ai Lin approached, standing in front of the princess. Do you really think that telling the king the truth will make him stop the war? The princess paused for a moment. My father. Your father has long known that the demon race is not a monster. Ai Lin interrupted her, her voice soft, but every word pierced the prince's heart like a needle. The prince's pupils contracted. What? Do you think the kingdom initiated the war for no reason? Ai Lin asked. Is it truly because the demon race threatens humanity? She looked at the princess, her eyes reflecting something complex. No. It is because the kingdom needs this war. Needs war. Yes, Ai Lin nodded. With war the nobles can conscript soldiers, collect taxes, and seize land. With the demon race threat the church can compel people to part with their money and obey without question. She paused for a moment. Your father. No, the entire royal family needs the demon race as the enemy. The prince's face turned pale. But my father. He knows the truth, Ai Lin said. Moreover, since you appeared in the Demon King city, the kingdom has accelerated its preparations for war. The prince's body swayed. Why? Because your disappearance gave him the perfect excuse. Ai Lin said. The princess was captured by the demon race. What a splendid reason to start a war. They wouldn't even verify the truth of this matter. The prince's lips trembled. If you return now, you will only help them confirm this matter, accelerating their march toward war. So my father doesn't care about me. Perhaps he does care, Ai Lin said, or perhaps he is powerless to act. The princess stood still, her body trembling. She recalled her father's stern face, her mother's nagging about marriage, and the mocking gazes of her sisters. The prince's voice shook. I thought. As long as I told my father the truth. The truth. Ai Lin said softly. Mina, your father has long known the truth. He just doesn't care. Tears streamed down the prince's face. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Then what? What should I do? She raised her head, looking at Ai Lin, her eyes filled with despair. I can do nothing. Ai Lin looked at her, silent for a few seconds. Then she reached out and gently patted the prince's shoulder. You don't need to do anything, Ai Lin said. You just need to survive and then see the world clearly. The princess raised her head, gazing at her through tear-filled eyes. See clearly. Yes, Ai Lin nodded. You have already begun to see clearly, haven't you? She pointed to outside the alley. The Demon King city is not what your father claims. The demon race is not a monster. And this war has been a lie from the very beginning. The princess stood still, tears still flowing. Yet in her gaze something was changing. She wiped her tears. You should stay here for now, Luli said. The demon lord has already agreed. The princess looked at Luli, then at Ai Lin. Mr. Lu. Luli looked at her, remaining silent. The princess took a deep breath. I will strive to see this world clearly. Luli nodded. That's good. Luli turned and quickened his pace towards the Demon King city. He needed to discuss this matter with Ai Leah as soon as possible. Luli emerged from the alley, stopping by the market to buy provisions and a water pouch, filling his bag to the brim before heading back to the Demon King city. The lamp in the study was burning low. Wax tears dripped onto the table, forming several wax stains. Ilya was still writing. The sound of the quill gliding across the paper echoed in the quiet room, unhurried and steady. When Luli pushed the door open, she didn't look up. Why are you back again? Luli walked around the table and sat down, the chair scraping lightly against the floor. He leaned back in his chair, watching Ilya finish writing the last few words before putting down her pen and raising her head. What are you holding in your hand? She glanced at it. Before Luli could speak, she added, What happened? You look troubled. Is it that obvious? Luli fell silent for a moment, setting aside the items he had bought. I ran into a snake woman in the alley. Snake woman. Alia looked up. Her name is Bai Lin, Luli replied. She was sent by Lin Bei to deliver a message. Who is Lin Bei? He's the shield hero who was summoned along with me. Alia looked at him. What did she say? Luli straightened up a bit. The Bao hero's level has been rising rapidly, preparing to launch an attack on the borders. And the kingdom is unaware of it. He finished speaking, waiting for Alia's reaction. Alia calmly picked up a cup from the table and took a sip of water. Oh. Luli stared at her. That's your reaction? What reaction should I have? The Bao hero's level is skyrocketing, preparing to ambush us. Oh. What do you mean by that? Alia didn't respond immediately. She placed the cup back on the table, clasping her hands on her knees as she looked at Luli. Her gaze resembled that of someone watching a child who hasn't quite figured things out. Luli. Can you guess why this war has lasted for 300 years and still isn't over? Luli was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to ask that out of the blue. I don't know. Because the kingdom can't defeat us. That's surprising, Luli said, preparing to inquire further. But every time we invade the kingdom, Alia said calmly, the goddess intervenes. If she didn't intervene, this war would have ended long ago. Luli's mind went blank. So the real trouble has never been the heroes. Alia looked at him, her expression devoid of any tumult. Luli leaned back in his chair, pondering for a few seconds. Have you ever fought her? Alia remained silent. The silence was her answer. You haven't fought her yet. As soon as Luli said this, he realized it was inappropriate. He felt the temperature around him drop sharply. The white-haired girl in front of him exuded an invisible yet terrifying pressure. It was as if she had transformed from a calm little cat into a divine beast, the white tiger radiating holy pressure. The pressure existed for only a moment before vanishing, retracted by Alia. Luli sighed in relief, feeling cold sweat trickling down his back. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, how can you contend with that goddess? What level are you? You must be quite formidable. Alia looked at him. After a 2-second pause, she said, after all, I am considered half a goddess. Luli sat in his chair, his back stiffening for a moment. Half a goddess. The white-haired little figure in front of him, who seemed not even as tall as his shoulder and spoke slowly, reviewing documents until the candles burned out. She was half a goddess. One who had fought with a goddess. So. You want to ask, since I'm half a goddess, why am I still afraid of a rapidly increasing hero? Luli nodded. I'm not afraid, Alia said, I just find it troublesome. She reached for a piece of paper on the table, glanced at it and then put it down. No matter how strong the Bao hero is, he is still just a hero. As long as the goddess doesn't intervene, she can't hurt me. Then the goddess. She can't intervene. Alia interrupted him. The goddess is a righteous deity. Deities have their limitations. She cannot leave the boundaries of the kingdom. She looked at Luli. So the demon territory is safe. Her power cannot reach here. Luli slowly pieced together this logic. The goddess can intervene in the war, but she can only do so within the kingdom's boundaries. If they can't break into the kingdom, the goddess can't directly intervene. Thus this war has lasted for 300 years with neither side able to eliminate the other. One cannot escape and the other cannot enter. About the Bao hero's ambush. Indeed, it needs to be addressed, Alia said. Just leave it to Rain and the others, it won't stir up much trouble. She picked up her pen again and opened another document. You should do what you need to do. I'll handle things here. Luli watched her. Her silver-white hair fell by her face, the candlelight casting a warm hue on her strands. She held the pen with slender fingers, but her writing speed was unhurried. So about my seclusion. Go ahead. I've had your room tidied up. Luli stood up. He paused at the doorway. Alia. Is the goddess very strong? If I grow, can the two of us together defeat her? Alia's pen paused briefly. That depends on how much you can grow, she said, then continued writing her documents. Luli didn't ask further. He pushed the door open and left. The corridor was quiet. Torches stuck to the walls flickered in the wind. Luli walked toward his room, the sound of his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. He felt a bit more at ease. Arriving at the door of his room, he pushed it open to find it very clean, having been tidied up. A bed was placed against the wall with a sturdy wooden frame and a neatly folded gray blanket. The window was closed, but he could hear the wind outside. Luli took off his backpack and placed it on the table. Inside were provisions, a water pouch and several pieces of jerky. He took out his items one by one and arranged them neatly before sitting on the edge of the bed. He pressed down on the blanket. It was of moderate thickness. The sky outside had already darkened. He sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. XP 20,000 P experience points injected. The sensation of his mental energy being drawn away surged from deep within his head as if something was sucking it out. He gritted his teeth and held on. His level jumped from LV 9 to LV 13 in one go. He had risen 4 levels in a single breath. His head began to feel heavy and his temples throbbed faintly. He dared not continue. With his mental energy consumed to this extent, pushing further would lead to unconsciousness. If he truly fainted, it could harm his foundation. He fell back, lying on the blanket. Just as his head touched the pillow, his consciousness began to blur. The next morning. Birds were chirping outside. Sunlight seeped through the window cracks, casting a thin line on the floor. Lu Li sat up, feeling much clearer in his head. His mental energy had recovered. He pulled out some provisions and took a few bites, drank some water, then continued. XP 30,000 PLV 13 jumped to LV 17. Another 4 levels. His head buzzed and his temples began to throb again. He quickly stopped. This sensation was truly unpleasant. His mental energy was nearly depleted, his mind dizzy and swollen as if he'd stuffed his head with cotton. He fell back, preparing to sleep again. He closed his eyes. Wait. Wait some more. He couldn't fall asleep. His head buzzed, feeling both dizzy and painful. His body was fatigued, yet his consciousness was uncomfortably alert. He turned over. Closed his eyes. Still couldn't fall asleep. He turned over again. It felt like being suspended in midair. His body wanted to sleep, but his mind wouldn't allow it. He turned over twice more, finally sitting up against the wall. He rubbed his temple. With so little mental energy left, he felt entirely off. He wanted to sleep, but his mind buzzed incessantly. He sat on the bed, staring out the window. The sun had risen to its peak. He needed sleep. He thought of the bed in MC. What if he tried a different bed? Just to try. He closed his eyes. Give P white bed 1. A white mini bed model appeared in his hand. He placed it on the empty ground and it instantly expanded and grew larger. The bed frame was made of wood, the mattress looked thick and the sheets were clean and gleaming. He pushed the old bed into the corner and arranged the new one. The white sheets looked clean and soft. He sat down. It was a bit softer than the previous one. Then he lay down. The pillow was just the right height. The blanket was just the right thickness. Before he even closed his eyes, his vision slowly faded to black. What was going on? His consciousness grew increasingly hazy. The next second, his vision brightened. He opened his eyes. The sun outside the window was already tilting westward. It was afternoon. He froze. He looked down at his hand and clenched his fist. Spiritual energy was full. Moreover, his head no longer ached, his brain no longer throbbed, his waist no longer hurt, his legs no longer ached. He felt fantastic. Lu Li marveled. Was this the power of the MC? And just by lying down for a moment he had slept straight until afternoon, estimated to have slept for about 8 hours. After marveling, Lu Li took out some dry rations, took a couple of bites, drank some water and then continued his seclusion. XP 40,000 PLV 17 jumped to LV 21. 4 levels. His head grew heavy again and his temples ached faintly. He quickly lay down. His vision went dark. The next second he opened his eyes. The sky outside the window was already dark. Spiritual energy was full once more. He had just lain down, closed his eyes and opened them again, and it was already night. He looked at his hand. He clenched his fist and then released it. Spiritual energy was indeed full again. And his head no longer hurt. The effect of an 8-hour sleep. He took out some dry rations, took a couple of bites, drank some water and then continued. XP 50,000 PLV 21 jumped to LV 25. 4 levels. His head grew heavy. He lay down. Closed his eyes. Opened his eyes. The sky outside the window was bright again. It was daytime. Spiritual energy was full once more. Lu Li sat on the bed staring at the white bed beneath him. He fell asleep 3 seconds after lying down, and when he opened his eyes 8 hours had passed. 8 hours of sleep and his spiritual energy was completely restored. What a piece of work. He murmured. This MC trade is really something. And so Luli began his formal leveling spree. His spiritual sea had transformed from a stream into a river. He could feel the power flowing within his mind more than twice as broad as before. He lay down. Opened his eyes. Full. XP 150,000 PLV. 41 jump to LV. 45. Another 4 levels. He lay down. Opened his eyes. Full. His spiritual sea suddenly expanded as if something had stretched open inside his mind. Luli opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He clenched his fist. Power surged through his entire body. He could sense a withered leaf on the windowsill trembling faintly in the breeze. He could hear the sound of a mouse gnawing on wood in the next room. He could smell the dust mingled in the air and the scent of cooking smoke drifting in from outside. LV. 45. He had risen from LV. 9 all the way to LV. 45. A full 36 levels. He had lost track of how many days had passed. The light outside the window shifted from white to yellow, from yellow to dark, and from dark to white again. He no longer cared. The bow hero would likely launch a surprise attack on the border within the next few days. Luli judged that the time was about right. Although Ilea had told him not to worry, he felt it was necessary to go and check. Besides, it was time to get some exercise. After leveling up, he felt bursting with power. He stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The cold wind rushed in, hitting his face. Outside it was afternoon. People were walking on the streets of the Demon King city and smoke rose from distant chimneys. Guards patrolled the city walls. He took another breath of cold air. It was time to go out. He turned to glance at the white bed, the corner of his mouth lifting, and patted the soft blanket. Thanks, he murmured. Then he pushed the door open and walked out. In the corridor he turned twice, went up to the second floor and headed toward the study. When he pushed the door open, Ilea was still seated at the desk. A pile of documents lay on the table and a new candle had been placed in the holder. She looked up at him. You've changed. She put down her pen. How much did you level up? 45. Ilea leaned back in her chair, studying him for a few seconds. Faster than I expected. Luli puffed out his chest proudly. Ilea looked at him for a moment but didn't press further. That's good. She picked up her pen again. But before the tip touched the paper, she set it down once more. With such a big boost, how do you feel? Luli thought for a moment and clenched his fist. My spiritual energy is several times broader than before. My perception has also expanded. I can hear footsteps at the end of the corridor, voices in the third-floor rooms, and the changing of the guard on the city walls. He added, it feels like I could take on 10 of my former self. An unprecedented feeling. Ilea looked him up and down, then said, that's perfect. Luli was taken aback. What's perfect? The matter of the bow hero, Ilea said. Leyen has already tracked her movements. She'll probably lead a small squad to raid the border within the next day or two. Luli rubbed his palms together. A surge of excitement stirred in his heart. What do you think? Need me to step in? I didn't expect you to level up this fast, Ilea said. You've caught up just in time, and you need a target to practice on. She leaned back in her chair looking at Luli. Want to give it a try? Luli didn't hesitate. Of course. The corner of his mouth curled upward. Just leveled up and I've been itching to try my hand at someone. Ilea nodded and didn't say more. Go ahead. Leyen will meet you at the border. Meanwhile, at the kingdom's border. The wind blew from the north, carrying the scent of grass seeds and sand. An abandoned watchtower stood on the wilderness, its outer walls covered in cracks. The wooden beams at the top had long since collapsed, leaving only a few crooked ones propped up. At the foot of the tower 6 figures stood on the ridge. Leading them was the bow hero in dark leather armor. Her silver-gray hair streamed backward in the wind, the ends tapping against her collar. She held a dark longbow, the grip cord worn smooth from use. Her eyes were empty like a dry well. Behind her stood 5 people. A heavy armored warrior with a shield, its surface studded with iron spikes, the edges polished shiny. His face was hidden inside a helmet, only a pair of eyes visible. A mage wielding a staff with both hands, the hem of his robe fluttering in the wind. A dark red crystal set atop the staff glowed faintly in the dim light. An assassin with twin blades at his waist, wrapping cloth strips around his fingers in a slow, deliberate motion. A hulking man carrying a long-handled battle-axe, his bare arms covered in scars. Old and new scars layered one over another. It was the standard configuration of an ordinary adventurer squad. But there was also a cat-eared girl crouching at the outermost edge of the group, her ears twitching as if picking up sounds from the wind. The bow hero said nothing. She simply stared northward. That was the demon territory. Move. Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. She took the first step. Behind her the 5 figures followed in silence, no one asking where they were going. The wind from the border carried the scent of sand and dust seeping through the cracks of the abandoned watchtower. Beneath the tree 6 figures huddled in a circle. The bow hero crouched on the ground, dragging a branch through the sandy soil. Sneak in at night, she whispered. Find the largest room. The demon king should be there. Kill him and run. The heavy armored warrior's face turned grim. Luli, hidden behind the branches above them, shook his head. He knew the demon king wasn't in any of these camps. So even if they infiltrated successfully, they wouldn't find him. He really wondered how they gathered intelligence. They didn't even know the most crucial target's location. Mage in the middle, rogue flanks around. Heavy keeps as reserve cat ears on watch. Okay, meow. 500 paces, said the bow hero. Report any movement immediately. The cat-eared girl crouched outside the circle, ears twitching slightly, eyes scanning the surroundings. There's a dry riverbed to the west, said the mage, pointing at the rough map. We can use it for cover. Right, the bow hero nodded. Pan Jingjing, the heavy armored warrior, suddenly spoke. The bow hero looked up. The warrior stared at her, concern in his eyes. Are you sure you want to do this? Once we start fighting, there's no turning back. I'm sure, Pan Jingjing said. I want to go home. Only by defeating the demon king will the goddess send me back. But. No buts, Pan Jingjing cut him off. I've waited long enough. She lowered her head and continued drawing in the sand. Well, take advantage of the night. Before she could finish, Luli dropped from the branch and landed behind the bow hero. What about me? An unfamiliar voice came from behind her. Pan Jingjing spun around. Luli stood less than 3 meters away, a smile on his face. Well, your tactical discussion sounds quite professional. Pan Jingjing's pupils contracted. Her team was stunned as well. This person had appeared beside them, silent and without any warning. The cat-eared girl's ears twitched wildly, her feline hearing was sharp, yet she had no idea how he had approached. If he wanted to attack them, he could have succeeded just now. All 6 of them froze in an instant, as if something had gripped their throats. You. The cat-eared girl's voice trembled. How did you? She didn't finish. Because Pan Jingjing's hand had already moved. Instinctively. The bowstring drew taut, the arrow glowed with a fluorescent green light. Fire, she whispered. The arrow shot through the air. TP. Luli flashed away, widening the distance. The arrow grazed his shoulder and struck the rock behind him, its fletching still quivering. Tisk, Luli said. Meeting and attacking right away, no reasoning at all. Pan Jingjing didn't answer. She simply drew the bow again. But this time Luli didn't dodge. A silent chant in his mind. Summon Iron Golem 2, summon Iron Golem 2, spawn creatures Iron Golems 2. White light flashed in succession. 2 massive iron golems appeared on the wasteland, their iron bodies, vine-covered chests and hollow eyes. At the same time, Luli was clad in a full set of deep blue crystal armor, diamond helmet, diamond chestplate, diamond leggings, diamond boots, refracting light into tiny glimmers. In his hand he held a diamond sword, and around his neck hung a string of totems of undying. Luli swung the sword, deflecting the incoming arrow. A clang rang out. Pan Jingjing's team froze for a moment. What is this? The mage muttered. Before they could react, the iron golems moved. One charged at the heavy armored warrior, its iron fist slamming down. The warrior raised his shield. It shattered. He flew backward, crashing into a rock, his helmet rolling off as he spat blood. The other iron golem charged at the mage and rogue. The mage's staff blazed, a fireball shooting forth. But it only left a scorch mark on the golem's body, not slowing it down. The iron fist crashed down. The mage flew away, his staff snapping in two. The rogue tried to slash the golem's joints with twin blades, but the edges sparked against the iron body, unable to cut through. The iron golem turned and slammed him into the ground. The burly man charged with a battle axe, the blade striking the golem's shoulder. Sparks flew. The axe blade lodged in the golem's body, unable to be pulled free. The golem looked down at him, hollow eyes devoid of emotion. And then, a punch. The burly man flew away, the axe still embedded in the golem. The cat-eared girl crouched on the ground, ears twitching wildly. She looked at the two iron golems at her teammates being smashed, at Luli standing motionless. What kind of monster is this? In the shadows of the ridge, Rain crouched behind a rock. He watched the battle below, a smirk tugging at his lips. This kid. He murmured. He's grown fast. The last time he left Luli was a guy who'd faint after using his spiritual power. Now standing there he was completely transformed. Rain watched Luli take on Pan Jingjing, saw the diamond armor deflect all arrows, and observed Luli advancing step by step. Looks like I don't need to intervene. He leaned back against the rock and continued watching. Pan Jingjing said nothing. She just stared at Luli, eyes unblinking. As if dead. Why are you blocking my path? She whispered. Luli nodded. I am blocking your path. Pan Jingjing drew the bow again. This time the arrow's glow was brighter. Green energy gathered at the tip, the air beginning to warp. Fire. The arrow shot through the air twice as fast as before. Luli didn't dodge. He just stood there watching the arrow fly toward him. The arrow struck his chest. But it didn't penetrate. It hit the diamond chestplate with a sharp clink. Luli looked down. The deep blue crystal texture of the diamond chestplate refracted light into tiny glimmers. Not even close to a tickle, he said. Full diamond equipment provided 80 damage reduction. Combined with diamond's hardness, it could withstand most attacks. Pan Jingjing's pupils contracted. She drew the bow again, 3 arrows in quick succession. Each struck Luli's chest, shoulder and thigh. But each was stopped by the diamond armor never penetrating. Luli stood still, not even moving. Tell me, he said. You've had a modern education, right? Pan Jingjing didn't answer. She kept drawing the bow. You must have gone to school, you should have some common sense, Luli said. How could you be so easily fooled by the church? Pan Jingjing paused for a moment. Did they tell you the demons are evil? The demon king is a calamity and you are the chosen saviors. Luli stepped closer to Pan Jingjing, a cold smile on his face. And you believed it? Pan Jingjing didn't answer. She just stared at him, eyes unblinking. I just want to defeat the demon king, she whispered. And go home. Luli sighed. Well. He took a step forward. You can't really believe their words, can you? He said. Do you know how they treat other transmigrators? They don't see us as human at all. Pan Jingjing's hand paused for a moment, a slight change in her eyes. Then the light god's mark on her forehead flickered. Immediately her eyes returned to hollowness. That's none of my business. Though the mark flickered quickly, Luli had already caught it. It seemed the all-purpose Taknajutsu wouldn't work here. Probably the goddess of light was behind this. Pan Jingjing raised her bow again. Fine, let's fight then. TPS-5 teleports self to 5 meters in front of line of sight. A flash of white light. The next second Luli was already before Pan Jingjing, less than half a meter away. Pan Jingjing's pupils contracted and she instinctively stepped back. But Luli's hand had already reached out. He grabbed Pan Jingjing by the neck and lifted her. With one hand. Pan Jingjing's feet left the ground, her body suspended in the air. She struggled, instinctively clutching Luli's wrist with both hands, trying to pry it open. But Luli's strength far exceeded hers, she couldn't budge it at all. The diamond armor's arm was like an iron vice. She could only stare at Luli. Her eyes were hollow. Her lips trembled. Why? Are you stopping me from going home? She whispered. Her voice quivered. Don't you have a home? Luli was stunned. Was she just insulting me? Luli loosened his grip slightly, allowing her to speak normally. Because you've been deceived. Luli said. Even if you defeat the demon king, you still can't go back. Forget it, it's useless telling you. Luli stared at her brow where the mark of the goddess of light was flickering wildly. You're just a pawn as well. Pan Jingjing said nothing. She looked at Luli. Her lips still trembled. I don't believe. She whispered. Luli sighed. Fine, don't believe me then. Give S lead, obtained item lead. Luli used the lead to bind Pan Jingjing. I'm taking you back to see AI Leah, behave yourself. Pan Jingjing just stared at Luli. Then. She smiled. A strange smile. Blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. You think you've won, she whispered. Luli was stunned for a moment. He saw Pan Jingjing's body begin to emit a white glow. The light seeped from her skin as if something was burning within. It was exactly the same as when the sword hero had escaped earlier. Not good. Lu Li stepped back, leaving the magic circle. At the same time he silently recited in his mind. Tag PDR1 add bow hero tag added successfully. The white light coalesced into a circular formation. Pan Jingjing's body began to vanish as if being absorbed into the formation. Lei Yan charged out from the shadow of the ridge, his half-giant form streaking across the wilderness. He reached out trying to grasp the white light. But the light had already dissipated. Only the hemp rope on the ground and a pool of blood remained. Pan Jingjing was gone. Too late. Lei Yan stood there staring at the empty ground. Lu Li also stood there staring at the empty ground. No worry, she can't escape, he whispered. You have a plan. Lei Yan looked at him. Lu Li nodded. Then watch closely. Lu Li clapped his hands and stretched. He had placed a tag on Pan Jingjing. Catching her back would be a piece of cake. Just one TP and she'd have to obediently return before him. Let old Lei witness my skills. TP tag bow hero S. Lu Li contentedly sent this command to the command block. Then. System prompt chunk not loaded. Lu Li opened his eyes. Wah. Chunk not loaded. What does that mean? Perhaps there was some barrier or something where Pan Jingjing had teleported, Lu Li thought. Damn. Lei Yan looked at him. What does that mean? Maybe. We'll have to let her run for a while. The two stood on the wilderness staring at the empty ground. The wind blew from the north carrying the scent of sand and soil. Two iron golems stood in the distance, their vine-wrapped chests swaying gently in the breeze. The 5 people who had been smashed to the ground lay there, some unconscious, others groaning. Lu Li and Lei Yan exchanged a glance. The two stood there, no words. Lu Li scratched his head. Lei Yan sighed. How do we explain to the Demon King? Lu Li thought for a moment. No problem, she just escaped temporarily. He'll explain the situation to the Demon King. Lei Yan nodded. Then let's go back first. Lu Li glanced at the 5 people on the ground. What about these people? Let Shi Yu and the others come to bind them and take them back. Lu Li nodded. In the distance Shi Yu and a group of soldiers were already approaching. The cat-eared girl was still conscious, staring at Lu Li with fear in her eyes. You. Who exactly are you? Lu Li glanced at her. You don't need to know. He stood up, looking north. That was the direction of the kingdom. Pan Jingjing had escaped back there. This was the second time a hero had escaped, but it didn't matter. The temple of the goddess of light. Magic barrier. Can't chase for now. Once she leaves the barrier's range, he'll snatch her over any time. He turned and walked with Lei Yan toward the Demon King's castle. Meanwhile. The capital, the Grand Temple of the Church of Light. A massive white structure, its dome inlaid with golden runes. Late at night, deep within the temple, the teleportation array suddenly lit up. The white light was dazzling in the darkness. The night guard knight was startled for a moment, then hurriedly rushed into the inner chamber. Archbishop. The teleportation array has been activated. A crimson-robed figure emerged from a side chamber holding a staff. At the top of the staff was embedded a white crystal glowing faintly in the dim light. Who? I don't know, but the light of the array is. The crimson-robed archbishop strode quickly toward the teleportation array. The white light faded. Pan Jingjing lay on the ground covered in blood, her body still emitting a faint white glow. The crimson-robed archbishop frowned. A hero. He waved his hand and 2 attendants rushed over to lift Pan Jingjing onto a nearby bed. The crimson-robed archbishop stood by the bed looking at her. How did she come back on her own? Wasn't she leading a team to level up? I don't know, the knight shook his head. Should we notify? Shoo. The crimson-robed archbishop raised a hand. Keep this quiet for now. Don't let others know. The knight nodded and withdrew. Only the crimson-robed archbishop and the unconscious Pan Jingjing remained in the chamber. He looked at her hollow eyes, silent for a moment. The mark of the goddess of light on her forehead was still faintly glowing. The seal is loosening again. Need to prepare for reinforcement, he murmured. Pan Jingjing's lips moved. Home. She murmured, her voice barely audible. The crimson-robed archbishop looked at her. He said, defeat the Demon King and the goddess will naturally send you back. Pan Jingjing did not answer. She just stared at the ceiling. Her eyes were still. As if dead. The crimson-robed archbishop turned and walked out of the chamber. The door closed. Only Pan Jingjing and the faint white light remained in the chamber. She stared at the ceiling, her lips trembling. Home. She whispered. Xiao Yu. Wait for me. Her voice echoed in the empty chamber. No one heard. The white light glowed faintly in the dim chamber. The council chamber. Elia sat at the desk, piles of documents scattered before her. Candlelight flickered in the dim room. She lifted her brush, poised to strike the parchment. A blinding flash of white light tore through the air. A figure materialized at the chamber's center. Elia's hand moved instinctively. Violet light coalesced at her fingertips, like a flower about to bloom. Her gaze locked onto him, her pupils contracted sharply. Luli froze for a heartbeat. He swiftly raised both hands. It's me, it's me. Friend not foe. Her hand halted midair. The violet radiance dissolved slowly. She lowered her arm. Next time use the front door. Apologies, apologies, Luli exhaled, relaxing his shoulders. Just returned from the border. Was in a hurry. He strode to the desk and pulled out a chair. Elia studied him. Where is the archer hero? Luli scratched his head. She escaped. Elia said nothing. I'd bound her securely, but she must possess some hidden artifact. Like the sword hero before her, she vanished in a flash of white light. He paused. Still, I marked her. Retrieval is possible, whenever I choose. Elia nodded. Then retrieve her. That's precisely the problem, Luli sighed. I attempted it, failed utterly. Some barrier in the kingdom must be suppressing teleportation. Elia fell silent for a breath. The Temple of Light. She murmured softly. The goddess's anchor upon the mortal realm, naturally shielded by divine wards. Luli nodded. So we wait. The moment she steps beyond the temple's warding radius, I'll drag her back. Elia offered no reply. She rose. Crossed to the window. Beyond lay the streets of Demon King City, lanterns shimmering like distant stars in the velvet night. She extended her hand. Violet light gathered at her fingertip. The radiance intensified, bright as a purple star. Luli noticed the faint crease between her brows. The violet light began to whirl, faster, deeper, emitting a low resonant hum. With a gentle flick of her wrist she released it. The violet beam shot outward, beyond the window. To Luli's eye it coiled like a serpent through the air, veering northward. Blisteringly fast. Vanished into the night before a single blink could complete. Luli stood frozen. He stared at Elia. What was that? Elia turned. The ward is broken. Luli's mouth parted slightly. This was the Demon King's power. Shattering the Temple of Light's divine barrier, from this distance. Before he could process it, Elia had already returned to the desk. Done. She fixed her gaze on him. Bring her back. Luli nodded. Silently he invoked the command. TP at tag archer hero S. White light flared. Pan Jingjing collapsed onto the chamber floor, unconscious, lying cold upon the stone. After the upgrade, teleporting across such distance feels effortless. No strain at all. He murmured in awe. 45 levels of mental fortitude, utterly unlike before. Elia's eyes settled on Pan Jingjing, her pupils dilating slightly. She looked at Luli. You simply teleported her here. He nodded. I assumed you'd prepare first. Elia gazed at him, the man who casually plucked a soul from 1,000 li away. Such power. Truly heaven-defying mechanics. Elia whispered softly. She paused, then knelt beside Pan Jingjing. On the young woman's forehead the goddess's sigil still glowed faintly. Luli explained, during battle I noted this mark upon the archer hero's brow. Her conduct was wholly unnatural, as though puppeteered. I suspect it's the goddess's mark, exerting influence, or control. Elia met his gaze. Plausible. We've never seen it before, perhaps a new method devised by the goddess to subjugate heroes. She traced the sigil with one finger. Indeed, the goddess's own seal. Elia murmured quietly. It warps emotion, judgment, even memory. Luli stood nearby. Why didn't the sword hero bear this mark? Both are heroes, yet only she bears it. Elia rose. Her eyes held Luli's. Simple. She continued, calm and incisive. The mark is reserved for those deemed intelligent enough to resist indoctrination. Those sharp-witted, rational, harder to break. Thus the mark aids control. Those who need no mark. They're already malleable, no need for redundancy. Luli blinked. Ah. So this was a diminution aura, the goddess herself tailoring her tools to intellect. Had the sword hero truly been judged mentally deficient? He looked at Elia. Can the mark be removed? She shook her head. Divine bestowed enchantments lie beyond my expertise. Her gaze lingered on Pan Jingjing. We must bind and confine her, let time erode its influence. Months perhaps. Lu Li fell silent. Months. Far too long. His eyes rested on Pan Jingjing's unconscious face, and something clicked. I have a method worth attempting. Elia watched him. What method? He did not answer, only whispered inwardly. Give us milk bucket. White light flashed. A bucket of milk appeared in his hands, iron-bound milk swirling within its pristine white depth. Elia stared at the bucket. What is that? Lu Li said nothing, kneeling beside Pan Jingjing, lifting her gently against his chest. Behold, the triple flower milk elixir. He tilted the bucket, pouring milk into her mouth. White liquid spilled over her lips, flowing down her throat. Pan Jingjing convulsed violently, choking awake. Coughs racked her frame. Milk spilled from her mouth, dripping onto the stone floor. The sigil upon her brow pulsed, then dimmed rapidly as if dissolving in acid. Within seconds, it vanished entirely. Lu Li examined her brow, clean, unmarked. Elia stood motionless, eyes widening slightly. She glanced from Lu Li to the bucket, and back again. She said nothing, perhaps already accustomed to his uncanny feats. Lu Li set the bucket aside. Minecraft property milk purges all status effects. Never imagined it would neutralize a divine sigil. Elia remained silent. Her gaze held Lu Li, this man. One bucket of milk, erasing what even she could not unravel. A divine enchantment, nullified. Minecraft. What was it? In the capital city, the Grand Temple of Light. A violet beam pierced through the window, shattering the sanctum's wards. The goddess's statue blinked, eyes flashing once, then stilled. The secret chamber stood empty. Pan Jingjing was gone. Only bloodstains remained upon the bed, and a fading trace of white light. The crimson-robed High Pontiff stood at the chamber's threshold, staring at the vacant bed. His face darkened. The ward has been breached. He whispered. The Demon King. His eyes narrowed. It appears matters run deeper than I anticipated. He turned, and strode from the chamber. The door closed behind him. Alone the goddess's statue remained, eyes faintly luminous. Watching. From afar. From the unknown. From the unfathomable. Pan Jingjing was still coughing. She opened her eyes. Her gaze was no longer vacant, like a dried-up well suddenly filled with water. She looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. The council chamber. Dim candlelight. Where am I? She whispered. She realized she was bound. Ropes coiled around her body, tied quite securely. She struggled slightly. Couldn't move. She looked at Lu Li, then glanced around. I thought I had already returned to the church. Why am I here? She paused. Have you already conquered the kingdom? Lu Li gazed at her. That's not the case, he said. I just used some special means to bring you here. Pan Jingjing stared at him. Her eyes held confusion. And wariness. Lu Li stood up. He looked at Pan Jingjing. I have a few questions to ask you. Pan Jingjing remained silent. She lowered her head to look at the ropes binding her, then raised it to gaze at Lu Li. Lu Li had already imagined various tortures to intimidate her. He was about to ask about the kingdom's internal intelligence, the church's deployments, and the hero's battle plan. But, ask whatever you want. Pan Jingjing said in a low voice. Lu Li was taken aback. She, so cooperative. He tested the waters. How many people does the church have now? Pan Jingjing fell silent for a moment. Around 100 core members, she replied. The High Archbishop wears a red robe, the supreme leader. Beneath him are 15 inquisitors and some miscellaneous malicious trade contacts. The rest are attendants and believers. Lu Li looked at her. Not a hint of hesitation. He continued, what is the hero's battle plan? They'll tell us where the demons are or which villagers are spies for the demon race, then send us to hunt them down so we can level up. Pan Jingjing said. Lu Li pressed deeper. Does the church have any secret weapons? Maybe, but I've never actually seen them. Pan Jingjing continued. There's a hidden chamber beneath the goddess statue. I heard it houses a divine artifact bestowed by the goddess. I don't know the specifics, only the redrobed archbishop can enter. For the next few questions whatever Luli asked she answered. No concealment at all. Luli turned to Ilea. His eyes full of confusion. Ilea nodded signaling that her answers were fine. Luli couldn't help asking why are you so cooperative? Pan Jingjing looked at him. When your batch of heroes were taken away I sensed something was wrong she said softly. But I was too weak back then to resist at all. Later they took me alone before the goddess statue. They made me recite prayers devoutly in my heart while indoctrinating me with brainwashing rhetoric. She paused. I don't know how they knew I wasn't praying sincerely. I saw the redrobed archbishop raise his staff. A beam of light shot toward me. After that things were blurry. I can barely recall some events and some things I definitely did but I don't know why I did them back then. She looked at Luli. I only fully woke up when I was choked by milk just now. Now I roughly understand the situation. She was silent for a moment. Luli, ask whatever you want. Luli gazed at her. This woman, she too was merely a victim controlled by the goddess. He asked, defeating the demon king will send you back. That's what the church told you. Pan Jingjing nodded. They said that once I defeat the demon king the goddess would send me back to earth. She paused. Only. I know that can't be true. Her voice began to tremble. She looked at Luli. Please go talk to the demon king later. Could he send me back to earth? I really have an urgent matter to return to. Luli looked at her. What urgent matter? Pan Jingjing's voice choked with tears. My child is still in the hospital. I've been here so long I don't know how he is. I need to go back and take care of him. Luli fell silent. He stared at Pan Jingjing. Originally he had planned to interrogate her after teleporting her here, then lock her up or kill her. Unexpectedly this was the situation. A mother, her child still in the hospital, was teleported here by the goddess, brainwashed and forced to fight. He looked at Pan Jingjing, then at Ilea. Bitterness filled his mouth. He turned to Ilea, unsure how to respond. Do you remember what I said during our fight yesterday? He said softly. The demon king can't send you back. I want to go back too. If you don't believe me you can ask her directly. Pan Jingjing followed Luli's gaze. She looked at Ilea. Stunned. She is the demon king. Utter disbelief. What she saw was a white-haired lowly. Silver-white hair cascaded to her waist and deep blue eyes glimmered faintly in the candlelight. A pair of pale blue horns adorned her head. She wore a simple black dress, stood straight and carried herself with courteous grace. She looked like an ordinary noble maid. Not at all like the fearsome demon king of legend. Pan Jingjing's worldview was shaken. The demon king is a little girl, she murmured to herself. Ilea looked at her, said nothing, just gazed at her placidly. Pan Jingjing looked at Ilea, then back at Luli. She fell silent. She stared at Ilea, at this legendary demon king. Not at all like the calamity demon king of lore. She realized she had been deceived. Deceived for a long time. Tricked into fighting. Tricked into killing. And her child. Still in the hospital. She didn't know how he was. Tears began to stream down her face. She choked, I just want to go back, to see my child. Luli looked at her. He didn't know what to say. He could only remain silent. He turned to Ilea. Ilea stood there watching Pan Jingjing. She paused for a moment. Spoke. I can't send you back, she said softly. Only the goddess can return the heroes now. With my current power I can't perform cross-world teleportation. Pan Jingjing gazed at her, tears still flowing. Then, what do I do? Ilea didn't answer. She simply looked at Pan Jingjing. 300 years. She had seen too many heroes. Summoned by the goddess. Deceived. Controlled. Used. Killed. Never had she heard of any hero returning to their own world. Ilea was silent for a beat. She looked at Luli. Do you have any way? Luli looked at Pan Jingjing, at her tear-streaked face. He paused. Then spoke. I don't know, he said. But maybe. He hesitated. Maybe after we defeat the goddess there might be a way. Pan Jingjing stared at him. Tears still flowing. Defeat the goddess, she whispered. How long will that take? My child. She couldn't finish. Her voice choked. Luli looked at her. He didn't know what to say. He could only remain silent. In the council chamber candlelight flickered. Pan Jingjing sat on the ground bound, tears streaming. Ilea stood beside her watching without a word. Lu Li stood on the other side silent. Yes, how much longer would it take? After all, his own family was also waiting for him. The assembly hall fell silent for a long moment. Pan Jingjing lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. She wiped her face roughly with her sleeve, and when she looked up again her eyes were still red, but the gaze was no longer as dazed as before. I've made up my mind. Her voice was a little hoarse, but every word was firm. I'm going to go against that goddess too. Lu Li was startled. Are you sure? Pan Jingjing clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She controlled me into doing so many things I didn't want to do. Slaughtering villages, killing people, even besieging all of you. Now that I know the truth, I can't just let it go. And my child is still waiting for me. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Lu Li looked into her eyes. Her eyes had indeed changed. She was no longer the woman who had been tied up crying and saying, I just want to go home. There was something else in those eyes. Something harder, deeper. Lu Li turned to look at Ilea. Ilea stood by the window, her silver-white hair shimmering coldly in the dim light. She was silent for a moment, then spoke, tell me your thoughts. It's safer for you to stay here, Lu Li said first. The Demon King's castle is short-handed, you can help. Besides, your mark has been cleansed, so no one can control you here. Ilea nodded in agreement. You've just regained clarity, you need to recover. But Pan Jingjing shook her head. What can I do by staying in the Demon King's castle? She asked bluntly. Farm. Carry bricks. Or help you with construction. Lu Li opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Pan Jingjing looked at him and asked again, how much do you know about the Chich's movements? Ilea fell silent. No answer was the best answer. The Demon Lord's army had limited intelligence. Lu Li knew that although they had obtained some information from Pan Jingjing, they were still completely in the dark about what the church was really plotting. I can go back and keep an eye on them, Pan Jingjing said. You also need someone on that side. But you. Lu Li tried to dissuade her. I'm serious. Pan Jingjing interrupted him, her tone not heavy but every word nailed onto the table. Lu Li looked at her, his mouth moving, but in the end he swallowed his words. She had made up her mind. Then how do I get back? The question came abruptly from Lu Li. Lu Li, you teleported me here, you should be able to teleport me back, right? Lu Li was taken aback, thought for a moment and said, theoretically yes. But I don't have the coordinates of the kingdom. Coordinates? Pan Jingjing didn't quite understand the term. Lu Li explained, my teleportation can only go to places I've been to, and I have to have recorded the coordinates. Inside the kingdom. I forgot to record the coordinates last time. He found it quite absurd himself. Back when he was in the kingdom he had been busy figuring out the command blocks. After that he had crashed the blessing ceremony and escaped, who would have had the mind to record coordinates there? Pan Jingjing fell silent. This path was a dead end. Then can you send me near the kingdom and I'll walk back on my own? Pan Jingjing shifted her line of thought. Ilea frowned, however, if the border guards see you coming from the direction of the demon clan their first reaction would be to arrest you as a spy. Stuck again. Pan Jingjing bit her lip, her brows knitted together. What if? Lu Li suddenly spoke, what if she escaped back? Ilea and Pan Jingjing both looked at him. Lu Li's mind raced, teleport her to some wilderness near the pass, have Lei and cooperate to create a battle scene. Injure her, let her flee back to the border pass in a sorry state. When the border guards see a severely wounded hero stumbling back from the wilderness with pursuers behind her. He paused. Their first instinct will be to save her. Ilea thought for a while, then nodded. Feasible. She analyzed, in a state of having barely escaped death the Archbishop won't examine the mark too closely. At least not at first glance. Pan Jingjing chimed in, the wounds have to be real, not fake. She said it very calmly, as if being injured was no big deal to her. And one more thing. Lu Li pointed at his own forehead. Your mark has been cleansed, it'll be spotted the moment you go back. Ilea pondered for a moment. I can forge one. She explained, I can simulate the appearance and luster of the goddess mark using magic to create a surface illusion. But a fake is still a fake. If the Archbishop examines it closely, it'll be exposed. Then don't let him examine it closely. Pan Jingjing answered quickly. She looked at Lu Li. Don't we have a suffering flesh plan? A hero who barely escaped with severe injuries, the Archbishop's attention will be on the wounds. He probably won't pay much attention to this mark, right? I'm just afraid. Pan Jingjing's voice lowered a bit. That after I go back they'll strengthen the mark. Lu Li was silent for a moment. His mind flashed two commands. Give S milk bucket, give S glass bottle. In his hands appeared two objects. An iron bucket filled with white milk. An empty glass bottle. Lu Li poured the milk into the glass bottle. From his previous experience, when Pan Jingjing had just taken a few sips of milk and the mark was dispelled, he inferred that in this world one doesn't need to drink the entire bucket for the milk to take effect. Here, take this. He handed the glass bottle to Pan Jingjing. What did you just do? AI Leah watched his series of actions. Pan Jingjing took the glass bottle. It was cool to the touch. It fit perfectly in her palm filled with white milk. Hold a mouthful in your mouth, don't swallow. Swallow it when the divine art descends. Lu Li instructed. AI Leah frowned. Not sure if it'll work. The milk could dispel the mark because it had contacted the mark itself. But swallowing it in the middle of a descending divine art. No one knew what would happen. Indeed, it's uncertain, Lu Li admitted. But it's better than doing nothing. Pan Jingjing tucked the glass bottle into her bosom close to her chest. That's enough. She lifted her head, her gaze steady. Having this mouthful is better than going back empty-handed. Night fell. In the wilderness south of the pass, moonlight was largely obscured by clouds. Layan had already arrived with the wolf cavalry. He stood beside a trampled bush directing a few wolf cavalrymen to scratch marks on tree trunks with their claws and scatter some pre-prepared demon blood on the ground. Not enough. Layan crouched down to examine. Can you guys be more professional? He stood up, drew his own blade and hacked off a few thick branches, then tore up several patches of turf. The battle has to look brutal enough to be convincing. Lu Li watched from the side, saying nothing. He held the small glass bottle of milk prepared for Pan Jingjing. Be careful with the amount you hold in your mouth, he whispered to Pan Jingjing. Too much and it'll be obvious, too little and it might not be enough. Pan Jingjing took the glass bottle, carefully checked the seal and tied it to the inside of her waist. Lu Li was silent for a moment, then added in a low voice, even if you fall under the goddess' control again it doesn't matter. I'll awaken you again. Pan Jingjing was slightly startled and looked up at him. Under the moonlight, Lu Li's expression was very calm, not like a consolation, more like stating a fact. Thank you. Pan Jingjing's voice was very soft. She began to do it herself. First she slashed her left arm, the skin parted, blood gushing out immediately. Then under her ribs. A diagonal slash, neither too deep nor too shallow, just enough to look shocking. Lu Li frowned. Too harsh. If it's not real they won't be fooled. AI Leah stepped forward. She extended her right hand, a pale golden light gathering at her fingertips, tracing on Pan Jingjing's forehead. In a few breaths a goddess mark identical to the previous one appeared on Pan Jingjing's forehead, glowing faintly. The fake mark can only last 7 days, Leah said. It will dissipate on its own after that and cannot be replenished. That's enough. Pan Jingjing touched her forehead, feeling the warmth from her fingertips. Lei Yan walked over. Well, follow from behind, but well, keep our distance. If you can't hold on you can rest. Pan Jingjing nodded. Lei Yan glanced at Lu Li and lowered his voice. Are you sure she can endure? Lu Li did not answer immediately. He watched Pan Jingjing's back, the young woman holding the longbow murmuring something under her breath. I'm not sure, Lu Li said. But she chose this herself. Lei Yan said nothing more. Pan Jingjing turned around, ready to set off. Hey! Lu Li called out to her. She looked back. Lu Li hesitated for a moment before speaking. Take care. Pan Jingjing nodded firmly, then gripped her longbow and ran toward the southern wilderness. Her footsteps were quickly swallowed by the night wind. Lei Yan's men mounted their war wolves and growled chase. Don't let her escape. The pack let out low whines and a dozen pairs of green eyes lit up in the darkness, charging after Pan Jingjing. Lu Li stood where he was, watching their figures vanish into the night. Let's go, Leah said softly. She will succeed. Dawn. At the border watchtower 2 guards were idly chatting. Did you hear something? What sound? Over there. Movement. Both fell silent, pricking their ears. From afar came the clash of weapons, the howling of wolves and a woman's shouts. Enemy attack. The sentinel immediately sounded the alarm and soldiers on the city wall rushed to the ramparts. Torches flared, illuminating the wilderness beyond the pass. A woman staggered out of the darkness. Silver-gray hair plastered to her face with blood and sweat. A dark longbow in her hand, the grips wrapping stained crimson. Wounds on her left arm and ribs reached bone. Blood had soaked half her clothes. She ran slowly, every step trembling. But she kept running. It's the brave. The sentinel recognized her, both startled and urgent. Open the gate. Hurry. The heavy wooden door had barely opened a crack when Pan Jingjing rolled inside. She leaned against the wall, panting heavily, turned back and drew her longbow. A luminous arrow quickly formed on the string, shooting into the darkness. A piercing wolf howl came from afar, then faded. Pan Jingjing lowered her bow and collapsed to the ground. Call the healer. The sentinel shouted. The brave is severely wounded. Several soldiers lifted Pan Jingjing. Her eyes were closed, brows furrowed, murmuring something under her breath. Demons. Ambushed. The others. All dead. Her voice was broken and trembling. The garrison asked no further questions. They stopped the bleeding, bandaged her wounds, and sent her to the royal capital by fast horse that very night. Pan Jingjing sat in a carriage, eyes closed, pretending to sleep. Her hand touched the inner side of her waist, still bulging. The milk bottle was still there. When her fingers felt the cool touch, she let out a breath. Noon. Royal Capital, Temple of Light. The carriage stopped at the temple entrance. 2 clergy members helped Pan Jingjing out of the carriage. Her eyes were hollow, expressionless, exactly the same as when she had been controlled. The redrobed archbishop stood on the steps, squinting as he examined her. Pan Jingjing did not lift her head, just stood there like a puppet awaiting orders. The archbishop approached, his gaze lingering on her forehead for a few seconds. The goddess mark was still glowing. His expression relaxed slightly. Thank the goddess of light for her protection, granting you a safe return. Pan Jingjing bowed her head. Thank the goddess of light. The archbishop glanced at her, his eyes pausing briefly on her wounds. How did you escape? Pan Jingjing's voice was hollow, each word forced out. They locked me in a place. I took advantage of their inattention. Did you see the Demon King? No. The archbishop paused for a moment, then nodded. A controlled brave could provide limited information. Moreover, the mark was still glowing, indicating the goddess' control had not been broken by the demons. Follow me, he said, turning toward the depths of the temple. The goddess' blessing has loosened, it needs to be reinforced. Pan Jingjing followed mechanically, her pace neither fast nor slow, each step steady. Seizing the moment while walking behind, she reached for the small glass bottle at her waist, unscrewed the cap, took a sip of milk and held it in her mouth without swallowing. The warm milk lingered under her tongue. The secret chamber door opened. The chamber beneath the goddess statue was more oppressive than the rest of the temple. The air was thick with incense, and golden patterns carved into the walls glowed faintly in the dim candlelight. At the center, the goddess statue bowed its head, holding a ball of light in its hands. The center of that light was exactly where one would kneel. Kneel, the archbishop's voice sounded behind her. Pan Jingjing knelt down. Her knees struck the stone floor, cold and hard. The archbishop stepped back and began to chant. Golden light surged from the ball of light in the statue's hands, forming a pillar that enveloped Pan Jingjing. The power of divine magic penetrated her consciousness. Like countless fine needles piercing her mind, buzzing incessantly. Pan Jingjing's body began to tremble, sweat rolling down her forehead. Her consciousness was slipping, being dragged deeper by something. The forged mark activated within the divine light, emitting a faint resonance. The fake mimicking the real, but the divine light probed it, trying to pierce through. Pan Jingjing's consciousness grew hazier. Home. Hospital. Xiao Ye's face. Then a blank. Just as her consciousness was about to be completely engulfed. She swallowed the milk. The warm liquid slid down her throat into her stomach. Then a power not of this world exploded within her. The divine light invading her consciousness retreated. Pan Jingjing's mind regained clarity in that instant. She gasped, her chest heaving violently. But she showed nothing. She remained kneeling, head bowed, body still trembling. A normal reaction. It should be fine. The divine light dissipated. The secret chamber fell into darkness again. The archbishop stepped forward, bent down, and carefully examined the mark on her forehead. The mark was intact, even brighter than before. He nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. The blessing has been reinforced. Go and rest. Pan Jingjing rose and walked toward the door, head still lowered. Her steps remained mechanical. A perfect puppet. Pan Jingjing walked out with her head down. The redrobed archbishop followed behind her. They passed each other at the secret chamber's doorway. In that passing moment, the corner of Pan Jingjing's lowered mouth curled up. Less than half a second fleeting as an illusion, then instantly returned to a blank expression. The archbishop had his back to her, seeing nothing. Pan Jingjing walked out of the temple, crossed the corridor, entered the arranged room and closed the door. She was alone in the room. She stood leaning against the door for a while, then slowly slid to the floor. Her hand touched the glass bottle hidden at her waist, still half full of milk. She clutched the bottle to her chest, bowed her head. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling on the forged mark on her forehead. The cool touch of the glass bottle pressed against her chest. I made it. A series of knocks echoed. Pan Jingjing opened her eyes. The room was dim, moonlight filtering through the window. She had no idea how long she had slept, and her head still felt heavy. She sat up, rubbed her face and pressed her fingers against her eye sockets to restore the vacant look. Who would come to see her at this late hour? Pan Jingjing walked over and opened the door. Outside stood a young man holding a dark golden scripture in his arms. The cover was engraved with complex patterns that glimmered faintly under the moonlight. He half closed his eyes, a perpetual smile playing at the corners of his lips, his habitual expression. Pan Jingjing recognized him. The book hero. Jiang Yi. It's you. What do you want? Jiang Yi took his time answering. He leaned against the doorframe, scrutinizing her from head to toe, then back again. That invasive gaze made Pan Jingjing uncomfortable. Then Jiang Yi spoke, his voice low and casual. How does it feel to regain consciousness? Pan Jingjing froze. She stood rigid in the doorway as if someone had pressed pause. She stared at Jiang Ye's face, but his expression remained unchanged, still that half-smile, eyes narrowed. She maintained her vacant stare, her voice flat as if discussing something irrelevant. Regain consciousness. What do you mean? Jiang Yi smiled at her for a few seconds. Fine, you don't have to admit it. He straightened up and took half a step back. Just passing by to confirm. That's all. He turned and walked away, his steps lazy, slippers scraping against the ground. The dark golden scripture floated beside him. Pan Jingjing stood at the door, watching him disappear around the corner at the end of the corridor. The footsteps grew fainter until they faded entirely. The corridor was empty. A night breeze blew chilly. She closed the door, leaning her back against it. Her palms were drenched in sweat. The pass, the demon clan border. Night shrouded the camp. Bonfires burned along the dirt paths, their flames swaying in the night wind, casting long shadows of the soldiers nearby. Luli and Elia walked side by side down the dirt path. Luli rubbed his arms, the night air was a bit cold, and yawned. He glanced around the camp, his gaze pausing on the central clearing. Several soldiers were busy in the clearing holding torches. Wooden stakes and planks were piled everywhere. Some crouched to tie the joints, others held upright posts waiting for them to be secured. The framework of the platform had already been erected, about 3 or 4 meters square, made of thick materials with extra ropes reinforcing the connections. Someone was hammering, the sound echoing far into the night. They continued walking until they reached the entrance of the meeting hall. Luli stopped waiting for Elia to finish her business so they could return to the Demon King's castle together. He was exhausted and his mind was already on bed and blankets. Elia looked at him. Instead of entering immediately, she stood at the doorway and appraised him. Luli didn't look his best, his hair was tousled by the wind, his clothes covered with wild grass and dust, his eyelids half-floured, radiating fatigue. You look like you're about to fall apart. Luli didn't deny it. I've been running around a lot lately. Then stop going back and forth, Elia said. Luli didn't catch on. Huh. You're too tired. Stay at the pass and relax. Her tone was calm. The tournament starts the day after tomorrow. Take a look, consider it a vacation. Luli understood. Elia was telling him to stay at the pass for a couple of days. Pay as usual. It won't be short. With that, Elia pushed open the door and entered the meeting hall, the door closing behind her with a soft click. Luli stood at the entrance staring at the closed wooden door and rubbed his nose. Luli overheard the conversation between Elia and Rain inside the meeting hall. Rain was exceptionally respectful to Elia. Shortly after, the door opened and Rain spotted Luli standing outside. Rain was startled for a moment, then grinned. The old scar running from his brow to his cheekbone tightened, with the smile giving him a fierce look, but his eyes were happy. Brother Lu's still here. Elia asked me to stay for the tournament. Rain turned to look at Elia. Arrange things for him. I have matters to attend to, so I'll head back first. After saying that, Elia muttered a low incantation. Purple light enveloped her and she vanished in an instant. Rain watched the spot where Elia had disappeared, then turned and looked Lu Li up and down. He reached out and patted Lu Li's shoulder just as before. Rain's hand was strong, but the upgraded Lu Li took it well. Well, it's rare for the Demon King to personally keep someone. What does that mean? She usually finishes her business and leaves without bothering about anyone else, Rain said. She specifically asked you to stay and told me to take care of you. If that's not personally keeping someone, I don't know what is. Lu Li was silent. It seemed Elia often arranged things for him. Was he special? Rain didn't let him dwell on it. He turned and walked inside. Since you're staying, don't sleep tonight. Lu Li. Rain walked to the cabinet, pulled open the door and rummaged through it. The clinking of bottles sounded for a while. He straightened up, holding a small jar in his hand, and set it on the table. The jar thudded against the wooden surface, the wine sloshing inside. Lu Li looked at the wine jar. The mouth was sealed with red clay and the seal bore blurred characters. It seemed this jar had been stored for a long time, a premium item Rain had kept hidden. Brother Lu, tonight we drink until we're dead drunk. The next morning. A furry something rubbed against Lu Li's face. Wake up, meow, the sun's burning your, but the voice was crisp with a rising ending full of liveliness. Lu Li rolled over and pulled the blanket over his head. Xie crouched on the windowsill, her tail swaying behind her, her amber eyes sparkling in the morning light. She tilted her head, looked at the lump under the blanket on the bed and called out again. Hey, don't sleep anymore, meow. A muffled voice came from under the blanket. Are you my alarm clock? What's an alarm clock? Xie tilted her head, her tail tip following the motion. Never mind, don't ask. Lu Li threw off the blanket and sat up. His head was heavy and his temples throbbed. He had no idea when the 2 jars of wine from last night had been finished. The memories after that were a blank. He couldn't even remember how he got back to his room. He looked down at himself. Fortunately, he didn't have the habit of sleeping fully clothed, or else the cat-eared girl would have gotten an eyeful. He rubbed his temples and then his face. Xie jumped down from the windowsill, landing softly. Lord Rain asked me to show you around. Come on, let's eat first. I'm starving, meow. She turned and walked out, her tail swishing from side to side. At the door she glanced back. Lu Li stood up and followed her out. Morning light streamed into the pass. The entire camp brightened. Soldiers were drilling in formation, commands echoing back and forth. Smoke rose from the cookhouse, white columns ascending straight into the blue sky. The air carried the scent of food, meat soup mixed with the aroma of baked bread. Lu Li glanced at the distant platform. Lord Rain said you'll sit on the platform the day after tomorrow, Xie said as she walked ahead. Be a judge, hand out some prizes to the winners. So he was taking a seat among the leadership. In his previous world he would never have gotten such treatment. But I can't tell who wins or loses. Just enjoy the spectacle, Xie said. Besides, there's not much entertainment here. It's rare to have an event to cheer everyone up. True. Come on, let's eat. Xie quickened her pace, her tail held high. There's meat soup today. If we're late it'll all be gone, meow. She trotted toward the cookhouse, her tail bobbing. Lu Li glanced again at the platform. The newly laid wooden boards in the morning light glowed a pale yellow. He then looked at the cat's tail disappearing into the distance, let out a breath and followed after it. The kitchen was steaming hot. A few soldiers were squatting at the entrance drinking soup from bowls. When they saw Xiyu leading Lu Li in, some raised their heads to look while others greeted him. Xiyu walked to the stove with practiced ease, exchanged a few words with the cook, then returned with 2 bowls. Here. She pushed one bowl in front of Lu. A bowl of hot meat soup went down, scalding him so that he hissed. His stomach warmed and his head felt less heavy. Xiyu sat across from him, sipping her soup in small mouthfuls. Her cat ears twitched and her tail drooped down from the edge of the stool behind her, gently swaying. Lord Lei said you can roam freely around the pass, and if you have any problems go to him. Xiyu set down her bowl and said. If you need anything also go to him. Where is he? He went on patrol. He said we need to set up a few more sentries on the perimeter today. Xiyu tilted her head. The border area has been unsettled lately. Lu Li nodded. With the commotion Pan Jingjing had stirred up, the church on the border would certainly tighten their vigilance, so it made sense to reinforce the sentries at the pass. He lowered his head and finished the soup in his bowl, then put it down. Full. Then let's go, I'll show you around. Xiyu stood up, her tail flicking behind her. You haven't been here for quite a few days, meow. She walked toward the door. Lu Li rose and followed behind her. The morning light was fully bright now, illuminating the entire pass clearly. The familiar city walls, watchtowers, barracks, kitchen, training ground, and in the distance the increasingly complete platform. Shiyu walked ahead, her tail swaying back and forth. When they passed by the platform, Luli took a couple of extra looks. The platform was larger than it had appeared from afar. The surface was paved with new wooden boards, the railings on the edges were bound tightly with thick rope, and the black flags at the four corners fluttered slightly in the morning breeze. "It's built quite decently," he said. Of course Lord Lei En oversaw it himself. Shiyu patted one of the pillars at the edge of the platform, then shifted the topic, her tail perking up. "They'll be going up there tomorrow to have a go." Luli turned his head to look at her. "You? What, don't believe me?" Shiyu turned around and walked backward, hands on her hips. "I'm still the scout captain of the Demon Border Pass after all. Fighting isn't my specialty, but playing around with ordinary soldiers is no problem, meow." "Then don't you need to prepare? Showing me around might take up your time. I'll take you around in the morning, then practice by myself in the afternoon." Shiyu turned back, her tail flicking behind her. "If you've got nothing to do, you can come watch me warm up." Luli thought it over. Didn't seem like a bad idea. "Sure." Shiyu's ears twitched. She didn't turn around, but the tip of her tail clearly rose a little higher. "Let's go. The way back is this detour." Shiyu turned and headed back. Luli withdrew his gaze and followed. The morning light grew brighter and the noise within the pass became more clamorous. The shouts of soldiers drilling, the clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen, the hammering and banging from the platform in the distance. All these sounds blended together, scattering the last remnants of the night's quiet. The pass was not large, and after a few steps he arrived at the edge of the training ground. He was about to skirt around it when he suddenly heard a series of thuds. The sound of a wooden staff striking a shield, rapid and dense. He turned his head to look. On the training ground a woman with silver-gray long hair was sparring with several soldiers. She wore light leather armor, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and held a wooden staff. "Vera." 3 soldiers stood opposite her, raising wooden shields to encircle her, but none dared to make the first move. "What are you waiting for?" Her voice was cold and emotionless. The 3 soldiers exchanged glances and charged at the same time. Vera's wooden staff whirled. The first strike hit the soldier on the left's wrist and the shield fell from his hand. The second strike swept into the middle soldier's knee pit, sending him straight to the ground. The third strike. She didn't deliver it. She sidestepped the thrusting shield and instead used the butt of the staff to poke the other soldier in the ribs. 3 seconds. All 3 were down. Silver-gray hair, she withdrew the staff and stood upright, scanning the fallen soldiers. "Too slow. Again. Lady Vera. Can you go a bit easier? And you still want to win a prize tomorrow?" Luli stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the scene, the corner of his mouth twitching. This woman. Still the same. Shiyu glanced toward the training ground, her ears rotating. "Lady Vera is already yelling at people. I'm off, meow. Aren't you going to watch?" "Not going." Shiyu turned around, taking 2 steps backward. "When you're done wandering, just head over. It's the empty ground behind the kitchen." She waved and then turned and dashed off in another direction. Her tail flicked at the corner and disappeared. Luli stood there staring blankly in that direction for a moment. "Behind the kitchen." "Fine." Vera's gaze swept over and landed on Luli. She looked him up and down, her brow twitching. It was the expression of, "I knew it was you." "Back." Luli nodded. "You're still the same." Vera rested the wooden staff on her shoulder. "What about you? Heard you got completely wasted last night." "Don't bring it up." The corners of Vera's mouth moved somewhere between mockery and satisfaction. She waved at the soldiers who were getting up again. "Continue." Luli stood still, watching her back. Still sharp-tongued as ever. But Luli noticed. The soldiers she trained, though yelping from the beatings, none of them were actually hurt. Every time the staff landed, it hit the thickest edge of the shield or the hardest part of the armor. Nothing at the pass seemed to have changed. Luli didn't linger any longer. He turned and walked away. He circled behind the kitchen and found an empty plot behind the barracks. On the empty plot stood several wooden posts wrapped with hemp rope around their surfaces. Some areas had been worn to frayed edges. 2 wooden practice swords and a few sandbags lay scattered on the grass nearby. Shiyu had changed into a tight-fitting short outfit, sleeves rolled up to her shoulders, revealing a slender but not frail arm. Her tail was straight and rigid behind her ears pricked up. She was in a completely different state, not the usual carefree demeanor. She stood before one of the wooden posts holding a practice sword, adjusting her breathing. The wooden sword struck the post with a muffled thud. She withdrew the blade, pivoted and struck again. The movements were clean and crisp without any unnecessary flourishes. Each stroke landed on the same area, sending shreds of hemp rope flying. Luli stood at the edge of the clearing, silent. After a dozen strikes she paused to catch her breath, shaking the hand that held the sword. Then her peripheral vision caught something and she froze. She turned her head. Luli was leaning against the wall watching her. Shiyu's ear twitched, she clearly hadn't expected him. You actually came. Her voice was slightly softer than usual and her tail made an awkward half circle behind her before drooping. Of course. Is there anything more interesting in this pass right now than watching a cat train? She looked away, using her free hand to scratch her cheek. Then you don't have to stare at me the whole time. It makes me too embarrassed to practice. She muttered something under her breath, the tips of her ears tinged pink. Then she cleared her throat, turned back around and gripped the wooden practice sword again. If you're going to watch, just don't make any noise. Her tail flicked behind her as if shooing away some unwanted emotion. Then she took a deep breath and swung the wooden sword again. Harder than before, sending hemp shreds flying everywhere. Luli remained silent, leaning against the wall and watching for a while. That cat girl was actually quite skilled when she got serious. Fast but strength-wise. In the evening he returned to his assigned quarters, sat on the edge of the bed and stared blankly for a while. His consciousness sank into the sea of spirit. His spiritual energy was abundant, so sleeping directly would be a waste. Level LV. 45 XP, 3 LS. Level LV. 48. 3 more levels gained. Luli collapsed onto the bed, closing his eyes in anticipation of the next day. A great horn sounded from the center of the pass, echoing back and forth between the walls, shaking the window paper. He sat up with a start, rubbing his eyes. Outside the window dawn had just broken and the camp was already bustling. The horn continued to sound, one blast after another, carrying an ancient rhythm. The bugle call still echoed. Luli pulled on his boots and pushed open the door to step out. The camp had already come alive, soldiers pouring out from all directions, converging toward the arena. White smoke rose from the kitchen chimney and the air was laced with the aroma of roasted meat. The stage was already finished. The newly laid planks gleamed with a pale yellow hue, and black banners embroidered with the dark red emblem of the demon border fortress stood on all sides. Lei Yen sat at the judge's table, a few wooden desks pushed together covered with a dark cloth. A wine bowl rested before him, his elbows propped on the table, his posture relaxed, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with a probing edge. Luli walked over and sat down beside him. You're here. Lei Yen turned his head to glance at him. Is the hangover gone? Almost. Lei Yen grinned, the old scar on his face tugged by the smile, making him look somewhat fierce. Someone below shouted, Lord Lei Yen. When does it start? Lei Yen stood up and raised a hand, pressing it downward. The noise subsided. The rules are the same as previous years. 2 contestants step up. If you fall, admit defeat, or get knocked off the stage, you lose. No crossbows, no poison. He swept his gaze across the soldiers below. The winner will receive a prize from our advisor. Luli turned his head to look at Lei Yen. Lei Yen had already sat down and lowered his voice. Don't you have that healing potion? Using it as a prize works better than handing out gold coins. You sure know how to arrange things. The first pair of soldiers had already vaulted onto the stage. The first few bouts were unremarkable. 2 demon soldiers fought barehanded for a few rounds until one was thrown off the stage. In another match, a werewolf beat a minotaur by circling around using speed. As Lei Yen had instructed, Luli handed out a bottle of life recovery potion, 2 to each winner. The pale pink liquid sloshed inside the glass bottle. The soldiers took it, inspected it, and carefully tucked it into their chest pockets. After a few rounds, envy began to glint in the eyes of those below. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, a commotion stirred at the edge of the crowd. Someone was shoving their way in from the periphery. The crowd parted like a slit. A group of people walked through. At the head was a young man who appeared no older than 25. His deep purple hair was neatly tied back, the ends falling to his waist. He wore a dark silk robe with gold thread embroidery at the cuffs and collar. At his side hung a slender sword, its scabbard studded with gems, far more ornamental than practical. Behind him followed 3 people. On his left was a tall figure shrouded in gray robes, his face hidden, only half a chin visible. On his right was a young man with thin-rimmed glasses, clutching a thick book that looked like an account ledger with an ink bottle and quill hanging from his belt. He exuded the aura of a desk worker. But Luli noticed the calluses on his tiger's mouth and fingers, not from holding a pen. The most striking figure was the third person, standing half a step behind the purple-haired youth. A colossus of a man nearly 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall with shoulders broad enough to block 2 people. His dark brown hair was cropped close to his scalp and a scar slanted from his brow bone to his jaw. He wore thick dark leather armor and a wide-bladed sword hung from his belt without a scabbard, the blade covered in were marks not from training. He didn't look at anyone, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His stance was relaxed, the kind of relaxation only true masters possessed. The purple-haired youth stopped before the stage, looked up and swept his gaze over the judge's table. His eyes passed over Lei Yan, paused on Lu Li for a moment, then moved on. He inclined his head slightly toward Lei Yan. The gesture was polite, but his eyes were far from courteous. I am Kelaod Fong Aesite, the third prince of the Aesite Empire. I intended to visit His Majesty the Demon King at the Demon King's castle. But I strayed off the path halfway and heard the commotion here, so I came to have a look. The Aesite Empire. There were other nations in this world. Lu Li frowned. It seemed this world was not as simple as he had assumed. He straightened up, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I've long heard that the warriors of the Demon Border Fortress are brave and skilled in battle. Since I happened to arrive today, I'd like to broaden my horizons. Lei Yan stared at him for 2 seconds, then leaned back in his chair. If you want to broaden your horizons, then stand by the side and watch properly. Kelaod didn't move. He smiled and swept his gaze across the soldiers below, then shook his head. I did watch a few bouts, but to be honest, your combat capabilities are somewhat different from what I've heard. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone around to hear. This Kasipa beside me, a transcription clerk from the document office, usually sits in the office approving documents, hardly ever setting foot in the training grounds. I think if he went up, he could probably give a fair fight. As he said document office, his gaze flickered to the side. The man with glasses stepped forward half a pace. Why not let me come up and stretch my limbs? The crowd below fell silent for a second, then burst into laughter. Him. Those skinny arms and legs, can he handle it? What does the Aesite Empire mean by this? Kelaod didn't take offense, he smiled and stepped back. Why not give it a try? Lei Yan glanced at Kasipa, then at the towering giant behind him. He could tell the other party meant trouble. But the challenge had been laid out, not accepting would be cowardly. Lei Yan lifted his chin. Fine. Let him go up. Kasipa vaulted onto the stage. The movement was minimal, no rune-up, no hand support, just a light leap that landed him on the platform. The stage, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, required an ordinary person to use both hands and feet to climb. He mounted it as easily as stepping over a threshold. The laughter below hadn't completely died down, but some had already noticed the detail. Lei Yan's eyes narrowed. Who's first? Someone below shouted. A demon soldier jumped onto the stage gripping a solid wooden staff. Kasipa adjusted his glasses. He closed the ledger, tucked it behind his belt and flexed his wrists. Please. The soldier charged forward with the wooden staff. The staff whistled as it swept toward him. Kasipa sidestepped and struck the soldier's chest with a backhand palm. The soldier was sent flying backward, crashing off the stage. The next few bouts ended the same way. A werewolf soldier went up and was struck on the collarbone, his arm hanging limp. A minotaur soldier went up and was kicked in the knee, collapsing onto the stage. A heavy armor soldier went up and was punched in the gut, rolling off the stage with his armor. Kasipa's fighting style was precise and ruthless. Each strike was clean and efficient, without unnecessary movements or mercy. After knocking down an opponent, he always added a comment. Speed is acceptable, but strength is lacking. Good foundation, but technique is too crude. The warriors of the Demon Border Fortress. Well, I've seen them. There was no more laughter from below. The soldiers stood in silence. Kelaod stood at the edge of the stage, arms crossed, a smile on his face. He turned his head to glance at the empty seat behind the judge's table. It was reserved for Aaliyah, but she hadn't come. A flicker of undisguised disappointment crossed his eyes and he lightly licked his lips.